Chapter 1, October 24th, 2021. Houston, Windy City Sports Center. As the deafening cheers of the crowd echoed throughout the arena, Wang Xiucheng felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism. This marked the seventh day since his arrival in this world, and he still had not acclimatized to his new identity as an NBA player. Everything here mirrored the world he had known, save for the singular distinction of his own identity. In his former life, upon graduating from the University of Houston, Wang Xiucheng returned to his homeland, utilizing the 2 million yuan he received from the demolition of his old house to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Within 2 years, he had lost it all and settled into the monotonous grind of a 9-to-5 office worker. Conversely, in this reality, after completing his freshman year, Wang Xiucheng inexplicably participated in the NBA draft. Considering his lackluster performance that allowed him to join the Houston basketball team through dubious means, he had only played a mere 3 minutes throughout the entire NCAA season, accumulating 0 points, rebounds, and assists. The notion of being selected seemed preposterous, unless, of course, the team owner was utterly blind. Do you wish to remain in Houston? The blind owner had made his appearance. Fertitta, the owner of the Rockets, was in dire need of a Chinese player to mend the relationship between the team and its Chinese fan base. This player did not need to play, he simply had to be affordable. Ideally, he would possess a certain charm. Thus, Wang Xiucheng, who perfectly fit this profile amidst a slew of underwhelming Chinese rookies, stood out remarkably. With a mother of Uyghur descent, Wang Xiucheng's appearance boasted an exotic allure complemented by the resolute features of Han ethnicity. His chiseled, angular visage, bold personality expressed through a buzz cut, long eyebrows, deep-set eyes, and a pronounced nose formed a visage that transcended the aesthetic preferences of both Eastern and Western cultures. Moreover, being from the University of Houston only added to his desirability. He was, without a doubt, Fertitta's ideal pawn. In addition to being the owner of the Rockets, Fertitta was also a board member of the University of Houston, having donated considerable funds and equipment to the institution. Hence, the signing of the contract was a mere formality. However, appearance alone does not equate to prowess. In Wang Xiucheng's recollections, he had only taken to the court for a meager 2 minutes during the Summer League, without even touching the ball. As for the G League's Vipers, he was utterly oblivious to its whereabouts. His role was simply to sit on the sidelines, transmitting the fact that there was a Chinese presence in Houston back to the households across China via television or the internet. At least Texas has no state tax. Wang Xiucheng grumbled inwardly while seated on the bench. With a two-way contract salary of roughly $500,000 and nearly $40,000 deducted in taxes, he was left with around $300,000. Wang Xiucheng was uncertain about the current exchange rate, but he assumed it would equate to about 2 million yuan. Over the past few days, he had devised a plan for himself. With virtual currencies and real estate having passed their peak, and with stocks being an area of little interest to him, he found solace in being a sports enthusiast. He still remembered the outcomes of several key matches in next year's World Cup. At that time, he would aim for substantial profits, hoping to seize an opportunity to invest in a team when the NBA expands, thus reaching the pinnacle of his life. Lost in these thoughts, a metallic, synthesized voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Basketball branching system successfully loaded. Newbie task released. Obtain your first technical foul in your professional career. Upon completion, the system shall officially activate, and a newbie gift package shall be awarded. Wang Xiucheng was momentarily taken aback. What did branching even mean? He had pondered over the past few days whether he would have a system of his own, and unexpectedly, it had arrived today, though he remained clueless about its nature. Yet, how could he secure a technical foul without even stepping onto the court? Surely, he couldn't just go up and start a fight. As he contemplated whether to give Christopher a playful shove, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the court. Today was a home game for Houston, facing off against the formidable Celtics, who boasted 17 championships. The match proceeded without any surprises, even with Jaylen Brown absent. The Celtics maintained a firm grip on the game's tempo, consistently leading by double digits. As the fourth quarter dwindled with 2 minutes and 46 seconds remaining, the score stood at 106-90, with the Celtics ahead by 16 points. Jalen Green, this year's second overall pick for the Rockets, dribbled across the half-court, closely guarded by Tatum. With his wealth of experience, Tatum seized the moment, extending his hand to swipe at the ball, sending it flying out of bounds. Quick to react, Jalen Green positioned himself advantageously, reaching for the ball, but Tatum, using his strength, forcefully shoved Green aside. Instinctively, Green flung the ball back onto the court, but lost his balance and tumbled into the bench. Christopher and Martin, seated on the sidelines, were caught off guard as Green collided into them, sending them sprawling to the floor, while assistant coach Lucas narrowly avoided a similar fate by grabbing hold of another assistant. The arena erupted in gasps, and the referee's whistle pierced the air almost immediately. Wang Xiucheng, sitting beside Christopher, initially remained uninvolved. However, his eyes widened, and he leaped up, pushing Tatum in the chest and causing him to stumble. Tatum, taken aback, finally recognized Wang Xiucheng's face and, shoving aside his teammate who had blocked his path, raised his fists, prepared to confront the diminutive Asian player. For someone standing at least 2.05 meters tall, Tatum certainly found Wang Xiucheng's 1.88 meters rather unimposing. The arena buzzed with a cacophony of cheers, whistles, applause, and jeers. "Come on, you idiot!" Wang Xiucheng shouted, though he was restrained by teammates on the bench. Nevertheless, his mouth was unrelenting, spewing a barrage of Chinese expletives. At that moment, both teams' coaches rushed to intervene, and even the referees stepped in to prevent an all-out brawl. "Back to your benches, are you here to fight?" Celtics head coach Udoka barked, prompting the Celtics players to retreat to their bench, with even Tatum obeying. Tatum kept his gaze fixed on Wang Xiucheng, retreating while nodding repeatedly, seemingly intent on remembering him. Though Wang Xiucheng's insults were incomprehensible, his expression indicated they were far from complimentary. "Get lost, softy," Wang Xiucheng retorted in English. This only served to amuse Tatum, who found it absurd that an Asian player whose name he did not even know dared to call him soft. "Do you want me to repeat that?" Udoka addressed the now stationary Tatum. This time, Tatum turned around without further acknowledgement of Wang Xiucheng, realizing that engaging in a fight with this nameless Asian player would only serve to boost his visibility. Udoka glanced at Wang Xiucheng, who happened to be looking back at him. Wang Xiucheng flashed a grin at the visibly irate Udoka, only to be forcibly pressed back into his seat by Christopher. Wang Xiucheng was aware that Udoka would likely become the Rockets' head coach in the future, and with a system now at his disposal, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing him. With the conflict resolved, the referees began reviewing the footage to ascertain the root of the altercation. Rockets head coach Silas, seated across from the bench, remained silent, reflecting on what Fertitta had said to him that morning. "If we're going to tank, why not give that player named Wang a bit of playing time?" Silas understood all too well that Fertitta's seemingly casual remarks were, in fact, orders. Failure to comply would likely result in his dismissal before the next game. At that moment, the officiating crew concluded their review and approached both coaches to relay their findings. One of the referees activated the microphone and announced the disciplinary actions and their rationale. Tatum, as the instigator of the conflict, was deemed to have acted beyond reasonable bounds and was assessed a technical foul. Wang Xiucheng, while not directly involved, escalated the situation and received a technical foul as well. The crowd erupted in boos, clearly displeased with the referee's decision against Tatum, especially since they were in the Rockets' home arena. Immediately following the announcement of the penalties, Wang Xiucheng received a notification. Newbie task, complete the system, is now officially activated. Attribute panel opened, skill interface activated, and newbie gift package received. Would you like to open it? Completely oblivious to Silas' ongoing speech, Wang Xiucheng mentally commanded, "Open." The newbie gift package successfully opened, granting him 100 system points, 1 skill card, and 1 skill upgrade card. The control module had been activated automatically, and the first skill card slot of the control module was now available. All measurements in the text are expressed in cm or kg. The names have undergone significant alterations. Kate Dalens, Jenna, Kylie Jenner, Kim Kardashian, Kourtney Kardashian, Khloe Kardashian, Watson Emma Watson, Taylor Swift, Megan Fox, Scarlett Johansson, Jean Jenny, Jean Jisoo, Park Chae-young, Lisa, Sabrina Carpenter. Quietly, Wang Xiucheng opened the attributes panel and examined it closely. Birthday, December 24th, 2002, 18.8 years old. Height without shoes, 0.1 centimeters. Wingspan, 0.1 centimeters. Weight, vertical jump, 72.5 centimeters, 0.1 centimeters. Maximum jump, 83.1 centimeters, 0.1 centimeters. Speed, 74.2, 1.0. Strength, 63.5, 1.0. Stamina, 58.7, 1.0. Charm, 70.5, 1.0. Remaining system points, 100. All these statistics could be enhanced with system points, and the subsequent figures likely indicated exchange ratios. Time was of the essence. He refrained from further analysis, closed the attributes interface, and opened the skills interface. The skills interface was divided into 3 sections, named Passing and Control Module, Shooting Module, and Defense Module. The Passing and Control Module was already activated, while the other 2 modules remained sealed. Surrounding the Passing and Control Module, an empty card slot had been unlocked, connected by a faint white line. At the bottom of the entire interface, numerous small slots lay vacant, housing 2 skill cards. Skill card, Apprentice Level Passing and Control. Equipping this skill card in the Passing and Control module will enable the host to master Apprentice Level Passing and Control. Spending 100 points can elevate Apprentice Level Passing and Control to Expert Level Passing and Control. There was also a Skill Upgrade card. Skill Upgrade card. This card allows for a single skill upgrade, disregarding point requirements. Wang Xiucheng felt a twinge of discomfort. He had initially thought 100 system points were substantial. However, it became apparent that it was far from sufficient. Not only did physical attributes like height and wingspan require system points, but skill cards also needed points for upgrades. At that moment, the referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the timeout. Silas retracted the tactical board and gestured towards Wang Xiucheng. "You're up for the point guard position." Wang Xiucheng was momentarily taken aback, then, somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement. Was he really going on the court? Before he could fully comprehend, the system notification chimed. Today's tasks have been announced. Task 1. Gain playing time upon completion. Reward of 10 system points. Task 2. Score 1 point upon completion. Reward of 10 system points. Task 3. Achieve 1 rebound upon completion. Reward of 10 system points. Task 4. Register 1 assist upon completion. Reward of 10 system points. Completing all tasks grants an additional reward of 10 system points. Like the others, Wang Xiucheng stood up and immediately allocated the 100 system points to Apprentice Level Passing and Control. In an instant, the skill card glimmered with golden light as it upgraded to Expert Level Passing and Control. Skill card, Expert Level Passing and Control. Equipping this skill card in the Passing and Control module will enable the host to master Expert Level Passing and Control. Spending 10,000 points can elevate Expert Level Passing and Control to Master Level Passing and Control. Wang Xiucheng raised an eyebrow. The requirement of 10,000 points to upgrade to Master Level Passing and Control was staggering. Given the meager rewards from the tasks, it would take him a considerable amount of time to accumulate that much. By then, he might very well have been cut from the team. Clearly, the skill upgrade card was intended for use at this moment. He promptly applied the upgrade card to Expert Level Passing and Control. In an instant, a purplish red light flickered. Skill card, Master Level Passing and Control. Equipping this skill card in the Passing and Control module will enable the host to master Master Level Passing and Control. This skill card has reached maximum level and cannot be upgraded further. Fortunately, it was maxed out. Otherwise, the exorbitant upgrade cost was something Wang Xiucheng dared not even contemplate. Having stepped onto the court, Wang Xiucheng quickly equipped Master Level Passing and Control into the vacant card slot of the Passing and Control module. The skills interface configuration could only be modified once per day, resetting at midnight. Would you like to confirm the modification? Certainly. Silas positioned himself as the primary ball handler, acknowledging that his height relegated him to this role. However, he was acutely aware of his ball handling skills, which paled in comparison even at the NCAA level, let alone in the NBA. Thus, Wang Xiucheng resolved to enhance his playmaking abilities. At that moment, In a live broadcast room of Penguin Sports in China, the absence of coverage for the Rockets games had persisted for a while due to Mo Guo's departure. Last year, Mo Guo left the Rockets, with whispers suggesting that Fertitta could no longer bear the financial losses endured by the team. Coupled with the vocal concerns from several NBA players, a dignified agreement was reached with Mo Guo. Regardless of the circumstances, his departure gradually brought the Rockets back into the fan spotlight. However, it was not until this season that domestic broadcasts of the Rockets games began to surface, albeit only in their original English audio, without any Chinese commentary or the presence of Penguins' female hosts. Yet, this development had already brought joy to many fans who had been following the Rockets since the Yao Ming era, especially with the emergence of Wang Xiucheng. Although domestic fans had long remained unaware of the specifics surrounding Wang Xiucheng, a player profile submitted by the Houston Rockets to the league contained some information about him. During garbage time, Wang Xiucheng took to the court. It seemed that engaging in a bit of physicality had its advantages, allowing him to integrate more swiftly into the team. This young man was strikingly handsome, even more so than my own brother. Upon my arrival, I wondered who this number 12 was. He didn't look Chinese. Why was he called Wang? Is he of mixed heritage? Although aware of Fertitta's intentions, witnessing a Chinese player on the NBA court was still exhilarating. The game resumed, and I was taken aback. Was this Christopher channeling Sima? As the match restarted, Wang Xiucheng, Gruba, Christopher, Martin Jr., and Nwaba took the floor. Gruba stood at the sideline to inbound the ball, and the point guard Wang Xiucheng reached out for it. However, at that moment, Christopher shook off his defender and returned to the front court, prompting Gruba to pass the ball directly to him. Wang Xiucheng immediately sensed trouble. Sure enough, Christopher received the ball without even glancing up, barreling straight into the paint, and shockingly took a shot in front of 3 defenders. Wang Xiucheng's expression darkened. What a selfish play. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the rim and, to everyone's astonishment, swished through the net. Christopher pumped his fist and turned to jog back. Silas, on the sidelines, even clapped. Wang Xiucheng was on the verge of cursing. Perhaps a leash was in order. The Celtics commenced their offensive, and after a screen and roll play, a three-pointer missed, but Juan Hernan Gomez secured the rebound. The green team maintained possession as time slowly ticked away. With less than 2 minutes remaining, Wang Xiucheng felt a sense of urgency. He had 4 tasks to accomplish, yet he hadn't even touched the ball. Just as he was growing frustrated, Celtics Nesmith maneuvered past Christopher, receiving the ball and heading toward the paint. Wang Xiucheng sprinted to abandon his assignment, delivering a firm slap on Nesmith's arm that a whistle blew, and the referee signaled a foul against Wang Xiucheng. It's fine. Christopher patted Wang Xiucheng's shoulder. Wang Xiucheng shot him a sidelong glance, genuinely tempted to unleash a verbal barrage. Nesmith converted one of his 2 free throws, bringing the score to 107-92. Gruba was set to inbound from the baseline, and Christopher unsurprisingly approached for the ball again. A close friend of Jalen Green, and this year's first-round pick, Christopher held a certain status within the team. At the very least, no one asked him to carry their sneakers. Past the ball, Wang Xiucheng nearly barked as he positioned himself near the baseline. Instinctively, Gruba handed the ball to Wang Xiucheng. After all, this was Houston, where a Chinese player's status within the team had always been unique. Gruba understood the significance Wang Xiucheng held for both the team and its owner. This was evident in the fact that no one dared to ask Wang Xiucheng to carry their shoes. Finally receiving the ball, Wang Xiucheng noticed Christopher, oblivious to the situation, reaching for it once again. Wang Xiucheng was genuinely exasperated. Why was he everywhere? He waved his hand and commanded, "Move into position. Wait for my pass." To his surprise, Christopher actually complied and ran off. This confirmed that the young man was not targeting Wang Xiucheng. He simply preferred to go solo to that moment. Smart had already approached Wang Xiucheng. Despite the Celtics holding a double-digit lead, they opted to keep Smart on the court for ball handling. Pass. Silas urgently called from the sidelines, having been with the team for over 6 months. Silas was well aware of Wang Xiucheng's proficiency in ball handling, but he had personally witnessed Wang Xiucheng's ball handling skills falter, resulting in the ball crashing into his own foot. Thus, upon seeing 2-time all-defensive team player Smart closing in on Wang Xiucheng, Silas felt a wave of anxiety that if Wang Xiucheng mishandled the ball again, he would share in the embarrassment. However, in the next instant, Silas fell silent, his face displaying astonishment. The crowd erupted in cheers, and even the fans preparing to leave paused to watch. Some beginning to applaud that moment. Wang Xiucheng had managed to dribble past Smart, who had resorted to bracing himself with one hand on the floor, stubbornly refusing to fall. Silas had a clear view of what transpired in that split second. Wang Xiucheng executed a through-the-legs dribble to shift left, causing Smart to lean in that direction, before using a behind-the-back dribble and a jump step to surge past Smart's right. Smart reached out in an attempt to grab Wang Xiucheng, but he was unable to shift his weight in time. Landing squarely on the floor, using his free hand to support himself, the exclamations from the crowd resonated throughout the arena. They had been stifled for the entire game, and now their excitement erupted. Amidst the cheers, Wang Xiucheng launched the ball into the air. Bang! Uncontested, Christopher soared, snatching the ball and emphatically slamming it down. The entire Rockets bench leaped to their feet. Sengun flexed his bicep. Green waved a towel, shouting something. And starting center Wood applauded, gazing up at the large screen above, seemingly awaiting a replay. The Celtics bench even had a few players instinctively cover their heads, as if they couldn't believe what had just transpired. The arena erupted into a frenzy, with several male fans even shedding their shirts in celebration. In the Penguin livestream, the excitement was palpable. Wow, that ball handling is impressive. This Wang fellow is indeed Chinese. Right? That behind-the-back dribble followed by a jump pass was simply mesmerizing. Wang Xiucheng's ball handling skills are undoubtedly more graceful than Crawford's. Silas has misjudged. Why hasn't he given Wang Xiucheng more playing time? Compared to him, Kevin Porter Jr.'s dribbling is utterly lackluster. The replay arrived, and I couldn't help but exclaim, wow, truly magnificent. Wang Xiucheng is the most handsome. No arguments accepted. Ha! Look at Udoka. His eyes are wide open in disbelief. On the scene, Udoka gazes incredulously at the recently risen Smart. Smart has been utterly bamboozled, and he's a two-time all-defensive team member. Perhaps sensing Udoka's stare, Smart shrugs, wearing an expression that conveys his utter confusion. Wang Xiucheng and Christopher exchange high-fives in celebration before returning to their defensive positions. The large screen overhead zooms in on Wang Xiucheng, capturing his stern visage, the faint sheen of sweat on his forehead accentuating his handsome features. Deeply captivating the hearts of countless female fans in attendance, but a young girl, no more than a teenager, stands transfixed, her melting ice cream forgotten in her hand as she gazes up at the screen in a love-struck daze. Her father, standing nearby, wears a look of helplessness as he snaps photos of his daughter's whimsical demeanor, a rather portly lady, weighing at least 200 pounds, energetically twists her waist, blowing kisses towards the screen. Even amidst the ongoing match, these fervent fans show no signs of restraint. The Celtics are inbounding the ball, with just over a minute left on the clock. Wang Xiucheng rubs his hands together, his gaze fixed on Smart, who is approaching. He knows Smart is determined to redeem himself. He cannot possibly accept being outmaneuvered by a rookie, especially one on a two-way contract. As anticipated, Smart dribbles to the top of the three-point arc. With all other Celtics players creating space, it is clear that Smart intends to take this one-on-one. Kid, don't think you've really got me, Wang Xiucheng thinks. With a resounding clap, he slaps Smart's hand, interrupting his momentum. The referee's whistle pierces the air. Wang Xiucheng is called for a foul. Smart stands in shock, staring at his reddened hand, his expression one of utter disbelief. That you got to be kidding me. He thinks everyone is cleared out, signaling an isolation play. Does he not understand the unwritten rules of the court? If you foul me while I'm driving, that's one thing, but to preemptively foul? What does that even mean? With a scowl, Smart steps up to the free throw line, glaring at Wang Xiucheng, feeling a surge of frustration. What are you looking at? Hurry up and shoot. I need to grab a rebound. Wang Xiucheng retorts. Smart receives the ball from the referee. What are you implying? That I can't make the shot? I never said that. Wang Xiucheng replies with a shake of his head. That's exactly what you mean. Do you know what my free throw percentage was last season? 71%. And in crucial moments, my free throws are even more accurate, even better than Tatum and Brown. Suddenly, the referee's whistle interrupts Smart's tirade. Free throw violation. A burst of laughter erupts from the crowd as Udoka, who was sipping water on the sidelines, spits it out in disbelief. Tatum and others also look on in astonishment at Smart from a distance. Smart, looking innocent, pleads with the referee, I didn't violate the time limit. I'm much faster than Giannis. I'm happy to chat with you both after the game, but for now, let us get back to the match. My bladder is about to explode. The referee forcefully retrieves the ball and hands it back to Smart, completing the formalities. Wang Xiucheng finds the situation amusing. The referee is certainly something. Smart, however, wears a sullen expression. Glancing back at Wang Xiucheng, wanting to say something, but ultimately holding his tongue, he bounces the ball twice, turns, drops his shoulder, and shoots. The ball clangs off the rim and falls toward Wang Xiucheng. He steps forward, intercepting the ball and dashing toward the offensive end. Wang Xiucheng's physical attributes are rather average, as evidenced by his stats, but his speed is an impressive 74, clocking in at approximately 10.7 seconds for the 100 meters. Thus, once he sprints, most players in the NBA cannot keep up with him. However, not being able to catch up does not equate to being unable to stop him. Smart yanks on Wang Xiucheng's arm, yanking him back to the ground just as he was leaping, leaving only the basketball to soar forward. The referee's whistle sounds again, signaling a foul. Smart quickly releases his grip, offering no explanation as he rushes back to his half of the court, standing by the free throw line. Wang Xiucheng breathes a sigh of relief. Completing one successful free throw would suffice to tee the line. As he receives the ball from the referee, he hears Smart muttering incessantly, "You one team make it. You one team make it." Swish. Wang Xiucheng sinks his first free throw, bringing the score to 107-95. He exhales in relief. His task is complete. With no pressure, his second attempt misses, and Smart leaps high to snag the rebound but collides with a teammate, allowing Wang Xiucheng to seize the opportunity. Instead of shooting himself, Wang Xiucheng passes the ball to Dilireba beneath the basket. Dilireba leaps effortlessly for a dunk, securing 2 points. Smart rubs his chest where he was bumped, receiving the ball from the opponent and dribbling across half-court. He sets a simple screen, letting the 24 seconds expire before attempting a three-pointer that misses. Dilireba secures the rebound and leisurely dribbles past half-court, opting to run down the clock. The final whistle blows, signaling the end of the match. The Houston Rockets, playing at home, fall to the Celtics with a score of 97-107. Tatum finishes with 31 points and 9 rebounds, while Rockets rookie Jalen Green scores 30 points, shooting an astonishing 8 for 10 from three-point range, showcasing that after a year of rebuilding, Houston has finally found its cornerstone. It is noteworthy that starting point guard Kevin Porter Jr. records 15 points on 5 of 12 shooting, including 3 of 7 from 3, which appears decent. However, Porter only dishes out 3 assists while racking up a staggering 8 turnovers. Due to some unexpected events during the game, the players do not engage in the customary post-game handshake. They all exit the court through the players' tunnel, with Smart trailing behind. He catches up to Wang Xiucheng, stating, "Next time, I won't let you get past me," after shaking Wang Xiucheng's hand without waiting for a response. Smart jogs off the court. Wang Xiucheng can only smile in resignation. Smart is truly his lucky star. In less than 3 minutes, he has accomplished all his tasks thanks to Smart, even with Christopher's interference. Once he starts earning big money, he will certainly treat Smart to a meal. In the live streaming room. The match has concluded, but the stream does not shut down immediately, leading to an influx of comments. Don T asks, Wang Xiucheng scored 1 point, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds, with a plus-minus of 6. Wang Xiucheng only played for a little over 2 minutes. If he had played 30 minutes, he would surely have racked up 15 points, 30 assists, and 30 rebounds. Your math skills are impressive. I envy you. If Silas were a person, he would let Wang Xiucheng play 15 minutes next game. Yeah, Porter's a mole. 8 turnovers. My grandma could perform better. When's the next game? Someone spilled the beans out on the 27th away against the Mavericks at 8. 3 is Smart doing this on purpose? Repeatedly committing fouls. Wang Xiucheng had only brought the ball once in a dazzling debut of less than 3 minutes. Whispers about Wang Xiucheng began to circulate among the Rockets fanbase in the early hours. Having finished his ablutions, Wang Xiucheng returned to his room. Wang Xiucheng's father had a childhood friend named Ma, who immigrated to the United States over a decade ago and is now an assistant professor at the University of Houston. Since high school, Wang Xiucheng had been boarding at Uncle Ma's house. Logically, Uncle Ma should have long been promoted to a tenured associate professor, But due to the racial dynamics in America, to quell Uncle Ma's dissatisfaction and prevent any escalation, he was offered some other forms of assistance. This is how Wang Xiucheng found himself placed on the basketball team, as the team provided financial support. As he lay in bed, just as he was about to access the system, he heard a screech of brakes from the street. A sense of foreboding gripped him, prompting him to rush to the window. A red Ferrari came to a smooth halt at the curb, its door slowly creaking open as a striking figure emerged. It was a stunning woman, her hair blazing like fire in a vivid shade of red. She wore tight jeans and a crop top that revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her slender waist. Exuding an irresistible allure, startled, Wang Xiucheng hurriedly locked the window, only to reopen it a second later, recalling the last time he had locked it, resulting in this wild woman shattering the glass with a single punch. The woman smiled as she approached his window, effortlessly scaling the ledge. Wang Xiucheng knew from personal experience that, despite his nearly 1.9-meter height, he could never manage such an agile feat. "I'm in a hurry. I have a meeting in New York with my dad tomorrow," the fiery-haired beauty announced as she leaped into the room, her high heels making only a whisper of sound. She removed her earrings and placed them on the table. She said, "The lottery card, once activated, allows you to draw once. You may receive a skill card, system points, or unlock a skill card slot or module as a reward." Commencing the draw. In an instant, the lottery card morphed into a spinning wheel. Moments later, it gradually came to a halt, the pointer landing on skill card. Skill card. 2-point shooting percentage increased by 0. Equip this skill card in the playmaking module to raise the 2-point shooting percentage of players assisted by the host by 0. Equip this skill card in the shooting module to enhance the host's 2-point shooting percentage by 0. Spending 10 points can boost the percentage by 0.1. Wang Xiucheng sat up in shock. With such a skill card, it meant a significant boost to his assist rate. In basketball, statistics such as rebounds, blocks, points, steals, and assists are all crucial, yet assists cannot be achieved alone. They require a teammate to make the basket for them to count. Thus, assist data serves as the most direct measure of a point guard effectiveness. To achieve a high assist count, a point guard must identify teammates in better positions and deliver the ball comfortably to them, minimizing their preparation time to enhance their shooting accuracy. If Wang Xiucheng equipped this card and upgraded the shooting percentage by even 5, it would greatly enhance his teammates' scoring capabilities. Unfortunately, the card could only be allocated to either teammate shooting percentage or personal shooting percentage. With 1050 system points at his disposal, Wang Xiucheng decided to upgrade this skill card first. However, upon spending 100 points to raise the percentage to 1, an issue arose. Skill card. 2-point shooting percentage increased by 1. Equip this skill card in the playmaking module to raise the 2-point shooting percentage of players assisted by the host by 1. Equip this skill card in the shooting module to enhance the host's 2-point shooting percentage by 1. Spending 20 points can boost the percentage by 0.1. Has the price increased? Wang Xiucheng was momentarily dumbfounded. Previously, raising the percentage by 0.1 required only 10 points, yet now it demanded 20. A sense of dread washed over him. He tried again to enhance the skill card's shooting percentage, this time using 200 points to elevate it to 2. As expected, the price had indeed risen. Now, 30 points were required to increase the percentage by 1. Furthermore, if the skill card prices were escalating, surely his character attributes would follow suit. Those 1050 points appeared plentiful, but would prove utterly inadequate. After spending 300 points, Wang Xiucheng paused his investments in this skill card temporarily. Skill card. 2-point shooting percentage increased by 3. Equip this skill card in the playmaking module to raise the 2-point shooting percentage of players assisted by the host by 3. Equip this skill card in the shooting module to enhance the host's 2-point shooting percentage by 3. Spending 40 points can boost the percentage by 0.1. After expending a total of 600 skill points, the shooting percentage was raised to only 3. The playmaking module had only 1 skill card slot unlocked, designated for the playmaking master, leaving no room for this skill card. Fortunately, he could unlock a second skill card slot for just 10 points. Wang Xiucheng proceeded to successfully unlock it, equipping the skill card into the playmaking module. With 1050 skill points now reduced to 440, Wang Xiucheng aimed to invest in his personal attributes. Opening the attributes interface revealed, date of birth, December 24, 2002, 18.8 years old, barefoot height, 190 centimeters, 1.0 centimeters, wingspan, 190 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Weight, vertical jump. 80 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Maximum jump, 90 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Speed, 80, 1.0. Strength, 70, 1.0. Stamina, 60, 1.0. Charm, 80, 1.0. In Wang Xiucheng's perspective, height, wingspan, and weight were paramount, thus requiring priority enhancement. To maintain balance, he aimed to increase them in tandem. Jumping ability was also vital. No one would ever complain about jumping too high. He spent 23 points, elevating his height to 190 centimeters, only to encounter a troubling development. Barefoot height, 190 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Now, 10 points were needed to increase it by 0.1 centimeter. This was an increase more exorbitant than that of the skill card. Thankfully, height and wingspan attributes were not suited for drastic short-term increases, nor was there a limit on how high they could go. With this thought, the price increase became somewhat more palatable. After a series of operations, Wang Xiucheng's attributes were updated. Date of birth, December 24, 2002, 18.8 years old. Barefoot height, 190 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Wingspan, 190 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Weight, vertical jump, 80 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Maximum jump, 90 centimeters, 1.0 centimeters. Speed, 80, 1.0. Strength, 70, 1.0. Stamina, 60, 1.0. Charm, 80, 1.0. Remaining system points, 11 points. Aside from the weight attribute, Wang Xiucheng had maximized all attributes that could be upgraded for a single point. He had spent a total of 429 points, and compared to the 1050 points from just a few minutes prior, he was now left with a mere 11 points. Having completed these adjustments, Wang Xiucheng gradually drifted into slumber. On the evening of the 26th, outside the Dallas Center Sports Arena, countless fans donned Dallas Mavericks jerseys, orderly making their way into the arena. Local television stations were conducting random interviews with fans about their thoughts on the upcoming game. The game? Of course, we're going to win. Without Harden, Houston is a mediocre team at best. We'll win by at least 20 points. The entire second half will be garbage time. There's only one strong team in Texas, and that S in Dallas. Who? Green. ISNT he with the Golden State Warriors. Did he get traded? Almost all fans believe that the outcome of the game was a foregone conclusion, with the Mavericks destined for victory. However, this journalist uncovered some intriguing details, such as the noticeable increase of Asian faces among the attendees today. The last time such a phenomenon occurred was during Jokic's tenure with the Rockets. Could it be that Houston has welcomed back its Chinese populace? The journalist pondered. The match unfolded precisely as the fans had anticipated. The Mavericks showcased their superior strength, finishing the first quarter with a modest lead of 31-27. Yet the Rockets' second overall pick, Jalen Green, was confined to merely 2 shots, both of which missed the mark. In contrast, Kevin Porter Jr., who had previously proclaimed that he and Green would become legends for the Rockets, maintained a respectable performance, contributing in scoring, assists, and rebounds as the second half commenced. Luka Doncic, who had been somewhat languid, ignited a surge for his team, extending the lead to 11 points. By the fourth quarter, the disparity between the two teams became even more pronounced. Under the guidance of the all-star Doncic, the Mavericks gradually eroded the Rockets' confidence. With 3 minutes remaining, the score had escalated to 112-96. A commanding 16-point lead. Coach Kidd called a timeout and patted Doncic on the shoulder, signaling that Doncic would no longer return to the game as it slipped into garbage time. The entire arena rose to applaud Don, though Doncic's efficiency was not particularly high. With 26 points, 14 rebounds, and 7 assists from 25 attempts, his commanding presence on the court transcended mere statistics. Sitting at the sidelines, Kate, engaged in conversation with Nancy, felt a tap on her shoulder. When she turned to look, the large screen displayed her own image. In response, Kate waved back with a smile, her signature red lips blowing a kiss. The screen simultaneously showcased her filmography, with 2 Broke Girls highlighted, alongside a note that it was currently being rebroadcasted on a local Dallas television station. Kate, you should really consider that new show. I think it suits you perfectly. Someone suggested that I will think about it, but not at this moment, Kate replied, her gaze drifting towards the Rockets bench. Her captivating eyes sparkled slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. During the second half, She noticed that each time there was a timeout, a strikingly handsome young man appeared on the Rockets bench, although he was too far away for her to see clearly. Obscured by other players, she sensed his allure, an intuition that women possess, which seldom fails. She watched him intently for 3 minutes until the referee's whistle broke her concentration. To her surprise, the young man removed his jacket to reveal a red jersey emblazoned with the number 12. His physique was not overly muscular, but perfectly proportioned, distinctly different from the exaggerated musculature often seen in African-American athletes. He sported a neat buzz cut, short and tidy, exuding an air of competence. As Kate finally discerned his features, they were sharply defined, as if sculpted with precision. A prominent nose, deep-set eyes, a resolute chin, and a striking Adam's apple, all radiating masculinity. Suddenly, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. She found herself taking deep breaths, yet to no avail. It felt as though her gaze was magnetically drawn to this boy, who possessed subtle Eastern features, leaving her unable to look away. Not only Kate, but many female fans in the arena, and even those watching from home, were captivated by the player wearing Wang. Meanwhile, in the Penguin livestream, fans who had spent the entire game berating Silas finally ceased their criticisms. Wang Xiucheng had entered the game, and although she was a Mavericks fan, seeing a Chinese player on the court filled her with joy. You comprehend. This Wang is genuinely Chinese, not American, a viewer clarified. Rest assured. According to the NBA website, his nationality is Chinese. Porter Jr. Genuinely disappointing. He pales in comparison to Wang Xiucheng, that if you're going to praise someone, at least be realistic. Wang's merely an undrafted rookie. This level of hype is excessive. You probably haven't seen his ball handling skills in previous games. I expect an apology later. Just asking, shouldn't the only Chinese player in the NBA deserve a commentator or a female presenter? As Wang Xiucheng stepped onto the court, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He felt numerous eyes upon him, a gaze that was markedly different from the ordinary. He even detected several unabashedly fiery stares. "I feel like you've grown taller and bulked up," Christopher remarked, standing beside Wang. Wang smiled, unable to articulate the subtle changes. He had indeed grown slightly taller, but more noticeably, his muscle tone had become firmer. "Go set a screen. I'll pass you the ball." Wang quickly shifted the conversation. Christopher nodded and ran off. The referee's whistle blew, and the game resumed. Wang received the ball, and Mavericks Trey Burke immediately closed in on him. Though it was garbage time, Burke was eager to prove himself for his contract, viewing this as an opportunity. Wang took a couple of steps with the ball, and Burke was already at the mid-court line. "Hey, rookie, welcome to the NBA," Burke taunted, extending his arms and eyeing Wang, legs slightly bent to spring into action. Having never seen Wang before, Burke merely noted his youthful appearance, which hinted at Eastern features, leading him to assume Wang was likely a newcomer. Given the Rockets' penchant for Chinese players, Wang flashed a grin and replied, "Right side." Burke hesitated, wondering if Wang meant to break to the right. Did he just underestimate him by giving a heads-up? Was it his right or Wang's? Burke braced himself. With a series of swift dribbles echoing on the court, Wang transformed into a red blur, vanishing to Burke's right. The next moment, Burke found himself unceremoniously seated on the floor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Burke hadn't comprehended how Wang had maneuvered past him, but Mavericks head coach Jason Kidd, a member of the Hall of Fame and a legendary point guard, observed the play with clarity. Wang executed a right-side drive, then pulled the ball back through his legs, dribbling twice behind him before threading the ball through Burke's legs. Wang's dribbling was rapid, yet many in the NBA could match such speed, including players like Kyrie Irving, who could surpass it. Conversely, there were also slower players who relied on feints to get past defenders, such as Kidd's own prodigy, Donai, who excelled in that regard. However, Wang was neither of these types of players. Kidd recognized that Wang had altered his dribbling speed 3 times during the sequence and had executed 2 deceptive moves, one during the initial feint and another while dribbling behind his back. What bewildered Kidd, even instilling a sense of dread, was that Wang's dribbling speed and feint speed were entirely asynchronous, as if each motion was executed by a different player altogether. Kidd's scalp prickled, and goosebumps rose on his arms. He had never encountered a player like this before. Burke, having been left in the dust, was left sprawled on the court, in Kidd's eyes. It was no injustice. Burke was utterly off balance, his upper and lower body failing to align, that if he had forced himself to remain upright, the tremendous force on his ankle would have resulted in a debilitating injury. Yet Wang, who had just performed such a sequence, also had to contend with the immense gravitational shift from his rapid direction changes. If Wang lacked a robust physique, he too would have been at risk of injury. That it was not just Kid who recognized the phenomenon. Donai, who had been off his game throughout, felt a flicker of competitive spirit for the first time, hidden behind his towel. Initially, I believed the Rockets to be a lackluster team, and indeed they are. However, not all players on the Rockets are subpar. It is perplexing that such talent can only find opportunities during garbage time in a team that is ostensibly tanking. Does this player possess some fatal flaw? Is it in shooting, defense, or perhaps stamina? Luka Doncic, intrigued, fixates his gaze on Wang Xiucheng, seeking answers. Wang Xiucheng has already advanced to the front court, while Josh Green abandons his coverage of Kenyon Martin to defend against Wang. Wang Xiucheng slows down, seemingly relinquishing his drive, but in the next moment he raises his hand high. The basketball soars towards the hoop. Josh Green turns to look, and a figure clad in red leaps impressively, catching the ball with one hand and emphatically slamming it into the basket. Bang! Beep! The arena falls silent for a brief moment before the referee's whistle pierces the air, indicating a foul. Instantly, the crowd awakens, with Rockets fans and the bench erupting in cheers. Kenyon Martin, who just executed the dunk, pounds his chest vigorously before turning to high-five Wang Xiucheng in celebration. Luka Doncic observes the beaming Wang Xiucheng, noting that his passing ability is unquestionable. What then could be the issue? Jason Kidd calls over the recently sober Trey Burke, whispering a few instructions and patting his shoulder. In the live stream, the barrage of comments has already overwhelmed the screen. Is this not an impressive display of skill? Who else could it be? Those tuning in from the main broadcast are inquiring. Which one is the Chinese player? Silas, you're misrepresenting my country. There's a strong demand to include Wang Xiucheng in the national team. Forget about Owen, Zhao Rui, and Su Jia. What value do they hold? Can they even play the point guard position? Indeed, their abilities are lacking, but their tempers are larger than life. From the Nugget stream, Wang Ming mentions the presence of a Chinese player. Where is he? Honestly, Wang Xiucheng's ball handling and passing vision ensure that our national team will not have to worry about the point guard position for the next 15 years. Xiao Qi states that the Houston Rockets have a Chinese player who is also quite handsome. Which one is it? Yao Ming is here to watch the game. Yao Ming is here to watch the game. Yao Ming is here to watch the game. The center of the action, Kenyon Martin, having been fouled during his dunk, is awarded an additional free throw. All eyes are on Kenyon Martin as he prepares for his shot. Initially, Wang Xiucheng stands beyond the three-point line, but now he gradually walks towards the sidelines. Among the three referees, the only female official, Lauren Holtkamp, stands there. Holding her whistle, she turns to see someone approaching. Wang Xiucheng halts half a meter from her, an intense wave of masculine energy radiating towards her, a sensation she has never before experienced. Wang Xiucheng casually states, "My birthday is December 24." Lauren furrows her brow, forcing herself to avoid looking at Wang Xiucheng and instead focusing on Kenyon Martin. Yet she cannot help but inquire, "So what? So, could I have a photo of you?" Wang Xiucheng softly requests. Lauren appears confused, instinctively replying, "What? What do you mean?" With sincerity and a hint of shyness, Wang Xiucheng reiterates, "Could I have a photo of you? That way, I can tell Santa Claus what I want for Christmas." Initially taken aback, Lauren bursts into laughter, then shakes her head in exasperation. "Enough, don't be foolish. I am not interested in men." Wang Xiucheng shrugs. "Look, we have something in common. I'm also not interested in men." Lauren laughs again, then, clutching her whistle, hurriedly retreats from Wang Xiucheng, seemingly eager to end the conversation. Yet the smile that lingers on her lips betrays her amusement. Standing nearby with arms crossed, Kid is nearly astounded, his glasses almost slipping off. This as Kid glances at Doncic, then at Wang Xiucheng. The last player bold enough to flirt with a female referee without facing a foul was Doncic himself. However, compared to Doncic, Wang Xiucheng is flirting with Lauren Holtkamp, a referee known for issuing 5 technical fouls and 1 flagrant foul against the Clippers in a single game. Paul was so penalized that he nearly lost the will to play. That Wang Xiucheng would dare to flirt with such a referee and yet escape without a single foul. Lauren Holtkamp has publicly come out and is married to her girlfriend. What does this imply? It signifies that Lauren holds no interest in men whatsoever. Hence, even Donich refrains from flirting with her. Yet this rookie has truly dared to flirt with Lauren and emerged unscathed. Kids' interest in this Chinese rookie grows. Donich, equally astonished, gazes at Wang Xiucheng. You truly are fearless. That's Lauren, who has a natural aversion to men. Donich has indeed contemplated whether to flirt with Lauren, but ultimately abandoned the idea, believing he could not replicate his previous success. This fellow is indeed a naive and fearless rookie at this moment. Sitting just a few meters away, Kate's cheeks are flushed as she gazes at Wang Xiucheng, her eyes nearly sparkling. Moments ago, Wang Xiucheng stood just a few meters from her. The faint scent emanating from him bombarding her senses, she cannot identify the fragrance, but it is one she has never encountered with other men. Kate, are you all right? Kate's friend observes her unusual demeanor and inquires. Who is that? Kate's eyes silently convey her question that I don't know. He is from the Houston Rockets, probably a rookie, but he is so handsome. He seems even more attractive than Donich. Indeed, he possesses a certain charm. The free throw has been completed, the score now standing at 112-99 that the Mavericks are on the offensive, but the ball is intercepted by Christopher. Upon gaining possession, Christopher surges forward like a switch flipped, driving into the paint and leaping for a thunderous dunk despite the defender's presence. With a resounding smack, Josh Green swats the ball away, causing Christopher to crash into a photographer by the baseline. This incident leaves Christopher displeased. Upon regaining his footing, he grabs Josh Green's jersey. Not one to back down, Josh Green retaliates by seizing Christopher's shirt. Beep! The whistle blows as the three referees separate the two players. Other team members quickly position themselves beside their teammates, wary of any unfairness. With the game paused, the referees review the footage. Wang Xiucheng is the first to return to the bench, taking a sip of water. Visibly relieved, it appears my initial thoughts were correct. Wang Xiucheng felt an unsettling tension the moment he stepped onto the court today, that it seemed as though all eyes were fixated upon him, particularly those of the women, their gazes burning with an intensity that felt almost incendiary. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Reflecting on his previous match, he realized that the only changes he had undergone were in his attributes and skills. Among these, the attribute of charm had seen the most significant increase. Soaring from 70.5 to 80 points, that it was difficult for Wang Xiucheng not to pinpoint his suspicions on this particular enhancement. However, he remained uncertain whether the male referee might exhibit a degree of bias towards him. After all, male referees were the prevailing norm on the court, and whenever a match required officiating, a certain degree of bias was inevitable. In the NBA, this phenomenon is referred to as star calls. Thus, receiving even a modicum of assistance could symbolize a player's standing in instances of traveling violations. One could be penalized while another escapes unscathed. One could hardly avoid feeling aggrieved. As the timeout concluded, Josh Green and Christopher each received a technical foul, effectively balancing the scales. The game resumed with the Rockets in possession. This time, as Josh Green defended Wang Xiucheng, he was determined to prevent him from receiving the ball. Sticking closely to Wang Xiucheng and subtly grasping the fabric of his jersey, Dilireba approached to set a screen, and in an instant, Wang Xiucheng activated his speed, now soaring at a remarkable 80. Effortlessly shaking off Green to receive the inbound pass, Trey Burke had already caught up to Wang Xiucheng, who retreated a step to dribble beside him, seemingly unhurried. Josh Green circled around Dilireba, re-establishing his proximity. Kid nodded to himself. Green, last year's first-round pick, had impressed him defensively, and with proper cultivation, he could become a valuable ally to Donich in the future. At this moment, Wang Xiucheng lowered his center of gravity. Yet both Green and Burke remained undeterred that a double team. The two collaborated seamlessly, converging to encircle Wang Xiucheng. Such a tactic against a rookie was the highest form of praise Kid could bestow upon him. This level of attention was typically reserved for absolute cores like Donich. Wang Xiucheng once more sank his center of gravity, executing quick dribbles beneath his legs, akin to a poised leopard awaiting the perfect moment. Just as the two defenders closed in, Wang Xiucheng took a half step back and passed the ball between their shoulders, where Dilireba, having been unguarded following the switch, awaited. "Take the shot," Wang Xiucheng urged Gruba, who, without a moment's hesitation, launched the ball toward the basket. Kid's lips curled into a slight smile. Resolving the challenge posed by Wang Xiucheng did not necessarily require neutralizing him. Though Kid had only witnessed Wang Xiucheng dribble once, he was already convinced that no one could intercept his ball in a one-on-one situation. However, forcing him to pass was entirely feasible. Among the Rockets, Garuba possessed the lowest shooting percentage. Thus, ensuring that Wang Xiucheng pass to Garuba was a solution in itself. Garuba's shooting form, which could only be described as unconventional, was particularly apparent on this attempt, as the ball soared high after release. "Rebound," Kid shouted. With a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. The double-teaming Green and Burke sprinted toward the basket, eager to claim the rebound. Christopher, positioned closest to the hoop, leaped into the air, prepared for a follow-up dunk. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the basketball ricocheted off the rim and, to everyone's astonishment, swished through the net. Luck was clearly on their side, Kid mused. Indeed, luck is an integral aspect of basketball. The Rockets scored 5 consecutive points. Garuba turned back in disbelief, palms spread wide, unable to fathom that his shot had actually gone in. The game continued, and the Mavericks drew a foul on their offensive play, converting one of 2 free throws. The score stood at 112-101. Wang Xiucheng seized the rebound and, like a whirlwind, charged toward the frontcourt. With a speed of 80, once he surged forward, no one on the court could keep pace. In mere moments, he had surpassed the majority of players, leaving only Josh Green stationed under the backcourt basket. Green glanced down at his position, then braced himself, ready to draw a foul. Wang Xiucheng's dribbling was blindingly fast. In just over a second, he had reached the three-point line. He had ample time to execute a pivot and then lay up, which would almost certainly yield 2 points. The Rockets bench rose in unison, poised to celebrate the imminent 2 points. Yet, Wang Xiucheng refrained from pivoting. He sought to validate his instincts. Grasping the ball, he leaped toward the basket. Instantly, the arena fell silent, each spectator aware of his intent. Could he perform an over-the-defender dunk? Anticipation hung in the air as both benches rose in excitement. Crash! The ball struck the front of the rim with a loud thud. It didn't go in. Unbelievably, it failed to find the net. The crowd gasped in disbelief, while both Wang Xiucheng and Josh Green crumpled to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the silence, a blocking foul on Josh Green. Kid held his head in disbelief. A foul? He approached the officiating referee, incredulous. "My players have been standing there for an eternity. You're calling a foul on us?" He moved. The referee explained tersely. Nonsense, Kid thought. Green's feet were practically glued to the floor. That rookie, with his height, wingspan, and vertical leap. He could dunk. "Are you jesting with me?" "You may challenge," the referee replied coolly. "Do you think I wouldn't?" Kid retorted, slamming his fist onto the scores table in frustration. Fortunately, the game was not tightly contested, and Kid refrained from utilizing his challenge. As the timeout concluded, the referee revised his call. Josh Green had not committed a foul, nor was an additional foul called on Wang Xiucheng. Possession was awarded to the Mavericks. Kid, resembling a triumphant general, crossed his arms and lifted his chin confidently. The match resumed with less than a minute and a half remaining. Josh Green penetrated the defense and passed to an open shooter on the perimeter, who sank a three-pointer despite being fouled by Garuba. The subsequent free throw was successful, bringing the score to 116-101. In transition, the Rockets initiated the inbound. Christopher received the pass and immediately directed it to Wang Xiucheng, who, without pausing, took a probing step forward before charging into the paint. Josh Green retreated a step, attempting to clamp down on Wang Xiucheng's waist to thwart his advance. Wang Xiucheng's speed was extraordinary. Green had no choice but to latch onto him. However, Wang Xiucheng executed a quick dribble, retracting his front foot and stepping back, releasing the ball for a three-point shot. Josh Green's expression shifted, exerting all his strength to halt his momentum. His sneakers screeching against the court. "Dream on." As Josh Green regained his balance, he leaped skyward, arms extended as if to envelop the heavens. But in mid-air, Green realized that Wang Xiucheng had not jumped. He merely feigned a shooting motion without leaving the ground or releasing the ball. A deceptive move. This could spell trouble. In Josh Green's mind, There was but a singular thought, and then he found himself uncontrollably plummeting downwards in a bid to outmaneuver Wang Xiucheng. He even leapt forward with intention. The consequence was that Wang Xiucheng's visage became increasingly vivid in Josh Green's eyes. In fact, he could even discern a glimmer of amusement in Wang Xiucheng's gaze. No, it was not amusement. It was derision. A novice's derision. A surge of unnameable fury ignited within Josh Green, and just as he bore down upon Wang Xiucheng, he forcefully shoved him away. With a thud, Wang Xiucheng fell backward, clutching the ball. Blasts of whistles erupted in unison from the three referees. One male referee issued Josh Green a technical foul and pointed toward the exit. Two technical fouls cumulatively resulted in his ejection. The crowd erupted in disbelief in their own arena, their own player, being expelled at such a critical moment. This was a bitter pill for the home fans to swallow. Not only the fans, but even Kid found it hard to accept. What the hell? That can warrant a technical foul. A mere gentle push for self-protection, and it's deemed a technical foul. Kid vociferously challenged the officiating referee. The referee seemed disinclined to engage with Kid, moving away. Yet, Kid persisted, showing no signs of relenting. Just then, the whistle blew again. Female referee Lauren Holtkamp issued Kid a technical foul. Kid turned to face Lauren Holtkamp, forcing himself to regain composure. Recalling Paul's predicament, he opted for silence, merely shaking his head in protest. As Wang Xiucheng was lifted by his teammates, he caught a glimpse of Kid's face, which bore the expression of one who had just tasted something foul. "Kid, do you have the audacity to claim that basket?" Kid muffled his words, attempting to sway Wang Xiucheng. Wang Xiucheng chuckled softly, shaking his head in response, choosing not to engage. With his current physical capabilities, completing an alley-oop was indeed impossible. Yet he persisted, curious whether the male referee might succumb to the allure of favoritism. The outcome was favorable, affirming Wang Xiucheng's belief that charisma could indeed sway all. Approaching the free throw line, he prepared to shoot. The two technical fouls were combined into 2 free throws. Wang Xiucheng successfully made one. The Mavericks initiated an inbound play. Wang Xiucheng sprinted to the backcourt, evading his defender to receive the ball. The freshly substituted block was now defending Wang Xiucheng, opting to maintain a slight distance to prevent any breakthrough, by not employing tight defense. He essentially allowed Wang Xiucheng to cross half-court unimpeded. Upon crossing half-court, Wang Xiucheng executed a swift change of direction, handing the ball off to the incoming Christopher. Ignoring the defender before him, Christopher, only a step away from the three-point line, launched a shot. Swish! The ball swished cleanly through the net. 116 to 105. A great shot. Upon hearing this from the sidelines, Wang Xiucheng knew Silas was once again encouraging Christopher. This basket was utterly unreasonable, yet undeniably counted. If this continued, Christopher would surely depart alongside Silas. The Mavericks inbound the ball, with time dwindling as the 24-second mark approached. Block attempted a three-pointer, but missed. Garuba secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Wang Xiucheng on the perimeter. With 30 seconds remaining, Wang Xiucheng had no intention of running down the clock. Since Block had already taken a shot, Wang Xiucheng was free to finish this offensive play without fear of reproach. Thus, he seized the ball and charged forward, executing a spin move that allowed him to bypass the defender in an instant. At a few steps later, he executed a crossover and behind-the-back dribble, leaving Block trailing behind. Suddenly, a hand grasped his arm from behind. Beep! The whistle sounded, and Block raised his hand, voluntarily acknowledging the foul. Block's earlier three-point attempt aimed to keep the score within double digits. Unfortunately, he had missed, and if Wang Xiucheng scored on this play, the lead would dwindle to just 6 points. Their substitute's dignity would be severely compromised, while it was evident that this would lead to Wang Xiucheng taking free throws. At least it offered a chance to maintain the score. Wang Xiucheng glanced at the future Rockets player with the extravagant hairstyle, feeling somewhat bemused. He made one of 2 free throws. The Mavericks secured the rebound and let the remaining time run out. The game concluded 116 to 106. The Mavericks comfortably defeated the rebuilding Houston Rockets. Jalen Green struggled, shooting 4 for 16, finishing with only 10 points. The aspiring Houston legend, Porter, managed 13 points and 8 assists on 4 of 10 shooting, but also recorded a staggering 6 turnovers. Only veteran Gordon had a stable performance, shooting 7 for 11, including 3 of 5 from beyond the arc, to tally 22 points out on the sidelines. Doncic stood up, making his way onto the court to greet Jalen Green and a few others. After exchanging high-fives with Wang Xiucheng, Christopher, and Garuba, they proceeded towards the player tunnel. Doncic's gaze remained fixed on Wang Xiucheng's retreating figure. While he engaged in polite conversation with Jalen Green, "Is shooting your weakness?" Doncic pondered, in the final 3 minutes. Wang Xiucheng had 4 free throw attempts but only converted 2. For a point guard. This was decidedly inadequate. Moreover, Wang Xiucheng had not attempted a single shot. From Doncic's perspective, Wang Xiucheng's ball handling skills were undoubtedly elite within the league. That level of change-of-pace dribbling was beyond his own capabilities. Thus, if he so desired, he could easily penetrate and shoot at will. Yet, astonishingly, Wang Xiucheng had not taken a single shot, opting exclusively to pass. What did this signify? It implied that he was utterly incapable of shooting. Even more perplexing to Doncic was that, despite lacking shooting ability, with such ball-handling prowess, he could easily secure a rotation spot on a championship-caliber team. How could such a player remain obscure? Doncic's mind was filled with questions. Kidd shared similar sentiments. After a cordial handshake with Silas, Kidd hurried back to the locker room, eager to investigate number 12. "I want all his information. Everything." The assistant data analyst nodded and promptly left the locker room, phone in hand. Just as Wang Xiucheng entered the player tunnel, he noticed a familiar beauty standing nearby. Though he couldn't quite place her, she seemed somewhat recognizable. "Hello." Wang Xiucheng, intending to approach, heard the beauty calling out to him. "Did you call me?" he inquired, slightly puzzled. "Hello, could I possibly have your autograph?" The beauty appeared somewhat anxious, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "An autograph?" Wang Xiucheng was taken aback. Someone was requesting his signature. Of course, he took the black notebook from her, flipping to a blank page. "What's your name?" Wang Xiucheng observed that each page bore a signature, though he didn't recognize a single one of the flamboyant scripts. Kate's voice trembled slightly, revealing her nervousness. She feared that Wang Xiucheng might not recognize her, and even more so, that he would know her and mock her. Wang Xiucheng paused, tapping his forehead, then took a step back to appraise her. "Now I remember, from Two Broke Girls?" Wang Xiucheng felt a bit sheepish. "You look even more stunning than on television. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you." Upon hearing Wang Xiucheng's words, Kate's face deepened in hue, and her large eyes dared not meet his. "Thank you for appreciating my work." Wang Xiucheng signed his name in the notebook, adding a special note wishing Kate continued beauty, along with the date and the location of the signing. Dallas Mavericks player tunnel. "Thank you," Kate said cheerfully as she received the signed notebook. "No, thank you. You're the first person to ask for my autograph." Wang Xiucheng smiled faintly, nodded at Kate, and then proceeded towards the locker room. Kate, clutching her notebook, gazed dreamily at the retreating figure of Wang Xiucheng, feeling her face flush with warmth, akin to a ripe apple. Her heart raced, thoughts swirling chaotically, yet her eyes refused to blink, terrified of missing a single moment of the man who stirred her heart. She was no longer a mere girl. She was acutely aware that she was at least a decade older than this boy, yet she found herself utterly unable to rein in her emotions. Kate realized she had succumbed to infatuation. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, I know what you're all eager to ask. 3 assists, 2 points, 1 rebound, 0 turnovers, plus-minus of 6. I wonder if Silas has any leverage over Porter Jr. 8 assists, 6 turnovers. Are you joking? Is that number 12 one of our compatriots? Just came in and watched for a minute. So handsome. Come back to acting. Why play basketball when you can't even make the national team? To be fair, Wang Xiucheng's ball handling skills are beyond reproach. I hope he doesn't join the national team. Lest he be tainted, I don't think you should have overly optimistic expectations. If he truly had the talent, he wouldn't be an undrafted player. Shut up. Where do you come from? Get lost. 2 days later, the Rockets faced the Jazz at home. It was the first time Wang Xiucheng heard Rockets fans booing their own team. He completely understood the fan sentiments. Who wouldn't feel frustrated watching their team perform so dismally at home? With just 5 minutes remaining, the Rockets trailed 78-115, already down by 37 points. The fans still present in the arena were either Jazz supporters or simply those who hadn't finished their snacks. Not all Rockets fans were irate. At that moment, the Chinese fans were quite pleased. With the game having already entered garbage time, Wang Xiucheng found himself on the court for an extended period. This year, Migu Sports, having suddenly acquired broadcasting rights and entered the NBA live streaming arena, surprisingly provided commentary for the game between the Rockets and the Jazz. Although they did not promote this match, and it wasn't a key event. Thanks to China Mobile's Migu Sports, hundreds of thousands of fans tuned in. These fans were not concerned with the game itself, but rather focused on the performance of the enigmatic Chinese player, Wang Xiucheng. After all, he was a mystery, someone who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Only a few basketball self-media outlets had reported on Wang Xiucheng's game situations, but due to copyright issues, no videos were available, resulting in minimal traffic. In truth, the game had already entered garbage time. If I were Silas, I would have sent Wang Xiucheng onto the court, at least to ensure the ball wouldn't bounce off the opponent's feet. Commentator Wang Peng remarked with exasperation, stopping just short of naming names. The beauty of online commentary is that it doesn't have to be overly rigid or neutral. Just before the timeout, Porter Jr. attempted to drive through, only for the ball to ricochet off the opponent's foot and go out of bounds. Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder could no longer bear to watch and called a timeout for the Rockets, substituting all the starters that don't worry about the score. Just play your game, he urged. Silas, holding the tactical board, drew nothing but offered motivational words. Wang Xiucheng glanced at the tasks just released by the system. Knowing he would soon take the court, Task 1. For every assist, earn 10 system points. Task 2. At the end of the game, for every point added to plus-minus, earn 10 system points. Task 3. Finish the game with 0 fouls for a reward of 100 system points, with every foul reducing the reward by 20 points. Just as he finished reviewing the system's tasks, the timeout concluded, and Wang Xiucheng took to the court. Finally, the home team fans erupted into applause. Some fans with Chinese features even held up large posters adorned with a cartoon of Wang Xiucheng, prominently displaying the number 12 that go, "Brother Wang, crush them." Amidst the commotion, a shout in Chinese pierced through the arena. Wang Xiucheng turned to see 3 Chinese individuals cheering from a corner of the second tier, all clad in Houston Rockets jerseys bearing the number 12. Wang shook his head helplessly, recognizing them all too well. They were the family of Uncle Ma, with whom he had lived for several years. The one shouting at the top of his lungs was Ma Wei, his longtime friend. At that time, the trio did not represent the entirety of Uncle Ma's household, as Ma Wei had an older sister who was about to graduate. In the Migu live broadcast room, the excitement surged. The previously lackluster commentary suddenly became animated. With 5 full minutes remaining, let us closely observe this suddenly emerging young talent. Whether it was due to Migu's official promotion or not, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, reaching nearly 1 million and still climbing rapidly. With a sharp whistle, the game resumed. Wang Xiucheng received the inbounds pass but did not immediately dribble. Instead, he focused intently on the defender in front of him, Jordan Clarkson. This Filipino player, who would soon offer a lesson to China, was already a key rotation player for the Jazz. Once Mitchell and Gobert were traded away, Clarkson's position and playing time would only increase. The Jazz were using Clarkson to defend against him. They truly regarded him highly. Coach Snyder, seated courtside with arms crossed in front of his nose, fixed his gaze on Wang Xiucheng. "Let me see what you are capable of." Snyder had received a report and video from the scouting department yesterday, featuring Wang Xiucheng himself, that he still vividly remembered the last line of the scouting report. Based on the current 5 minutes of video footage, Wang Xiucheng displays remarkable speed, top-tier ball-handling skills, and decent passing vision. However, he lacks shooting ability and confidence, consciously avoiding physical confrontations, with mediocre height and wingspan. Conclusion: at under 19 years old, he has the potential to become a top-tier point guard. It is recommended the team consider trading for Wang Xiucheng to secure future talent. Snyder was there to evaluate him at this moment. The only player on the Houston Rockets deserving of his attention was this suddenly emerging rookie. Thus, he urged his team to blow the game open early, aiming to afford Wang Xiucheng more playing time. And Clarkson was the tool he intended to use for this assessment. With a composed demeanor, Snyder suddenly squinted his eyes, instinctively rising to his feet. This was prompted by Wang Xiucheng, who with 2 swift crossovers had effortlessly maneuvered past Clarkson. Such speed, although he had mentally prepared himself. Witnessing Wang Xiucheng's dribbling speed and ability to change direction up close astonished Snyder. The consecutive crossovers and the fluidity of his upper body movements appeared remarkably smooth and natural. However, to Clarkson, the scene was entirely different. He perceived Wang Xiucheng as a stuttering image on an old disc, appearing to teleport from the left side to the right. Just as he managed to shift his weight to the right, he discovered that Wang Xiucheng had not moved at all and remained on the left. For the first time, Clarkson entertained the impossible notion of being unable to guard him. Though he recognized this thought as cowardly, once it took root, it could not be easily extinguished with a resounding thud. Clarkson turned to see Gruba completing a dunk. His face lit up in exhilaration as he celebrated with Wang Xiucheng. The score stood at 80-115. The Jazz inbound the ball, and Clarkson, receiving it, executed a pick and roll with a teammate, driving into the paint and rising for a jump shot in front of Wang Xiucheng. Swish, the ball went in, bringing the score to 80-117. As the game transitioned to offense, Wang Xiucheng received the ball and began to dribble forward slowly. This time, Clarkson positioned one hand in front of Wang Xiucheng, attempting to maintain a slight distance. Upon reaching half court, Wang Xiucheng cast a sidelong glance to the right. Clarkson caught a glimpse of a red shadow appearing beside him. Realizing Wang Xiucheng was signaling for a pick, Clarkson tilted slightly, allowing him to navigate around the screen while continuing to guard Wang Xiucheng. But in that instant, Wang Xiucheng's shoulders suddenly dipped, the basketball swiftly striking the left side of the court. Then, like a gust of wind, he swiftly evaded Clarkson. The out-of-position Clarkson quickly pivoted to pursue, but it was already too late. Wang Xiucheng stepped into the three-point line, leaped gracefully, and released a shot. The defender assigned to Christopher lunged towards Wang Xiucheng's direction. In midair, Wang Xiucheng's shooting hands trembled slightly, and the basketball descended towards the unguarded Christopher. Christopher caught the ball comfortably, even taking a moment to adjust before releasing his shot. Swish, the ball swished through the net. 82-117. Snyder sat down once more, that he had observed keenly that after Wang Xiucheng's breakthrough, he had deliberately moved towards Christopher. The spot he occupied was ironically where the defender thought he could interfere with Wang Xiucheng. In essence, Wang Xiucheng had drawn the defender in, only to pass the ball that if his teammates understood that Wang Xiucheng would not shoot, they would not have vacated their positions to defend him. Snyder then turned his gaze to Clarkson, who was advancing with the ball at 8T this moment. Clarkson dribbled to the wing before Wang Xiucheng and effortlessly launched a three-pointer, IT winning point 82-120. Snyder furrowed his brow and called a timeout that he recognized that Clarkson's mindset had crumbled. Snyder watched as Clarkson walked off, saying nothing. Though both shots had succeeded, Clarkson had completely forgotten his assignment. Every time he shot in front of Wang Xiucheng, he seemed intent on proving something that AS for what he sought to prove. Only he knew that in the Migu livestream room. The commentary resounded with a deep and powerful voice. In 2 minutes, 2 assists put bluntly. Wang Xiucheng stands out among these substitutes. Almost like a superhero, that I have a piece of information stating that Wang Xiucheng stands at 191 centimeters in shoes. However, when standing beside the equally 191 centimeters Clarkson, he clearly appears slightly taller. This Clarkson is the one from the Philippines, and today he seems rather unremarkable. With the Asian Cup and World Cup qualifiers on the horizon, shouldn't Chairman Yao consider Wang Xiucheng? If it were me, I wouldn't join the national team. A bunch of incompetent players can't elevate the game. Back at the game, the timeout had concluded. The Rockets inbound the ball, and Wang Xiucheng controlled it as he crossed half court. Assessing his teammates' movements, with a sudden thud, Clarkson, positioned half a meter away, reached out to steal the ball while simultaneously crashing his shoulder into Wang Xiucheng's chest. Wang Xiucheng was knocked backward. Beep! The whistle blew. Clarkson was called for a foul. He immediately raised his hands in acknowledgement. Christopher and his teammates glared fiercely at Clarkson, as if ready to act should he dare to utter a word. Wang Xiucheng rubbed his chest. Having been pulled up, was this physicality? Weighing only 85 kilograms with a strength attribute of merely 70, if the opponent continued to use their body and encounter a referee who encouraged physical play, it could spell trouble. Wang Xiucheng wondered if a charm would still be of any use then. Approaching the free throw line, Wang Xiucheng took a deep breath, tapped the ball, and shot. The first attempt was successful. However, the second shot went awry. The Jazz secured the rebound and were about to initiate their offense when Christopher snatched the ball away. This was Christopher's strength. His focus was solely on the hoop. Passing was out of the question. He would never consider in his lifetime. Thus, at times, he seized those fleeting opportunities. Christopher then took 3 steps to lay up, effortlessly scoring before the opposing team could react. 85 to 120, the Jazz launched an attack, and Clarkson once again executed a swift drive, scoring 2 points. 85 to 122, the Rockets inbound from the baseline, and Wang Xiucheng received the ball. This time, he accelerated immediately, disrupting the Jazz players' formation. In less than 3 seconds, Wang Xiucheng reached the basket, with Clarkson trailing by 2 body lengths. As Wang Xiucheng prepared to leap for a layup, Clarkson took a significant step and leapt with all his might. His large hand poised to block Wang Xiucheng's shot, casting a shadow over him. I could see that moment. Clarkson, who stood just over 1.9 meters tall, found his head nearly level with the rim, convinced that the shot could not go in. However, the anticipated sound of his palms slapping the ball did not materialize. Instead, he saw Wang Xiucheng flick the ball behind him, and a flash of red appeared. Then he felt weightless, having jumped with all his strength but unable to block the shot. He lost his balance and landed awkwardly on one foot. Thud! At that moment, Dilireba received the pass and executed a powerful dunk. Meanwhile, Clarkson fell to the ground, clutching his leg in pain. Beep! The game was halted by the referee. Clarkson was injured and assisted off the court by the team physician. Snyder furrowed his brow. Clarkson was a vital rotational player. If he were truly injured, it would mean losing a consistent scoring option in every game. His reckless leap without discerning whether the opponent was even attempting a shot clearly indicated a lapse in Clarkson's usual observational skills. It could only be concluded that Clarkson was grappling with psychological issues. In other words, his injury was self-inflicted. Snyder glanced at the clock, noting less than 2 minutes remained, and decided to try something different. Hughes, Snyder called out to the bench, prompting a player to stand up in surprise. Snyder whispered a few words to him, just as the ball boy finished wiping the floor, and the game resumed. The Jazz attempted a 3-pointer, which missed. Wang Xiucheng collected the rebound and pushed forward. "Hey, rookie, why not go play ping-pong instead? Basketball isn't for you." Hughes, who had just entered the game, was quick to trash talk before even getting close. Wang Xiucheng found him amusing. Was he resorting to dirty tactics? Given Hughes' delicate physique, he thought of suggesting a nearby gay bar. Ignoring Hughes' taunts, Wang Xiucheng decided to distance himself, lowering his shoulder to accelerate. After a simple feint, Hughes found himself out of position. Wang Xiucheng dribbled between his legs and suddenly burst to the left. However, Hughes' large hand latched onto Wang Xiucheng, not retracting it but instead pulling the off-balance Wang Xiucheng down. With a thud, Wang Xiucheng's back hit the floor. Beep! The whistle sounded. Nearby Rockets players immediately surrounded Hughes. The Rockets fans vociferously booed Hughes, even hurling words that began with F in his direction. Meanwhile, in the Chinese livestream room, the language was too inappropriate to describe, failing to pass the review. After considerable effort, the 3 referees managed to separate the players and issued Hughes a technical foul. With a perplexed expression, Wang Xiucheng was helped up by Dilireba, stretching his arms. Wang Xiucheng turned to the nearby referee. Expressing his discontent, "I believe his actions were entirely unnecessary. My arm hurts quite a bit now, that if he continues like this, I might retaliate. You know I'm Chinese, right? Bruce Lee? Jackie Chan?" Wang Xiucheng humorously struck a Tai Chi pose, eliciting laughter from the referee. Snyder, however, looked on in astonishment that a rookie who had played merely 10 minutes could engage in such light-hearted banter with the referee, and judging by the referee's reaction, it seemed he appreciated it immensely. There wasn't even a verbal warning. At the very least, this is the treatment befitting an all-star. Snyder glanced back at the assortment of players on his bench and let out a deep sigh. The Houston Rockets executed their free throws with precision. Wang Xiucheng, stretching his shoulders, made his way to the free throw line. Fortune favored him this time. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, yet still found its way through the hoop. The score stood at 88 to 122. The ball was inbound from the midcourt. Houston, like a persistent leech, clung to Wang Xiucheng, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. Christopher rushed over to provide support, while Dilireba remained steadfast in his position. Wang Xiucheng maneuvered around Dilireba to receive the ball, then began to dictate the tempo. There were 35 seconds remaining. It was the final possession. "Hey, rookie," Houston taunted, their words dripping with disdain. They frequently engaged in physical contact with Wang Xiucheng. The robust Gruba moved alongside Wang Xiucheng, occasionally delivering subtle nudges to Houston. Christopher seized the moment, breaking free from his defender and retreating to the corner. Wang Xiucheng's pass arrived almost simultaneously. Without hesitation, Christopher shot the ball upon receiving it. Swish. The score was 91-122. Christopher smirked as he jogged past the Jazz's bench, exchanging celebratory high fives with his teammates as if they had just clinched victory. The Jazz's final possession saw them advance past the half-court line, and as the last 10 seconds ticked away, the game concluded. The Jazz triumphed over the Houston Rockets in their own arena. The Rockets began their season with 5 games, losing 4 of them, and are currently on a 3-game losing streak that, in 3 days, they would embark on a grueling stretch of 5 consecutive away games against formidable opponents considered contenders for the championship, suggesting that their losing streak may very well continue. In this match, high hopes were pinned on Green, who managed to score 13 points, appearing rather unremarkable with a shooting percentage of 3 for 16. Particularly concerning was his 3-point shooting, going 0 for 8, which left much to be desired. Fortunately, Green's drives were sharp enough, allowing him to score some points through free throws earned by drawing fouls. The Houston legend, Porter, recorded 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists, alongside 6 turnovers as the legend continues. The 16th overall pick, Sheng scored 14 points on 5 of 12 shooting, performing notably better than Wood, who scored 16 points. And Tice, who managed only 7 the game may have ended, but its ramifications lingered on. In China, the Migu streaming room was abuzz, with online viewers surpassing 5 million, a record since acquiring broadcasting rights. Despite the game's conclusion, viewers remained, engaging fervently in the chat. Wang Xiucheng played for 5 minutes, accumulating 2 points, 4 assists, and 1 rebound, with a plus-minus rating of 6.1. Might wonder, why does Silas insist on having Wang Xiucheng come off the bench? I'm utterly fed up with Porter, who consistently registers more turnovers than assists. He is more of a hindrance than a help. That I just remembered. Has Wang Xiucheng even committed a turnover yet? With that reminder, someone promptly checked the previous data, and, indeed, Wang Xiucheng had played 3 games without a single turnover. With his ball-handling skills and ability to minimize mistakes, calling him the Chinese magician is hardly an exaggeration. Chairman Yao, are you watching? Wang Xiucheng must be summoned to the national team. He is undoubtedly superior to those who struggle even to dribble. Oh no, the coach is coming over. Has he noticed me? At 1 a.m. in Dallas, 5 individuals were gathered around a computer, engrossed. The screen displayed the final moments of the Jazz versus Rockets game from a few hours prior. The footage was unedited, and the group exhibited no signs of impatience. Minutes later, the game concluded. Wearing reading glasses, Kid broke the silence. Share the insights you've gathered. At a man in a white shirt produced a piece of paper and began. Wang Xiucheng, a freshman from Houston, made some noteworthy discoveries during the incident. Kid interrupted. Wang Xiucheng is on a 2-way contract. What? A 2-way contract? This revelation caught Kid off guard, disrupting his initial plans. For now, have someone monitor Houston. If there are any changes to Wang Xiucheng's contract, inform me immediately, Kid instructed after a moment's thought. If Wang Xiucheng were on a minimum salary or rookie contract, he could have the team manager, Harrison, facilitate trades with the Rockets, as long as the salaries were balanced. This would create an opportunity to include Wang Xiucheng in the trade. However, as it stands, Wang Xiucheng's 2-way contract complicates matters. Since 2-way contracts do not impact salary cap space, requesting the inclusion of a 2-way contract in a trade could easily attract the Rockets' attention, thus alerting them. Therefore, the only option is to wait. Wait for Wang Xiucheng's contract to convert to standard or even for him to be waived. Though Kid doubted Stone would be foolish enough to allow that to happen in Boston, Udoka and Stevens sat in their office. His ball-handling skills are top-notch. Even if there are other issues, I believe he can competently fill a backup role on our team. The room was dimly lit, with only a single light illuminating Udoka's reflective head. Thankfully, Stevens had long since adapted, but he's on a 2-way contract, Stevens replied. Indeed, that's troublesome. Udoka leaned back in his chair, now focusing intently on the developments in Houston. Rest assured, if there are any changes to Wang Xiucheng's contract, I will contact Stone immediately. Minutes later, Stevens bid farewell to Udoka and made his way to the parking lot. As he settled into his car, his phone rang. The screen displayed Jason Tatum's name. "Jason, are you still awake?" Stevens answered the call. "Stevens, you tell me. Has Udoka taken an interest in that Chinese player?" Stevens raised an eyebrow. Evidently, someone in the upper management had a close relationship with Tatum. That team made sense. Tatum was the undisputed cornerstone of the team, and everyone wished to maintain a good rapport with him. "It's merely admiration," Stevens replied. "Stevens, I've mentioned this before. Within 3 years, I will help you secure a championship for the team." Tatum paused briefly, "But you know I'm not fond of that Chinese player." "Jason, you're overthinking this. Nothing will transpire," Stevens chuckled, rolling down the window to let the cool air circulate inside the car. If forced to choose, he would undoubtedly select Tatum. This was hardly a difficult decision. As Wang Xiucheng left the arena, it was already past midnight. Players like Green typically had their own drivers and bodyguards, and if they were not attending post-game press conferences, they would have vacated the premises long ago. Thus, Wang Xiucheng was among the last to depart. Fortunately, he was due for a day of rest, not needing to report to the team. The following day, the team would fly to Los Angeles in the afternoon, embarking on an away trip, during which they would face the Lakers twice consecutively, an exhilarating prospect. These 2 games were already presumed to be victories by Lakers fans, and the Rockets had garnered the moniker of Houston ATM. Wang Xiucheng had scored 2 points, 4 assists, and 1 rebound, with a plus-minus of 6, without committing any fouls, earning 200 system points, a commendable performance. As he walked toward his car, he calculated the points he had accrued. Just as he retrieved his keys and prepared to enter his vehicle, a white MPV a short distance away suddenly opened its doors. Wang Xiucheng had not initially noticed the vehicle, instinctively moving to the opposite side of his car. Mindful of the rampant gun violence in America, to his surprise, a woman emerged from the vehicle. Wang Xiucheng's eyesight was quite sharp. He quickly recognized her. It was Kate. She was clad in stylish, minimalist denim shorts that accentuated her fair and alluring legs, paired with pristine white sneakers that exuded vitality. Despite the nighttime hour, her uniquely designed crop top cleverly showcased her figure to its best advantage. Especially a pair of lethal weapons, rendering one's gaze utterly unable to stray. In late October, Houston's evenings still carried a hint of chill. As Kate stepped out of the car, a shiver coursed through her. Her signature fiery red lips slightly parted as if to speak, yet not a syllable escaped her. Wang Xiucheng opened his car door and tossed his ball bag inside, noticing that he paid her no mind and was instead getting into the vehicle. Kate recognized her rejection. She had anticipated such an outcome, considering she was over a decade older than Wang Xiucheng. However, in the next moment, she saw him walking towards her, and her heart raced, reigniting her hopes. Each breath she took was laden with longing and anxiety. That moment, Kate resembled a wronged girl, her eyes misty. "I shouldn't have come to find you, but the thought of you being away for the away game for so long." She watched the tall, handsome Wang Xiucheng approach her, unsure of what to do with her hands. Kate had always presented herself as carefree and bold, yet here she revealed a more delicate side. It seemed the acting prowess of American Hollywood stars was indeed commendable. "But you still came." Wang Xiucheng's deep, resonant voice ensnared Kate's senses. "That I know a new nightclub. We have tomorrow off, so let us have some fun tonight." Christopher Garuba and Little Martin had just stepped out of the arena. "Are we going to look for Wang?" Garuba inquired. "He passed us so many assists." He added, "He won't be going. I've heard from the team's longtime staff that those Chinese don't partake in such activities." Yao Ming in the past, followed by Zhou Qi and Lin Shihao, all refrained from these matters. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." The group cheerfully headed towards their cars, but suddenly, Garuba, with his keen eyesight, spotted a white MPV in the distance. "Look at that car. Isn't it swaying?" Garuba remarked, moving to investigate, only to be grasped by Christopher. "Mind your own business. This is America, not your country. That if you don't want to meet an untimely fate, stay out of it." With that, the three got into their vehicle, cranked up the music, a cacophony of vulgar rap, and drove off in a singular direction. Little did they know, Wang Xiucheng was currently in that very car. Engaging in friendly conversation with Kate at 1:30 in the morning, Kate reluctantly drove away from the sports arena. The filming in Dallas was not yet concluded. She had secretly slipped away from her assistant to drive to Houston. If she didn't return by day, it would surely lead to trouble. With Kate practically delivered to him, there was no reason for Wang Xiucheng to decline. It was akin to receiving 1,000 points. Wang Xiucheng was currently vexed by the lack of utilization for his points, 5,000 points, and 3 lottery tickets. Wang Xiucheng was taken aback, realizing he had garnered significantly more than a human. Setting aside unrealistic differences such as age, Wang Xiucheng contemplated for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. What does the system mean by this? Does it want me to leave my talent in America? After a brief moment of sarcasm, Wang Xiucheng glanced at the 3 cards. The lottery card, once activated, allows for 1 draw, potentially yielding a skill card, system points, or the unlocking of a skill card slot or module. Draw it, he whispered to himself, initiating the lottery. Instantly, the lottery card transformed into a spinning wheel. Soon enough, the pointer halted at Module Unlock. The Module Unlock reward area glowed brightly, yet the pointer spun again rapidly. A few moments later, it landed on the System Points area. The draw concluded, yielding as the first prize the unlocking of the shooting module and its first skill card slot. The second prize awarded him 1,000 system points. Wang Xiucheng felt a flicker of delight. The rewards were indeed a choice between 2, although ultimately only 1 could be obtained. At least it provided an additional opportunity. He opted for the first prize. Given his struggles with shooting abilities, it was only natural for him to select the initial reward. Continue to draw. The second lottery card began its spin. Seconds later, it landed on unlocking the 3rd skill card slot for the control module. Since skill card slots could be unlocked with system points, this reward offered less value. Continue. The final lottery card commenced its rotation. Before long, it stopped its skill card. Wang Xiucheng's heart raced. The skill card was evidently the most precious. And given his urgent need for shooting-related skills, he felt an undeniable tension. The draw concluded, rewarding him with a skill card. Wang Xiucheng exhaled in relief and subsequently broke into a smile. Although this lottery card offered only 1 selectable reward, it was indeed a skill card. Skill card. Increases shooting accuracy by 0. When equipped in the control module, the shooting accuracy of players assisted by the host increases by 0. When equipped in a shooting module. The host shooting accuracy increases by 0. Spending 10 points can enhance accuracy by 0.1. Note. This card is effective within the 3-point line and cannot be stacked with other skill cards that enhance accuracy in the same area. Only the effect of the higher accuracy skill card will take effect. What a pity. The last sentence in the description essentially indicates that this skill card cannot be stacked with the previously acquired 2-point shooting accuracy enhancement. In other words, Wang Xiucheng's 2 skill cards can only be equipped in the control module and shooting module, respectively. Opening the skill bar, Wang Xiucheng equipped this shooting skill card in the newly unlocked shooting module. Clearly, this card was intended for his use, as one cannot dictate others to utilize a specific shooting style every time. Wang Xiucheng glanced at his system points, now totaling 6730 when not engaged in matches. The system occasionally offers training tasks, and Wang Xiucheng had accrued 730 points over the past few days without using them. Recently, Dalins had granted him another 5,000 points, and with the additional 1,000 points from the lottery, he now possessed a substantial amount of system points. Despite the hard work of several matches, he hadn't managed to gather as many points as Kate and Dalins in a single instance. Without hesitation, Wang Xiucheng began upgrading the shooting skill card. In a swift move, he expended 5,500 system points to elevate the shooting skill to level 10. Skill card. Increases shooting accuracy by 10. When equipped in the control module, the shooting accuracy of players assisted by the host increases by 10. When equipped in the shooting module, the host's shooting accuracy increases by 10. Spending 110 points can enhance accuracy by 0. 1. Note. This card is effective within the 3-point line and cannot be stacked with other skill cards that enhance accuracy in the same area. Only the effect of the higher accuracy skill card will take effect. With this 10-point increase in shooting accuracy, Wang Xiucheng now possessed a means to score. Closing the skill interface, he opened the attributes interface, and after a series of adjustments, his attributes had indeed changed. Birthday, December 24, 2002, 18.8 years old. Height, 191 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Wingspan, 192 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Weight, standing jump. 82 centimeters, 10 centimeters, maximum jump. 93 centimeters, 10 centimeters, speed. 81, 10 centimeters, strength. 71, 10 centimeters, stamina. 61, 10 centimeters, charisma. 81, 10 centimeters, remaining system points, 0. What had once been over 6,000 system points had dwindled to 0 in a matter of minutes. The benefits derived from this were that Wang Xiucheng acquired a skill card that enhanced shooting accuracy by 10, alongside a comprehensive increase in physical attributes. Although the increase seemed modest, having completed all of this, Wang Xiucheng stretched his neck, fastened his seatbelt, and departed the arena in China at the Shenzhen office building of Penguin Sports. A meeting was underway with a dozen individuals present. This is the situation. Do any of the leaders have suggestions? The head of the NBA department at Penguin Sports inquired. The dozen or so individuals around the round table exchanged glances. And finally, one person spoke up. Are you suggesting that an NBA player from China is part of the Houston Rockets? This bespectacled individual, scrutinizing the meeting materials in his hands, asked. Indeed, the head replied, according to our broadcasting guest's private insights. This player is expected to secure a rotation position in the NBA shortly. He then activated the large television behind him, showcasing a video of Wang Xiucheng engaging with a female referee during a game against the Mavericks. This player possessed striking looks. At least our female hosts had already become his admirers. The underlying implication of this statement was almost instantaneous for the others present. This player boasted talent and attractiveness. Appealing to both genders, this equated to potential for becoming a national idol. Does his skill merit a place in the national team? If he fails to make the team, he could still face being blacklisted. Someone voiced their concerns that IT was reminiscent of the past with Wang Xiucheng. With just a single phrase from above, any media outlet would align to suppress coverage. Moreover, this player had been in the United States since high school. How much connection did he still have to China? Would he even be willing to represent the nation? And besides, this is the Houston Rockets, another person hesitantly added. They had not anticipated that this individual would prove to be so challenging, seemingly accumulating all possible debuffs that if things went awry, a single explosive move could bring everything crashing down, rendering their previous investments utterly worthless. I understand your concerns. After all, CCTV has yet to commence broadcasting NBA games. However, Migu has already begun providing commentary for the Rockets. Our highest detected online viewership has surpassed 5 million, while our free live broadcast barely reached 10 million. It's worth noting that Penguin has cultivated its NBA presence over many years, bolstered by substantial traffic support to achieve such results. Yet, Migu has effortlessly approached this viewership figure with just one game that if we do not adapt, Penguin will soon be overtaken, even left behind. After all, Migu is backed by a state-owned enterprise, boasting hundreds of millions of mobile users, not far behind Penguin in that regard. Upon hearing the specific online numbers, the group collectively exhaled. You may consider providing some traffic support, but remain vigilant regarding developments from CCTV. Additionally, it will be prudent to ascertain this player's intentions and character. If something seems off, I know how to proceed. October 30th, Los Angeles. Sunset Bars, one of the most renowned nightclubs in Los Angeles. This venue hosts wild-themed shows every weekend. Today's event required patrons to be at least 21 years old, with a ticket price of $100 seated in a transparent room on the second floor. Wang Xiucheng observed the crowd below dancing to the pulsating music, taking a resigned sip of his beer that it was indeed a famous den of indulgence. The tab for Wang Xiucheng's table amounted to several $1,000s. Had it not been for Jalen Green covering the bill today, he, as a two-way contract player, would have hesitated to spend so extravagantly. The idea to visit the nightclub was proposed by Jalen Green, the team's second overall draft pick this year, viewed by fans as the cornerstone of the team and a future legend. Naturally, everyone rallied behind the idea of a team-building event. Hence, apart from veteran Eric Gordon, nearly all the players accompanying the team were present. In no wonder every player aspires to play in cities like Los Angeles or New York, Gruber remarked with a hint of envy. Wang Xiucheng smiled in agreement. Indeed, while Houston may claim to be the fourth largest city in the nation, it paled in comparison to Los Angeles. I'm heading to the restroom, Wang Xiucheng declared, finishing the last sip of his drink before rising from his seat. Americans are indeed quite open. Upon entering the restroom, Wang Xiucheng found several stalls occupied, one of which emitted a woman's voice. Had he not confirmed his location beforehand, he might have suspected he was mistaken. Wang Xiucheng had no choice but to use the urinal outside, coincidentally next to a muscular black man. Upon noticing Wang Xiucheng approach, the burly man proudly showcased his endowment, but when he caught sight of Wang Xiucheng's, he quickly turned away, covering himself and hastily exiting the restroom. Satisfied with his silent victory, Wang Xiucheng exited the restroom. Just as he turned the corner into the hallway, he collided with someone, the tall and robust Wang Xiucheng remaining unscathed, while the other party found themselves seated on the floor. The brief encounter made Wang Xiucheng aware that the individual was a woman. Thus, he refrained from reacting angrily and instead crouched down to support her shoulder. Before he could speak, she exclaimed, somewhat dramatically, "Why did you leave me? Why did you cheat? Am I not pretty?" The woman wore a black baseball cap, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Wang Xiucheng felt her skin, as fair as snow, smooth and delicate, making it hard to pull away. Her eyes resembled deep lakes, appearing even more enchanting under the influence of alcohol. She emanated a scent of alcohol, and her previously refined features were tinged with a hint of allured tea. Wang Xiucheng's astonishment, she spoke in Chinese. Even in the dimly lit corridor, he recognized her. "Where are your friends? Let me help you get back," he suggested in Chinese, while gently attempting to assist her to her feet. However, the next moment, the woman lifted her head, gazing into Wang Xiucheng's face, her eyes slightly glazed. "Who are you? You're so handsome. Are you my prince? Can you stand up? I'll take you back. I in such a bustling environment." Wang Xiucheng could not leave her alone, especially since she was also Chinese. Yet in the next instant, he found his neck encircled by her arms. Then, with an unexpected strength, the woman pulled Wang Xiucheng's face close to hers and directly kissed him. The taste of alcohol was overwhelming. There was none of the cinematic romance, only the intoxicating blend of alcohol and saliva. Wang Xiucheng longed to pull away, but she bit his lip firmly, exerting considerable pressure. "Mimi." Fortunately, at that moment, a tense voice echoed down the hallway. Wang Xiucheng was saved. This sound seemed to rouse the woman slightly, causing her to release him and lean against the wall, swaying as she tried to regain her balance. "Mimi, are you all right?" A woman rushed over from afar, supporting the inebriated woman. "She's fine. She appears to be just drunk. Please keep an eye on her. This is America," Wang Xiucheng stated soberly in Chinese, then touched his lip, discovering it was indeed bleeding. "What an outrageous woman! I apologize. We entered the restroom together, but who knew she would come out first?" The woman expressed her remorse, her voice laced with a hint of caution, then cautiously asked, "You know who she is, right?" Wang Xiucheng nodded, understanding the implication, and proactively assured her, "I won't say a word. You can rest easy. Thank you." The woman expressed her gratitude, visibly relieved as she guided the drunken woman away. Licking the wound on his lip, Wang Xiucheng watched as they entered a room before returning to his own. October 31 SD, Los Angeles. The Staples Center today was filled to capacity. Although the game between the Lakers and the Rockets had yet to commence, fans had already flocked to the arena. This surprised Wang Xiucheng. In Houston, it typically took until the third quarter to fill the arena. This was certainly related to the slower pace of life in Houston. However, parking spaces at the Houston venue are limited, making the challenge of finding parking a significant issue. Many fans are compelled to leave their vehicles in nearby neighborhoods, resulting in their arrival just as the first quarter concludes. Families with children often take the opportunity to browse souvenir shops, purchasing jerseys, or simply grabbing a bite to eat. Consequently, a considerable number of attendees opt to enter the arena during the second half of the game. The phrase "only in Los Angeles" has been uttered numerous times by Christopher and Garuba over the past couple of days. Wang Xiucheng responded in agreement, his gaze drifting towards the first row where a few notable figures were seated. Scarlett Johansson sat at the center with friends. Not far from her were LeBron James' wife and their two sons. The NBA's best defensive family member, LeBron, along with another socialite, occupied a seat at the edge of the front row, drawing many fans eager to capture photographs. Leonardo DiCaprio was seen engaging in conversation with a prominent black rapper. And these were merely the individuals Wang Xiucheng recognized. There were many more he did not. Today's national broadcast featured the iconic duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, both of whom had previously played for the teams involved. This game also marked the Houston Rockets' first national broadcast of the season, undoubtedly a result of the Lakers' star power. Otherwise, who would be inclined to watch a struggling team? Not only Americans were attentive to this match. Chinese fans were particularly invested. Both teams boast a substantial following in China, and with recent promotional efforts by Penguin Sports highlighting Wang Xiucheng, anticipation ran high. Meng Chao, holding a microphone emblazoned with the ESPN logo, was making the final connections with the Chinese broadcast team. Today, LeBron, Davis, and Westbrook would all start, while Anthony, Jordan, and Reeves would come off the bench. In essence, aside from Howard, the majority of the Lakers roster was available for play. Clad in a white dress, Meng Chao exuded poise and elegance. As she spoke, her lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating warmth and approachability. Once the regular proceedings concluded, we arrived at the matter of greatest interest. The host of the Penguin Live broadcast, Duan Ran, inquired, "Will Wang Xiucheng take the court today? How long can he play?" Yang boldly posed a question. Meng Chao, having heard the question, nodded in acknowledgement that I directly asked this during the pre-game interview. And Silas gave a rather official response, stating that Wang Xiucheng will play when the team needs him. Yang in the studio was left exasperated, contemplating a retort before finally saying, "Silas is a good guy." Duan Ran could only manage a few awkward chuckles, unsure of how to proceed. As for the barrage of comments in the live chat, they were utterly unmanageable. The previously opposing factions united, temporarily aligning against Silas due to Wang Xiucheng's presence. The female host, Xiao Qi, reluctantly read a commercial break, finally bridging the gap to the game's commencement. The scene swiftly transitioned to the live arena. Last year, the Lakers suffered a first-round defeat to the Suns. But with the summer acquisitions of Westbrook, Carmelo, and several other powerful players, their singular goal was to capture the franchise's 18th championship before the Celtics. From the very start, the championship-driven Lakers, led by LeBron and Anthony Davis, quickly established a commanding lead by the end of the first quarter. The Lakers led the Rockets by a significant margin of 27-15. Green, Porter, and even veteran Gordon found themselves closely guarded by the Lakers' defense, struggling to secure easy scoring opportunities. The second quarter mirrored the first, with the Lakers humorously dubbed the senior citizen team by fans, demonstrating greater aggressiveness against the primarily youthful Rockets. At halftime, the Lakers held a 19-point advantage, leading 54-35. As the third quarter commenced, it appeared the Houston Rockets had just emerged from the enchanting Los Angeles night, narrowly losing the quarter 19-21. However, trailing by 21 points. The outcome of the game was already predetermined, evident from the cheers of the crowd. With just 4 minutes and 41 seconds left in the fourth quarter, the Lakers called a timeout, substituting all their starters, including LeBron and Davis. With a score of 67-87, the Lakers led by 20 points, officially entering garbage time. The audience stood in applause for their home team, including celebrities like DiCaprio on the Rockets bench. Silas called out names for players to enter during garbage time. Naturally, Wang Xiucheng was among them, though unexpectedly, Jalen Green was also slated to play. Perhaps having partied too hard the previous night, the entire Rockets roster appeared out of sync, with Green managing only 3 points, failing to capitalize during garbage time to appease the fans. Martin, Gruba, and Christopher joined Wang Xiucheng on the court once more to this moment. The Chinese fans in the Staples Center erupted in cheers, many holding up large signs, interspersed with some Chinese characters. The live broadcast crew promptly focused on Wang Xiucheng, accompanied by a caption noting his Chinese nationality. The previously puzzled American spectators finally grasped why there were so many Chinese faces in the crowd. It turned out the Rockets had signed yet another Chinese player. Numerous female fans fixated on Wang Xiucheng displayed disbelief at his striking appearance. Is this a Chinese person? Can a Chinese person be this handsome? Wang Xiucheng did not possess the exaggerated musculature typical of many black players, but instead exhibited a balanced and alluring physique reminiscent of golden proportions. Unlike some white players with golden locks, he adeptly sported a close-cropped hairstyle, coupled with his strikingly handsome features that blended Eastern and Western characteristics. Each aspect of his visage seemed meticulously sculpted. radiating a distinctive charm that pierced the hearts of women like a finely honed sword. "I believe he is far more attractive than your booker," one fan remarked. "Shut up. There are fans taking pictures of you." "Don't say foolish things," came the retort. "That I'm merely speaking the truth. Haven't you always wanted to penetrate the Chinese market? Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Keep talking, and I'll deal with you." "Ah, I struck a chord, didn't I? Look at how flustered you were." LeBron's playful antics with his friends captured the attention of many male fans, particularly as he wore an eye-catching outfit today, leading to a few inadvertent glimpses. Fortunately, the referee's whistle soon restored order to the game. The Lakers fielded a lineup that included Monk, Jordan, Bazemore, Reeves, and Ellington. Dilireba initiated the play, with Wang Xiucheng closely guarded by Reeves. Green managed to shake off Monk and receive the ball, using Dilireba as a screen to bring the ball across half-dash court. As Green approached the arc, he began to maneuver, performing a series of between-the-legs dribbles. Yet he was unable to shake Monk. Wang Xiucheng called for the ball twice, but Green either did not notice or had no intention of passing. Dilireba moved in to set a screen, prompting Green to take a step right and launch a three-pointer. The ball clanged against the rim, bouncing toward Wang Xiucheng. Reeves, tasked with guarding Wang Xiucheng, swiftly positioned himself to leap for the rebound. "I touched it." Reeves felt the basketball graze his fingertips. However, in the next moment, he saw a finger like a rocket pierce the bottom of the ball. The basketball shot upward. No, it was just a middle finger. It was a mocking gesture aimed at him. Reeves had no time to ponder the situation as he began to descend. Smack. Before Reeves could leap, he noticed a pair of large hands snatch the basketball from above him. Only then did he recognize the envious face behind the basketball. The one who had secured the ball was none other than Wang Xiucheng. Although Wang Xiucheng did not possess exceptional height or wingspan, nor did he boast remarkable vertical leap, he believed he held his own against Reeves. With a rhythmic thud, Wang Xiucheng immediately executed a crossover dribble, leaving the still recovering Reeves swaying to the left. Wang Xiucheng effortlessly broke through on the right side. The stalwart DeAndre Jordan prepared to step up for defense. He noticed Jalen Green had already shed his defender and sprinted to the opposite side. DeAndre distinctly recalled Coach Vogel's words, that number 12 was not a shooter, merely proficient with the ball. All he needed to do was guard his passing lanes and keep an eye on others. In an instant, DeAndre halted his advance and shifted half a step towards Jalen Green's position, preemptively obstructing any potential alley-oop pass from Wang Xiucheng. In the next moment, with Reeves completely boxed out behind him. Wang Xiucheng leapt into the air, ball in one hand. DeAndre's eyes lit up. Indeed, a pass was forthcoming. Reeves immediately dashed towards the three-point line, where Christopher had found himself wide open if the ball didn't reach Green. Wang Xiucheng would have no choice but to pass to the perimeter. Swish! Before he could reach a spot, Reeves abruptly halted, bewildered, as he heard the delightful sound of the ball swishing through the net. What just happened? He glanced back to see Wang Xiucheng celebrating with Jalen Green and Dilireba. That it was clear. Wang Xiucheng had scored. How could this be? He had even shot the ball. Reeves turned to Coach Vogel, who merely shook his head, indicating the strategy remained unchanged. Was it a fluke? Yes, it had to be. The roar of the Chinese fans surged through the arena, unbeknownst to Reeves. They had witnessed it all. Wang Xiucheng had executed a floater, a shot style most commonly associated with Reeves himself to the fans. It was evidently a challenge laid down by Wang Xiucheng to Reeves. Among the Lakers supporters, some began to shout for Reeves to respond in kind. Reeves received an inbounds pass from DeAndre Jordan and brought the ball past half court. Wang Xiucheng, reminiscent of his earlier self, was quick to close in. Reeves possessed commendable ball-handling skills, often appearing smooth in his movements. However, when juxtaposed with Wang Xiucheng, the disparity was glaringly evident, particularly as Wang had just previously maneuvered past Reeves. It felt akin to switching from a 120 Hz display to a 60 Hz one. Suddenly, as Reeves attempted to pivot, Wang Xiucheng slapped the ball away from his fingertips, sending it skittering across the court. In that instant, Wang showcased astonishing speed and explosiveness, surging past Reeves like a bolt of lightning. Just as the basketball seemed poised to roll out of bounds, Wang skillfully snatched it and firmly secured it in his grasp. Without hesitation, he charged towards the basket. That moment, The Rockets bench rose as one did on the Lakers sidelines. Even LeBron and Anthony Davis, who had been engrossed in banter moments prior, turned their attention to the figure clad in red. The crowd held its breath, fearful of missing anything. Time seemed to stand still as the fiery silhouette strode to the free throw line. He then soared into the air, basketball held high, akin to an eagle taking flight. Gazing upward, his jersey billowed like a banner of victory, his legs bent slightly, as if he were gliding through the air, exuding both power and grace. This moment stretched on, long enough to make one forget to breathe. It was fleeting, nearly instantaneous, as the ball was violently slammed through the hoop. Thud! Wang Xiucheng landed gracefully beneath the basket, then turned his back to the purple and gold court, raising a hand to give a thumbs up, which he slowly brought back behind his head, pointing at that dazzling number, 12. Majestic! Wang Xiucheng's gesture etched itself deeply into the hearts of the fans. Cameramen beneath the hoop clicked away incessantly, with one even defying protocol to capture a shot from behind Wang Xiucheng. Showcasing the number 12 and the thumbs up, female fans of all ages and ethnicities erupted into unified screams. Signs bearing Wang Xiucheng's likeness waved even more fervently. Scarlett Johansson fixated on Wang Xiucheng's face, her eyes glimmering with unmasked desire. Leonardo DiCaprio, along with others, stood to applaud Wang Xiucheng's thunderous dunk from the free throw line that LeBron bit his lip, his breathing quickening, despite his efforts to maintain composure. His eyes were glued to the action, unable to look away. LeBron's mouth hung open in exaggerated awe, one hand tugging at a leaping Davis. In the Chinese streaming room, viewers expressed their excitement. Damn. He is so handsome. Who understands his feeling? From now on, I'm a diehard fan of Wang Xiucheng. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him, I'm done with them. He is even more impressive than Brother Jean. I might never find a boyfriend in my life. Penguin, you've won. I sent it just a League S pass. I'm buying it. Though I'm a Lakers fan, I'm also a Wang Xiucheng fan now. Don T tried to dissuade me. That dunk was phenomenal. Wang Xiucheng's abilities and athleticism. Silas, are you really unafraid of death? That takeoff distance looks only slightly farther than Jordan S., yet he was still on the free throw line. How is that possible? The live chat flooded with messages, breaking the record for simultaneous viewers with over 20 million fans tuning in. Young E, brimming with excitement, began pounding the table and exclaimed, "Who says Chinese players can only be centers?" Wang Xiucheng is proving them wrong, and it's glorious. Duan ran long to interject, but found no opportunity. Female host Xiao Qi covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes glazed over as she watched the replay on the big screen. Struggling to process what had just transpired on the court, Vogel called a timeout. Though the Lakers still led by 16 points, the game's flow was unacceptable to him. This timeout allowed the big screen to replay Wang Xiucheng's dunk time and again. While dunks are common, almost any NBA player could accomplish them, and dunking from the free throw line isn't particularly rare. Even players like Levine could perform a windmill from there. But what if someone who stood just 9 meters tall executed a free throw line dunk? There would be no more than 5 players in the entire league capable of that. Can you imagine Stephen Curry dunking from the free throw line? If that person were not an exceptionally athletic black player, it would be even more unfathomable. Yet that image unfolded live at Staples Center, broadcasted to countless homes in the streaming room. Shaquille O'Neal was running wildly in his house, while Charles Barkley covered his bald head, incredulous as he repeatedly watched the replay. Even they, formidable figures, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Chinese people, once again, what kind of nation is this? The Rockets bench erupted, each player excitedly celebrating with Wang Xiucheng. Wang Xiucheng, having received a drink from the support staff, took a sip and caught his breath. Even now, he could hardly believe he had truly accomplished it. The moment he stepped on the free throw line, he felt he could do it, and so he did. Of course, he had a backup plan. If he couldn't make it, he could always toss the ball mid-air. The system data did not account for hang time. But Wang Xiucheng believed that if it did, the score would be exceedingly high. However, a 93 centimeters vertical leap shooting tee have allowed him to achieve such a feat. Silas, standing by, recalled the report he had commissioned from the analytics department for Stone, indicating that Wang Xiucheng was a player worth developing in the realm of control techniques and error management. Wang Xiucheng stands at the pinnacle of excellence. Furthermore, there are suspicions that Wang's physique is still in the process of maturation, prompting a recommendation for the team to conduct a comprehensive physical assessment for him. However, this report has seemingly vanished without a trace. Receiving no response from Stone, he hesitates to escalate the matter directly to the owner. Silas is aware that the diminutive Porter, who plays the same position, was acquired by Stone in exchange for a protected second-round pick, essentially a gift from the Cavaliers to the Rockets. Porter is a disruptive presence in the locker room, having caused turmoil within the Cavaliers, who cast him off like refuse. Yet, Stone mistakenly believes he has struck a monumental bargain, considering Porter a treasure worthy of special cultivation. But, given Porter's capabilities, can he genuinely play the point guard position? Not a chance. To put it in an old Chinese saying, it's akin to Chow Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden while Zhang weeds. Silas finds himself powerless, earning the league's lowest salary as a head coach. He lacks authority and can only comply. Today, it appears that Wang Xiucheng's physique is indeed far from mature, as subtle changes in his body are perceptible almost daily, standing alongside the purportedly 196 centimeters Austin Reeves. Wang does not appear short, instilling a sense of unease in Silas. This trepidation does not stem from any particular player, but rather from unseen rivals. Recalling his thoughts, Silas begins to strategize for the ensuing plays, subtly indicating to prioritize passing the ball to Green to bolster his scoring. The game resumes amidst a chorus of cheers. Reeves's gaze towards Wang has shifted. He too is capable of dunking. Yet attempting a jump from the free throw line for a one-handed slam is beyond his reach. Just moments ago, he observed Wang's hang time from a few meters away, which seemed almost otherworldly. Moreover, despite clearly hitting Wang's hand, the referees remained unresponsive, much to Reeves's discontent. The whistle blows. Reeves advances with the ball, executing a pick and roll with his teammate before sinking a two-point shot, marking his first score of the game. The score reads 73-89. In the ensuing possession, Green adds another 2 points. However, Wang provides him with two open three-point opportunities, both of which unfortunately miss. Silas decides to bench Green. Should he continue shooting, his shooting percentage would become alarmingly poor. Meanwhile, the Lakers stabilize their game, accumulating points through both shooting and free throws, bringing the score to 75-92. That Wang once again maneuvers the ball past half court, faking out Reeves before executing a bank shot. Drawing a foul from Reeves in the process, that Wang's additional free throw fails to find its mark, yet Dilireba secures the rebound and scores. The score now stands at 79-92. The Lakers commence their offense. And after consuming 20 seconds of the shot clock, Monk nails a three-pointer, extending the score to 81-95. In transition, Wang swiftly crosses half court, effortlessly evading Reeves, and prepares to shoot. Jordan, who has been closely monitoring him, lunges forward in midair. Wang flashes a smile at Jordan before flicking his wrist, sending the ball to the perimeter. Dilireba, previously guarded by Jordan, has retreated to the corner. Monk races towards him, but it appears he may be too late. Dilireba catches the pass without hesitation, leaps, and releases the shot. Swish, the three-pointer is good. Beep! Monk commits a foul. Dilireba steps to the line and converts, narrowing the gap to 85-95. The Lakers inbound the ball, opting to run down the clock, laying the ball on the floor. They wish to avoid any further plays, as a failure to score could allow the Rockets to close the gap to single digits, which would be quite embarrassing. With the Lakers no longer engaging, the Rockets also refrain from pressing, allowing Wang to drain the remaining time. Reeves, bent over with hands on his knees, watches Wang from a few meters away. Until the referee's whistle signals the end, Reeves approaches Wang, extending his hand, declaring, "In the next game, I will score more than you." Wang shrugs, "All right." With a deflated expression, Reeves bypasses Wang to seek out others. "Kid, you played well. That ball handling of yours, the way you vary your speed, how do you do it?" Just as he prepares to leave, a deep voice resonates from behind. Wang turns to see a towering figure, none other than LeBron James. James, appearing as robust as an ox, dwarfs Wang, leaving him with a sense of awe. Wang swiftly extends his hand, but James pulls him in for a chest bump instead. "You must tell me how you executed that move." James exaggeratedly mimics Wang's speed changes and fakes. In China, We have a concept called the art of simultaneous left and right combat. If you can find it, Wang whispers into James's ear, cautious of eavesdroppers. The art of simultaneous left and right combat. James's eyes widen in astonishment. He had previously speculated whether this was a form of Chinese martial arts, and now it appears to be legitimate. Wang gazes at James's earnest expression, unsure how to respond. Surely, he cannot genuinely believe this. In the Penguin livestream, Xiao Wang played for 4 minutes and 41 seconds, achieving 4 points, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 rebound. With no turnovers and a plus-minus of 10.AS per the customary procedure, Duan Ran reports the game results and player statistics. Apart from Wang Xiucheng and his few companions, the Rockets' entire roster features only veteran Gordon with a plus-minus of 1. All others are in the negative. Porter recorded 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists, alongside 6 turnovers. Green, having played alongside Wang for a few minutes, shot 2 for 8, 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, ending with 7 points. But fortunately, he also contributed 5 assists and 5 rebounds, raising his plus-minus to -7, which is not as dismal. Duan Ran notices Yang Yi's eagerness to speak, aware he has much to express. In prompts, Teacher Yang, what would you like to say? Yang, elbows pressed on the table, his voice still trembling, strives to maintain composure as he articulates. Since the era of Yao Ming, we have not seen a player capable of carrying the banner for China for a long time. While there have been sporadic surprises, fate seems to have played us a cruel joke. However, today we have witnessed the emergence of a new Chinese star. You might question, how can a mere youth who can't even make it off the bench achieve this? Based solely on him being a two-way contract player, based solely on the fact that he stands only 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall. Yang Yi's voice unexpectedly escalated in intensity. Yes, based on this player. I stand by my assertion that within a year, Wang Xiucheng will undoubtedly make a name for himself in the NBA. He was unaware of how long it had been since he felt such exhilaration. The last time he remembered experiencing this was during the 2008 Olympics, when China reached the top 8. As Duan Ran noticed that Yang Yi had nearly finished speaking, he interrupted, stating that they had secured an interview with Wang Xiucheng, and they should transition to it immediately. The live broadcast shifted to the scene ahead, where Wang Xiucheng stood at the sidelines with a towel draped around his neck, while Meng Chao fidgeted beside him. Resembling a flustered young woman, eager to catch a glimpse of Wang Xiucheng, yet fearful of being caught on camera. Suddenly alerted by the director, Meng Chao quickly turned to Wang Xiucheng, greeting him. Hello, Wang Xiucheng. I am Meng Chao, a reporter from Penguin Sports. She unusually introduced herself, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Wang Xiucheng, brimming with an ineffable emotion. Hello, Meng Jia, I recognize you. Greetings, everyone. I am Wang Xiucheng, he responded with commendable composure. Everyone is quite curious about your personal situation. Could you provide a brief introduction? For instance, what about your nationality? Meng Chao bypassed questions regarding the game due to the limited time, as the Rockets PR personnel were waiting nearby. Thus, she directly posed the question that concerned everyone, which was also her primary interest. At that moment, countless Chinese individuals were watching in front of their computers or phones, many feeling a slight perspiration in their palms. Anxious to hear nothing but favorable answers. Of course. I am Chinese. Is my Mandarin not standard? Wang Xiucheng shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. Upon hearing this answer, many breathed a sigh of relief, including Yang Yi and Duan Ran in the studio, while Xiao Qi waved her small fist in celebration. You seem to possess some European elements, Meng Chao hastily clarified, fearing she might offend Wang Xiucheng. My mother is of Uyghur descent, and my father is Han, so this is how I turned out. I suppose I am still somewhat handsome, right? Wang Xiucheng playfully glanced at the camera, dramatically fixing his hair. In that instant, countless young women likely found themselves unable to sleep that night. Sensing the faint scent of sweat on Wang Xiucheng, Meng Chao's breathing quickened. Everyone is eager to know when you will become a starter. Wang Xiucheng took a deep breath, glancing at the stands where some Chinese fans remained, and somewhat resignedly replied, First, I need to secure a regular spot in the rotation before contemplating anything else. You know, the Rockets have many young players, and everyone is competing fiercely. Noticing the PR personnel's predatory expression, Meng Chao understood she could not press further. If the Rockets blacklisted her, it would spell trouble. If possible, could we arrange an exclusive interview? Meng Chao mustered her courage to pose one last question. No problem. As long as the team consents, Wang Xiucheng affirmed, reigniting excitement among Meng Chao and the viewers of Penguin's live broadcast. Thank you for agreeing to the interview. You're welcome. Wang Xiucheng extended his hand for a brief shake with Meng Chao before departing with the PR personnel. Meng Chao felt as though she had been electrocuted, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. In Los Angeles, at a luxurious mansion atop the hills of Bel Air, Yami clutched her head in disbelief as she gazed at the television screen. The broadcast showcased thrilling moments between the Lakers and the Rockets. That's him. You kissed him forcefully last night, her friend, a non-industry acquaintance of 20 years, teased. I know it's him. I don't need you to remind me. All right, I'm not suffering from amnesia, Yangmi retorted, her long, fair legs playfully kicking at her friend. Mimi, it's not me being nosy, her friend continued without offense. Inching closer, you've been divorced for several years, and seeing you in such distress makes me feel the same. I believe you should swiftly embark on a new romantic journey, a new romance. Yangmi mused, eyeing the handsome man on the screen. Are you referring to him? He looks barely in his 20s. I might as well be his aunt that I did some digging. Wang Xiucheng, 19 years old, a two-way player for the Houston Rockets, her friend revealed, pulling out her phone to share the information. 19. Yangmi gasped, once again burying her head in her hands, overwhelmed by what had transpired. Wait a minute. If he is 19, how did he get into the bar last night? Aren't you supposed to be 21 to enter? Yangmi questioned, perplexed. The bar had an adult-themed atmosphere, which limited entry age. I wasn't keen on going, but thankfully it had ties to my friend's white husband, which is why I tag along. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare step foot in such a place. Her friend explained. The identities of Wang Xiucheng and his entourage had been disclosed by the bar staff. Those NBA players typically spend thousands once they enter. If you were the owner, wouldn't you want to profit from that? Yangmi found herself at a loss for words, prompting her to shift topics. That I know of the NBA, but what does a two-way contract entail? It's akin to being a background actor domestically. If you're not careful, you could find yourself unemployed in an instant that you've gotten involved with him. Don't you think you ought to take responsibility? Her friend replied, provoking another playful kick from Yangmi, whose eyes remained glued to Wang Xiucheng on the screen, particularly fixating on the faint scar on his lip, unknowingly biting her own. Please, don't make me advise you again. What era are we living in? Who says only men can pursue 18-year-olds? Why can't women seek out a young man of 18? If old Jack dares to divorce me, I'll give him a few million and promptly find myself a young stud. As she spoke, she revealed 2 tickets for the upcoming rematch between the Lakers and the Rockets, secured by old Jack. Whether you go or not is up to you. I'm definitely going, she declared, placing 1 ticket on the table while tucking the other in her bag. I must be off. Yangmi bit her lip, staring at the purple gold ticket on the table, feeling conflicted. At 2 a.m. Silas was awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. His usual phone had already run out of battery. This number was his work line, known to only a select few. When it rang, he had to answer without hesitation. Without a moment's delay, Silas picked up the phone, and upon seeing the number, he was instantly more alert. Hello, boss. Silas answered promptly. I apologize for disturbing your rest, but I am about to take off and couldn't reach you otherwise. Fertitta seemed to be justifying himself, yet his tone bore no hint of regret. That I am currently discussing a collaboration with several Chinese friends. They asked me to inquire about how their young talents have been performing lately. Silas immediately grasped the purpose of the call. Wang has been performing exceptionally well. I was planning to give him more time and was awaiting Stone's opinion. Silas was far from the harmless figure he appeared to be, and swiftly brought Stone into the conversation. That's wonderful news, Fertitta expressed satisfaction. You should rest. I look forward to seeing the Rockets soar under your leadership. After ending the call, Fertitta shifted his gaze from the night view outside the private jet to his young son, Patrick, who was dozing beside him. Patrick, once we return, you should join the team. Stone is on the verge of ruining my franchise. How could one become a billionaire without comprehending such profound statements? Moreover, Wang Xiucheng's free throw line dunk had just secured the top spot in the highlight reel, currently playing on the private jet's television. Silas evidently wished to afford Wang Xiucheng additional time, but Stone had yet to agree. His previous remarks hinted at a complaint. This Stone, lacking in business acumen and still a rookie. was fortunate to be obedient, standing in front of the firing line without complaint. Next to Fertitta sat his younger son, Patrick Fertitta. Very well. Patrick felt somewhat reluctant, yet he dared not defy his father. He simply attributed this grievance to Stone. Stone, having previously served as the head of the company's legal department, was privy to far too many matters concerning his family, both legal and illegal, most of which he had personally handled. If he were not to be made to vanish from the earth, the only option was to keep him close at hand at AS for the position of team manager. It was Stone who had requested it, possibly because it was a high-profile role, one that would not raise suspicions of a sudden disappearance. The match between the Lakers and the Rockets had concluded, yet the impact of Wang Xiucheng's dunk from the free-throw line lingered on. In a mere night, Wang Xiucheng had surged to the top of trending searches, inspiring numerous imitations across the internet, with several active NBA players joining in. Morant, known for his spring-like legs, even shared a video attempting to replicate the dunk from the free-throw line. But after several tries, he could only shake his head in dismay before the camera. Levine succeeded, executing a stunning 360-degree turn, yet at 196 centimeters tall, with a 206 centimeters wingspan, he could not quite match the awe of Wang Xiucheng's feat. Not only in America, but also in China, Wang Xiucheng's name had ascended the trending charts, overshadowing a young pop star preparing to release a new song. While it was evening in the U.S., in China, it was daytime, a bustling time for the public relations departments of various celebrities. Wang Xiucheng's sudden prominence on trending searches left those stars who had spent heavily to buy their spots momentarily bewildered. What was happening? A glitch? Who is Wang Xiucheng? With Wang Xiucheng's first appearance before the public, more individuals became aware of this Chinese player striving in America. Calls for his inclusion in the national team grew increasingly fervent. At the Yanjing Sports Management Center, in an office, 7 individuals were in a meeting. Yao Ming, noticeably taller than the others even while seated, was speaking. Esteemed leaders, next year is a significant one for basketball. With the Asian Cup and the World Cup qualifiers, the latter commencing later this month, that I propose we invite Wang Xiucheng to join the national team to facilitate early integration. Our goal is to secure a berth in the 2023 World Cup and subsequently qualify for the Paris Olympics. A bespectacled individual in the front row set down his materials, removed his glasses, and spoke in a measured tone. This matter requires careful consideration. This Wang Xiucheng is not yet 19. He is still a child. What will other players who have not yet made it to the national team think if we allow him in so early? Indeed, another chimed in, especially since he hasn't even entered the talent pool. It would be hard to justify bringing him directly into the national team. Take tea the end of the table. A man in a white shirt picked up his teacup, blew on it, then suddenly remarked, "Chairman Yao, let us not rush. Since opinions are not yet unified, it would be prudent to wait. A two-way player, even for the NBA, may not necessarily surpass those we have developed ourselves. If we call him back now, could it not adversely affect his prospects with the Rockets? Very well. We shall conclude for today," said the director seated at the front, rising, "that we can discuss this further next time." The group emerged, clutching untouched notebooks and still warm teacups. Engaging in light conversation as they exited, the sound of debate regarding whether the cafeteria should serve braised pork or stir-fried meat wafted through the door. Yao Ming sighed, remaining in the office alone for an extended period. On November 3 RD at 10:30 a.m., during the Lakers-Rockets rematch in the Penguin livestream studio, perhaps due to the favorable timing of the match, over 5 million fans had flooded into the livestream before the game had even commenced. Today's host had changed. Perhaps it would be a pity not to capitalize on such high traffic. So it was Wang Ming. Behind him, a large screen displayed an image of a player in a red jersey, his thumb pointing to the back emblazoned with 1-2 to I in the Penguin livestream. Alongside Wang Ming and the female host Xiaonan, there were 2 commentary guests, Yang Yi and the more professional Wang Xiucheng. Has Punga followed the emergence of the Rockets' new player Wang Xiucheng? Wang Ming inquired, noting the game had yet to start. Certainly, if one were unaware of such a phenomenon, they are unworthy of engaging in basketball. Yang Yi replied, not mincing words, that do you believe he has the capability to join the national team now? Yang Yi directly asked. Wang Xiucheng chuckled lightly before responding, based on his performance in the last match. I believe he could serve as a backup point guard for the national team. This question was somewhat contentious, yet with so many fans in a live stream, Wang Xiucheng felt compelled to answer. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi was not satisfied and pressed further. What are his shortcomings compared to the current starting lineup of the national team? Wang Xiucheng pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. Wang Xiucheng's scoring ability has yet to be fully demonstrated, and his physicality is relatively weak. The FIBA and NBA differ significantly in terms of physicality, which is substantial, and Wang Xiucheng has not played as a starter, leaving his stamina an unknown. Yang Yi was tempted to scoff at Wang Xiucheng's comments, questioning the scoring abilities of the current national team members, their physicality, and stamina. Just as he was about to continue, the screen ahead suddenly shifted, indicating that the match was about to commence. Staples Center had filled with fans well ahead of time, and there appeared to be even more Asian faces in attendance than during the previous game. The large screen showcased highlights from the team's last encounter, with Wang Xiucheng's dunk being replayed repeatedly. Unbeknownst to anyone, after the game concluded, Wang Xiucheng was summoned for a drug test. Staples Center had long been a stage for stars to showcase themselves, and today was no exception. Wang Xiucheng spotted former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger attending the match with his son. When Schwarzenegger noticed Wang Xiucheng looking his way, he waved and seemed to introduce Wang to his son on the other side. Wang Xiucheng saw the bespectacled Robert Downey Jr. engaging in conversation with Rihanna. A staunch fan of James, their camaraderie evident as they casually draped their arms around one another. A Wang Xiucheng surprise. Jenna had also returned to courtside tickets at the Lakers' home games were not accessible merely by virtue of wealth. Without a certain level of renown or status, gaining entry to sit in the front row at Staples Center was akin to a fantasy. As the arena lights gradually dimmed, the player introductions began, with the audience settling into their seats to offer applause for their favorite players. The Rockets fielded Green, Porter Jr., Wood, Tate, and center Sengun for this match. With Ty sidelined due to injury, Sengun was making his debut as a starter, a fact that would prove he was more deserving of the position than Tice. From the outset, the two teams exhibited distinctly different styles of play. The Lakers continued to play their signature star-studded basketball, with each offensive play typically passing through the hands of LeBron James and Anthony Davis, culminating in scores most of the time. Conversely, the Rockets adopted a different approach, led by Green and Porter Jr., executing rapid counterattacks, often scoring before James and Davis could even settle into position. When it came to half-court offense, Sengun's passing vision and playmaking ability left the Lakers struggling to find a countermeasure. With just 3 minutes and 7 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Rockets had surprisingly tied the game at 28-28 against the home team Lakers, catching many off guard. Vogel called a timeout, both to initiate substitutions and because he was dissatisfied with the current state of play that you're performing well. Silas remarked, clearly pleased. When we substitute, maintain our aggression and pay attention to key defensive players. We cannot allow them easy shots. Davis is off. Focus on securing rebounds. Silas then turned his gaze to Wang Xiucheng. You will take the point guard position. Ensure you manage the pace. Wang Xiucheng nodded in acknowledgement. He, too, was taken aback by the fact that he had made his appearance during regular time today, which was largely influenced by the absence of veteran Gordon. It was common knowledge that Gordon was not part of the Rockets' future plans, and his desire to depart from the team was no secret. It was merely a matter of awaiting a suitable offer. From the moment Harden left the Rockets, an era had come to an end. At this juncture, a system task was issued. Task 1. For every point scored, reward system points of 10. Task 2. For every assist made, reward system points of 10. Task 3. For every point scored by Jalen Green, reward system points of 10. After reviewing these tasks, Wang Xiucheng found himself somewhat bewildered. The third task required him to facilitate scoring for Green in order to earn rewards. It seemed he would have to elevate Green's performance as well. Tasks 2 and 3 were evidently interlinked. Passing the ball to Green for a score would grant him an assist, along with the scoring reward for Green, potentially accumulating at least 30 points. Indeed, a high return on investment. As the game resumed, spectators noticed that Wang Xiucheng, who had dazzled in the previous match, was now entering as a substitute during regular time. That a chorus of cheers in Chinese suddenly erupted from the crowd, leaving American fans momentarily stunned. The last time Chinese fans displayed such fervor was during the era of Linsanity. Alongside Wang Xiucheng, the Rockets fielded this year's second overall pick, Jalen Green, along with Martin, Christopher, and Garuba, a five-small lineup. With the game back in play, Reeves of the Lakers held the ball, while Wang Xiucheng closely guarded him. Jordan was set to screen, and Reeves used the space to launch a three-pointer. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Green secured the rebound. Just as he was about to initiate an offensive play, he noticed Wang Xiucheng reaching out for the ball ahead of him. Perhaps recalling the alley-oop Wang had provided in the last game, Green passed the ball to Wang and sprinted forward. By the end of the first quarter, Green had already scored 5 points. If he were to go for an isolation play, no one would object. Wang Xiucheng was unhurried, dribbling the ball forward slowly while Reeves maintained a 1-meter distance, allowing him ample time to react. At that moment, Dilireba approached, prompting Wang to accelerate suddenly, aiming to navigate around Dilireba to the opposite side. Reeves, quick to respond, had already positioned himself on the other side of Dilireba. However, he failed to notice Wang Xiucheng's movement. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, he glanced back at his original position, where Wang stood still, yet the ball had vanished from his hands. Jordan, having followed Dilireba, was now descending with arms outstretched. Meanwhile, in the unguarded area above the hoop, Jalen Green grasped the ball with one hand and executed a powerful dunk. Upon landing, Jalen Green threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar. It was exhilarating, with a loud slap. Jalen and Wang Xiucheng exchanged a high-five before swiftly transitioning back to defense. Reeves, receiving the inbounds pass, took a deep breath before advancing the ball. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Wang Xiucheng, and he felt there was an insurmountable gap between himself and Wang in terms of skill. It wasn't just the dribbling technique. Even in terms of game awareness, he acknowledged he could not match Wang's level. How could this be an undrafted player? It was utterly absurd, a player of such caliber. And yet he was undrafted like himself? Were the league executives blind? Reeves had communicated through his agent that he had no intention of joining other teams, which led to him going undrafted. Had he been selected, he was certain he would have been at least a second-round pick. Yet Wang Xiucheng undoubtedly possessed first-round pick talent, if not lottery pick prowess. The fact remained, however, that Wang was an undrafted player. What did that make him? Reeves found the NBA increasingly perplexing that as Reeves dribbled beyond the three-point line. He opted for the simplest strategy, tossing the ball to Jordan. Direba's height paled in comparison to Jordan's, making scoring through Jordan in a half-court setting the most straightforward and effective method. This was Reeves' conclusion, and he was curious to know how Wang Xiucheng would choose in his position. With a loud smack, Jordan received the ball, took a single dribble, but before he could proceed, Green suddenly appeared from nowhere, swatting the ball away. The basketball sailed towards the sideline, with both Wang Xiucheng and Reeves sprinting towards it, nearly simultaneously. However, after 2 strides, Wang surpassed Reeves, leaping effortlessly to snatch the ball mid-air, then glanced back in the next instant. The basketball shot from his hand like a cannonball. There it found Jalen Green, who had evaded his defender and was now sprinting down the court. Losing his balance, Wang Xiucheng flew off the court, uncontrollably tumbling into the audience. Meanwhile, Jalen Green, upon receiving the ball, raced forward, bounding into the air as if propelled by a spring in midair. He executed a behind-the-back switch and a windmill dunk, slamming the ball into the hoop. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, with fans from both the Lakers and Rockets applauding the spectacular play. The Rockets bench stood in unison, towels waving wildly, while Xiucheng exaggeratedly feigned fainting. Only Porter appeared less enthusiastic, waving his towel with little vigor. Lying on the ground, Wang Xiucheng looked up just in time to see the ball go in, prompting him to attempt to rise. In that moment, he realized he felt no pain at all, as if he had simply landed on a mat. Turning his head, he noticed a woman with a slightly flushed face gazing intently at him. She seemed familiar, yet they were too close for him to immediately recognize her. Dilireba and Christopher had already reached the sidelines, helping Wang Xiucheng to his feet. It was then that he finally recognized her, Jean. Dressed in jeans, Jean was now on the ground, her cup empty, and her face flushed as she tried to compose herself. With the help of friends, she stood up, and after the staff arranged the chairs, she sat down once more. Throughout the entire ordeal, she hadn't once glanced at Wang Xiucheng, though her breathing had become noticeably unsteady. Look at you, claiming you have no feelings for him. Your eyes are practically popping out. Her friend teased. This time, Jean did not refute her friend's remark, still lost in the sensation she had just experienced. In those fleeting seconds, it felt as though she had been electrified, her strength seemingly drained away. An extraordinary feeling she had never encountered before. She even found herself questioning whether her previous existence had been in vain, and that faint scent emanating from Wang Xiucheng was utterly irresistible. Oh no, Jean, who had always flitted through the flowers, realized she had succumbed. She lifted her gaze toward the Rockets bench, searching for the figure that had become impossible to forget. The score stood at 32-28. With the Rockets leading by 4 points, the game paused. Staff members wiped the moisture from the floor. Vogel observed the listless Reeves, uncertain of how to console him, but he understood that Reeves was typically very astute, often described as a smart player in the league. However, today he appeared to be feeling the impact of Wang Xiucheng's presence. Wang had consistently played alongside the bench, which had somewhat curtailed his performance. But when he shared the court with Jalen Green, a player of immense talent often hailed by fans as the next Kobe, Wang's abilities flourished. Vogel glanced across at Silas, remarking, "You're fortunate. Your team is the worst in the league. Conversely, you're unfortunate to have an undrafted gem like Wang Xiucheng." That moment, LeBron James draped an arm around Reeves' shoulders, saying, "You've done well. It's not your fault if you're outshined by Wang Xiucheng." Reeves looked at James, puzzled. "Are you trying to console me? I don't quite understand what you mean," he inquired. "That kid is Chinese, you know. He has skilled in martial arts," James whispered, as if fearing someone might overhear. Reeves stared blankly at James, incredulous. "Are you serious? Have you been deceived? By your expression, it seems you think I've been duped." That moment, James unexpectedly posed a counter-question. Reeves nodded in acknowledgement, only to hastily shake his head. "Let me ask you, are you aware of Bruce Lee? Was he also a fabrication?" He continued, "You might argue that was too long ago, but surely Jackie Chan is genuine, right?" Listening to James's profoundly reasoned words, Reeves found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Fortunately, the timeout concluded, and Reeves rushed onto the court, sensing something peculiar about James today. Vogel, noticing Reeves had reverted to his usual self, silently nodded in approval. James truly embodied the role of the team leader, proving invaluable in critical moments. The game resumed. With just 1 minute remaining, both teams were granted one complete offensive possession each. Therefore, the success rate became paramount. The Lakers initiated the play, this time with Monk handling the ball instead of Reeves. Advancing to the front court, Reeves executed an off-ball screen with Jordan, receiving Monk's pass shortly thereafter. Before Martin could close in, he swiftly launched a three-point shot. Swish! The ball found its mark. Beep! Martin was called for a foul, resulting in a free throw. With an innocent expression, Martin attempted to explain to the referee, yet the official remained unmoved. Offering no further commentary, the free throw was converted, tying the game at 32-32. Gruba retrieved the basketball from the baseline and passed it to Wang Xiucheng. Once again, Reeves was tasked with defending, this time preventing Wang from penetrating, thus granting him over a meter of space. Glancing at the clock, with 35 seconds remaining, Wang contemplated whether to launch an offensive. In an instant, he made a decision, accelerating towards Reeves's flank. Fortunately, Reeves had maintained sufficient distance, allowing him time to react. Closely trailing Wang, Reeves was not shaken off. The moment Wang brought the ball closer with his near hand, Reeves was poised to attempt a steal. However, in the next moment, as Wang crossed the three-point line, he gathered the ball for a shot. Reeves knew Wang possessed a formidable floater, and indeed, no one was guarding him at that moment. Thus, from his side position, Reeves leaped to contest the shot. Yet, to his astonishment, he saw Wang's gathering hand release the ball, followed by an acceleration and a step forward, launching into the air to release the shot. Buddha bless! Swish! The ball went in .32-34. The Rockets regained the lead. With 30 seconds remaining, Reeves immediately protested, having clearly seen Wang gather the ball. His hand had already made contact. That was not a floater. It was a double dribble. Regardless of Reeves's protests, the referee remained unresponsive. Reeves turned to Vogel, vigorously shaking his head, urging for a challenge. However, Vogel remained unmoved. He had indeed observed the potential foul on Wang, but he was reluctant to challenge solely for Reeves's sake. What if James later wished to challenge something? Could the hierarchy be any clearer? With no other recourse, Reeves chose to abandon the matter. After all, Incurring a technical foul would be even more unworthy. It seemed the incident had affected him, as in the following possession. Reeves's isolation attempt failed. Dilireba secured the ball, only to be fouled by Jordan. 2 free throws resulted in one conversion. 35-32. The Lakers mounted a final offensive, with little time remaining. After a hasty shot, the ball failed to find the basket. The first quarter concluded with the visiting Houston Rockets surprisingly leading by 3 points, 35-32, in the Penguin live stream. Wang Xiucheng, having played for 3 minutes and 7 seconds, achieved 2 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal. With a plus-minus rating of 3. Wang, what are your thoughts on Wang Xiucheng's efficiency? Wang Ming reported Wang's statistics, directly querying Wang Xiucheng. This is my first time watching him live. Previously, I had only seen highlights. So, today has indeed exceeded my expectations. Wang Xiucheng seemed to be backtracking from his earlier remarks. His speed and ball-handling skills are on par with guards like Irving, yet I noticed he rarely attempts three-pointers. Correct? It appeared Wang Xiucheng had identified a potential weakness. Should opponents deliberately allow him to shoot threes, it could pose a problem. And that recent floater did indeed appear to involve gathering, he added. Finally breaking his silence, Yang interjected, I hold a somewhat different perspective. Even if that shot was a foul, why didn't the referee call it? Yang posed a sudden counter-question. Don't you all think Wang Xiucheng has started to receive some star treatment? His tone deepened. In any game officiated by referees, controversy is inevitable. Take Durant's out-of-bounds ball or James's power steps as examples. That if Wang Xiucheng enjoys a bit of leniency, I see no harm in that. Yang Yi's viewpoint garnered considerable support from the majority of fans in the comments. That I can't disagree. How many times have we suffered on the international stage simply due to a lack of star players? Someone remarked, ultimately, if the game is fair, everyone can accept it. If it isn't, why shouldn't we benefit from it? Wang Xiucheng is truly impressive. Does anyone know his address? I'd like to write to him. Wait XIN 256. Has anyone joined Wang Xiucheng's support group? The first 7 groups are full. We're currently at the 8th. Since Yao Ming, it seems no one from China has received star treatment. Check out the infamous referee Donaghy's interview. In 2005, Yao Ming was pressured by Mavericks owner Cuban, leading to the Rockets' collapse. So, Yao Ming never really had star treatment. He endured countless injustices during those years in the live stream. It seemed they had struck a nerve. Wang Xiucheng, who had participated in numerous such matches, ceased to argue. Indeed, how many times has the Chinese national team faced such injustices? Haven't we suffered enough? The game commenced anew. That moment, Wang Ming broke the silence. What about Wang Xiucheng? Has he been substituted for Porter? Wang Ming immediately sensed something amiss. What are the Rockets doing? They were leading by 3 points and yet chose to bench him. Yang nearly let out a curse, but quickly realized the situation. Green was also resting. Silas intended to have Wang Xiucheng and Green play together, recognizing that Wang's passing complemented Green's explosive drives perfectly, unlike Porter, who took too long to pass the ball. At the scene of the match, as the second quarter commenced, everyone was astonished to find the outstanding Wang Xiucheng seated on the bench, replaced by the starting point guard, Porter Jr. Green, who had played the entire game, was also resting on the sidelines, while the substitutes Gruba, Martin Jr., and Christopher remained on the court. Many noticed this development and anticipated what might unfold next. It seemed that Wang Xiucheng had a real chance to ascend. Porter Jr. also exhibited a noticeably different style, predominantly engaging in isolation plays with a group of substitutes. However, this was not purely his decision. In fact, it was a directive from Silas, rather than forcing Porter Jr. into a position he was ill-suited for. It was preferable to allow him to play his favored shooting guard role. With the owner granting Wang Xiucheng more playing time, it was time to see if any changes could be wrought. Silas, arms crossed, bore an unusual glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. The game flowed seamlessly, and before anyone realized, the second quarter had entered an official timeout. It became evident that Porter Jr. was indeed more suited to a primary scoring role. As even with the Lakers starters fully deployed, the Rockets trailed by a mere 4 points, 50-54. After a brief respite, the match resumed. Wang Xiucheng and Jalen Green finally took to the court, joining Sengun, Wood, and Tate, as Silas fielded his strongest lineup. The cheers in Staples Center surged, intermingled with a notable amount of Chinese. LeBron, blushing, fanned himself with his hand while greedily gazing at Wang Xiucheng, who stood just a few meters away. As the whistle blew, play resumed. The Lakers starters returned to the court. James, Davis, Westbrook, Bradley, and Bazemore. The Rockets initiated play, with Sengun passing the ball to Wang Xiucheng before moving to the center line to set a screen. To Wang Xiucheng's surprise, it was Westbrook who was defending him. What a compliment! Westbrook was renowned as a ferocious point guard in the league, with physical attributes far beyond what Wang Xiucheng could currently match, especially in terms of strength. The only advantage Wang Xiucheng possessed was his speed and ball-handling skills. Westbrook, gazing at Wang Xiucheng, revealed an uncommon glint of competitive spirit. He found this unexpected rookie intriguing. A proud individual, Westbrook never envied others' talents, yet he was envious of Wang Xiucheng's leaping ability displayed in the previous game. After the match, he tried to execute a dunk from the free throw line, but found it utterly impossible. What made it even more ridiculous was that just the day before, he had invited a physicist onto a program, who had used Jordan as an example to derive a series of formulas, ultimately calculating that Jordan's hang time was 0.92 seconds. That same physicist had then calculated Wang Xiucheng's dunk, concluding that his hang time was 1.2 seconds. That was utterly absurd. How could he claim that the human limit for hang time was 1.15 seconds, yet then assert that Wang Xiucheng's was 1.2 seconds? It was preposterous. Westbrook dismissed these thoughts as Wang Xiucheng began his movement to the left. In an instant, Westbrook discerned Wang Xiucheng's trajectory, but remained stationary. It couldn't be this simple. Sure enough, Wang Xiucheng executed a behind-the-back dribble, veering to the right. Westbrook lunged forward, blocking Wang Xiucheng's path on the right side. But in the next moment, Westbrook watched in disbelief as Wang Xiucheng spun, disappearing like a phantom to his left. Not a chance. Westbrook's feet were firmly planted on the floor, creating a grating sound as he attempted to pivot and intercept Wang Xiucheng. However, to Westbrook's despair, Wang Xiucheng suddenly halted, the basketball lightly bouncing off the ground, producing a distinct sound. Yet Westbrook, having committed to his advance, found himself unable to stop. His brain issued a command to halt, but his body betrayed him. He ended up executing an exaggerated split, his hands braced against the floor, barely managing to regain control. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Westbrook had been faked out. The former governor, Schwarzenegger, covered his head in disbelief, while his other hand quickly produced a phone to capture the moment, fearing he might miss such a spectacle. Photographers near the basketball hoop were relentless, snapping shot after shot. Had the game not been ongoing, they might have rushed the court that LeBron stood a short distance away, visibly astonished, even instinctively retracting his neck. He had witnessed everything clearly. Wang Xiucheng had not feigned a move nor executed his signature speed dribble. He had simply surged forward with all his might from the outset. Otherwise, Westbrook wouldn't have exerted himself so forcefully to block him. Yet, when Wang Xiucheng reined in his momentum, he appeared as light as a leaf, effortlessly standing firm. In stark contrast, Westbrook, known for his athleticism, could not maintain his balance, ultimately toppling over. Terrifying. This word resonated in LeBron's mind, and of course, he was afraid. How could he be? He was LeBron. Rather, he felt exhilarated, excited, and impatient. He yearned to acquire that technique of ambidextrous combat. Ever since childhood, he had believed in the mystical nature of Chinese martial arts, with his favorite film being Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon. His room, adorned with posters of basketball stars, also featured images of Bruce Lee. Thus, when Wang Xiucheng earnestly spoke of ambidextrous combat, a name imbued with profound meaning, LeBron accepted it without question. He had already dispatched someone to seek it out, confident that results would soon follow. Westbrook quickly regained his footing, but Wang Xiucheng had already crossed the three-point line. Uncontested, Wang Xiucheng gathered himself and leaped to shoot, releasing the ball just as Bradley attempted to close in, but it was too late. Thud! The basketball struck the rim and bounced away. Wang Xiucheng's expression darkened. How could that not go in? Davis, tightly guarding Sengun, seized the rebound and tossed it to LeBron. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron did not pass it to the advancing Westbrook. Instead, he turned and dribbled forward himself. Coincidentally, his path led him straight towards Wang Xiucheng. Sensing impending doom, Wang Xiucheng attempted to evade, but it was too late at LeBron. like a bulldozer, collided forcefully with Wang Xiucheng. Wang Xiucheng felt an immense force strike him suddenly. Akin to being struck by a speeding truck, in the next instant, his body flew backward uncontrollably, like a kite severed from its string. Blow. The whistle blew, and the referee pointed at Wang Xiucheng, calling a blocking foul. What? Ignoring the pain coursing through him, Wang Xiucheng scrambled his feet and rushed to the referee, incredulously questioning, "I didn't team move. He ran into me. He committed the foul." The referee shook his head, indicating the spot where the incident occurred. "You blocked him. I saw it clearly. You can challenge it if you believe Silas will do so." Wang Xiucheng looked toward Silas, who subtly shook his head, indicating no intent to challenge. Wang Xiucheng then glanced at LeBron. This was the real star treatment. His so-called star treatment paled in comparison when faced with genuine star treatment in the Penguin Live broadcast room. One commentator remarked, "That was definitely a foul by old man LeBron. In such a wide-open space, he charged directly at Wang Xiucheng. It was clearly intentional." Wang Xiucheng concurred, noting that it was LeBron, and if it had been anyone else, he would have been highly critical. Wang Meng turned to Yang Yi, noticing him smirking slightly, and asked in confusion, "Teacher Yang, do you have something to say?" Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and replied, "Have you all noticed that Wang Xiucheng is conversing with the referee?" Wang Meng and Wang Xiucheng were initially taken aback, then realized the implication of Yang Yi's words. Among the 5 Rockets on the court, only Wang Xiucheng dared to engage with the referee, and judging by the referee's expressions and gestures, it appeared he had offered some explanations to Wang Xiucheng. This signified that the referee acknowledged Wang Xiucheng's prowess. To put it bluntly, if it had been anyone else, if it had been Jalen Green, for instance, would the referee even bother to listen? If it had been Wood, the referee would barely spare him a glance to consider him a winner. Though Yang Yi's words were somewhat exaggerated, Wang Meng and Wang Xiucheng observed the young Rockets players and found them to be quite accurate. When veteran Gordon was around, he would still speak up during contentious moments. Yet, for the most part, he is met with indifference, as few referees pay heed to the elder Gordon. However, Wang Xiucheng immediately rises to confront the officials, and even as they attempt to explain, the situation is undeniably astonishing. At the game venue, Wang Xiucheng's protests yield no results. Fortunately, with fewer than 4 fouls, there are no free throws awarded. The Lakers inbound the ball, and as LeBron James receives it, a scene unfolds that leaves Wang Xiucheng utterly astonished. James, cradling the ball, strides forward while directing his teammates' movements. It is only after at least 3 steps that he finally places the ball on the ground to dribble. Wang Xiucheng stares in disbelief at the referees, who seem oblivious to the blatant violation. "Well, this is how we're playing it, is it?" He thinks to himself. James advances to the front court. He sets a simple pick and then effortlessly pulls up for a 3-pointer. The ball swishes through the net. Following the change of possession, the Rockets inbound from the baseline, and Wang Xiucheng receives the ball. Before Westbrook can close in, he navigates around Shun Jing and makes his way to the front court. Protecting the ball with his body, he shares a knowing glance with Green in the distance. Green instantly springs into action, joining Wang Xiucheng, drawing the defender Bazemore along with him. After the switch, Wang Xiucheng finds himself matched up against Bazemore. Since the star whistle has proven ineffective against James, he decides to activate it by using an ordinary player. With a simple fake between his legs, Wang Xiucheng feigns a drive but suddenly retreats a half-step to gather the ball. Bazemore, momentarily thrown off balance, instinctively leaps to contest, a reflex honed through countless hours of training and competition, minimizing reaction time. Yet, the downside is that it leaves one susceptible to deception, as in the saying, "A little feint sends one flying." Observing Bazemore airborne, Wang Xiucheng quickly drives past him and executes the bounce pass to Green, who, having shed Westbrook after a screen with Shinjing, is ready to shoot. Green rises and releases a jumper. Swish! The ball goes in. Beep! Westbrook is called for a foul. With a look of frustration, Westbrook shakes his head, offering no explanation. Green pumped his fist and, after a high-five with Wang Xiucheng standing at the 3-point line, takes his position at the free throw line. Wang Xiucheng, positioned at the arc, rests his hands on his knees. This moment, James saunters over, bumps Wang Xiucheng with his shoulder, and quietly inquires, "Be honest, was that a travel on your part?" Wang Xiucheng counters, "And you, Was that not a travel just now? James bursts into laughter, his shoulders shaking. Wang Xiucheng, shaking his head in disbelief at the humor, cannot fathom the source of amusement. James, still chuckling, playfully punches Wang Xiucheng again and, covering his mouth, whispers, "Last time I took 8 steps, and the refs didn't say a word, and Chinese fans dubbed me the Dragon's 8 steps. Haha." At this, Wang Xiucheng erupts into laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. Yet, James isn't finished. He continues, "So now I know about the Dragon's 8 steps. I've got a book at home, but I can't make heads or tails of it. I hope this time there's an English version of the dual combat technique." Wang Xiucheng, now doubled over in laughter, waves his hands to create distance from James, fearing he might laugh so hard he could no longer play. Meanwhile, the chat room on the streaming platform is ablaze with excitement. Even Yang, he can barely contain his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Who else but Wang Xiucheng could share such banter with LeBron? After Harden, who else from the Rockets could manage this?" Wang Xiucheng nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Given James's stature in the NBA, only an all-star could converse and joke with him like this. Yet Wang Xiucheng is merely a rookie, a two-way contract rookie at that, which, by all accounts, should be impossible. Nonetheless, the event unfolds before their eyes, leaving little room for skepticism. Wang Xiucheng has undoubtedly garnered a measure of recognition within the NBA, a boon for his future endeavors on the court. Yang concludes that, of course, one might argue that this reflects the NBA's interest in the Chinese market behind Wang Xiucheng. However, without the requisite talent, even the league's goodwill would be futile. Yang contemplates using Zhou Qi as an example, but decides against it, sensing it would be inappropriate on the sidelines. Silas appears equally incredulous. It is not merely Wang Xiucheng's communication with the referees that astonishes him. He had already witnessed Wang Xiucheng's flirtation with a female official without repercussion. What shocks him is James actively seeking out Wang Xiucheng for dialogue. What does this imply? Is James signaling to the Lakers management that he desires Wang Xiucheng to join the team? Silas cannot help but ponder further. To maintain his position, he must navigate the delicate balance between a lackluster performance and team success, while also managing the dynamics between Porter Jr. and Wang Xiucheng. He wishes to avoid the day when he must regularly remind Stone of other teams eyeing Wang Xiucheng. "I hope I'm just overthinking," Silas muses, but he has little time to dwell on such thoughts as the Lakers launch a fast break. This Lakers squad is not incapable of playing at speed. Rather, due to James's age, they prefer a more structured game. Yet, when this veteran decides to surge forward, few in the league can impede him. Certainly, the Rockets lack such an individual that in the ensuing moments, James combines scoring and free throws, leading his team to an 11-3 run. Silas, typically reluctant to call timeouts, opts to do so now. Everyone anticipates adjustments from Silas. Even Yang, he speculates whether Silas will substitute out Wang Xiucheng. While Wang Xiucheng does contribute offensively, his physical limitations have been glaringly exposed on the defensive end today. Not only James, but Wang Xiucheng also finds it difficult to contain Westbrook. Although Westbrook has passed his prime, he still managed to throw down a thunderous dunk over Wang Xiucheng. Venting his frustration from being faked out earlier as the timeout concludes, surprisingly, the Houston Rockets do not make any substitutions, and Wang Xiucheng remains on the court. Even Yang, typically critical, remarks that Silas is showing commendable faith today. The whistle blows, and the game resumes. The Rockets inbound the ball, and Jalen Green surprisingly drives to the front court, passing to Wang Xiucheng, who promptly hands it back before darting towards the baseline to create space. Wang Xiucheng effortlessly navigates past his defender, reaching the free throw line, where he gathers the ball and leaps. Not this again, Davis thinks, uncertain whether Wang Xiucheng genuinely intends to shoot, but given their proximity to the basket, he cannot afford to let Wang Xiucheng shoot uncontested. Thus, Davis leaps to defend, arms raised high above his head. In midair, Wang Xiucheng flicks his wrist, bouncing the ball off the floor to Shun Jing, who rises up for a thunderous dunk. An elated Shun Jing flexes his biceps before hastily returning to defense, giving Wang Xiucheng a high five along the way. The Lakers push forward again, with Westbrook, perhaps too eager, attempting a three-pointer from the perimeter. The ball clangs off the rim, and Green leaps to grab the rebound, passing it to Wang Xiucheng before he even lands. Receiving the ball, Wang Xiucheng surges forward like a high-speed train, seamlessly executing a spin dribble to glide past Bradley, then charging toward the unguarded hoop. Sensing what is about to transpire, the fans are already on their feet, eagerly raising their phones to capture the moment. The photographers by the basket lay flat on the floor, searching for the most breathtaking angle. Even the Hollywood celebrities in the front row abandoned their usual decorum, rising from their seats, as if doing so could bring them closer to the action. Thud! Wang Xiucheng lands on the free throw line, simultaneously stepping into the hearts of everyone present. He leaps. Wang Xiucheng ascends like a leaf caught in a tempest, soaring gracefully through the air, appearing weightless. Yet, just at that moment, he performs a mid-air spin, resembling a top out of control. Crack! As the spinning reaches its climax, the basketball perched atop that spinning top finds its way through the hoop. A resounding boom reverberates through the arena, jolting everyone back to reality. Wang Xiucheng lost control. Upon landing, he was propelled forward with inertia and collided directly with the photographer. The arena erupted in fervor, the cacophony of screams and cheers seemingly threatening to tear the roof off the Staples Center. In that moment, everyone was enraptured by the exhilarating spectacle of a penalty line leap culminating in a 360-degree dunk, unable to extricate themselves from the thrill. The Lakers bench, each player cradling their heads, fixated on the big screen, eagerly awaiting the replay. On the Rockets bench, both players and coaching staff exuberantly shouted in delight. Wang Xiucheng's penalty line 360-degree dunk eclipsed the visual impact of Levine's video shared on social media. And it was executed in a live competition. At that moment, Green and others rushed over, cheering, and lifted Wang Xiucheng up, feeling a bit dizzy from the intensity of the spin and the collision with the photographer. Wang Xiucheng steadied himself against the basketball hoop and moved his neck before returning to the court. Westbrook's gaze upon Wang Xiucheng was imbued not only with competitive spirit, but also a hint of astonishment and disbelief. This was a maneuver he could never replicate. Yet, having witnessed Wang Xiucheng's jumping ability, he knew it was not superior to his own. This was evident from the height Wang Xiucheng achieved when attempting to block his shot. Nevertheless, Wang Xiucheng managed to leap from the free throw line, signifying his remarkable hang time far surpassed his OW. As LeBron James passed by Wang Xiucheng, he gave a light pat on his shoulder, a rare gesture that signified James's acknowledgement of the dunk. The Penguin livestream experienced a second bout of buffering, taking over 10 seconds to recover, rendering Yang Yi's hoarse shouts unheard. In an instant, a barrage of comments criticizing Penguin's subpar servers flooded the screen. The game had not concluded, nor had there been a dead ball, and amidst the cheers, the Lakers initiated their offense. Perhaps influenced by Wang Xiucheng, the Lakers missed 3 consecutive attempts. In contrast, the Rockets capitalized on fast breaks. And by halftime, they not only leveled the score, but also led the Lakers 70-64, an outcome no one had anticipated before the game. Yet, in that moment, no one was preoccupied with such thoughts. Fans eagerly recorded videos of Wang Xiucheng's penalty line dunk, uploading them to their personal social media accounts. Those closest to the player's tunnel surged forward, hoping to shake hands with Wang Xiucheng or obtain an autograph. Initially, Wang Xiucheng walked with his head down towards the tunnel, but suddenly sensing something, he looked up to see a woman in a baseball cap gazing at him from beyond the barrier. Upon noticing her, he smiled, licked his lips, and then entered the player's tunnel. Yang Mi's heart, which had been fluttering with anticipation, was utterly uncontrollable after witnessing Wang Xiucheng's smile. She instinctively touched her lips, as if still feeling the warmth of his presence. "We're at an age where we should live for ourselves," whispered her friend beside her. Yang Mi's eyes sparkled, as if she had made a decision. In the Penguin livestream, as halftime concluded with the Rockets surprisingly in the lead. Wang Ming refrained from commenting, allowing more time for the guests. Yang Yi, however, took the opportunity to delve into the discussion. Wang Xiucheng played for 10 minutes and 11 seconds in the first half, shooting 4 out of 8 and amassing 8 points, 5 assists, and 2 steals. While his statistics may not seem particularly impressive, his role in orchestrating the team's play far surpasses that of Porter Jr., especially that dunk from the free throw line. Pungu, as a professional, what do you think of that play? Wang Xiucheng adjusted his posture, inhaling deeply. It was indeed astonishing. Not to mention me, I believe most NBA players would be unable to replicate it. This dunk felt entirely different from that last game. The previous one was forceful, a sheer dunk, while today's was more akin to a gentle storm. When it erupts, it could be devastating. Of course, Wang Xiucheng continued. We must also acknowledge Wang Xiucheng's weaknesses, such as his height, weight, and wingspan. Those are immutable. When faced with James's bulldozer style, he would struggle to withstand it. Yang Yi did not counter him, but added, "We may have overlooked one detail. Wang Xiucheng will only turn 19 next month, that he is remarkably young and has ample time to refine his skills and physique. We often say that physicality can be trained, but basketball IQ cannot. That is innate. Either one has it, or one does not. McGee and Cousins, despite their top-tier physiques, are nearing retirement and remain unchanged." Yang Yi did not state outright, but everyone understood his implication. These players lacked intelligence. So, give him some time, and who knows, Wang Xiucheng might just surprise us. Halftime swiftly ended, and Yang Yi and Wang Xiucheng felt they had more to discuss as the second half commenced. It must be said, when a Chinese player is in the game, time truly flies. However, to the astonishment of Yang Yi, Wang Meng, Wang Xiucheng, and indeed all fans, Wang Xiucheng did not start the second half. Not only was he absent from the starting lineup, but he was also nowhere to be seen on the bench. Where was Wang Xiucheng? The live stream fell into a silence that lasted several minutes. The game itself faded from attention. Both Yang Yi and Wang Meng utilized their connections to ascertain what had transpired. Confusion reigned not only in China, but also in the United States, with fans bewildered by the situation. Meanwhile, Rockets head coach Silas appeared unfazed, standing calmly at the sidelines on the court. Porter Jr. continued his usual routine, dribbling until the final seconds before releasing a shot. If it went in, it counted as an assist. If it missed, it was merely a turnover. 5 minutes later, WOJ tweeted, "Wang Xiucheng suspected of having a concussion. He will not return to the game." This information ignited a frenzy on Chinese social media. Wang Xiucheng has a concussion. When did that happen? Was it during halftime in the locker room? Did someone hit him? Who could it have been? Wang Xiucheng had replaced Porter Jr. on the court. Naturally, it was Porter Jr. who had caused the incident. Within minutes, various platforms were flooded with news reports alleging that Porter Jr. had struck Wang Xiucheng, spreading rapidly. Even screenshots showing Wang Xiucheng's head colliding with the camera after the dunk were soon overshadowed. In less than half an hour, Porter Jr. had become the public enemy #1 in China, trending second only to Wang Xiucheng's penalty line dunk. This left public relations teams scrambling, utterly bewildered. Wang Xiucheng was one thing, but what on earth was Porter Jr. doing to overshadow their star? At Staples Center, in the Rockets locker room, Wang Xiucheng had just emerged from a shower, draped in a large towel. Upon returning at halftime, he felt relatively fine. However, after sitting for 2 minutes, he began to feel slightly dizzy. He requested the team doctor to conduct an examination and was informed of a mild concussion. Nothing serious. As long as he avoided strenuous activity, he would fully recover by the next day. Naturally, this meant he could not play in the second half. While watching the live broadcast of the game on the wall-mounted television, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Wang Xiucheng called out, assuming it was a staff member and not paying much attention. However, as the locker room door opened, a waft of fragrance filled the air. Wang Xiucheng turned to see a woman enter. It was Jean. Her fair cheeks were adorned with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness as they roamed over Wang Xiucheng's bare torso. Gradually, Jean's breathing became more rapid. "I am," she stammered, attempting to explain upon noticing Wang Xiucheng's gaze. "I certainly recognize you, Miss Jean." Wang Xiucheng extended his hand for a shake. In that moment, as he reached out, his abdominal muscles became partially visible beneath the towel. The sight of his alluring V-line sent a jolt through Jean, compelling her to realize she could not linger any longer, lest she lose control of herself. Even the simple act of shaking Wang Xiucheng's hand felt daunting. Instead, she retrieved a card from her bag. "I have something to discuss with you. Please come find me. I beg you." Jean lowered her head and softly uttered these words before slipping the card into Wang Xiucheng's large hand. At the moment of contact, Jean felt a jolt, as if electrified, and hurriedly pushed the door open to escape the locker room of the Rockets. Given Jean's prominence, accessing the players' tunnel was certainly not a daunting task. However, the locker room is regarded as a significant private space by both the team and the players. Should the media catch wind of such an intrusion, it would not bode well for Jean. Wang Xiucheng held the card, chuckling helplessly at his own damn charm. The address inscribed on the card led to an apartment in downtown Los Angeles, specifically on the 55th floor. After tucking the card away, he donned casual attire and left the locker room, making his way to the court. He could imagine that fans, especially those from his homeland, were quite concerned about him, eager to know what had transpired. Thus, even if Wang Xiucheng sat on the bench, his presence could provide them with some reassurance. As he entered the players' tunnel, Wang Xiucheng was promptly spotted, and many voices erupted, calling out his name. Some children waved their jerseys or caps, rushing over to request his autograph. Signing for fans during the game is typically frowned upon and seldom done by players. Yet oblivious to these norms, Wang Xiucheng, upon seeing the eager glint in the children's eyes, took the pen and signed, even on a Lakers jersey. Wang Xiucheng, that a female voice called from the second-floor steps. He turned to see a woman he did not recognize. But beside her stood someone familiar, Yang, an old friend. The woman swiftly removed the Houston Rockets cap from Yang head and discreetly slipped something into it before handing it to Wang Xiucheng, urging him to wear it and not to lose it. Upon receiving the cap, Wang Xiucheng glanced inside to find yet another card. Yes, another card, this one likely containing a phone number. The previous card from Jean was presumably a key card. Women. Although Yang was somewhat taken aback by her friend's actions, she said nothing, her cheeks flushing. With her hair cascading across her face, free from the constraints of a hat, she possessed a unique charm. She quickly retrieved another hat from her bag to conceal herself. Placing the hat atop her head, she signed a couple more autographs for young fans, while Christopher approached quietly to inform Wang Xiucheng that signing was not permitted. Immediately, Wang Xiucheng straightened up and exited the tunnel, returning to the bench. Grova, Martin, and others exchanged fist bumps with him before turning their attention to the game that a camera now focused on Wang Xiucheng as the match entered a free throw. And the big screen shifted to a close-up of him. Unexpectedly, the arena erupted in applause, leaving Wang Xiucheng feeling a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, the game resumed quickly, and the screen reverted to broadcasting the match. Wang Xiucheng's appearance had indeed alleviated some worries among Chinese fans. The atmosphere in the Penguin livestream room lightened once more. Curiously, the game seemed to garner less attention now. The barrage of comments finally ceased lambasting Porter Jr., resulting in a much smoother chat experience. Unbeknownst to many, the trending topic Wang Xiucheng is fine gradually climbed into the top 5, while the controversy surrounding Porter Jr. striking Wang Xiucheng and his subsequent free throw soared to the top 3. This was absurd. The trending topic, funded by millions for his brother, was overshadowed by Wang Xiucheng alone. Who exactly was this Wang Xiucheng? Consequently, more infatuated fans began searching for his name, only to discover that he was even more handsome than their own brother. What were they to do? At the Staples Center, as Porter Jr. missed his final shot, the game concluded. The Lakers, trailing 64-70 at halftime, managed to outperform the Rockets in the second half with a score of 55-47. The final score was 119-117, narrowly clinching victory over the Rockets, leaving Lakers fans in a cold sweat. Both teams exchanged handshakes, and James made a point to embrace Wang Xiucheng on the bench. "Why didn't you play in the second half?" James asked, puzzled, unaware of Wang Xiucheng's concussion. "I bumped my head in the first half, and the team doctor wouldn't let me play after the halftime check." Wang Xiucheng replied with a rueful grin. "Nothing serious?" "Nothing serious." James appeared relieved, patting Wang Xiucheng on the back before heading off to shake hands with Silas. It was worth noting that James's first coach upon entering the league was the father of the current Rockets coach, Silas. With James leading the way, the Lakers players began to approach Wang Xiucheng, offering handshakes and fist bumps in the Penguin livestream room. Wang Ming commenced his usual data report. James scored 30 points with 10 assists. Davis and Westbrook each netted 27 points, and Anthony contributed 15 points. For the Rockets, Tate scored 20 points with 26 points, Porter Jr. 11 points with 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals, while Green tallied 24 points. Wang Xiucheng's stats were recorded at 8 points, 5 assists, and 2 steals. What do the two teachers think? Wang Xiucheng spoke up first. The overall score reveals Wang Xiucheng's impact: strong offensively, weak defensively. While Wang Xiucheng was on the court, the Rockets scored higher but also allowed more points. However, when Porter Jr. was substituted in, the defense improved noticeably. After all, Porter Jr. is sturdier, with superior physical attributes, but both the Rockets and Lakers scoring declined in terms of facilitating the team or scoring independently. Wang Xiucheng is clearly the stronger player. Porter Jr. took 14 shots for 11 points, while Wang Xiucheng took 8 shots for 8 points. No need to say who had the higher efficiency. Silas must make a choice: prioritize offense or defense. Yang Yi nodded thoughtfully before adding, however, from a score perspective, when Wang Xiucheng was on the court, the Rockets were ahead. Conversely, they lost by 8 points in the second half, and Green's 24 points were largely accumulated in the first half, indicating that Green and Wang Xiucheng are a better fit at this moment. Wang Meng interrupted, "We have located Wang Xiucheng for an interview. Let's go take a look." Wang Xiucheng: "Hello. Fans nationwide are curious why you didn't play in the second half. Could you elaborate?" Meng Chao, seemingly dressed in high heels for the occasion, still appeared delicate next to Wang Xiucheng. The scene was somewhat chaotic, prompting Wang Xiucheng to bend slightly to hear better. "I might have bumped my head during that dunk in the first half. And for safety, the team doctor didn't allow me to return." Wang Xiucheng, donning the cap, intended to show that his head was, in fact, fine. However, recalling the card hidden within the hat, he refrained from doing so. Upon hearing Wang Xiucheng's explanation, Meng Chao visibly relaxed, her tone lightening. "I noticed when you were conversing with James on the court, you both seemed very happy. Could you share that moment?" Wang Xiucheng immediately recalled the Heaven Dragon 8 steps, and his initially serious demeanor transformed into a smile. His smile sparked a peculiar glint in Meng Chao's eyes, who stood beside him. "That I can't say. James wouldn't want me to disclose that." "Huh." Wang Xiucheng waved his hand, chuckling while declining. "You can ask him at the press conference later. One last question." Meng Chao leaned in slightly closer. "Many fans are eager to know, do you have a girlfriend?" "Not yet," Wang Xiucheng replied without a moment's hesitation. Meng Chao's eyes brightened, and at that moment, female fans across the country inexplicably felt a surge of joy. "Thank you, that you're welcome." As the interview concluded, Wang Xiucheng followed the Rockets' public relations team out of the arena and into the Players' Tunnel. Silas had previously asked whether he would attend the post-game press conference, but Wang Xiucheng declined. It would be inappropriate for a bench player to attend, and moreover, how would Green perceive it when the time comes for one to truly earn their qualifications? Wang Xiucheng will naturally make his move at this moment. Green remains the future of Houston, and Porter continues to embody the essence of a legend. I have yet to prove that my abilities surpass those of the two. Upon returning to the locker room, assistant coach Lucas informs Wang Xiucheng that he may either accompany the team back to the hotel or enjoy some leisure time. The team will convene at the hotel tomorrow afternoon before boarding a flight to Phoenix together. After politely declining Christopher's invitation to the nightclub, Wang Xiucheng entrusted his basketball gear to the equipment staff for return to the hotel, then grabbed a bottle of water and exited the arena. This corridor is exclusively designated for players, with the Lakers' vehicles typically parked here, leading to the presence of paparazzi lurking outside. Wang Xiucheng stood at the entrance of the corridor, took out his phone, and made a call. The connection was almost instantaneous. Yet, neither Wang Xiucheng nor the voice on the other end spoke. Amused, he maintained his silence. Finally, the other party appeared unable to restrain themselves and gently inquired in Chinese. "Wang Xiucheng." The voice was soft and tender, with a hint of trembling that Wang Xiucheng could distinctly perceive. "It's me," he replied softly. The two spoke almost in unison, after exchanging details about a somewhat obscure location. Wang Xiucheng lowered the brim of his cap and proceeded outward. That a few minutes later, he spotted a white Ford Mustang parked by the roadside. Yang Mi stood quietly in the night breeze of Los Angeles, her lustrous black hair flowing gently, resembling a beautiful painting. Wang Xiucheng put away his phone and walked over. As he drew closer, he noticed her eyes were clear yet profound, seemingly revealing a subtle sadness. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of stories she harbored within, or perhaps because she felt lost and uncertain about the future. She wore a simple dress, its hem dancing with the wind. Her figure appeared so solitary, evoking a strong desire to protect her. Wang Xiucheng approached her. He picked up his phone and headed directly to the courtyard. The scenery of Los Angeles in November remained captivating. Though it's 6 it was still dark, and the air was slightly cool. From the vantage point of this house atop the hill, the entire city was enveloped in a rare tranquility. Located in the Bel Air neighborhood, it may not rival the star-studded Beverly Hills, yet it has housed numerous celebrities, such as Beyonce and Elizabeth Taylor. Thus, it remains beyond the financial reach of ordinary individuals, gazing at the lingering stars. Wang Xiucheng suddenly recalled Los Angeles at 4 a.m. If only he had arrived a few years earlier, perhaps he could have altered some outcomes. Lottery. Wang Xiucheng initiated the lottery. Soon, it concluded. The prize for the first lottery card was 2,000 system points, which was satisfactory. The second card yielded 1,000 system points, also acceptable. Accumulating 8,000 system points marked the highest earnings he had ever achieved in a single day. The third lottery card, however, thrilled Wang Xiucheng immensely, as it offered a chance to choose one from 3 options. Prize 1, 2,000 system points. Prize 2, skill card, apprentice-level anticipatory passing. Prize 3, unlocked defensive module. Among all rewards, the skill card was undoubtedly the most precious. Without hesitation, Wang Xiucheng selected the second prize, skill card, apprentice-level anticipatory passing. Equipping this skill card in the control module grants the host the ability to master apprentice-level anticipatory passing. Spending 100 points can elevate apprentice-level anticipatory passing to expert-level anticipatory passing. Throughout this time, among all the skill cards Wang Xiucheng had acquired, only the one received upon system activation offered such an upgrade method. The others merely enhanced shooting percentage. Undoubtedly, apprentice-level control had provided Wang Xiucheng with immense assistance and was fundamental to his standing in the NBA. However, even when upgraded to the pinnacle of master-level control, the emphasis remained on control, minimizing his errors at AS for passing. It was merely at a decent level. The focus of this apprentice-level anticipatory passing was evidently on passing. With a direct expenditure of 100 points, the skill card shimmered momentarily, and its description transformed. Skill card. Expert-level anticipatory passing. Equipping this skill card in the control module grants the host the ability to master expert-level anticipatory passing. Spending 10,000 points can elevate expert-level anticipatory passing to master-level anticipatory passing. As before, to upgrade once more requires an astounding 10,000 points, even with the 8,000 system points he had obtained, combined with the rewards from yesterday's game. Wang Xiucheng found himself with only 8,720 points, insufficient for the upgrade. Half an hour later, Yang finally settled down, and he returned to his rest. Wang Xiucheng reopened the system. This time, there were no prompts indicating tasks completed, meaning it was impossible to accomplish 2 tasks on the same individual within the designated time frame. That IT was reasonable. Otherwise, he would be utterly exhausted and accomplish nothing else today. Glancing at his remaining points, he noted 8,620 points. Yesterday, Green had performed admirably, scoring 24 points. Even though Wang Xiucheng did not play in the second half, he managed to accumulate 370 points. Otherwise, his score would have been even lower. Without comparison, there is no harm. Toiling through several games hardly equated to lying in bed for half an hour. Who could he complain to about that? Closing the attribute panel, Wang Xiucheng refrained from making any changes to his attributes. The points were simply insufficient. Even a slight increase would yield minimal benefit. IT was wiser to save them for the eventual upgrade of anticipatory passing. However, what precisely this anticipatory passing skill entailed and how to utilize it remained entirely unknown to Wang Xiucheng. He could only wait until tonight in Phoenix to explore the training facility. Taking out his phone, he chose to distract himself from these thoughts and began casually browsing the news. His dunk had indeed made it onto the trending list once more, inciting numerous imitation performances. Many fans flocked to Levine's account, kindly reminding him that Wang Xiucheng had executed his 360-degree dunk from the free throw line in an actual game. Levine, seemingly unbothered, promptly recorded another video overnight. In the video, Levine, gripping the ball with one hand, accelerated from the baseline. As he reached the arc of the three-point line, he tossed the ball forward. At the peak of his speed, he planted 1 foot on the free throw line, leaping high to catch the basketball that had bounced off the backboard. Yet it didn't end there. Levine surprisingly switched the ball beneath his legs before slamming it through the hoop. although he barely grazed the rim with 2 fingers in the end. The feat was still spectacular. The video garnered millions of views, with many fans calling out for Wang Xiucheng. After watching Levine's video, Wang Xiucheng's expression shifted, and he inhaled deeply the cool morning air of Los Angeles. It was unattainable, completely beyond his reach. He could not achieve such a feat even if he risked injuring himself. Fortunately, Wang Xiucheng's account had not been verified, and few were aware of it. Otherwise, he would be plagued by those eager for drama. Shortly thereafter, another piece of news caught Wang Xiucheng's attention. The official rookie ranking for the second week were updated, and surprisingly, Wang Xiucheng entered the list for the first time, landing in the top 10. This revelation astonished him, as he had only played 4 games, all as a substitute, and even then, during garbage time. How could he possibly make the list? The 2021 rookie class must be exceptionally lacking. Upon opening the leaderboard, Wang Xiucheng glanced at the rankings. The 4th overall pick from the Raptors, Barnes, occupied the top position, followed by the Cavaliers' 3rd pick, Mobley, and the 13th pick from the Pacers, Duarte. Meanwhile, the Rockets' highly anticipated 2nd overall pick, Jalen Green, found himself in 7th place, averaging 13.0 points, 4.0 rebounds, and 3.0 assists per game. Another rookie from the Rockets, Sengun, secured the 8th spot with averages of 8.6 points, 4.4 rebounds, and 2.1 assists. Remarkably, Wang Xiucheng, a 2021 undrafted player, managed to break into the list, ranking 10th with an average of 3.8 points and 3.5 assists. Below Wang Xiucheng, a note read, having played less than 20 minutes in 4 games, Wang Xiucheng has already captivated the discerning fans of Houston with 2 spectacular dunks, etching his name into their memories, albeit regrettably. He is with the Rockets. This last statement clearly alluded to the chaotic management of the Rockets, suggesting that Wang Xiucheng may not receive ample playing time. Considering the plethora of young talents they are nurturing, at 18 noon, Yang Mi prepared a meal herself, consisting of 4 dishes and a soup. Though not extravagant, it sufficed for the 2 of them. Yang Mi felt sated after a modest portion, while Wang Xiucheng devoured 2 bowls of rice, showing no signs of stopping. Since leaving Houston, he had not indulged in Chinese cuisine, subsisting on the team's standardized nutritional meals, which felt like a torturous ordeal for him. As the television aired yesterday's NBA Top 5 plays, Wang Xiucheng's dunk undoubtedly reclaimed the spotlight. Watching it, he shook his head slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Yang Mi, however, was not focused on the television. Her interest lay solely with the man before her. Captivated by Wang Xiucheng's chiseled profile, she couldn't resist planting a kiss, only to find her lips smeared with oil. Wang Xiucheng was taken aback, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards this woman, whose youthful exuberance was quite formidable. Had it not been for his recent enhancement in attributes, he might have found himself in dire straits. Rising from the dining table, it was not long before Yang Mi returned with a set of keys. This house was purchased a decade ago, after my divorce. It became mine, she disclosed, unperturbed by the revelation of her marital past, a fact Wang Xiucheng was certainly aware of. Here are the keys to the house. You are welcome to visit any time. I shall be returning to my country soon to address numerous pressing matters. She placed the keys on the table and continued, the Mustang in the garage is too small for you. I have asked a friend to assist in acquiring a larger vehicle, so your time in Los Angeles will be much more convenient. Wang Xiucheng nodded, choosing not to be overly sentimental. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated declining, but he quickly dismissed the notion. What would that make him? A taker who leaves nothing but emptiness behind. That would be no different from that woman, he human. Neither Wang Xiucheng nor Yang Mi broached the subject of their future, both acutely aware that such thoughts were a luxury they could ill afford. Yang Mi understood all too well that if domestic media and fans discovered she was dating a man under 20, the ensuing scandal would be overwhelming. Conversely, Wang Xiucheng's parents, who had painstakingly raised him and sent him to America for his education, would surely be appalled at the thought of their son associating with a woman approaching 40. In the United States, such relationships were not uncommon. Yet for someone of Chinese descent, it would be deemed excessively avant-garde, even rebellious. Hence, Yang Mi chose to cherish the present, watching Wang Xiucheng consume every morsel of food on his plate. A smile of joy graced Yang Mi's face. However, the impending separation weighed heavily on her heart, casting a shadow of melancholy across her features, seemingly attuned to the shift in Yang Mi's expression. Wang Xiucheng suddenly recalled a quip. After finishing the last of his meal, he remarked, with a hint of longing, "I'm still a bit hungry." Yang Mi stared at him in disbelief. Most of the meal had been consumed by him, and yet he claimed he was still unsatisfied. "What should we do then?" She rose. "Shall I prepare something else for you?" "No need." Wang Xiucheng shook his head. "I crave Wangzai." Phoenix, the largest city and capital of Arizona, is renowned as the Valley of the Sun, home to numerous professional sports teams. The Phoenix Suns stand out as the most venerable and popular. However, the team has recently found itself embroiled in controversy. Reports surfaced alleging that owner Robert Sarver harbors severe racial biases and misogyny, catching the entire club off guard. Fortunately, the game remained unaffected, with all 18,000 seats in the Suns' home arena, the Footprint Center, filled to capacity. The Suns featured a star-studded lineup, including Paul, Booker, Bridges, and Ayton, leading many commentators and former players to believe that the outcome of the game was hardly in doubt, if there was any uncertainty. It pertained only to the margin of victory. With a limited number of games scheduled for the day, the broadcast was entrusted to the ever-enthusiastic duo of Barkley and O'Neal, both former Suns players. As they returned to the commentary booth, "Look, LeBron is here today." Barkley immediately noticed LeBron seated courtside, dressed in a revealing outfit, explaining the photo Booker had posted with him a few hours prior. "I always thought LeBron wasn't fond of Booker," O'Neal, known for his candidness, remarked. Barkley quickly interrupted his colleague to shift the focus back to the game as the players began their warm-ups. That O'Neal, sensing he had overstepped, awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Charles, I bet $1,000 the Suns win today." Barkley nearly spat at the hefty figure beside him, as even a fool could predict the Suns' victory. "Well, did you know that?" O'Neal inquired. "That of course I do," Barkley replied, only to realize he had made a misstep. That O'Neal erupted into laughter, prompting him to suggest, "Let us wager $1,000 on whether Wang Xiucheng will lose the ball today." Barkley replied with irritation, "It's not about losing the ball, it's about being stripped." Understood. O'Neal eagerly pulled out his phone to post their wager online. The game commenced swiftly. The Suns fielded a starting lineup of Paul, Booker, Ayton, Bridges, and Crowder, showing no signs of complacency. The Rockets, meanwhile, maintained their lineup of Green, Porter Jr., Sengun, Wood, and Tate. The much-anticipated Wang Xiucheng did not start, seated on the bench, idly biting his nails. After over 4 years in America, he had not mastered much except this anxious habit. LeBron, seated in the front row, kept his large eyes fixated on Wang Xiucheng, never wavering. Should anyone remove his sunglasses, they would see a hint of mist in his eyes, as if he were on the verge of tears. As for the game, he showed no interest whatsoever. Even when Booker deliberately passed by him several times, LeBron remained unresponsive. His gaze was solely for that man, one he yearned for yet could not attain. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a timeout called by Silas. After just 4 minutes of play, the Suns had surged to an 18-10 lead. Paul had already recorded 3 assists, and under his guidance, the Suns maintained control of the game's tempo, consistently reaping rewards from their offensive efforts. "Focus on defense. Porter, take a breather. Wang, you're up at the 1 position. Ensure ball distribution, as they may attempt to double-team you," the coach instructed. Wang Xiucheng held a tactical board, sketching a few cryptic symbols that Wang Xiucheng could not comprehend at this moment. The system also issued the match tasks. Task 1. For every increase of 1 in the positive-negative value, reward 10 system points. Task 2. Achieve assists no less than Paul, and upon completion, receive 100 system points. Task 3. For every assist exceeding Paul's count, receive an additional 100 system points. It seemed that today he was destined to embody the role of a pure point guard. Wang Xiucheng instantly recognized the role the system intended for him to play in the Penguin Live broadcast room. Wang Xiucheng took to the court with 8 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Replacing Porter Jr. I mentioned, he was merely a F.A. Ade of a starter. Yang E, who had been languishing, suddenly displayed newfound vigor. Another guest, Ma Jian, was filled with anticipation, eager to witness Wang's performance against the formidable Paul, a rare opportunity for learning. Wang Xiucheng received the ball and accelerated past Paul effortlessly. However, before Yang could finish a sentence, Wang Xiucheng's control over the ball seemed to falter, sending it careening away. The crowd erupted in astonishment. And even Barkley in the live broadcast room rose to his feet. He observed clearly that Wang Xiucheng had simply executed a deceptive acceleration to bypass the 36-year-old Paul. Yet perhaps due to his excessive speed, Wang Xiucheng's handling appeared slightly off-kilter, causing the basketball to fly towards Booker's head. The ball traveled with such velocity that Booker instinctively reached out to grab it, only managing to brush against its edge, which caused a slight deviation in its trajectory. Everyone assumed this to be a blunder, attributing it to Wang Xiucheng's mishap. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of red appeared behind Booker like a specter, as Jalen Green seized the ball with one hand, took a step, and leaped high, emphatically slamming it through the hoop. Jalen Green raised his gaze to the heavens, exuberantly releasing his pent-up energy. Paul, hands on hips, mentally retraced the basketball's path, concluding it was merely a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. Wang Xiucheng must have slipped, resulting in Booker's touch, fortuitously enabling Green, who had intended to set a screen for Wang, to receive the ball. Had any of these variables been different, Green would have never caught it. Thus, it could only be deemed an accident, a stroke of luck. Beautiful. Green and Wang Xiucheng exchanged a vigorous high five, even though Green, too, believed it was a mistake. Monty, standing at the sideline, furrowed his brow. This had to be an accident. But what if it wasn't? A sudden thought sent a shiver down his spine, for he did not see the usual expression of regret or relief on Wang Xiucheng's face following such an error. In fact, Wang Xiucheng immediately pointed towards Green, displaying a sense of pride akin to that of Paul after an assist. Hoping he was merely overthinking, Monty turned his gaze towards Paul, feeling somewhat reassured. With Paul in the game, everything would invariably simplify. That moment. Barkley sat back down, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from his bald head. Lucky indeed. That ball had not been intercepted. O'Neal chuckled, seemingly certain that a grand prize was imminent. The game continued, with Paul controlling the ball, expertly using his body to keep Wang Xiucheng at bay. After executing a pick and roll with Ayton, he passed to Booker in the corner. Booker, leaping to shoot before Green could position himself, was met with a resounding clang. He missed. Xiucheng, boxing out Ayton, secured the rebound and, upon lifting his head, spotted Wang Xiucheng signaling for the ball. Yet Paul positioned himself between them, denying Xiucheng the opportunity to pass. Suddenly, Wang Xiucheng sprinted toward the front court, his speed eclipsing Paul's by a significant margin, almost instantaneously leaving him behind. Xiucheng swung his arm, launching the ball skyward toward the backcourt, though the ball traveled swiftly. Wang Xiucheng managed to catch it just before it went out of bounds. Without making adjustments, he caught the ball with his right hand, utilizing a technique reminiscent of Tai Chi to absorb the force before flicking it sideways. Booker, racing to position himself, could not stop in time, and the ball sailed past the spot he had just vacated. He could only reach out in a futile attempt to interfere, with a soft thud. Booker felt his fingers brush against the ball that it was destined to go out of bounds. In that instant, he concluded the outcome. Yet the red figure appeared once more. Green. Having arrived late, Green had not anticipated receiving the ball, so he slowed his pace, preparing to take the sideline inbounds. However, when Booker touched the ball, its trajectory inexplicably veered toward him. Due to his earlier deceleration, Green naturally caught the ball, stepped forward in fluid motion, and leapt gracefully to release a shot. In that moment, everything felt remarkably seamless, as if it were meant to be so much, so that as he released the ball, he was utterly convinced it would go in. Thus, he did not even glance at the outcome. As soon as he landed, he pivoted to sprint back down the court. Swish! The delightful sound of a clean net echoed through the arena. A three-pointer. Good! Instantly, the crowd erupted into applause. Green's confidence, reflected in his immediate retreat after the shot, was palpable. Yet peculiarly, the Suns' bench fell into silence. They had witnessed the play clearly. The ball had originally been heading out of bounds. It was only Booker's touch that allowed Green to receive it. This mirrored the earlier incident with Green's dunk, seemingly both aided by Booker's unintentional contributions. Twice now. Could it all be mere coincidence? Monty raised his hand, calling for a timeout. The Rockets had quickly closed the gap by 5 points, and sensing the ominous shift, he knew he had to intervene on the Rockets' side. Green and Wang Xiucheng exchanged a chest bump before taking their seats on the bench. Grinning, reveling in the exhilaration of the game, Wang Xiucheng accepted a towel and water. Taking a deep breath, he too was taken aback. The predictive passing was far more formidable than he had anticipated. It could even foresee the movements of opposing players, issuing passing directives. When he held the ball, if a predictive pass scenario arose, a green line would appear before him as long as he passed the ball along the trajectory before the line turned red. It would find its way to an open teammate. This was merely at the expert level. Should it reach the master level, Wang Xiucheng could hardly fathom the extraordinary prowess of predictive passing. He felt he could not frequently rely on this ability. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the uncanny nature of each occurrence. The timeout concluded swiftly, with neither side making adjustments, both head coaches holding unwavering faith in their players on the court. The Suns initiated an offense once more, with Paul directing the play, this time lofting the ball into the paint for Ayton. However, Ayton failed to secure it, allowing Tate to snatch it away as Tate dribbled. He scanned the court, reaching the front court before handing the ball to Green, who then shielded Wang Xiucheng from Paul. Receiving the ball, Wang Xiucheng slowed down, seemingly assessing the unfolding dynamics. Aside from Paul, who was defending him, the rest of the players surged forward, seeking opportunities as the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds. Wang Xiucheng suddenly accelerated past Paul, crossing the three-point line and leaping for a jump shot. Ayton rushed over, leaping high to contest. Paul instinctively squinted, envisioning that if it were him, he would have passed to Xiucheng beneath the basket. Wang Xiucheng's choice mirrored Paul's thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered the ball to Xiucheng. Xiucheng soared effortlessly for a thunderous dunk, securing 2 points. Paul observed Wang Xiucheng's silhouette, taller than himself by a fraction. However, despite lacking physical strength, aside from possessing an appealing exterior, it is challenging for Paul to discern any other virtues in Wang Xiucheng. Yet, there are moments when one can only gauge the true essence of an opponent through direct confrontation, that a proficient guard must wield the ability to create opportunities for teammates. Wang Xiucheng has just showcased his prowess in this regard. He indeed possesses the potential to evolve into a top-tier point guard. However, this remains merely a possibility, for in Paul's estimation, Wang Xiucheng has yet to develop a reliable three-point shooting ability. Fortunately, Wang Xiucheng is sufficiently young, affording him ample time to rectify this shortcoming, though he must also encounter a discerning mentor that is Silas that mentor. Paul is uncertain, for he lacks familiarity with this rookie coach. His concern for Wang Xiucheng stems solely from his own tenure with the Rockets, albeit one that is marred by unpleasant memories. As the game progressed, the Suns, under Paul's guidance, gradually regained control. Booker executed a series of drives and shots, amassing 7 points, while Bridges and Ayton also contributed to the scoreboard, allowing the Suns to extend their lead to 10 points. Meanwhile, under Wang Xiucheng's orchestration, the Rockets' scoring was no less impressive than that of the star-laden Suns. However, their defensive strategy was chaotic, failing to effectively restrain a key figure like Booker. By the end of the first quarter, both teams engaged in a scoring duel, with the Suns leading the Rockets 36-30. The match was characterized by a whoever defends first is at a disadvantage mentality. While the Suns appear to have a comfortable lead, a closer examination revealed that since Wang Xiucheng's entry into the game, the score had been 18-20, with the Rockets surprisingly ahead by 2 points. In the first quarter, Paul recorded 4 assists, and remarkably, Wang Xiucheng matched him with 4 assists as well. In the Penguin livestream, Yanni was analyzing Wang Xiucheng's assist capabilities. Clearly, Wang Xiucheng's basketball IQ is on par with Paul's. Orchestrating the team with exceptional precision, Point One could reasonably anticipate that we might soon have our own version of Paul, or rather, our own magic. The term magic, first uttered by a basketball commentator, elicited no chuckles nor disbelief. Ma Jian, upon hearing this title, excitedly seized the conversation, asserting that it transcended mere basketball intelligence. It was leadership. Wang Xiucheng's mastery of game tempo, utilization of space, and understanding of his teammates' tendencies are elevating the collective basketball IQ of the team. Ma Jian's assessment was undeniably lofty, yet neither host Wang Ming nor Yang found it excessive. Indeed, it was evident that the previously reckless Green had transformed into a remarkably efficient player. Xiucheng, criticized by Rockets fans for his exaggerated height and long neck, was making significant contributions on the offensive end, rivaling the performance of the 2018 first overall pick, DeAndre Ayton. The only change was the substitution of Porter for Wang Xiucheng. The second quarter commenced swiftly, with Wang Xiucheng still on the court. However, the nature of the game began to diverge from the first quarter. Under Wang Xiucheng's guidance, the Rockets maintained their offensive sharpness, while the Suns appeared to succumb to a scoring drought, particularly after Paul and Booker exited for a breather, leading to a severe decline in their scoring production. The Rockets remained unchanged, their defensive intensity unwavering. Yet the Suns struggled to find the net. This predicament deeply concerned Silas. Is this a performance? Do you really think I won't win? After 2 more minutes, as the Rockets led 57-40. Silas finally opted for change. With a sweeping gesture, he substituted Wang Xiucheng for Porter, restoring equilibrium to the game. By the end of the second quarter, the Suns trailed the Rockets 55-61. A mere 6-point deficit. Indeed, it was only a 6-point deficit. Throughout the second quarter, the Rockets had outscored their opponents 31-20, a scoreline that left fans incredulous. Had Silas not made timely adjustments, the score would have been insurmountable. During halftime, the Penguin livestream fell into silence. Wang Meng and Yang, you were at a loss for words. Silas clearly did not intend to win, yet his antics were exceedingly excessive. Ma Jian, gazing at his computer, was the first to speak. Wang Xiucheng played for 14 minutes and 41 seconds, scoring 4 points and dishing out 7 assists. However, Ma Jian pivoted. His plus-minus rating is plus 25. Upon revealing this statistic, even Ma Jian was taken aback, doubting whether the statistics had been recorded accurately. This indicated that when Wang Xiucheng was on the court, the Rockets had outperformed their opponents by 25 points. Silas, you've let me down, Ma Jian reflected, recalling the oft-repeated phrase in the comments. Initially, he had thought it exaggerated, but now it seemed to ring true. Had Wang Xiucheng not been part of the Rockets, he would have long been nurtured as a core player in the Rockets locker room. Everyone sensed the underlying issue, yet none voiced their thoughts, considering it merely normal. The Rockets' objective this season was to continue their lackluster performance, as mandated by the owner, and Silas certainly dared not oppose that. They were even less inclined to speak out. Since Harden's departure, the Rockets had completely become Fertitta's team. Thus, even if someone felt sympathy for Wang Xiucheng, they would not voice it, at least not openly. In contrast, Wang Xiucheng remained unfazed, enjoying the fruit prepared by the team to replenish his energy. For him, the team's performance was inconsequential. His playing time was irrelevant. What mattered was demonstrating his abilities to tee the end of the season. Should other teams offer him substantial contracts, he would not hesitate to depart. As the second half was about to commence, everyone rallied together. Silas was the first to extend his fist. The others piled their fists atop one another, collectively shouting encouragement. Yet they all understood that the meaning behind this encouragement was to perform convincingly, ensuring the league office did not catch on to their intentions. The second half began with Porter still starting, while Wang Xiucheng remained on the bench. This caused the coaches on the Suns bench to wear expressions of displeasure. Silas, what do you mean by this? Do you look down on us? Seizing an opportunity during a free throw, Monty pulled Booker aside, fervently instructing him, make sure to obliterate them. Do you see that Chinese player over there? Treat him like he has disrespected you. Make him regret it. Get him on the court. Understood? Booker nodded vigorously, acutely aware that Monty's words, though harsh, were not to be challenged at this moment. The Suns, appearing beleaguered, faced an uncertain future under their owner. If a change in ownership occurred, who could say whether he would still be regarded as the Suns' future? The notion of being disrespected by that Chinese player, just by him. Booker glanced at Wang Xiucheng, who was engrossed in gnawing on his fingers, then back at the smiling LeBron, scoffing dismissively. After the free throw, Booker returned to defense that LeBron observed Wang Xiucheng on the bench, involuntarily smiling, even gnawing on his fingers. Wang Xiucheng exuded charm. Yet a moment later, LeBron's countenance shifted to one of pouting discontent, his eyes misting once more. That Monty's motivational tactics were evidently effective. In the third quarter, Booker played with renewed vigor, scoring 12 points within the quarter alone. Under the leadership of Booker and Paul, the Suns unleashed a barrage of scoring in the third quarter, accumulating 37 points while limiting the Rockets to just 25. The overall score stood at 93-86, with the Suns leading by 7 points. Yes, merely a 7-point lead. Unfortunately, the debt incurred in the second quarter was too substantial. They had only just begun to recover. During the intermission, Monty expressed satisfaction with the team's performance in the third quarter, arranging for the substitutes to begin the fourth quarter. When the starters returned, it would be time to secure victory. Monty glanced back and noticed that Wang Xiucheng had risen from the bench. Did he intend to enter the game at the start of the fourth quarter? Monty's brow furrowed slightly. What was Silas implying? Was he attempting to outmaneuver him? While his starters rested, he intended to let Wang Xiucheng take the floor. "Chris, play for a few more minutes. I'll substitute Booker for you shortly." Monty decided to let Paul continue for a few more minutes. Otherwise, without any starters, Wang Xiucheng might throw the Suns' strategy into disarray. Even if the main players were to be deployed at that moment, it is highly likely that it would be too late as the fourth quarter commenced. Both teams routinely brought in their bench players. Yet both sides conspicuously retained their primary point guards on the court. Indeed, at this juncture, no one regarded the Rockets' primary point guard as Kevin Porter Jr. The Suns gained possession, with Chris Paul advancing the ball. While Wang Xiucheng attempted several times to intercept, but to no avail, he even endured a few of Paul's subtle elbows. Following a pick and roll, Paul passed the ball to the backup center, JaVale McGee. It is no exaggeration to say that McGee's upper body is all top tier. He lacked any footwork. He simply leapt and banked the shot, which then swished through the net. Dilireba glanced at Wang Xiucheng and shook his head in resignation. "You can't stop him, man. He is too tall and too strong." Wang Xiucheng received Dilereba's inbound pass and slowly brought the ball up the court. As Dilireba passed by, he suddenly halted, prompting Wang Xiucheng to maneuver around him and accelerate past half court. With a swift motion, Wang Xiucheng sent the basketball soaring towards the backboard. Rebound. Paul instantly recognized the trajectory of the ball and shouted. McGee, who was retreating alongside Dilireba, had yet to establish his footing and was unable to leap in time. He merely reached out, and surprisingly, his hand made contact with the basketball. The forceful ball, having been deflected by McGee, lost much of its momentum and began to drift downward towards the basket. Martin, witnessing the basketball descending towards his head, had no time to think. He sprang into action and executed an alley-oop dunk into the hoop. The resounding clang reverberated through the arena. Monty leapt up from the bench in astonishment. Here it comes again. That bizarre, serendipitous pass from Wang Xiucheng has returned. Once as a coincidence, twice as a coincidence, but could it be a third? Monty found it hard to believe that there could be so many coincidences in this world. What could possibly explain it? Was Wang Xiucheng deliberately making those passes? Unthinkable that no one could calculate their opponent's mistakes with such precision. Monty turned his gaze towards Wang Xiucheng, who, this time, wore an awkward smile, seemingly acknowledging his own passing mistake. This brought a slight sense of relief to Monty, albeit just a smidgen. Wang Xiucheng, feeling a pang of anxiety, patted his chest and exchanged fist bumps with Dilireba and Martin. This predictive passing did not guarantee that such fortunate plays would occur every time, and Wang Xiucheng had no control over it. Fortunately, the occurrences seemed infrequent, otherwise he might have been reluctant to employ it. The game continued, with both Paul and Wang Xiucheng showcasing their respective talents. When a 5-minute timeout arrived, both teams had produced an equal score of 12 points in the quarter, if one disregarded the disparity in the bench players' abilities. Wang Xiucheng and Paul had effectively matched each other as performance. Returning to the bench, Wang Xiucheng took a sip of water and began to catch his breath. He realized he had encountered a significant issue: fatigue. He had already played for 20 minutes, and the point guard position demanded considerable stamina. Wang Xiucheng was acutely aware of his exhaustion. If he did not rest, he could manage just 3 more minutes of high-intensity play. It was hard to fathom how some players could endure over 30 minutes of gameplay, or even longer. Silas, holding the tactical board, seemed to be relaying some instructions, but Wang Xiucheng paid little attention. He should not be returning to the court. Otherwise, with Green and Xinjiang alongside him, a victory would be problematic. As expected, when the game resumed, both Wang Xiucheng and Paul were substituted out. The starters returned to the floor, seemingly poised for a final push for victory. Before long, Paul, whose sweat had yet to dry, re-entered the game, and the Suns quickly mounted a small surge. Ultimately, When the final buzzer sounded, the Suns triumphed 123 to 111. The Rockets lost by 12 points, marking their sixth consecutive defeat. From a mere score perspective, the Suns' victory by double digits appeared rather comfortable. However, witnessing the game unfold provided an entirely different sensation. The Rockets had once held a lead of over 20 points, only to ultimately succumb by 12. Can such dramatic fluctuations be merely attributed to being young and inexperienced? In a live broadcast, Wang Xiucheng perhaps played longer than intended, or perhaps it was fatigue that led to 3 turnovers. Fortunately, these were merely instances of stepping out of bounds. Wang Xiucheng was not intercepted, and $1,000 were rightfully claimed. Barkley, who had been nervously awaiting the outcome, finally relaxed and reached out for his winnings. Shaquille O'Neal rummaged through his pockets for a while, eventually producing a few $100s. Next time, I'll pay you, O'Neal awkwardly stated, feeling as though he were a petty debtor in the live broadcast. Next time, Barkley chuckled. Next time it will be 2000 at the post-game press conference. Silas, who had strayed from conventional strategies, quickly became the focal point of criticism. The media's inquiries pointed directly at the pressing issues, seemingly indicating that Silas was the most significant weakness of this young team. Silas maintained a smile, responding nonchalantly, as if to say whatever you wish, I will remain oblivious, during a query from Meng Chao of Penguin Sports. He asked Silas why Wang Xiucheng had only received 20 minutes of playing time. Silas surprisingly retorted, as an undrafted player, how long do you think he should play? Meng Chao was momentarily taken aback, realizing the logic in Silas's words. Yet with a plus-minus of 25, the highest on the court, along with 6 points and 13 assists, only 1 assist less than Paul. Shouldn't Wang Xiucheng have earned more time? Unfazed, Meng Chao pressed on. Basketball is a team sport. When he's on the court, the other 4 players also achieved a similar plus-minus. They too are asking for playing time. What should I do? Silas remained cheerful, but Meng Chao genuinely felt like removing her high heels to deliver a few kicks to him. As Jen walked into the players' tunnel, the security seemed oblivious to her presence. As Devin Booker's girlfriend, it was effortless for her to access the players' area. Not only the Suns players, but even the security personnel recognized her. Jen made her way toward the locker room. In truth, she seldom visited this area, but today she simply could not resist the urge to see him in the distance. The door to the visiting team's locker room swung open, and over 30 players and staff from the Houston Rockets emerged, each carrying various bags. Wang Xiucheng was the last to exit. I could see this moment. Jen's expression shifted to one of urgency. Just as she was about to dash over, the adjacent door opened, revealing DeAndre Ayton. Miss Jen? Ayton appeared momentarily taken aback, wondering if she was looking for Booker. One moment. I'll go fetch him for you. Zhang Gang was about to decline the hulking figure before him. Ayton triumphantly returned to the locker room. Zhang bit her lip. She could no longer delay. The Houston Rockets were evidently heading to the airport. Having kept a close eye on Wang Xiucheng's itinerary, she was aware that the team's next destination was Denver. She could easily make an appearance in Los Angeles, given her residence there, or in Sun City, thanks to Booker. However, she found no justification for appearing in Denver. This implied that if she missed Wang Xiucheng today, their next encounter could be indefinitely postponed. She could not bear to wait even a second longer. She refused to believe that Wang Xiucheng harbored no feelings for her. His gaze upon her was anything but indifferent. In fact, it bore a hint of warmth in the Suns' locker room. Upon hearing that Zhang had come to seek Booker, a chorus of teasing erupted. Yet, Booker remained unhurried to any observer. It was evident that he reveled in the attention, his lips curling upward in a near smirk. And rightly so. He had every reason to be proud. Zhang, after all, was the cherished jewel of the Kardashian clan. In terms of beauty, status, and wealth, she was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the pyramid. After a full 5 minutes, Booker, basking in the raucous jeers of his teammates, finally sauntered out of the locker room. However, outside awaited a scene devoid of Zhang's presence, in a remote corner of the parking lot. Wang Xiucheng found himself at a loss, gazing at the woman before him. Who could have anticipated that the goddess, the formidable woman, the top model, and the internet sensation revered by Americans would be standing there, teary-eyed and utterly endearing? This was a far cry from her on-screen persona and public image. Moments later, he announced, I must leave. Silas has returned, and we are heading to the airport. Wang Xiucheng spotted Silas. Green, old Lucas, and several staff members returning from the post-game press conference in the distance. That I'll wait for you in Denver. Please don't run away. I beg you, Zhang implored, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Her voice pleading. I am leaving, Wang Xiucheng declared, no longer delaying, as he stepped out of the shadows and hurried to board the bus behind Silas. Watching him depart, Zhang's breath remained erratic, her heart racing like a startled deer. In that moment, she was utterly convinced that this man was the one she cherished, and she could not let him slip away. Staring at the now black-screened phone, Booker blinked, momentarily bewildered. What had just transpired? Was it a prank call? Yes, it must have been a prank call. They had even gone so far as to disguise it with Zhang's number and voice. Was technology truly that advanced? These fraudsters had no idea that Zhang had come to watch his game today. But where was Zhang? Hadn't she been outside? Why was she nowhere to be found? In Denver, at a certain hotel, Wang Xiucheng sat on the terrace outside his room, clad in pajamas, at 7 a.m. In November, the temperature in Denver had already dipped below freezing at night, and he dared not expose himself as he would in Los Angeles. Although he was accustomed to rising early, today was different. He had not slept at all. Task completed. Reward: 10,000 system points, 3 lottery cards. Task completed. Reward: 100,000 system points, 1 skill selection card to T.O. Wang Xiucheng. This skill selection card was indeed superior to 3 lottery cards. Its existence not only allowed him to choose a skill card freely, but also offered a glimpse into the array of skills the system possessed. Lottery, Wang Xiucheng decided, opting to use the 3 lottery cards first. Soon, the lottery concluded. 3,000 system points, defensive module activated, shooting module's second skill slot opened. Perhaps it was due to the presence of a skill selection card, but none of the 3 lottery draws yielded a skill. At this moment, Wang Xiucheng finally focused on the skill selection card. Select skill. Instantly, the card transformed into a radiant light, and then morphed into a book that could be flipped open at will. Appearing before Wang Xiucheng, his eyes sparkled as he perused the pages. Rebound vacuum, shooting interference, ultra-fast dribbling, quick release, quarterback passing, three-point shot, ultra-long three-point shot, rapid self-healing, trash talk taunt, iron elbow steel head, diamond feet, rebounding passing master, back to the basket post play. Sky hook. Wang Xiucheng was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated such an abundance of skill cards, nor the presence of so many seemingly peculiar ones. Yet, it seemed that all of them were skills of potential utility. After a lengthy half-hour, he finally selected a skill card, albeit with considerable hesitation. Indeed, he was torn, for there were too many desirable skills, yet he could only choose one. Skill card. 3-point shooting percentage increase 0. Equip this skill card in the control module to enhance the 3-point shooting percentage of players assisted by the host by 0. Equip this skill card in the shooting module to increase the host's 3-point shooting percentage by 0. Spending 10 points can increase the percentage by 0.1. Spending 10 points can extend the shooting distance by 0.1 centimeter. The effective area of this card is within 10 centimeters beyond the 3-point line. Wang Xiucheng had yet to make a 3-point shot, as his shooting was abysmal. During practice, managing to score 1 out of 5 attempts was considered commendable. In the future, he might even find himself left open, relegated to the bench. Once the main force is deployed, the opponents consist of the league's elite players, and any shortcomings in 3-point shooting will be magnified without mercy. With the acquisition of this skill card, Wang Xiucheng has effectively mitigated his most significant weakness. Naturally, with the addition of jump shot, he can seamlessly integrate this skill card into the ball control module, thereby enhancing his teammates' 3-point shooting accuracy. Which is indeed a commendable strategy. This skill card presents 2 areas requiring upgrades: accuracy and range. Both are crucial and necessitate enhancement, with a total of 113,000 system points at his disposal. Combined with his previous savings, he should have sufficient resources for the time being. Having made his decision, Wang Xiucheng commenced the upgrade process for this skill card, and a radiant glow began to flicker, gradually increasing the skill card's accuracy. That a few minutes later, the upgrades were complete, and the description of the skill card had transformed. Skill card increases 3-point shooting accuracy by 30. When equipped in the ball control module. The 3-point shooting accuracy of players assisted by the host is enhanced by 30. When equipped in the shooting module. The host's three-point shooting accuracy increases by 30. Spending 310 points can enhance accuracy by 0. 1. Spending 310 points can increase shooting range by 0.1 centimeter. This card is effective within a 30 centimeters radius beyond the three-point line. Wang Xiucheng invested a total of 46,500 points to elevate the skill card's accuracy to 30. He further expended another 46,500 points to enhance the shooting range to 30 centimeter. The total cost amounted to 93,000 system points. This marks Wang Xiucheng's most significant investment since acquiring the system, and he can already foresee the potential effects. An accuracy boost of 30 should yield commendable results, while a 30 centimeters increase in range will significantly enhance shooting margin for error. Glancing at his remaining system points, Wang Xiucheng spent an additional 15,500 points to elevate the accuracy of his jump shot from 10 to 20. Skill card. Jump shot accuracy increased by 20. When equipped in the ball control module. The jump shot accuracy of players assisted by the host is enhanced by 20. When equipped in the shooting module. The host's jump shot accuracy increases by 20. Spending 210 points can enhance accuracy by 0. 1. Note: this card is effective within the three-point line and cannot be stacked with other skill cards that enhance accuracy within the same area. Only the card with the higher accuracy effect will take precedence. With a 20 accuracy boost for his jump shot and a 30 accuracy boost for three-pointers to assist his teammates, Wang Xiucheng couldn't help but smile. After configuring the skill cards, Wang Xiucheng opened the attributes interface. Previously, he had 113,950 system points, but within mere minutes, only 5,450 points remained, prompting him to lament the inadequacy of his points. Observing the attributes, he contemplated briefly before proceeding with further adjustments. A few minutes later, Wang Xiucheng's attributes underwent changes. Birthday: December 24, 2002, 18.8 years old. Height: 191 centimeters, with a margin of 0.1 centimeters. Wingspan: 192 centimeters, with a margin of 0.1 centimeters. Weight: standing vertical jump: 90 centimeters, with a margin of 0.1 centimeter. Maximum vertical jump: 100 centimeters, with a margin of 0.1 centimeters. Speed: 90, with a margin of 0.1. Strength: 80, with a margin of 0.1. Stamina: 70, with a margin of 0.1. Charisma: 90, with a margin of 0.1. Remaining system points: 5,450. Given that height, wingspan, and weight cannot be increased in a short period, Wang Xiucheng allocated 5,100 points to elevate all attributes except these three to the next tier. Consequently, only 350 points remained. From having over 110,000 points, he now found himself with a mere 350, eliciting a wry smile of resignation. These remaining 350 points were a reward from a competition task completed yesterday. Otherwise, Wang Xiucheng would have been left with nothing. At the Pepsi Center, the Denver Nuggets were set to challenge the Houston Rockets on their home court, with tickets selling out rapidly. Armed with the newly crowned MVP Jokic, the Nuggets were a formidable team, with their sights firmly set on the championship. In fact, Denver had never clinched a championship title, yet they believed they were nearing that elusive trophy, bolstered by Jokic. A formidable force that the entire league struggled to contend with, along with the unwavering support of Denver's fan base. Today, the broadcast of the game was not in the hands of O'Neal and Barkley. Yet they continued to speculate online whether Wang Xiucheng would be susceptible to turnovers in the Penguin Live broadcast room. Wang Ming, Yang Yi, and Wang Shipeng were responsible for the commentary. The importance of Wang Xiucheng's games was becoming increasingly evident, not only through the high-caliber commentators, but also with the selection of the finest female hosts, today featuring Xiaoqi. Of course, Penguin's willingness to allocate such resources stemmed from Wang Xiucheng's burgeoning ability to generate revenue. The broadcast station today showcased not only the usual paraphernalia, but also a model of a domestic electric vehicle and a beverage, clearly indicating new sponsorships. Personally, I harbor doubts regarding the Rockets' chances of victory today. Despite Murray's absence, Yang Yi shared his perspective, noting that the Denver Nuggets were evidently several tiers above the Rockets. With Jokic alone, the Rockets had no one who could match him. Of course, it remained uncertain whether the Rockets possessed sufficient competitive spirit. Yang Yi's comments were rather diplomatic, implying that the Rockets lacked the desire to win. You can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep. if the Rockets do not wish to win, then there is little anyone can do. Thus, our focus remains on Wang Xiucheng's performance. Wang Xiucheng glanced at the tableau before him, which seemed to contain pertinent information. The Nuggets ranked among the league's top teams in assists. It wasn't solely the guards who could facilitate, as Jokic was known for frequently achieving triple-doubles, which posed a significant headache for opponents. Additionally, Denver's high-altitude location would undoubtedly impact the player's stamina during intense physical exertion, making it unclear whether the young Rockets players such as Green, Wang Xiucheng, and Sengun could adapt to the conditions, as it was their first time competing in such an environment. As the game commenced, anticipation for Wang Xiucheng's performance grew. At the Pepsi Center, the match finally began. Houston Rockets center Tice returned from injury and took his place as the starting center, while the rest of the lineup remained unchanged: Porter Jr., Green, Wood, and Tate. Sengun, who had performed well in recent games, found himself once again relegated to the bench. Naturally, Wang Xiucheng was also seated there. However, it seemed neither of them was particularly concerned, as Sengun was laughing heartily at something Wang Xiucheng said. Christopher, wanting to join in, found the distance too great to bridge. Despite several attempts to swap places with Dilireba, he was met with a stern glare. Unbeknownst to them, only 4 minutes remained in the game. Entering the substitution phase, the Nuggets led by 5 points at 22-17, but the Rockets decided to keep Green on the court while bringing Wang Xiucheng, Sengun, Christopher, and Martin Jr. into the fray. Coach Michael Malone, who had been calmly observing from the sidelines, stood up at this juncture and approached the vicinity of the technical table. While preparing for the match against the Rockets the previous day, he had received a report from the scouting department that it was a belated scout report, and the subject was none other than the recently entered Wang Xiucheng. The evaluation of Wang Xiucheng within the report was exceedingly high, which left Malone incredulous. If a player who went undrafted was as commendable as described in the report, why had the scouting department failed to identify such talent? Was this not a dereliction of their duty? The head of the scouting department was scolded and sent away, prompting Coach Malone to review the footage of the recent game between the Rockets and the Lakers. Subsequently, he called the head back for further discussion. The final conclusion reached was that the team should consider trading Wang Xiucheng while he remained relatively undiscovered by a wider audience. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden gasp erupted from the bench behind him. Coach Malone quickly turned to observe Wang Xiucheng on the court, skillfully dribbling at high speed while maneuvering past defenders, nearly leaving his teammate, Little Rivers, stuck to the floor. Shortly thereafter, Coach Malone witnessed Wang Xiucheng pass the ball to Green, who was stationed beyond the three-point line. Rather than taking an immediate shot, Green charged towards the basket. However, veteran Jeff Green, guarding the rim, tugged at Green's dribbling hand. The whistle blew. Foul on Jeff Green. Coach Malone, not focusing on Jalen Green's free throws, instead directed his gaze toward Wang Xiucheng, who stood not far from the mid-court line. Such remarkable speed. Observing Wang Xiucheng's swift dribbling on the computer was an entirely different experience from witnessing it live. Little Rivers appeared still dazed, with his head bowed as if lost in thought. Something felt amiss. Coach Malone promptly called a timeout. After exchanging high fives with Wang Xiucheng and Green, they returned to the bench. Silas glanced at Malone, shaking his head in resignation. Wasn't this a bit overly cautious? Wang Xiucheng received a drink of water, but did not sip it immediately. Instead, he turned to Green beside him and said, "When you catch my pass, feel free to attempt a three-pointer. Don't worry if it doesn't go in." Jalen Green, who had earlier attempted 5 three-pointers without success, even missing one entirely, had clearly lost his confidence. Wang Xiucheng recognized that for the remainder of this game, Green might refrain from shooting threes. Although Wang Xiucheng had assisted Green during practice the previous day, with every shot finding the net, the unpredictable nature of live games could still affect a player's morale. If Green hesitated to shoot from beyond the arc, Wang Xiucheng's skill card for increasing three-point shooting efficiency would be rendered useless. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Nuggets replaced Little Rivers, indicating that the emotional turmoil extended beyond just Green. Green converted one of 2 free throws, and the Nuggets secured the rebound for an offensive play. Just past the half-court line, Little Martin seized the opportunity to steal the ball, passing it to Wang Xiucheng before sprinting down the court. Wang Xiucheng accelerated, drawing the defensive Campazzo with him. However, After a few strides, he slowed down, although Campazzo was notably shorter than Wang Xiucheng. His speed was remarkable, nearly matching that of Wang. Therefore, when Wang slowed down, Campazzo surged ahead. Wang Xiucheng deftly changed direction, crossing half-court, and executed a pick-and-roll with Sengun, passing the ball to Little Martin on the opposite side. Little Martin lowered his shoulder and leapt for a three-pointer. Swish, the ball went in. Little Martin looked at his hands in disbelief. His performance today was exceptional, making his first three-point attempt count. Fortunately, the Rockets had more than one sharpshooter. Despite their low shooting percentage, at least they were willing to take the shots. After a turnover, the Nuggets finally made a long two-pointer. Yet in the backcourt, Wang Xiucheng delivered a long pass akin to Jokic's. Sending the ball to Green, who was racing to the basket, Green leaped and delivered a powerful dunk, scoring 2 points and releasing some pent-up frustration. The game proceeded smoothly, quickly reaching the final 7 seconds with the Rockets holding possession. Wang Xiucheng received the ball, and Campazzo hesitated to accelerate, allowing Wang to advance to the frontcourt. Seemingly unhurried, Wang Xiucheng waited until only 3 seconds remained, then suddenly stepped to the left. Campazzo instinctively shifted to block him. However, Wang executed a bounce pass, perfectly delivering the basketball to Christopher, who was positioned behind Campazzo. Christopher caught the ball and rose for a long two-pointer. Swish, the sound of the ball going in coincided almost perfectly with the buzzer signaling the end of the first quarter. The Rockets led 27-26, finishing the quarter with a 1-point advantage. Coach Malone gazed at Wang Xiucheng, nearly salivating with excitement. He thought to himself how wonderfully effective Wang was. He wished he could shout, "Come to me." If the Nuggets had Wang Xiucheng, he would confidently bet that the team would secure a championship within 3 years. Although the Nuggets had Jamal Murray, a versatile point guard, Murray's fragility raised doubts about his recovery this season. With Wang Xiucheng joining the team to complement Murray, the squad's strength would undoubtedly rise significantly. As he watched his players return to the bench, Coach Malone took a deep breath and began strategizing for the next quarter. Jokic, draped in a towel, observed Wang Xiucheng from a distance, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Nuggets made a change, bringing Porter onto the court. This single substitution bolstered the Nuggets' defensive tenacity. Petite 208 centimeters tall, Porter thwarted Green's attempt to penetrate several times. On the offensive end, the absence of Jokic and Murray left the Nuggets scoring stagnant, akin to a state of constipation. For a full 3 minutes, neither team managed to score. Strangely, both head coaches seemed content. Neither calling for a timeout. On the court, Wang Xiucheng dribbled, faking a move before driving into the paint. Little Porter abandoned Green to defend Wang Xiucheng. This time, Wang opted not to pass to Green, instead executing a floater. Swish, the ball goes in. Wang Xiucheng scores his first point of the day. The high-flying Porter, who lands helplessly, can only retreat to the baseline to inbound the ball. He detests guards who can shoot floaters. If they have the skill, they should face him one-on-one. Floaters are shots for the weak. The Rockets break the scoring drought first, and the Nuggets commence their offense. The basketball is lobbed to Porter, who evades the defender with his footwork before executing a thunderous dunk. Basketball is a curious game. If no one scores, then no one scores, and the one who does is the lesser player. When it comes to scoring, neither side can be left behind. At this moment, neither coach is inclined to call a timeout. Everyone is scoring, so what is the point? After several possessions, the referee is compelled to call an official timeout, allowing the sponsor's advertisements to air. Jokic stands up, tossing his towel onto the bench, aware that he's about to enter the game. In truth, he has long wished to step onto the court, hoping that the player named Wang would not be substituted out. When the game resumes, the Nuggets finally have all their key players on the court. The Rockets also made extensive substitutions, with their starters returning. Naturally, Wang Xiucheng was taken out. The game seems poised to escalate in intensity. However, the reality is that both teams' scoring abilities remain stifled, and their defense shines. As the first half concludes, the score stands at 47-46, with the Rockets maintaining a 1-point lead. After a brief halftime break, the second half unfolds like a mere copy-paste, with both teams playing devoid of passion. If one were to mention a highlight, it would be that during the 10 minutes Wang Xiucheng was on the court in the second half, the Rockets momentarily surged ahead by 8 points. Moreover, with 2 minutes left in the third quarter, he finally had the opportunity to compete alongside Jokic. After a failed fast break by the Nuggets, Wang Xiucheng snatched a rebound. Jokic, not participating in the offense, stood near midcourt like an impenetrable wall blocking Wang Xiucheng's path. Meanwhile, Green had already shaken off Porter and was making his move. In terms of height and wingspan, Porter had a clear advantage over Green. Yet in terms of speed, Green could leave Porter in the dust. At this moment, Wang Xiucheng dribbled forward a step, then executed a move that no one anticipated. He rolled the basketball across the floor like a bowling ball, fortuitously passing just near Jokic. Jokic, moving like a slow, elderly woman, attempted several times to reach for the ball but failed, helplessly watching as Green bent down to retrieve it and effortlessly dunk it in. Coach Malone couldn't help but chuckle at Jokic's antics. However, he soon turned his gaze towards Wang Xiucheng, pointing at Green, acknowledging his teammates' strengths and habits, while also being aware of his opponent's weaknesses and adeptly exploiting them. Wang Xiucheng was beckoning. Malone nearly exclaimed, "Come into my arms." Wang. It was simply too enticing, especially considering he was only 19, a true gem yet to be polished. Malone believed that after a few years of refinement, the combination of Wang Xiucheng and Jokic, with a 7-year age difference, would become the most formidable duo in the league, bar none. Malone was so captivated that he momentarily lost track of the game. His attention was entirely consumed by the figure of Wang Xiucheng. Had it not been for Wang Xiucheng returning to the bench, Malone might not have even realized the third quarter had concluded. After laying out the strategy, Malone kept Jokic on the court, eager to witness the partnership of Wang Xiucheng and Jokic in action. Despite them being rivals, as the fourth quarter commenced, both teams continued their lackluster performance. The score for the Rockets and Nuggets alternated, with neither team managing to lead by more than 5 points. Even when Silas substituted Wang Xiucheng out, the game's dynamics hardly shifted, frustrating Silas, who questioned how the Nuggets could aspire to contend for the championship with such a performance. The final possession arrived swiftly, and the Rockets had a chance to seize victory. However, this time, Silas decided to pull Jalen Green as well, opting not to call a timeout. What followed left the audience in stunned silence. The Rockets' power forward Wood astonishingly dribbled the ball the length of the court, halting at the three-point line when surrounded, only to pass it to Gordon. Standing at a mere 191 cm, Eric Gordon decisively charged into the paint, only to be swatted away by Jokic's remarkable vertical leap, leading to the game's conclusion with the Nuggets narrowly defeating the Rockets by 1 point. Coaches Silas and Malone exchanged firm handshakes at the scorer's table, both seemingly imbued with unspoken significance. The players from both teams shook hands in respect. Wang Xiucheng, unfamiliar with anyone, intended to leave directly, but was blocked by a towering figure. "You played well," remarked Jokic. Wang Xiucheng responded, "Thank you. You were impressive too." "Are you Chinese?" Jokic suddenly inquired, his face alight with anticipation. Wang Xiucheng nodded. "Isn't it obvious? You're really Chinese?" Jokic's demeanor shifted noticeably. "Want to see my passport?" No, that's not what I meant." Jokic chuckled, casually draping an arm around Wang Xiucheng's shoulder. "I invite you to my home for Serbian barbecue." Wang Xiucheng felt a bit uneasy being embraced like this, especially given Jokic's mammoth stature, which could easily overwhelm an average person. However, Jokic's mention of Serbian led Wang Xiucheng to understand the reason behind his friendly demeanor. Wang Xiucheng awkwardly replied, "It's not that I don't want to go. It's just that the team is flying to San Francisco shortly, and we have a back-to-back against the Warriors tomorrow, so I can't make it today." Jokic seemed taken aback by this revelation. He certainly wouldn't concern himself with the schedules of other teams. A hint of disappointment crossed Jokic's face, but he began to reminisce. "I once met another Chinese player named Zhou, who also played for the Rockets. He had a different personality than you, rather reserved. When I invited him to my home, he outright declined and walked away." Wang Xiucheng recognized that Jokic was likely referring to Zhou Qi. The education system in China instills a sense of modesty and politeness, yet such traits can be a hindrance in the flamboyant NBA. Other than Yao Ming, no other Chinese player has garnered the NBA's favor, which is undoubtedly linked to skill, but also influenced by personality. Wang Xiucheng walked alongside Jokic down the corridor. They chatted animatedly, completely disregarding everyone else. "That I'm not like Zhou. If there's food, I am definitely going, but today I truly can't. How about you ask Silas for a day off?" Wang Xiucheng gestured towards Silas, who was still striking poses in the distance. Jokic paused, turned to look. In the next moment, he took large strides towards Silas. Wang Xiucheng was alarmed and quickly grabbed Jokic, thinking, is he really going to do this? But Jokic erupted into laughter, clearly amused by how he had tricked Wang Xiucheng. Wang Xiucheng couldn't help but smile in resignation. This guy weighed 250 pounds but had the heart of a child. The sight of Wang Xiucheng and Jokic sharing laughter reached the vast land of China. In a live streaming room, Yang Yi remarked, am I mistaken, or do Wang Xiucheng and Jokic seem like old friends? First LeBron, now Jokic. Wang Xiucheng has garnered recognition from numerous superstars in the league. Suddenly, Wang Xiucheng, who had been silent, spoke up. I don't think the Rockets can keep Wang Xiucheng. Wang Meng and Yang Yi turned to look at Wang Xiucheng, and even Xiaoqi set down his tablet. Waiting for him to continue. LeBron, Jokic. These are undisputed leaders of their respective teams. Logically, they shouldn't have any prior acquaintance with Wang Xiucheng, who just entered the league this year. Yet they interact with him as if they've been friends for years. I believe they might be considering trading for Wang Xiucheng. Yang Yi and Wang Meng exchanged glances, each discerning a hint of excitement in the other's eyes, that if Wang Xiucheng's conjecture held any truth. This matter represented a significant event, both for Wang Xiucheng and for Chinese basketball enthusiasts. The Lakers and the Nuggets, both contenders for the championship, seemingly lacked the opportunity and time to cultivate young talents. Yet, given Wang Xiucheng's current capabilities, he could undoubtedly contribute to the rotation. Whether with the Lakers or the Nuggets, players of Wang Xiucheng's caliber were in demand. Conversely, the Rockets offered little time for his development. The abundance of high-profile rookies and Wang Xiucheng's performance led Silas to hesitate in utilizing him extensively, for a careless choice could easily result in victory. Analyzing this, it became evident that the Rockets were not the right environment for Wang Xiucheng. Even if it was a team once graced by the legendary Yao Ming at that moment, Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled. I believe Wang Xiucheng would be a splendid fit for the Warriors. The game concluded, and the Houston Rockets charter flight had already taken off toward San Francisco. However, the repercussions of the match were beginning to unfold. Remarks made during the Rockets' post-game press conference had incited considerable dissatisfaction among local Houston fans and Chinese Rockets supporters alike. When asked why Green was substituted during the final possession, Silas responded that Gordon had performed better, executing the last play effectively, albeit unsuccessfully. This reply elicited suppressed laughter from the reporters present. When queried about his experience matching up against Jokic, Wood replied nonchalantly, "It wasn't particularly challenging." Unsatisfied, the reporter pressed on. "I noticed you recorded 12 points and 17 rebounds while Jokic had 28 points and 14 rebounds. Do you believe you performed admirably?" Wood retorted, "One must not only consider statistics. It's essential to assess whether the team operated smoothly during my time on the court. Was the team's operation fluid when Wang Xiucheng was present?" Given his 6 points, 7 assists, and 3 steals, the reporter seemed to sense a potential scoop and continued to inquire. Wang Xiucheng is a rookie. He still has room for growth. The team did not perform better when he was on the court. Did it? Wood shrugged and countered the reporter's question. The reporter ceased his inquiries, rapidly jotting down notes instead. Other journalists were momentarily taken aback before swiftly recording Wood's comments. Silas furrowed his brow, sensing the discontent, but found himself unable to rectify the situation. Following the press conference, local Houston fan forums had swiftly initiated campaigns calling for Silas's dismissal and Wood's trade, amassing tens of thousands of signatures within mere hours. In China, fans were even more direct, resorting to an array of profanities aimed at both Wood and Silas that were far too graphic to recount. Major fan gathering spots, such as Jibwa 8, Upu, and Baidu Rockets Bar experienced multiple crashes due to overwhelming traffic. On Douyin, self-media and streamers associated with the Rockets found their videos, whether criticizing Wood or demanding Silas's resignation, going viral. Commentators like Yang Yi, Su Kun, and Ma Jian expressed their views on Weibo, generally conveying that while the Rockets may not be inclined to win, they should not hinder Wang Xiucheng, as Chinese fans have been waiting far too long for him. Even Yu Jia, a basketball commentator from CCTV Sports, notably shared an image of Yao Ming's number 11 jersey on Weibo, with the addition of one scrawled in graffiti style beneath the 11, suggesting a subtle hint towards easing restrictions on NBA broadcasts. In a flash, the statements of several commentators climbed the Weibo trending charts in San Francisco, at the Chase Center, a city with a significant Chinese population. The Golden State Warriors consistently attracted numerous Chinese fans to their home games. Today, facing the Houston Rockets, who recently showcased an impressive Chinese rookie, tickets for this match sold out rapidly, with a considerable portion purchased by local Chinese fans or Chinese international students. Deng Ziki and her agent entered the arena. They were recognized by many Chinese fans, who erupted in applause. Deng Ziki quickly waved and smiled in acknowledgement. She was set to hold a concert in this venue tomorrow, and today's tickets were a promotional gift from the organizers, aimed at raising awareness among the Chinese community about her upcoming performance. After all, most attendees at her concert would be fellow Chinese. GM. Before even settling down, Deng Ziki heard someone calling her in Mandarin. Sitting in the front row, it was unlikely for an ordinary fan to reach her, so she turned to see. "Daniel, what are you doing here?" Deng Ziki exclaimed in delight. The visitor was none other than Wu Yinzu. "I am a San Francisco native and a Warriors fan. It's perfectly normal for me to be here. What about you? Are you visiting?" Wu Yinzu extended his hand, and they exchanged a brief handshake. "I am on a nationwide tour. I have a performance here tomorrow." Deng Ziki smiled and quickly retrieved a ticket from her bag. "If you have the time, please come to my concert. It would be an honor." Wu Yinzu replied, then inquired, "Are you aware that the Rockets have a Chinese player?" "The Rockets?" Deng Ziki shook her head, rummaging through her limited NBA knowledge, but failing to recall any Chinese player. "P.S. here." Wu Yinzu suddenly grew animated, disregarding his image as he shouted, "Wang Xiucheng!" Wang Xiucheng, chewing gum and spinning a basketball on his finger, entered the court with his teammates, preparing for the final warm-up. When he heard his name called in perfect Mandarin, he instinctively turned toward the source, in the U.S. Typically, only those familiar with him would address him by his full name. Fans or players from other teams usually referred to him simply as Wang. This unexpected recognition startled Wang Xiucheng for a brief moment. Was it really Wu Yinzu and Deng Ziki? Surely, they couldn't have come specifically to watch him. Despite knowing it was improbable, he couldn't help but entertain the thought. Wang Xiucheng took a shot from the sideline, which missed entirely. He then approached the duo. Azu. "Hold on," he said before reaching them. Wu Yinzu paused, then shook his head. What a terrible joke. After a light bump to the chest. An American-style greeting, Wang Xiucheng briefly shook hands with Deng Ziki. She slowly raised her gaze to meet the tall figure before her, who resembled a towering mountain, instilling a sense of reliance. That moment. Wang Xiucheng was also gazing down at her, his eyes reflecting an indescribable gentleness. The proximity was so intimate that Deng Ziki could distinctly sense the subtle fragrance emanating from Wang Xiucheng. This unfamiliar scent, coupled with a reassuring aura, captivated her, causing her cheeks to flush without her even realizing it. "I'm Deng Ziki." She introduced herself using her Chinese name rather than the English equivalent. "It's all just bubbles," Wang Xiucheng sang half a line before awkwardly scratching his head. "Not very good, right? My sister is your fan. She spent quite a bit on your signed photo, though I'm unsure of its authenticity." Hearing Wang Xiucheng mention knowing her, Deng Ziki beamed with "Oh, you have time tomorrow. I'm having a concert here. Can you come?" She offered another ticket. "Tomorrow? Unfortunately, I must return to Houston with the team tonight." Wang Xiucheng lamented that, in truth, he could easily request leave to stay in San Francisco, provided it didn't interfere with upcoming games. However, as a rookie, he felt it inappropriate to start asking for time off so early in his career. And the thought of spending several hours at a concert was somewhat daunting. "Houston, I'll have a concert there next week," Deng Ziki said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I'll definitely attend, as long as there's no game." Wang Xiucheng agreed this time. Given her enthusiasm, it felt impolite to refuse again. "Let us exchange numbers then." Wang Xiucheng had taken the mobile phones of two individuals, inputting their numbers with ease, after exchanging a few casual remarks. He returned to commence his warm dash-up in the live streaming room. Barkley and O'Neal had once again initiated their regular program. Today, the stakes had risen to 3,000. Should Wang Xiucheng's ball be intercepted, that sum would be yours. Barkley placed a bundle of cash upon the table. O'Neal picked it up, inhaling deeply, noting the distinct scent of fresh bills. After rummaging through his pockets for a while, O'Neal produced another bundle of cash. "You know, brother, Yao Ming called me yesterday," O'Neal suddenly announced. The mention of Yao Ming made Barkley's eyebrows twitch, and he instinctively touched his mouth. "What was it about?" Barkley inquired with growing interest. "Oh, nothing much, just asking me to look after his little brother. When I go to China, he'll treat me to a grand feast." Authentic Chinese cuisine. O'Neal's bald head tilted upwards, exuding a sense of pride. Yao Ming, known for his reluctance to ask favors, was certainly not one to make such calls frivolously. Wang Xiucheng. Barkley glanced at Wang Xiucheng, who was on the court attempting three-pointers, none of which found the basket, before gesturing towards the 2 stacks of money on the table. "I asked this how you're going to look after his little brother?" O'Neal furrowed his brow, realizing that while Yao Ming had asked him to take care of Wang Xiucheng, he was now wagering against him. The situation felt increasingly off-kilter, prompting O'Neal to propose, "How about we switch it up? I bet Wang Xiucheng won to be intercepted, and you bet he will." "Impossible," Barkley rejected outright, waving his hand like a fan. "What then? If Yao Ming finds out, it would be tough to explain that if I betray him, my Father in heaven would surely not forgive me." Suddenly, O'Neal slapped his forehead. "How about this? We pool our money together, and whoever manages to intercept Wang Xiucheng's ball gets the cash." Barkley perked up at this intriguing proposition. Standing on the same side would alleviate their constant bickering. It was indeed a splendid idea. Barkley enthusiastically slapped his thigh, eager to secure the deal before O'Neal changed his mind, promptly posting the new wager online. Before long, this bet garnered significant attention. The live broadcast crew even captured a screenshot of Barkley's wager and displayed on the big screen. It remained visible until the game commenced, heralded by the thunderous cheers of the fans. The Rockets continued to field their starting lineup of Wood, Tate, Tice, Green, and Porter Jr., while the Warriors countered with Draymond Green, Wiggins, Looney, Curry, and Poole. Clay, a long-term injury absence, sat on the bench cheering for his teammates. The game unfolded with an open style and rapid pace. Yet the Warriors boasted a higher shooting percentage, gradually extending their lead to double digits. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Warriors had surged ahead 33-21, leading by 12 points. As the teams began to rotate players, Wang Xiucheng took to the court alongside 3 companions, with Jalen Green remaining to collaborate with him. The entire arena erupted in applause, and several fans clad in Warriors jerseys brandished signs emblazoned with a number 12 representing the Rockets. Wang Xiucheng received the inbound pass, only to find Peyton Jr. immediately closing in. Wang Xiucheng furrowed his brow. Peyton Jr.'s defensive prowess was undeniable, but was he unaware that he had already left several opponents in his wake? Or was he merely testing the waters? Wang Xiucheng was uncertain, yet since his opponent dared to press him, he would not hold back. Peyton Jr. expanded his defensive stance, positioning his feet strategically, one foot effectively blocking Wang Xiucheng's lateral movement. Wang Xiucheng opted to retreat. He placed the ball behind him to dribble. He stepped back, creating distance from Peyton J. It seemed Peyton Jr. was prepared for this, once again attempting to close in. At that moment, Wang Xiucheng made his move. Executing 2 swift dribbles behind his back, he feigned with his upper body, and just as Peyton Jr.'s front foot landed, Wang Xiucheng surged to the left like a gust of wind. Peyton Jr. slid his foot, instantly widening his stance in an attempt to thwart Wang Xiucheng's advance. However, Wang Xiucheng quickly pulled the basketball back and leaped, the ball arcing over the diminutive Peyton Jr.'s head as he maneuvered to the right. On the bench, Curry was about to shout, traveling to pressure the referee, but in the next instant, he witnessed Wang Xiucheng launch the basketball forward. The ball struck Shingu's back, who remained stationary at midcourt. Wang Xiucheng arrived, just in time, scooping the ball up with one hand as though retrieving dumplings. Yet he seemed to exert too much force, causing the ball to veer off course towards the three-point line. Looney leaped high, aiming to intercept the ball, but merely grazed it, altering its trajectory as it sailed rightward, but a flash of red appeared. Jalen Green, he soared into the air, snatching the ball with both hands before executing a thunderous dunk into the hoop. Curry leaped to his feet, that he had seen this play in the pre-game footage of the Rockets. Kerr crossed his arms, squinting at Wang Xiucheng, who was stretching out his hand for Green. Indeed, it aligned with the scouting report, exceptional speed and ball handling skills. Seemingly accompanied by a streak of good fortune, as well as instantaneous decision-making abilities. Just moments before outmaneuvering Peyton Jr., Wang Xiucheng had nearly committed a traveling violation due to his footwork, but he cleverly utilized Shingu's back to avoid the infraction. Making such predictions in such a brief span of time was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player. However, in this era, a lack of three-point shooting ability would preclude one from achieving superstar status. Kerr did not wish to measure Wang Xiucheng against the standard of a superstar. It was merely a term used in the scouting report. The game progressed with the Warriors on offense. After a series of high-quality screens, Moody missed a three-pointer, but Green secured the rebound and passed to Wang Xiucheng. This time, Peyton Jr. maintained a distance of a meter from Wang Xiucheng. His ankle throbbed with pain. He felt he could no longer sprint at full capacity, yet he could not voice this, for he could not afford to lose face. Green ran forward. He circled back to set a screen for Wang Xiucheng, who advanced with the ball. As Peyton Jr. approached once more, Wang Xiucheng swiftly passed the ball to Green. Swish! Green launched a three-pointer, the ball sailing cleanly through the net. Kerr glanced at the clock, abandoning the thought of calling a timeout. To him, Wang Xiucheng's style mirrored that of Doncic, functioning as a primary playmaker, with the ball frequently passing through his hands. Regrettably, Wang Xiucheng lacked three-point shooting, yet his assisting abilities surpassed those of Doncic. Just as he pondered this, Christopher intercepted a pass intended for Otto Porter Jr., then bolted forward without regard for his surroundings. It was only upon colliding with Peyton Jr. that Christopher passed the ball to Green, who was positioned beyond the three-point line. Green, feeling in rhythm, disregarded the defender and launched another three-pointer. Unfortunately, it rimmed out, but Shingu positioned himself well, tipping the ball into the basket. The Rockets had scored 7 consecutive points. 33-28. Kerr shook his head, stepping onto the court to call a timeout, that he instructed his players to focus. As long as Wang remained on the perimeter, they could afford to let him do as he pleased. But they must keep a close watch on the others, ensuring no one else received the ball. In the final minute, they could not allow any further scoring. With a tactics board in hand, Kerr sketched out strategies while speaking until the timeout concluded. The game resumed. The Warriors initiated their offense, executing a series of high-quality screens before Otto Porter Jr. sank a three-pointer, drawing a foul from Christopher in the process. The ensuing free throw was successful, yielding a 4-point play. The Warriors extended their lead to 37-28. With just 27 seconds left, Wang Xiucheng received the ball, leisurely dribbling across half-court. Sweat beads adorned Peyton Jr.'s forehead, indicating his fatigue. Yet he remained fixated on Wang Xiucheng, memorizing Coach Kerr's directive to prevent others from receiving the ball. Wang Xiucheng controlled the ball, glancing at the clock. This time, little Peyton refrained from attempting to steal the ball, leaving Wang Xiucheng perplexed, uncertain of Kerr's true intentions. With 7 seconds left on the shot clock, Wang Xiucheng made his move. He stepped inside the three-point line, preparing to shoot. Positioned alongside little Peyton, the latter instinctively leaped to block. Although Kerr had instructed them to allow Wang Xiucheng to shoot, it is often difficult for individuals to resist their instinctual responses, especially in moments of heightened tension and focus. After leaping, little Peyton realized that Wang Xiucheng indeed had the ball poised for a shot. Yet his feet remained firmly planted. He watched as Wang Xiucheng deftly passed the ball behind him, where Green conveniently appeared, catching it and soaring into the air for a shot. Swish! A three-pointer. Beep! The whistle blew. Little Peyton had committed a foul. Though not a full jump, little Peyton, upon landing, inadvertently encroached into Wang Xiucheng's cylinder, colliding with his shoulder. With Green's three-pointer preceding the foul, Wang Xiucheng was awarded an additional free throw. As he landed, little Peyton seemed to twist his ankle, limping toward the player tunnel, his focus no longer on the game. With 4 seconds remaining, Kerr opted not to call a timeout. Wang Xiucheng made the free throw. The Warriors swiftly inbound the ball, and Moody attempted a logo three-pointer upon reaching the front court, but it missed. The first quarter concluded with the Warriors leading 37-32 by 5 points. An assistant coach from the Warriors helped little Peyton back to the locker room, while the bench players displayed visible concern. Little Peyton was the primary perimeter defender for the Warriors bench. To be frank, he was even better defensively than the starting pool, though he lacked Poole's scoring prowess. When you come on, focus on guarding Wang Xiucheng, Kerr instructed Draymond Green, casting a serious glance in his direction. Curry looked at Kerr in surprise. Assigning Green to defend Wang Xiucheng was undoubtedly the highest form of recognition for him. However, Curry glanced at the Rockets bench, pondering whether that not-so-muscled Chinese player could withstand Green's defense. Green, unfazed, stood up with a towel in hand. The second quarter commenced. Draymond Green replaced Little Peyton, while the rest remained unchanged. The first possession belonged to the Rockets. Wang Xiucheng controlled the ball as Green gave him a step, not closely guarding him. Although Green appeared somewhat brutish and foolish, he possessed a remarkably high basketball IQ. He dared to confront Durant face-to-face and understood that clinging to Curry's coattails would keep him safe. Thus, despite having been penalized by the league and team for numerous on-court altercations and unethical behaviors unrelated to basketball, he always bounced back quickly because Curry desperately needed him to shield him from the storm. Green had privately reviewed footage of the recently surging Wang Xiucheng, especially analyzing those players he had previously outmaneuvered. His conclusion was that the more seriously one defended Wang Xiucheng, the more likely one would fall victim to his fakes. However, by maintaining a certain distance, one could at least buy enough time and space to correct oneself, avoiding being easily deceived. Additionally, Green believed that Wang Xiucheng disliked physical confrontations and was not particularly adept at them. While his own strength lay precisely in physical battles, suddenly, Wang Xiucheng accelerated, and although Green was more than an arm's length away, Wang Xiucheng compensated for that distance with his speed, swiftly maneuvering past Green. Green retreated step by step while adjusting his angle to keep Wang Xiucheng in sight, unwilling to let him vanish from view. Yet, Wang Xiucheng's speed proved too swift. Green's footwork could not bridge the gap. In the next moment, after a crossover, Wang Xiucheng was already beside Green, poised to leave him behind with one more step. Just then, with a thud, Green collided with Wang Xiucheng's shoulder from the side, causing the latter, still regaining his balance after the change of direction, to lose his center of gravity and relinquish control of the basketball. Green dove to the floor, pinning the ball beneath him and signaling for a timeout. However, at that moment, the referee's whistle blew. Green was called for a defensive foul. Green sprang up, leaping like a rocket, incredulously approaching the referee who had called a foul that I fouled. "Did you see clearly? Or did I commit a foul?" "My hands didn't even touch him," Green ranted, spewing words in disbelief. The referee, uninterested in engaging with him, merely shook his head in annoyance. Kerr stood at the scorer's table, arms crossed, conversing with the only female referee, Ashley Moyer Gleason. Green clearly didn't team move. There was only shoulder contact with the opponent. That can't be considered a foul, can it? Are we not allowed any contact at all? We might as well set up a net in the middle and play tennis. Gleason explained to Kerr. Kerr shrugged, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Green ceased his argument, recognizing the referee's impatience. Seasoned as he was, he understood the need to remain silent now. Fortunately, with the second quarter just beginning, there are not enough fouls for free throws. The Rockets inbound the ball, and this time Green again allowed Wang Xiucheng a step. Time was running low, and Wang Xiucheng received the ball, stepping directly into the three-point line. Preparing to shoot in your dreams, Green had been waiting for Wang Xiucheng to take the shot. He knew Wang Xiucheng possessed a reliable floater, and with time running out, the safest approach for Wang Xiucheng was to drive and then shoot. Thus, he awaited Wang Xiucheng's shot. Green leaped high. His long, dark arms loomed over Wang Xiucheng. However, to Green's astonishment, Wang Xiucheng did not leap at all to be precise. One foot remained planted. Wang Xiucheng retracted the other foot, seemingly preparing to shoot, but then unexpectedly released the ball, stepping forward half a pace before leaping and gently tossing it. Swish! Beep! 2 points scored. Green committed a foul, and Wang Xiucheng received an additional free throw. Curry sprang to his feet. From his vantage point, it was clear that Wang Xiucheng had indeed executed a shooting motion. This was undoubtedly a two-pointer. He had definitely shot the ball. Kerr also saw it clearly and immediately protested to Gleason on the sideline. Wang Xiucheng's foot had not left the ground, but he had certainly attempted a shot. It was this seemingly innocent motion, which resembled a prayer but was in fact a deceptive feint, that allowed Wang Xiucheng to position himself behind Green, leaving Green unable to evade the collision upon landing, resulting in him having to push Wang Xiucheng away. "Are you challenging this?" Gleason asked calmly. Kerr hesitated. "Challenge? For a rookie? although he was confident in a successful challenge. What then? What if Curry needed to challenge later? This ridiculous challenge rule definitely needed amending. Seeing Kerr fall silent, the referee approached the baseline to allow Wang Xiucheng to take his free throw. Kerr promptly substituted Green, who had only played for a minute. In that brief minute, Green had already committed 2 fouls, added to the one for the first quarter, totaling 3 fouls. And the second quarter had just begun. Kerr glanced at the instigator of this predicament. There were not many who could make Green struggle like this, but of course, it was also his fault. He had assigned Green to guard Wang Xiucheng. And it was indeed Little Peyton's absence that had led to this situation. In just 5 minutes, 2 of his players had already found themselves in trouble against Wang Xiucheng. Green sat on the bench. The equipment team handing him a towel. Grabbing the towel, he hurled it to the ground in frustration. He had barely been on the court for a minute, not even breaking a sweat. Did he need a towel to dry off? It was utterly frustrating. Green took a deep breath. The hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. He knew it was Curry, and no one else on the team would dare to do such a thing. Haven't seen such an interesting young player in a while. Have you? Curry spoke softly, and immediately, much of Green's anger dissipated. He understood that Curry was expressing admiration for the rookie. The last time Curry had praised a rookie in such a manner. It was for Donich. Kerr observed Wang Xiucheng, who was at the free throw line in the distance. Aren't you capable of driving? Go ahead. I'll let you. He pulled a nearby teammate closer, covering his mouth, and began to whisper instructions. Wang Xiucheng missed the free throw. Frustrated, he clapped his hands, dissatisfied with himself. The game resumed. Moody defended Wang Xiucheng, employing a strategy akin to Green's, granting him ample space to drive while preventing any passes. Wang Xiucheng attempted several drives. Each time he broke through, Moody would clamp down on the others, completely disregarding him. Wang Xiucheng took a few shots, landing nearly half of them. While it appeared somewhat efficient, for him, it was the least effective approach. Passing to his outside teammates for 3-pointers, which boasted a higher shooting percentage, was far more productive than his individual attempts. Moreover, driving was physically taxing for Wang Xiucheng, far less effortless than assisting. Once again, he held the ball, accelerating before driving in. Beneath the basket were only Shunjing and Jellica. Jellica did not come to assist, instead firmly guarding Shunjing as Shunjing darted towards the perimeter. Jellica followed him, completely ignoring Wang Xiucheng. In an instant, the area beneath the basket was left unguarded. Meanwhile, Moody inexplicably chose to double-team Green. For a brief moment, Wang Xiucheng found himself entirely alone in the paint. He dribbled, leaping high into the air, arms outstretched, the basketball held aloft in his mind. With a resounding crash, he emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. A thunderous slam. The crowd erupted in applause, many Chinese fans cheering exuberantly. Curry, seated on the sidelines, instinctively stood up. His eyes filled with envy. He observed keenly that Wang Xiucheng's hand had surpassed the rim, indicating he had at least 10 centimeters of clearance. Moreover, the hang time was astonishing. The ball had already gone through the hoop as Wang Xiucheng was just beginning his descent. Even if he exerted every ounce of strength, he could not replicate such an effortless dunk. With 4 minutes left, the Rockets surged ahead with an 11-5 run, bringing the overall score to 43-42, with the Rockets now leading by a single point. Kerr, unable to wait for an official timeout, directly stepped onto the court to call for one. Silas glanced at Kerr, interpreting this as a sign of surrender. Wang, take a breather. We'll substitute you in. Silas began arranging the lineup for the next substitution. Wang Xiucheng accepted a towel with a nod, draping it over his head. Noticing some of the Rockets bench players, including Porter, stand up, Kerr inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. All right, fellas, it's time to step onto the court. We can't afford to let those rookies have a laugh at our expense. Kerr motivated his players. Curry, Wiggins, Looney, Poole, and even Green all stood up. Allowing the Rockets bench to outplay the Warriors was simply unacceptable, even if their side was also comprised of substitutes. The game quickly resumed with both teams reintroducing their starters, and the match unfolded according to script. On the sidelines, Deng Ziki curiously asked Wu Yanzu, "Why do I feel like Wang Xiucheng is performing better? Why isn't he on the court?" Wu Yanzu had switched places with Deng Ziki's agent, thus becoming her commentator, which allowed her to gain considerable basketball knowledge, though she quickly forgot much of it. Wu Yinzu, feeling awkward, pondered how to explain the complexities of tanking that he finally managed to say, "The Rockets aren't aiming to win. The reasons behind this are intricate. Just know that the better Wang Xiucheng plays, the less time he gets on the floor." Deng Ziki appeared genuinely surprised. "Is that so? Then why can't Wang Xiucheng join another team? Surely teams that want to win would want him more, right?" "Indeed, most teams aspire to victory," Wu Yinzu replied awkwardly, "but Wang Xiucheng is under contract." Deng Ziki fell silent, having a deep understanding of the constraints of contracts, with the return of the starting players. The Warriors swiftly regained the advantage. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the Warriors led 69-61, an 8-point margin. During halftime in the Penguin livestream, he shook his head repeatedly, nearly bursting into expletives if not for the ongoing broadcast. While He held back, the barrage of comments showed no restraint, filled with vitriol aimed at Silas. Both Warriors and Rockets fans yearned to witness Wang Xiucheng and Curry share the court. Yet Silas was thwarting their desires. Wasn't that infuriating? This match was a free event, with online viewers surpassing 10 million. Had Penguin not upgraded their servers in advance, the live stream would have surely crashed. Wang Xiucheng played for 8 minutes and 50 seconds in the first half, scoring 10 points and dishing out 4 assists. Wang Ming reported the statistics, emphasizing plus-minus rating of 13, after a pause with no one responding. He continued, Wang Xiucheng attempted 9 shots, making 4 of them all 2-point jumpers. Any insights from our esteemed analysts? Wang Xiucheng, noticing still sulking, interjected, the Warriors' strategy of allowing Wang Xiucheng to drive and shoot is sound. Lacking a 3-point shot, he can only drive or pass, and the Warriors are effectively guarding everyone else, leaving him with few options. Just a moment, Director Wang, it seems there's an interview with Meng Chao ahead. Let's take a look. Wang Ming abruptly interrupted Wang Xiucheng. The scene shifted to Deng Ziki appearing on screen. The presence of 2 stunning women eased the tension in the livestream chat after exchanging greetings. Meng Chao directly asked, "What brings you here?" "I'm here because of a concert tomorrow. Today is an invitation from the organizers to scout the venue," Deng Ziki replied, her signature voice and adorable pout making her appear quite charming. Even Meng Chao couldn't help but smile. "Did you see Wang Xiucheng? How has he been performing?" Meng Chao continued, having only noticed Deng Ziki and Wu Yinzu watching the game from the sidelines, and thus inquired about an interview. To her surprise, it was readily approved. "He's fantastic. He's playing excellently," Deng Ziki remarked, unsure how to articulate his performance, adding, "and he's quite handsome as well." Sensing a kindred spirit, Meng Chao instinctively nodded in agreement. "Hello to both of you." That moment, Wu Yinzu entered the frame, smiling and greeting them. This was their pre-planned entrance, designed to surprise the fans, and indeed it was a delightful surprise. The chat, which had been fervently typing Deng Ziki's name, suddenly shifted to Wu Yinzu, urging him to stop it. Yang Yi and his companions found this utterly amusing. "Are you here for Wang Xiucheng?" Meng Chao offered the microphone to Wu Yinzu. "Actually, not really." Wu Yinzu replied candidly, "I'm a Warriors fan, a Curry fan, I bought my ticket at the beginning of the season, back when I had no idea who Wang Xiucheng was. But recently, he seems to have emerged out of nowhere. And he's been playing exceptionally well. I was supposed to return to China for filming today, but I postponed it just to watch this game. Of course, now I'll have to delay again since I have to attend her concert tomorrow." He gestured towards Deng Ziki. Though aware that Wu Yinzu was not of Chinese nationality, fans appreciated his use of the word return, as it indicated he was contributing positively while in China. After a few more exchanges, the interview concluded as players began warming up on the court. With the good spirits brought by the 2 stars, Yang in the livestream finally felt less irritated. He wondered if other teams could hear their commentary. Yang, unusually serious, stated, "Wang Xiucheng is undoubtedly a competent rotation player. Even without a 3-point shot, his ball distribution skills and dribbling technique will undoubtedly benefit any team." And thus, Yang said earnestly, whichever team secures a trade for Wang Xiucheng, I believe the entire Chinese fan base will rally behind that team, much like they did with the Rockets 20 years ago. Yang took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, I wish Wang Xiucheng would join another team. And no more pretense. I'm laying it all on the table. Wang Xiucheng does not belong on this pathetic team. The Rockets, this dismal franchise, are unworthy of him." Wang Ming was taken aback by this statement. As a host and commentator for online broadcasts, he usually faced fewer taboos. Yet this was the Rockets, and one should at least consider Yao Ming's reputation. Fortunately, the second half of the game commenced, and Wang Ming interrupted Yang Yi, who was like a ticking time bomb whenever he spoke. The game began, and to everyone's surprise, Wang Xiucheng was starting in the second half, matched up against Curry. Indeed, as soon as the words left Yang Yi's mouth, both he and Wang Xiucheng were captivated. The workings of Silas's mind were truly enigmatic. He inexplicably decided to start Wang Xiucheng in place of Porter Jr. This change momentarily stunned Kerr. Did Silas actually have a strategy? Let us not kid ourselves. The Rockets may be a tanking team, but even if they were fully armed, the Warriors wouldn't be intimidated. Not even during 18, and now that Harden is gone, what could Silas possibly be thinking? Kerr grew intrigued. As the game unfolded, the Warriors secured possession and initiated their offense. Curry received the ball, and Green set screen, effectively blocking Wang Xiucheng. Curry executed a step-back three-pointer. Swish! The opening basket went in. Curry flashed 3 fingers, prancing in front of the Rockets bench as he jogged back. Remarkably, this offensive play took only 8 seconds. Wang Xiucheng assessed Green's imposing figure, realizing how challenging it would be to maneuver around him, particularly considering Green's unpredictable nature. Truth be told, Wang Xiucheng felt a twinge of fear if that steel-like arm were to constrict his neck. He'd be facing dire consequences. Wood stood at the baseline to inbound the ball, opting to pass it to the more distant Green instead of Wang Xiucheng. After receiving the ball, Green passed it to Wang Xiucheng, who was guarded by Curry. This was their first confrontation. Surprisingly, Curry did not apply tight defense. He was keen to avoid being faked out like others before him. Earlier during halftime, he had inquired about Peyton, who had injured his ankle due to a misstep against Wang Xiucheng and would likely be sidelined for several games, while Curry was defending Wang Xiucheng. Unfortunately, Wang Xiucheng's focus was not on him. Instead, he directed his attention towards Green, who was being guarded by Draymond Green. Wang Xiucheng signaled, and the now synchronized Jalen Green immediately stepped in for a screen. Draymond, reluctant to switch defenders, remained steadfast. However, Wang Xiucheng and Green continued to exchange positions. Suddenly, Jalen Green dashed toward the baseline, and Draymond Green almost lost track of him. Wang Xiucheng delivered a precise pass just as Jalen Green leapt into action. Launching a shot in mid-air, team missed. Draymond Green quickly anticipated the ball's trajectory. However, the next moment, a delightful sound rang out. The ball went in. Jalen Green raised 3 fingers, mimicking Curry's earlier celebration as he jogged back. Exchanging a high five with Wang Xiucheng. It was exhilarating. Jalen Green relished this kind of game. As possession switched, the Warriors attempted another 3-pointer under a screen, but this time it missed. Tice collected the rebound and passed it to Wang Xiucheng. Having tasted success, Green immediately sprinted toward Wang Xiucheng. After several attempts, Wang Xiucheng finally seized an opportunity, sprinting alongside Jalen Green. Curry was drawn away by Green, leaving Draymond to confront Wang Xiucheng. In an instant, Draymond took a step back, conceding space for Wang Xiucheng to drive. Fans were astounded. While other players avoided Draymond, Wang Xiucheng was specifically targeting him. What did this mean? Kerr quickly sensed something amiss and wanted to call a timeout. But they lacked possession. Wang Xiucheng executed 2 swift crossovers to penetrate the paint, then slowed down, waiting for Draymond. Draymond remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the perimeter, anticipating a pass from Wang Xiucheng. Left with no choice, Wang Xiucheng concluded the offensive play with a floater, but failed to find the net. Would soared for a rebound and executed a putback dunk. He turned to jog back. Wood yelled at Wang Xiucheng, "Shoot accurately, rookie." Wang Xiucheng shook his head, dismissing the comment, and returned to defense. His outstretched hand slowly retracted, and Kerr still hesitated to call a timeout so early in the half. Curry orchestrated the Warriors' offense, driving through a screen before dishing it to Poole, who scored a 2-pointer despite the defense. Kerr exhaled in relief. He chose to trust Curry, just as he had countless times before. For the Warriors, offense was straightforward. Just get the ball to Curry. The Rockets initiated another attack, once again switching to Draymond for the pick, and Wang Xiucheng drove in, finally locating an open spot beyond the arc. He passed the ball, only to realize it was Wood. Unlike Green, Wood didn't tee-shoot immediately. Even with a clear opportunity, he dribbled inside the three-point line. After a few fakes, he attempted a fading jumper. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Looney secured the rebound, quickly feeding it to a sprinting Curry. With no defenders in sight, not even Wang Xiucheng, Curry charged towards the basket and leaped for a dunk. The crowd rose in anticipation. Was this going to be a highlight? They got their money's worth. Swish! The crowd sat back down 8-0 the last moment. Curry's jump lacked height, and he merely tipped the ball into the hoop. He shook his head in frustration. The Rockets attacked again, and Wang Xiucheng took nearly 10 seconds to switch on a Draymond. This seemed to frustrate Wood, who repeatedly gestured for the ball, only to be waved off by Wang Xiucheng. After a series of dribbles, Wang Xiucheng smoothly penetrated the paint, while Draymond remained on the perimeter. However, due to Green's movement, Draymond turned slightly, adjusting his angle towards Green at that moment. Draymond suddenly sensed something was off. An arm unexpectedly slipped under his, and he saw Wang Xiucheng had appeared beside him, using his arm as leverage to leap. Thud! The sound of the ball hitting the backboard echoed. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. Draymond stood frozen, arms raised high. The referee approached the scorer's table, calling a defensive foul on Draymond Green. Draymond, stunned, clutched his bald head in disbelief. He truly hadn't team moved. It was Wang Xiucheng who initiated the contact. He wanted to shout in protest, but the female referee stood before him, seemingly ready to issue a technical foul if he dared speak. Kerr was livid, slamming his hand on the scorer's table, vociferously exclaiming, "Are you blind? Was that a foul? It wasn't even incidental contact. That was clearly an arm hook." Kerr had witnessed everything. Wang Xiucheng had been in a position to shoot, yet he dribbled beside Draymond, taking advantage of Draymond's momentary lapse in attention to extend his arm and initiate the contact. Was this not a blatant foul? Were they not being deceived? As both teams returned to their benches, the three referees reviewed the footage, while Kerr continued to press the officials. However, they paid him no mind. Curry observed Wang Xiucheng returning to the Rockets bench. Furrowing his brow, he understood Wang Xiucheng had been targeting Draymond multiple times. Intent on drawing a foul, he had initially thought this wouldn't come to pass, having warned Draymond about this very issue. Yet, Wang Xiucheng succeeded. He believed the challenge might not succeed, as the subjective judgment of the officials was paramount. Especially for a player like Draymond, known for his dubious reputation on the Rockets bench, Wood had just taken a seat when he turned to Wang Xiucheng and remarked, "Rookie, stop dribbling endlessly. Pass the ball before time runs out, or the turnovers will fall on others." Wang Xiucheng stared incredulously at the CBA veteran, wondering if those words were directed at him. Was he not addressing Porter Jr.? The young players, including Green, were equally astonished. They hadn't expected Wood to say such a thing. Among those who could speak to Wang Xiucheng's passing ability compared to Porter Jr.'s, Green had the most authority. Just as Green was about to defend Wang Xiucheng, he noticed Wang Xiucheng smiling, a disdainful smile he decided not to pass the ball. Wang Xiucheng casually remarked, showing little concern that he didn't even spare Wood a glance. "Stay calm, Silas," embodying the persona of a good-natured mediator, attempted to soothe both parties, but his words fell on deaf ears. Wood was in a rage, shouting, "What did you say, rookie? You think you can pass? Get a starting position first." In the back, Xiao Bote remained silent and inactive, as though this matter did not pertain to him at all. Wang Xiucheng chose to ignore him, lowering his head in contemplation. The timeouts soon concluded, and after a brief discussion, the referees upheld their original call, a foul on Draymond Green. Kerr shook his head vigorously, a resigned smile gracing his face as he expressed his protest. Silas deliberated for a moment, but made no alterations. Both Wang Xiucheng and Wood remained on the court. "You resolve this yourselves." Interestingly, it was Green who appeared somewhat anxious, uncertain of how to proceed. The Warriors' Green sat on the bench, biting his nails, approaching the free throw line. Wang Xiucheng made his first shot, while the second ricocheted off the rim. Wood leaped high, slamming the ball through the hoop. "You expect me to pass to you, rookie?" he taunted again as he defended. Passing by Wang Xiucheng, Wood's voice was loud enough for everyone on the court to hear. Curry's eyes lit up. Was there discord among them? The more formidable the adversary, the more likely internal strife would arise. To Curry, The Rockets seemed to be in just such a predicament. It was evident that Wang Xiucheng's prowess would not confine him to the bench for long. He would soon ascend to a starting role. When that time came, the existing starting lineup of the Rockets would face upheaval, with some players inevitably relegated to the bench or even traded. Curry felt a deep empathy for this situation. After all, it was when the Warriors decided to nurture him that they traded away Monta Ellis, their former star who averaged nearly 26 points per game. In Curry's perspective, Wang Xiucheng's emergence mirrored the Warriors' past circumstances. Thus, he contemplated whether Wang Xiucheng and the Rockets would soar to greatness akin to the Warriors of yesteryear. Before he could ponder further, he received the ball and, right before Wang Xiucheng's eyes, executed a step-back three-pointer. Swish! Wang Xiucheng turned to see the ball swish through the net. Only in direct confrontation could one truly appreciate Curry's terrifying skill. His shot was both rapid and precise. "Your defense is as feeble as an old lady's," Wood quipped as he passed by Wang Xiucheng, launching another round of mockery. Wang Xiucheng still chose to disregard him. It was unnecessary, and no matter what was said, it bore no weight without tangible retaliation. Engaging in a battle of words was a display of low intelligence. When had one ever seen Curry engaged in endless banter with opponents? Such antics were left to Draymond Green. Unfortunately, the Rockets lacked such a figure, and Wang Xiucheng did not possess Curry's stature. Tice passed the ball to Wang Xiucheng, who began to dribble slowly. As Tice moved past him, he intended to set screen. Wang Xiucheng gently patted Tice's back, signaling that it was unnecessary. Jalen Green's off-ball movement was remarkably active this game. As soon as Wang Xiucheng entered the front court, Green rushed over to set a pick. He navigated between himself and Wang Xiucheng, constantly providing screens. Curry allowed Green's actions to unfold, trailing him as he departed, intentionally positioning himself between Green and Wang Xiucheng. He could permit Wang Xiucheng to drive, but would not allow him to pass. Curry believed this strategy was sound. A Wang Xiucheng without passing ability would be rendered significantly less effective. As Curry moved away, Wang Xiucheng found himself with no defenders in front of him. Just when everyone anticipated that Wang Xiucheng would either pass or attempt a floater, he astonishingly took a shot that was a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Curry instinctively rose from his seat. Curry also turned to face the basket. Even Silas, stationed far away, hurried a few steps towards the midline, fearing he might miss the action. They all understood that if this shot went in, it would signify a failure of Kerr's strategy. Bang! The basketball struck the side of the rim and bounced up. Kerr shook his head and sat back down, startled by the audacity of the shot, thinking the rookie couldn't possibly have a three-pointer in his arsenal. Indeed, if he did, he would have taken it long ago. Silas clapped his hands in disappointment. Indeed, the rookie lacked a three-point shot. What a pity! If Wang Xiucheng possessed even a 30 shooting rate from beyond the arc, he would have boldly marched to Stone's office to demand a starting position. Silas had intentionally kept both Wang Xiucheng and Wood on the court to demonstrate to Stone who truly contributed more to the team. Upon witnessing Wang Xiucheng's miss, Curry instinctively smiled. His belief in allowing Wang Xiucheng to shoot only strengthened. Underneath, Tice battled fiercely to box out his opponent, grabbing the rebound with one hand before swiftly passing it to the now unmarked Wang Xiucheng. Wang Xiucheng received the ball, inhaled deeply, and dribbled forward a step. Up until now, no one stood before him. The player meant to guard him, Curry, was stationed beside Green, seemingly certain that Wang Xiucheng would pass to him. Tice occupied the paint. Wood was entangled in his own conflict, and Tate was being monitored in the opposite corner. Wang Xiucheng had no choice but to pass to Green. Wang Xiucheng gathered the ball and, astonishingly, launched another three-pointer. Curry squinted another shot. He quickly focused on the action. The basketball spiraled toward the backboard. Indeed, in Curry's estimation, this shot had too much force and would hit the board. Thud. The ball indeed struck the backboard, but, astonishingly, rebounded directly into the net. Swish! A three-pointer! Curry clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. This kid was undeniably fortunate. Kerr remained unfazed. Although Wang Xiucheng's shot went in, it was merely a consequence of having to shoot a three-pointer out of necessity. This would not disrupt his rhythm or strategy. Moreover, even a blind person could make one of two wide-open three-point shots. At this moment, Silas did not exhibit much excitement. It was merely a lucky shot. Today it favored him, but next time it could just as easily favor the opponent. This three-pointer did not interrupt the game. Curry received the ball and passed it to Poole, who took a step and immediately launched a three-pointer. Swish! It went in. The Warriors were in full swing. On the Rockets' next possession, Wang Xiucheng drove forward, and Curry again relinquished his defense of Wang Xiucheng to guard what he perceived to be a more viable shooting threat. Swish! Just as Curry had let Wang Xiucheng go and had not yet reached green, the sound of the basketball swishing through the net reached his ears that he instinctively turned to Wang Xiucheng, rather than the basket. Wang Xiucheng's shooting hand had yet to retract from the follow-through. Upon seeing Curry gaze in his direction, Wang Xiucheng raised 3 fingers and wiggled them, slowly retreating, that Curry's mind exploded with disbelief. Did he actually make that? No way. He looked back at Kerr, who should have had a clearer view of the shot. Kerr wore an expression of astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. Was it luck the first time, and luck again the second? He couldn't fathom such reasoning. Who had ever claimed that Wang Xiucheng could not shoot threes? The entire arena erupted in applause from the Chinese fans, with Wu Yinzu in the front row rising to applaud, albeit somewhat restrained. Deng Ziki, however, was unrestrained, jumping and cheering, reaching out her hand when she saw Wang Xiucheng retreat. Wang Xiucheng smiled and high-fived Deng Ziki, igniting her excitement even further. The game continued without interruption. Curry brought the ball up the court, eschewing screens, and simply launched another shot. Swish! Another one went in. Curry provocatively stared at Wang Xiucheng. Moments ago, Wang Xiucheng had attempted to block Curry's shot, but Curry's release was too swift. The ball was already airborne as soon as he leaped. Was this what they referred to as a one-motion shot? Wang Xiucheng's eyes sparkled with determination. Transitioning to offense, Wang Xiucheng dribbled, and Curry dared not let him go now. Fixating his attention on Wang Xiucheng, that eye in his eyes, his provocative actions would inevitably compel Wang Xiucheng to retaliate. After all, youth often accompanies exuberance, and he had traversed this path himself. Indeed, Wang Xiucheng proceeded as anticipated. He executed a feint, yet Curry remained unfazed, seemingly unprepared to defend against his drive. Thus, Wang Xiucheng suddenly leapt, launching the ball into the air. Curry, having anticipated this moment, sprang upwards in an effort to block Wang Xiucheng's shot. The two shared similar height and wingspan. Although Wang Xiucheng's vertical leap was distinctly superior, Curry believed he still had a chance to intercept the shot, for Wang Xiucheng's shooting had its vulnerabilities. However, as Curry ascended, he quickly realized his miscalculation. Before reaching his apex, Wang Xiucheng had already released the ball. Curry watched in astonishment as the basketball soared past his head, only to swish through the net behind him. It was a one-motion shot. To his surprise, Wang Xiucheng had employed a one-motion shooting technique. Previously, he had exclusively utilized the traditional two-motion shot, which Curry had observed keenly. This was precisely why Curry had felt he could intercept Wang Xiucheng. Yet, Wang Xiucheng had astonished him by employing his one-motion shot. Curry was convinced that Wang Xiucheng must have only recently learned this technique, and even more so, learned it from him. After all, every time Curry shot in front of Wang Xiucheng, the latter had been utterly fixated on his shooting form. Curry understood that Wang Xiucheng was attempting to emulate him, but he harbored no fears. Over the years, many had aspired to learn his shooting skills, and he had never withheld his knowledge. Yet, those who could truly master it and apply it effectively in real games were exceedingly rare. Could Wang Xiucheng have grasped it so quickly after merely a few observations? Curry found it hard to believe that that moment. Kerr was equally astonished. Wang Xiucheng's shooting motion and release speed mirrored Curry's almost identically. Kerr had previously contemplated calling a timeout to devise a defensive strategy against Wang Xiucheng. However, he changed his mind, realizing that few could match Curry in a scoring duel. Perhaps many years hence, this game would be remembered in isolation, with people remarking, "Look, that was when Wang Xiucheng learned shooting techniques from Curry." The match continued, and in the ensuing minutes, the Warriors, bolstered by Curry's fervor, executed a series of successful offensive plays, with Curry sinking consecutive three-pointers. Meanwhile, on the Rockets' side, Wang Xiucheng, who seemed to have unlocked his potential, retaliated with three-pointers of his own, almost as if he were in a state of invincibility. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Warriors had amassed 24 points, while the Rockets had surprisingly garnered 22 points. Curry continued his onslaught, yet the Rockets showed no signs of being overwhelmed. Silas called a timeout, and as Wang Xiucheng exited the court, he patted his shoulder and softly said, "Well done today," in stark contrast. Wood sat on the bench with a sullen expression, having not received a single pass since the last timeout. Whether it was Wang Xiucheng, Green, or any others, none appeared willing to pass him the ball. He merely managed to secure 2 rebounds. Meanwhile, Wang Xiucheng recorded 4 assists and attempted 9 three-pointers, successfully sinking 5 that Curry had only made 4 three-pointers in the entire third quarter. How could this not infuriate him? Wang Xiucheng sat on the bench, sipping water, a towel draped over his head to retain warmth, appearing somewhat fatigued. In reality, he was accessing the system to check his status. He had been puzzled as to why no tasks had been assigned until the moment Kerr issued a challenge in the third quarter, at which point he received a singular task. Task 1. For every three-pointer made, earn 100 system points. Thus, Wang Xiucheng equipped the skill card that Jenna had provided him, which enhanced his three-point shooting accuracy. In the shooting module, transforming himself into a formidable three-point shooter akin to Christopher. The timeout concluded swiftly, and Wang Xiucheng was substituted out, making way for a visibly disheartened Porter. Silas maintained Wood on the court. On the Warriors' side, Curry and Poole were also substituted for rest. After prolonged wait, Draymond Green finally took to the court. The game resumed. The Warriors, even without Curry, remained formidable. Yet the Rockets, devoid of Wang Xiucheng, were not the same team. Wood finally consented to set screens, and Porter was finally willing to pass the ball. However, the Rockets went scoreless for 4 minutes. Indeed, they failed to score a single point. It seemed as if all their luck had been exhausted with Wang Xiucheng's earlier exploits. Even Wood's layup attempt ricocheted off the backboard, evading the rim and falling on the opposite side. Christopher, Garuba, and even Xingjun found themselves unable to touch the ball. Porter, seemingly eager to prove himself, only compounded the situation, committing multiple uncharacteristic turnovers, gifting the ball to the opposing team. Meanwhile, in the final 4 minutes, the Warriors accumulated 10 points through a combination of drives and shots, swiftly widening the score to 103-83. Establishing a 20-point lead. As the third quarter concluded, it appeared that, as in previous encounters, the Warriors could seal the game within 3 quarters. The match transitioned into a brief intermission. The vivacious cheerleaders took to the court. Yang Yi, who typically relished this spectacle, was now indifferent. Wang Xiucheng had tallied 20 points in the third quarter, and Yang Yi's excitement was palpable, his face flushed, nearly rising from his seat, with a three-point shooting record of 5 out of 9. Alongside 4 assists, Yang Yi exclaimed, his voice trembling, who says Wang Xiucheng lacks three-point shooting ability, who claims he only performs during garbage time, who asserts he can only drive to the basket. Yang Yi grew increasingly animated, questioning the lack of recognition for such a talented Chinese player, a clean-cut youth without tattoos. What were the Chinese sponsors doing? With opportunities laid before them, why were they not seizing the moment? Yang Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for Wang Xiucheng, who, despite his impressive performance, remained overshadowed by Porter and was still on a two-way contract, a Chinese player, yet devoid of sponsorship. Little did Yang Yi know, the Houston Rockets had been preoccupied with away games, and the front office had been bustling with activity. As the cheerleading performance concluded, the fourth quarter commenced, and Wang Xiucheng re-entered the game, joined by Christopher, Garuba, Martin, and Xingjun in a substitute lineup. The game began, and as the Rockets regained possession, Draymond Green stood before Wang Xiucheng. "Kid, if you have the guts," before he could finish, Wang Xiucheng, without a moment's hesitation, dashed past him. Green instinctively reached out to grab Wang Xiucheng, but halted upon recalling his foul count, allowing Wang Xiucheng to break through. In an instant, Wang Xiucheng found himself beyond the three-point line, and before he could establish his footing, he leapt and took the shot. Swish. As the game progressed, Coach Kerr found himself in a state of numbness, yearning only to uncover the report that contained the statement about Wang Xiucheng's lack of three-point shooting. The Warriors launched an offensive, with Draymond Green barreling into the paint like a tank. Executing a thunderous dunk, Sengun rubbed his chest, his face a mask of fury that he retrieved the basketball and tossed it to Wang Xiucheng before sprinting past him into the Warriors' restricted area. Assessing the situation on the perimeter, Wang Xiucheng waited for Garuba, playing the power forward position to set a screen before stepping back and leaping for a shot. However, he instead passed the ball into the paint, where Sengun finished with a smooth hook shot. A loud slap echoed as Looney fouled Sengun, resulting in 2 free throws. Kerr immediately summoned Curry to the bench to be by the time Wang Xiucheng entered the game. The Rockets had already seized the advantage on the court, a situation Kerr found unacceptable. Curry approached the scorer's table, waiting for Sengun's first free throw to conclude before he could enter the game. The female referee, Ashley Moore Gleason, stood beside the table, seemingly engaged in conversation with the technical staff at that moment. Wang Xiucheng strolled over. Curry assumed Wang Xiucheng had come to speak with him, considering that his jump shot technique was somewhat borrowed from him. Yet, to Curry's astonishment, Wang Xiucheng positioned himself directly behind Gleason, and as she turned, her arm inadvertently swung into Wang Xiucheng's chest. Wang Xiucheng exaggeratedly gasped, clutching his chest, and exclaimed, "Aren't you watching where you're going? You just knocked the wind out of me. You owe me for that." Curry's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, his retainer dropping to the floor without him even noticing. Wang Xiucheng was flirting again. Indeed, it was not the first time. Curry was acutely aware of Wang Xiucheng's history, recalling the last incident involving Lauren Holtkamp, a referee that no man in the league dared to provoke, and now it was Gleason. Gleason was the very referee Luka Doncic had previously flirted with. Wang Xiucheng had audaciously set his sights on Gleason. Curry watched the exchange like a diligent student, observing Wang Xiucheng and Gleason. Gleason initially offered an apologetic gesture toward Wang Xiucheng, but upon hearing his words, she realized he was flirting with her, akin to Doncic's previous antics. "That's enough," Gleason said, shaking her head, "that you're currently on the blacklist of female referees in the league. If you continue with this foolishness, I will issue you a technical foul, believe me." Curry nodded in agreement upon hearing this that it was only right. Referees could not allow Wang Xiucheng to repeatedly flirt, giving the impression that they were neglecting their duties. Yet, Wang Xiucheng shamelessly pressed on, "Then answer me this question." Curry, picking up his retainer without hesitation, bit down on it and looked at Wang Xiucheng with a bemused expression. Bargaining with a referee, now that took real courage. Even the Warriors weren't that bold. "What question?" To Curry's surprise, Gleason actually agreed to respond. He was bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to give him a technical foul? Why was she engaging? Wang Xiucheng then leaned in a bit closer, covering his mouth with his hand as he asked Gleason, "Between me and Doncic, who is more handsome?" Curry quickly leaned in, and upon hearing Wang Xiucheng's question, burst into laughter. Gleason shifted slightly away from Wang Xiucheng, noticing the eager anticipation on his face, as if he wouldn't leave until she answered. Reluctantly, she replied with a single word, "You." With that, Gleason turned and walked back onto the court. Meanwhile, Curry was laughing so hard he could barely stand, wrapping his arm around Wang Xiucheng's shoulder to keep himself upright. The entire crowd was left in a state of confusion, with even Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley in the broadcast booth completely bewildered by the exchange. They could only speculate about the conversation between Wang Xiucheng and Gleason, after which Curry was doubled over in laughter. Even as Sengun completed his free throws and Curry took to the court, he still struggled to contain his amusement that, in stark contrast, Wang Xiucheng shot Curry a look of disdain, questioning whether it was truly that funny. Was his sense of humor really that juvenile? The game resumed. And with Curry on the court, the Warriors' scoring capabilities surged. With Wang Xiucheng's newfound three-point shooting prowess, he became a multifaceted threat, making Draymond Green hesitant to challenge him, feeling the gaze of Gleason upon him. With just 7 minutes remaining in the game, Silas called a timeout and substituted Wang Xiucheng out. The crowd rose to their feet, applauding Wang Xiucheng, fully aware that he would not return to the game. The Warriors held an 18-point lead, and the match had effectively entered garbage time. In the streaming booth, the hosts and guests had already shifted their focus away from the game. For them, the contest had come to an end. Wang Meng reviewed the statistics on the tablet before him. Wang Xiucheng had secured 26 points and 7 assists, albeit with a slightly higher than usual turnover rate of 3, I would like to add. Yang interjected. Wang Xiucheng shot 7 for 15 from beyond the arc, achieving a 47% success rate. Judging solely by this game, Curry's performance did not surpass that of Wang Xiucheng. Previously, we mentioned that opponents would allow him to shoot if he lacked a three-point game. But after today, no team will dare to give him that opportunity again. That I speculate that his reluctance to shoot threes in the past may stem from his status as an undrafted player, feeling pressured not to take too many shots. Furthermore, he likely prefers to play as a point guard who elevates his teammates. However, today the Warriors allowed him to shoot while restricting his passing, forcing Wang Xiucheng to score on his own. Wang Xiucheng continued without pause. I must reiterate, Wang Xiucheng is only 19 years old. His potential is immense, based on the skills he has displayed and his basketball IQ. I believe he is already on par with Doncic in his rookie year. The only differences lie in playing time and team dynamics. Doncic was immediately nurtured as a cornerstone player, while Wang Xiucheng, due to his undrafted status, has been relegated to a backup role behind Porter. Speaking of others, take Green, a high-profile rookie drafted by the Rockets this year. Honestly, has he performed better than Wang Xiucheng? Wang Xiucheng seemed to be getting a bit carried away. I know that Chairman Yao has been closely monitoring Wang. From what I've gathered, I can share that Wang Xiucheng may not be eligible for the national team for now. But I believe this is a blessing in disguise. He can focus on proving himself in the NBA. That I have faith that one day, those old-timers will be begging him to join the national team. Wang Ming detected the undercurrents of resentment and frustration in Wang Xiucheng's remarks, clearly aimed at the General Administration of Sport and the Basketball Management Center. Fearing trouble for Penguin, Wang Ming quickly interrupted Wang Xiucheng with a well-rehearsed advertisement for a sports protection brand. As the discourse unfolded, the game between the Warriors and Rockets concluded, with the Warriors triumphing 120-107 over the Rockets. Wang Xiucheng finished with 26 points, shooting 7 for 15 from three-point range, leading in both attempts and makes it to the post-game press conference. Nearly all the media inquiries revolved around Wang Xiucheng. Silas had already prepared his response, smiling while feigning ignorance that he appeared to say a great deal, yet offered no substantial insights. During the Warriors' post-game press conference, when a reporter asked Curry why he had been laughing so much in the second half, he erupted into laughter again. After chuckling for half a minute, Curry finally responded. Wang asked Gleason who was more handsome, him or Doncic. Curry laughed once more. Isn't that absurd? Look at how overweight Doncic has gotten. How can that even be a question? Upon hearing the words, the reporters erupted into laughter, fully aware that Curry was merely jesting. However, it was evident that Curry was genuinely at a loss against Doncic, unable to exert any pressure. Yes, the night deepened in America. It was daytime in China, the peak time for information dissemination. With the conclusion of the game, the media was set ablaze with excitement. Within a mere hour, Wang Xiucheng, stepping in as a substitute, surged to the top of trending searches with an impressive tally of 26 points and 7 assists. Akin to a rocket ascending, all basketball commentators and content creators began to release a plethora of videos titled with Wang Xiucheng's name, each rapidly becoming a sensation. Yet, this was only the beginning. The replay of the Warriors versus Rockets match on Penguin Sports had already cut out Wang Xiucheng's inappropriate remarks. Nevertheless, quick-finger netizens managed to record it and upload it online. News regarding the Basketball Association and the Basketball Management Center, even involving Yao Ming's suppression of Wang Xiucheng, became rampant. Fan hubs like Live Broadcast Bar and Hoopu even pinned Wang Xiucheng's video to their homepages in a flash. The official Weibo accounts of the Basketball Management Center and the Basketball Association were bombarded by fans, forcing them to disable the comments section. Paradoxically, the more they retreated, the more fans perceived wrongdoing, wondering how they could deny any issues. Consequently, numerous fans reported the Basketball Association and the Basketball Management Center to the National Anti-Corruption Agency for corruption and negligence. They even extended their grievances to the long ineffectual Football Association. Keen lawyers swiftly recognized the opportunity, leading to a flurry of videos collecting evidence of corruption against the Basketball Association and the Football Association. Hoopu even had a section head create a tutorial on how to report the Basketball Association and the Football Association in just 5 minutes. WY Noon, the anti-corruption official website, succumbed to overwhelming traffic. Crashing for an hour, it wasn't until the afternoon, when the number of reporters dwindled, that the site slowly began to recover. However, by 6 in the evening, after work hours, the website faltered once more, unable to recover as maintenance staff had also clocked out. Wang Xiucheng habitually disembarked last from the private jet. Those quick on their feet, like Jalen Green and Tate, had already departed in their vehicles stored at the airport. This was a private airport where nearly all private jets or chartered flights in Houston landed, including Fertitta's aircraft. "Brother, I'm here. I'm here," Wang Xiucheng exclaimed, pushing 2 pieces of luggage forward when a familiar figure appeared ahead. It was Ma Wei, the son of his host family, renowned for his imposing stature. "I thought you had gone back," Wang Xiucheng said, handing 1 piece of luggage to Ma Wei while pushing the other himself. Ma Wei, despite his youthful appearance, stood over 6 feet tall, slightly overweight, and had just commenced his studies at the University of Houston. "I dozed off and felt a bit drowsy," he sheepishly admitted, as he wheeled the luggage to the parking lot and opened his SUV. "My sister is back, and our parents haven't slept. They said they were waiting for you to have dinner," Ma Wei remarked as he drove. Wang Xiucheng glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight, indicating that Ma's family had intentionally awaited his return for dinner. Indeed, he felt a pang of hunger. After the game, the entire team had headed straight to the airport. Having been away for so long, all 30 to 40 Rockets personnel, from players to coaches, from team doctors to security, were yearning for home. This was the very reason they rushed back to Houston without even stopping for a meal. Half an hour later, Wang Xiucheng and Ma Wei arrived home. The television was broadcasting the scores from today's NBA games. With Uncle Ma engrossed in the coverage, dinner was just finishing up as Aunt Ma and a tall girl were setting the table with the dishes. The girl wore form-fitting blue jeans that accentuated her long legs and shapely curves. Standing at 1.7 meters, she was tall with a slender waist, yet her bosom was prominent, sparking curiosity. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, exuding a refreshing and competent air. With finely chiseled features, she raised her brows and bright eyes upon spotting Wang Xiucheng, her full lips radiating a unique charm. "Mom and Dad, we're back," Ma Wei exclaimed as he entered behind Wang Xiucheng. Uncle Ma and the others turned to look, and upon seeing Wang Xiucheng, Uncle Ma excitedly patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, you played quite well in these matches." Wang Xiucheng smiled, opening his luggage to reveal several boxes. "Uncle Ma, this is a Rolex I bought for you in Los Angeles." He handed one of the small boxes to Uncle Ma. "Aunt Ma, this is a gold necklace I specially purchased from a jewelry store in Los Angeles." "And this is for you, Ma Wei." Wang Xiucheng presented another box to the eagerly awaiting Ma Wei. "Wow, a 13 Pro Max. Brother, you really understand me," Ma Wei exclaimed, rushing to the side to unwrap the phone. "You, my child, just earned a bit of money, and you're already spending it. Your mother will start worrying again," Aunt Ma said, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly more concerned for Wang Xiucheng. "Never mind," Uncle Ma interjected, turning to Wang Xiucheng. "We'll accept this time, but only this once that I look out for you because of my relationship with your father, not for monetary gain. That I understand. Uncle Ma, this isn't my first time earning money. I just thought I should express my gratitude to you both." Wang Xiucheng replied with a laugh, relieved to see Uncle Ma smiling as well. That moment, Wang Xiucheng sensed the fireball of a girl watching him, prompting him to glance over. It was Ma Xiucheng, Uncle Ma's daughter and Ma Wei's sister. "You didn't forget my gift, did you?" Ma Xiucheng's cool voice cut through the air. Known for her aloof demeanor, Ma Xiucheng seldom showed interest in anything. Perhaps it was her composed nature that led her to pursue a career in law. Wang Xiucheng nodded. "Sister Xian, I know you don't fancy gold or silver, and you have no interest in electronics. You rarely speak, so after all these years, I truly don't know what you like." "You don't know what I like," Ma Xiucheng retorted. Wang Xiucheng awkwardly smiled. "Could it be me? Wait until you grow up to say that." Ma Xiucheng shook her head in exasperation, bemused that a mere child dared to tease her. However, she was somewhat surprised. After just 2 months apart, Wang Xiucheng seemed to exude a captivating aura today. Moreover, there was a subtle scent about him. Was it unique to men in sports? Ma Xiucheng was uncertain. "My sister likes money," Ma Wei, engrossed in his phone, suddenly chimed in. "Lawyers love money. That's what they say in dramas." Ma Xiucheng didn't dispute her brother's claim. Wang Xiucheng pushed his luggage into a corner and approached Ma Xiucheng. "I actually have a gift for you." "What gift?" Ma Xiucheng paused before asking. Her tone still devoid of expectation. It seemed that anything Wang Xiucheng presented would fail to elicit surprise from her. "Before I give you the gift, I need to inquire about your situation," Wang Xiucheng said, sitting at the table with a serious tone. though his expression remained playful. This contrast caught the attention of Uncle Ma, Aunt Ma, and even Ma Wei situation. Ma Xiucheng frowned slightly. A background check? Something like that, Wang Xiucheng replied. Sister Xian, when do you graduate? Have you obtained your lawyer's license yet? Do you have any work experience? Ma Xiucheng was puzzled by Wang Xiucheng's intentions, but realized these inquiries didn't touch on any privacy concerns. If all goes well, I should graduate with my master's degree next May. I passed the bar exam when I received my bachelor's degree at AS for experience. I've been interning at the influential Sunshine law firm in the Chinese community for more than a year. Ma Xiucheng didn't seem impatient. Do you have any further questions? Indeed, a true academic achiever, Wang Xiucheng couldn't help but admire her. Wei often remarked that his sister was not normal for enjoying reading dense legal texts. When Wang Xiucheng first arrived in the United States, he didn't find it particularly remarkable. Was it akin to memorizing vocabulary words he had done before? It was only later that I realized that most American presidents are. In fact, law graduates. If I were to hire you as my agent, would you accept the offer? Wang Xiucheng suddenly inquired, looking up at Ma Xiucheng. An agent. What do you need an agent for with a two-way contract? Ma Xiu interjected almost immediately. With an annual salary of just over 500,000, even if Wang Xiucheng's recent performance had been commendable and the Rockets were to convert his contract, it would merely amount to a base salary of just over $1 million. Why should he part with a portion of that for an agent? Ma Xiucheng remained silent, her gaze beginning to scrutinize Wang Xiucheng from head to toe and then back again, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Are you referring to the Chinese market? Ma Xiucheng instantly grasped Wang Xiucheng's meaning. Although she had not returned to her home country for quite some time, she had encountered numerous Chinese individuals during her years at the law firm and was well aware of the rapid development in China. It is a colossal market of over 1 billion people. Who wouldn't be tempted? Wang Xiucheng nodded, proud of the formidable support behind him. In recent days, the team's public relations department has been inundating me with calls, almost a dozen each day. Most of them are from Chinese sponsors seeking collaboration, but without an agent, neither the league office nor the Rockets dare to give them my contact information, so they keep postponing, waiting for my return. So many companies wish to collaborate with you. Ma Xiucheng was taken aback this time. Wang Xiucheng shrugged. That's why I want you, a talented individual, to vet these opportunities, to sift through them and ensure I am not taken advantage of. Suddenly, Ma Xiucheng stood up, her eyes sparkling with an uncommon light. While everyone believed her interest lay solely in law, the truth was that she relished the thrill of negotiation. Witnessing a once arrogant opponent ultimately yield to her was immensely gratifying. The entire world might declare your guilt, yet I can secure your acquittal. People may insist that you are safe, but I can ensure you are imprisoned. This exhilarating sensation of being at odds with the world ignited a thrill within Ma Xiucheng, reminiscent of Robert Kardashian. The courtroom is a battleground devoid of smoke. Indifferent to gender or age, it is solely a matter of one's capability. Now, Ma Xiucheng suddenly recognized that business negotiations are equally a battlefield. You all enjoy your meal. I shall retire to my room, she declared, rising abruptly and heading upstairs. Wang Xiucheng and Ma Xiu were unfazed. They had encountered this scenario with Ma Xiucheng many times over the years. Only when something piqued her interest did the typically composed Ma Xiucheng's eyes light up. Let us eat. Don't mind her, Aunt Ma said, shaking her head in resignation. The Houston Rockets office, located 7 kilometers from the Wendy's Center, was where Stone finally stepped into his own office for the first time in half a month. As the highest-ranking operations officer and general manager aside from the owner, he certainly had the right to take paid leave. Since the conclusion of the previous season, he had undergone the draft, summer league, training camp, preseason, and all other related matters. Finally, after the season commenced and the team embarked on a lengthy 5-game road trip, Stone began his half-month vacation. During this time, he ventured into Africa's most pristine forests. Aside from hiring a few guides and bodyguards, he turned off his phone and refrained from following any basketball-related matters. He anticipated a backlog of work, but he never imagined it would be this overwhelming. Upon entering the office, Stone immediately noticed at least 100 various standardized documents laid out on his desk. This indicated that different departments within the team had sent him an array of documents. He booted up his computer, He picked up the topmost document to review. To his surprise, it was an inquiry from the Warriors regarding the possibility of trading Christopher. The Warriors were willing to offer a player along with a second-round pick as compensation. Christopher? Stone was slightly taken aback. Could it be that this young fellow had performed exceptionally well, catching Kerr's eye? Setting the document aside, Stone turned to the next one. This was a request from the Nuggets regarding a potential trade for Dilireba. Stone was even more astonished. Dilireba? That brute managed to draw Malone's attention? Though puzzled, Stone patiently continued reading. The next document was from the Lakers, inquiring about the trade status of Wood. Stone furrowed his brow, scratching his bald head, and looked at the next document. The Mavericks? Stone suddenly froze. Finally realizing the crux of the matter. The teams interested in trading with the Rockets were almost exclusively those that had recently faced them. The reason he said almost was due to the absence of the Celtics. Strangely, while the players inquired about varied, each document specified that if salaries did not align, they could balance it with minimum salary players. There is something amiss. Stone, with his legal background, immediately recognized that these seasoned negotiators likely had a different target in mind, perhaps one of his own minimum salary players, who had suddenly emerged as a standout. Regardless of who it was undoubtedly Stone's achievement, as he was the one who had selected them. Tossing the documents aside, Stone opened his computer to check the latest game results. Unsurprisingly, they had lost all of them. Excellent. They were one step closer to the coveted first overall pick. He reviewed the statistics, assessing the performances against the Celtics, Mavericks, Jazz, and Lakers. Even up until the Nuggets, Stone could not discern who these savvy negotiators had their eyes on. Each game showcased a player performing commendably, only to falter in the next. It wasn't until he reached the data from yesterday's game against the Warriors that he noticed the top scorer was Wang Xiucheng. And he was taken aback. Wang Xiucheng. Who is that? For a solid half-minute, Stone scratched his head until he finally recalled that he was the only player not chosen by him, but rather selected personally by the owner. The decision to draft him wasn't for the sake of the game, but rather for the Chinese market. The previous owner, Alexander, had profited immensely from Yao Ming and the market behind him. With such a lucrative precedent, Fertitta naturally sought to replicate that success, resulting in Wang Xiucheng's acquisition. Could this Chinese player truly make a mark? It seemed implausible. Stone was filled with disbelief. Was there really a Chinese player under 2 meters tall who could play basketball? Open the video of the game against the Warriors and fast forward to the moment Wang Xiucheng steps onto the court. Stone becomes increasingly focused. Gradually, his astonishment grows. Before he realizes it, Stone has risen from his seat. When Wang Xiucheng draws a foul, causing Draymond Green to exit the game, Stone instinctively waves his hand. As Wang Xiucheng sinks 3 consecutive three-pointers in front of Curry, Stone quietly exclaims, "Well done," when Wang Xiucheng skillfully evades Klay Thompson. A smile tugs at the corners of Stone's mouth. Unbeknownst to him, the video has concluded, and Stone finds himself pondering deeply. It must be Wang Xiucheng. There is no need to revisit the earlier footage. Stone is now certain that the old foxes have set their sights on Wang Xiucheng. The speed and ball-handling skills displayed by Wang Xiucheng astound Stone for quite some time. This is undeniably not the level expected from a rookie. Having observed Wang Xiucheng during practice, he knows he does not possess such remarkable ball-handling skills. Although somewhat exaggerated, Stone believes that even the peak Allen Iverson's ball handling was not far off from this. Yet, Iverson was the first overall pick at the time, while this Chinese player is merely on a two-way contract. Since you all desire this Chinese player so fervently, let us see how much sincerity you truly possess. Stone's immediate thought is not to cultivate Wang Xiucheng, but rather to trade him while his value is relatively high and before more weaknesses are revealed. Yes, Stone believes Wang Xiucheng harbors fatal flaws. And not just one. Firstly, there is the hardware issue prevalent among Chinese players. Short stature, limited wingspan, insufficient vertical leap, lack of strength, and a personality ill-suited for long-term development in the NBA. These factors nearly guarantee that Wang Xiucheng cannot ascend to an all-star caliber player. Furthermore, there is Wang Xiucheng's tendency to play selfishly. In the game against the Warriors, he took an astonishing 19 shots, 15 of which were three-pointers, surpassing even Green and Curry's attempts. What right does a two-way player have to assume such a role? Does he not comprehend his own standing? Fortunately, his shooting percentage was acceptable in that game, scoring 26 points. However, One cannot maintain such high shooting efficiency indefinitely. Even Curry has his off nights. Moreover, Wang Xiucheng is not inclined to pass, offering minimal assistance to his teammates. Indeed, he is not fond of passing. From the footage of the game against the Warriors, Stone feels he has gleaned a complete understanding of Wang Xiucheng's playing style. A player of such caliber has extremely limited potential. Should any team wish to acquire Wang Xiucheng, they need only present satisfactory terms, and he could be traded immediately AS for Fertitta's so-called Chinese market. One could simply find another two-way contract Chinese player. It is rare to find a 2'2" Yao Ming, but as a 1'9" Chinese player, so hard to come by. Everyone labels me as a rookie manager, lacking connections, experience, and vision, claiming no team is willing to trade with me. Well, let me show you all how to make a trade. Moreover, it will be a trade that shocks the entire league. When you see me, you will all have to give me a thumbs up and secretly marvel at the brilliance of the trade. With this thought, he picks up the phone, deliberates for a moment, and dials Pelinka. The phone rings a few times before connecting. Pelinka seems to yawn before impatiently asking, "Stone, you better have something important. Are you interested in Wang Xiucheng?" Stone does not waste time and directly reveals his intentions. Pelinka initially laughs heartily for a moment, showing no embarrassment, and instead candidly admits, "You are indeed quite clever. With time, there will surely be a place for you in the league," flattered by this compliment. Stone feels a surge of pride. "Let us discuss your terms," he replies. "Wang Xiucheng is our best young player. I won't hesitate to tell you that the team has decided to establish him as a core player. Without enticing terms, you shall not acquire this Chinese talent. .1 first-round pick along with a young player from the team," Pelinka states directly from the other end of the line. Stone sneers. "Are you joking? The Lakers' first-round pick is hardly valuable. Unless you add another one, we have no basis for further discussion." Pelinka pauses, clearly taken aback by Stone's response. Yes, he did not expect this. Pelinka thought Stone had genuinely recognized Wang Xiucheng's value. Hence his insistence that a single first-round pick was insufficient. Little did he know that Stone deemed the Lakers' first-round pick worthless and thus demanded an increase. "You know, we don't have many first-round picks. 2 is already the limit." Pelinka struggles to contain his amusement, but Stone's eyes brighten, yet he maintains a facade of seriousness. "I still need to confer with other teams. You know, many franchises are interested in Wang Xiucheng." Just then, the door creaks open, and a young man in his 20s walks in. Stone, not angered, merely nods as a form of greeting. Pelinka seems to wrestle with his thoughts for a moment before speaking again. "I can offer you Reeves along with 2 first-round picks. The Lakers are quite sincere. We also wish to deepen our presence in the Chinese market." Stone's eyes gleam even brighter. Though Reeves has only played a few games, he has garnered recognition from most teams in the league, who generally believe he possesses first-round talent. Prior to the season, the Lakers had already extended a 2-year contract to Reeves. Could a team with no talent truly offer a two-way player a 2-year guaranteed contract? 2 first-round picks plus Reeves? That would be a tremendous gain. Had he not noticed the young man's displeasure, Stone might have immediately sealed the deal that "I will consider it carefully. Let us leave it at that for now." "Mr. Pelinka," Stone hangs up the phone, a victorious smile gracing his face. "Everyone claims that I, Stone, am a rookie, always losing in trades, treating even a worthless player like Porter as a treasure. But what do they know? Porter will undoubtedly shine in the future. And when you discover that I traded a 2-way contract for 2 first-round picks and Reeves, let us see who dares to claim I lack trading acumen." "Patrick, what brings you here?" In his moment of triumph, Stone recalls there is still someone else in the room and hastily rises to pour water for the young man. The young man is none other than Patrick Fertitta. Seeing Stone's smug demeanor, Patrick realizes that this fool is likely about to be duped again, just like last time with Porter. Everyone said Porter was a locker room bomb and should be avoided. Yet Stone cherished him that time. He wore the same look of self-satisfaction. "Are you trading with the Lakers? Who are you trading?" Patrick inquires as he accepts the water. "Wang Xiucheng, that Chinese player," Stone exclaims proudly. "The Lakers are willing to offer 2 first-round picks and Reeves that I immediately accepted. You see, I've received numerous trade inquiries, and I plan to ask around. Perhaps there are even more foolish offers." Patrick's expression darkens. "More foolish offers? Don't even ask. You're the only one in the entire league who is that foolish. Dad was right. If I don't return to the team soon, Stone will dismantle it piece by piece." Patrick's face grows grim. Two things. Holding up one finger, Patrick states, "First, I have been appointed as the team CEO, and the official notice will be delivered by my father today. Second, Patrick raises another finger. Wang Xiucheng is not for sale. This is my first command as CEO." Stone exclaims in astonishment. He is not surprised by Patrick's appointment as CEO. After Ted Brown's departure, Fertitta had long intended for Patrick to assume the position. But Patrick had been preoccupied with indulgences. What astonishes him is the second point. Wang Xiucheng is deemed untouchable. How is that possible? An undrafted player on a two-way contract has no right to be considered untouchable. Fertitta has long stated that there are no untouchables on this team, not even Harden. How can Wang Xiucheng be an exception? Does her father know about this? Stone cautiously inquires that he is uncertain whether this is the owner's directive or Patrick's personal inclination. After all, Patrick is still young. Perhaps he believes Wang Xiucheng, being Chinese, could generate profit for his family, hence his declaration. "This is my decision," Patrick replies directly. "You should review Wang Xiucheng's previous games before making any judgments." It all began with the game against the Celtics, right when you were on vacation. Patrick deliberately emphasized the word vacation, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction. Stone exhaled in relief. Indeed, this was Patrick's own sentiment that I had just reviewed the game footage of the team against the Warriors. And Wang Xiucheng performed admirably, his speed and ball handling skills commendable. However, he tended to be overly self-reliant, rarely passing the ball and taking too many shots, even when others had better opportunities. Furthermore, his physical attributes were somewhat mediocre. Patrick shook his head, his demeanor serious as he articulated each word. "Let me reiterate, you need to start watching from the Celtics games before conversing with me, Mr. Raphael Stone." Stone did not take offense at Patrick's direct address. He simply realized that Patrick was earnestly insisting he review the footage. That it was futile to argue with Patrick, so he decided to let it slide in light of his father's reputation. Thus, Stone positioned himself before the computer. Patrick did not leave. Instead, he moved a chair to the window, enjoying the breeze while smoking an expensive cigar, a gift from his father that he usually refrained from indulging in. However, today marked his first day in office, and he deemed a little extravagance permissible. As time passed, Stone's expressions became increasingly animated. At times, he held his head in his hands. At others, he shook his head. And at one point, he sprang to his feet. Patrick continued to disregard him, as if he had anticipated this reaction. An hour later, having finished watching the footage, Stone even replayed some of the highlights. Was Wang Xiucheng lacking in talent if he could leap from the free throw line for a dunk? Averaging 7 minutes and 4 assists per game, was he truly selfish? As soon as Patrick's words fell, Stone instinctively shook his head. After watching the footage, his perception of Wang Xiucheng had shifted. Stone regretted not having reviewed all the footage before deciding to trade Wang Xiucheng. Since his debut, Wang had shown continuous improvement in nearly every game. When Jalen Green shared the court with Wang, he wore a smile, whereas alongside Porter Jr., he appeared stern, as though the future was uncertain. Did this not indicate something profound? Stone acknowledged he had underestimated Wang Xiucheng's potential and capabilities. Nevertheless, he still did not believe Porter Jr. was significantly inferior to Wang. Porter's defensive skills were superior. Indeed, Stone had finally identified where Porter outshone Wang. He resolved to call Silas, insisting that Wang should play at least 25 minutes per game, nurturing him like a lottery pick, allowing him to partner more with Green and Sengun. Patrick rose, returned the chair to its original position, and conveyed his final instructions. He had said all that needed to be said. Confident that Stone could manage the rest, as he watched Patrick depart, Stone did not immediately call Silas, but instead reviewed all the documents on his desk. To his astonishment, they were all related to Wang Xiucheng. Stone was taken aback. A rookie had managed to engage the entire team's departments so fervently. Among these documents were requests from other teams wishing to trade for Wang, Silas's proposal to start Wang, updated scouting reports, and the medical staff's recommendation for a comprehensive health examination of Wang. It had been a long time since the Rockets had been so preoccupied with the rookie. Had Wang Xiucheng truly become the target of every team during his absence of merely half a month? Stone still found it hard to believe. Although trading Wang was now off the table, he was still curious about Wang's market value. Therefore, he sought out the contact information for Warriors GM Myers, calling with a hint of trepidation. He feared that the other party might quote a high price for Wang, which would make him appear foolish, especially recalling Pelinka's earlier flattery. "Dear Mr. Stone, I heard you took a vacation. How was it?" Myers's voice quickly came through, accompanied by the clinking of cutlery, as if he were dining, and oh time to waste. "The Lakers just offered me 2 first-round picks and Reeve for Wang." Stone lacked the patience for pleasantries and got straight to the point. "The Lakers," Myers responded, slightly taken aback, followed by the sound of his chair moving. A T seemed Myers had shifted to a different location before saying, "You sound rather displeased. Do not trust that old fox Pelinka. As long as LeBron is with the Lakers, they will not possess valuable assets for trading." Before Stone could respond, Myers sighed. "Let's cut to the chase. What do you think about Kuminga?" Kuminga. Stone was momentarily stunned. Kuminga, this year's 7th overall pick, had played alongside Jalen Green, standing at 2 meters with a wingspan of 2.1 meters and possessing exceptional athleticism. Trading Wang for Kuminga, Stone felt his head spinning. Had these individuals gone mad in his brief absence? No matter how good Wang was, could he rival the potential of Kuminga, who had been likened to Leonard? Were it not for Patrick's directive, he would have seriously considered agreeing on the spot. "I will think it over." Stone hung up, his brow furrowed. What was happening in the NBA? Had he stumbled into a parallel universe? After some contemplation, Stone made another call. "Hello, Mr. Stone. Your call must mean good news for me, right?" Tim Connolly's voice resonated over the line. Did the Nuggets desire Wang Xiucheng? The Warriors and Lakers had made offers. If the Nuggets lacked superior assets, trust me, Connolly, by tonight, you will see the news of Wang Xiucheng leaving Houston. Stone stated bluntly. Connolly seemed flustered, as if searching for something. Soon, the sound of paper rustling came through. "Believe me, I do not wish to obscure our interest in Wang with other players. Let us skip that." "What assets do you want?" Connolly inquired. "You should be the one making the offer," Stone corrected. "You know we are vying for the championship. We cannot alter our main roster. Otherwise, Jokic would devour me. However, I can compensate you with first-round picks. The 2022 and 2024 selections. How does that sound?" Stone scoffed. If the Lakers' first-round picks were valueless, then the Nuggets' picks were akin to refuse. Given the Nuggets' strength, they would likely remain contenders for a considerable time, making their own first-round picks nearly equivalent to second-rounders. "If that is your offer, I will hang up now," Stone retorted with a laugh, unabashedly expressing his frustration. "What if I offered you Murray?" Connolly's voice came through again. Stone was taken aback, instinctively rising from his chair. Jamal Murray. Last season, he had averaged 21 points and 5 assists, nearly an all-star caliber player. Most importantly, his three-point shooting percentage had reached 40.8, only slightly less than Curry's 42. Clearly, Murray was the perfect candidate for the Rockets' point guard position. Even when compared to Stone's prize Porter Jr., he considered Murray the superior choice. The only drawback was his fragility. However, if he were not fragile, Connolly would not likely consider trading him. Murray's salary is over $30 million. I can throw in some extras, and you can offload Wall's contract to me, but of course I won't be providing you with a first-round pick. Connolly stated calmly, confident that Stone would acquiesce. This offer was already sufficient to acquire an all-star. However, it seemed Jokic had a particular fondness for this Chinese player. Next year, Jokic would be eligible for an early extension. And to avoid any surprises, the owner had stated he would fulfill any recruitment request from Jokic as long as there was space available. Stone felt a pang in his heart. If the 24-year-old Murray could join the Rockets, their rebuilding process would be nearly halfway complete. "Patrick, oh Patrick, do you realize the magnitude of your actions?" Stone acknowledged Wang Xiucheng's excellent potential. But when compared to Murray, he still preferred Murray. Stone felt compelled to call the owner. This matter was too significant to allow Patrick's momentary whim and personal biases to jeopardize the Rockets' opportunity to expedite their rebuilding process. Just as he was about to dial the owner, the phone rang. Moreover, the caller ID displayed the number of the owner, Fertitta. "Hello, boss," Stone promptly answered. "Has Patrick gone to the team?" Fertitta's voice resonated. "Yes, he just left my office. He mentioned you appointed him as CEO." "Indeed, if there's anything you're uncertain about, feel free to consult him." With that, Fertitta hung up the phone, leaving no opportunity for Stone to respond. The implication of Fertitta's words was abundantly clear. Patrick held the reins regarding the team. This realization rendered Stone utterly reluctant to report any grievances. Contemplating the receding figure of Murray, Stone could only scratch his bald head in dismay. As it was nighttime in China, several breaking news stories suddenly ignited the basketball community. WOJ reported that the Houston Rockets were seeking to trade Wang Xiucheng, with teams like the Lakers and Nuggets expressing interest and making actual offers. Shams added that the Lakers valued Wang Xiucheng at 2 first-round picks. Jonathan Givney noted that the Nuggets consider the younger Wang Xiucheng to be a long-term partner for Jokic. Marcus Thompson revealed that the Warriors had entered the fray for Wang Xiucheng, with Kuminga as the primary asset. These revelations from renowned journalists shattered the brief tranquility of the Chinese night, causing a surge in traffic across basketball forums, while searches for Wang Xiucheng skyrocketed. Fans of the Lakers and Warriors quickly resumed their rivalry, each asserting that the other team was ill-suited for Wang Xiucheng, claiming their own team was the optimal choice. Conversely, Rockets fans merely observed with a bemused smile. Perhaps influenced by the opinions of several basketball luminaries, Rockets fans also believed that Wang Xiucheng deserved to play for a better team rather than languishing in Houston. It wasn't until noon that Wang Xiucheng finally awoke and descended the stairs. With no game or training scheduled for the day, he relished the rare opportunity to indulge in a PTO. His surprise, as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he spotted Ma Xiucheng nestled on the sofa in her pajamas. The television playing highlights from yesterday's NBA games, albeit muted. Uncle Ma and the others must have gone to work, and Ma Wei was likely back at school. Approaching the sofa, Wang Xiucheng noticed a stack of freshly printed documents on the table. Ma Xiucheng had already fallen asleep, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, as if she were dreaming. However, Wang Xiucheng's expression turned somewhat awkward. Ma Xiucheng's pajamas, likely disheveled from her restless position on the sofa, had become quite untidy. With the collar and cuffs stretched out of shape, a cute rabbit had escaped from her pajamas, its pink little mouth and round body shyly gazing at Wang Xiucheng. Just as he was about to retreat from this awkward situation, Ma Xiucheng mumbled and slowly opened her bleary eyes. "Good morning, Sister Xian," Wang Xiucheng greeted awkwardly. Sensing something amiss, Ma Xiucheng glanced down, her face betraying an unusual hint of embarrassment as she adjusted her pajamas and took a sip of water from her cup. Seemingly trying to mask her discomfort, "I did some research and gained a bit of insight into the profession of player agents," Ma Xiucheng remarked, setting her cup down as if the previous moment had never occurred. "I understand you wish to repay our family in this manner." Her tone turned serious. "I can accept that, but since I will be your agent, I have certain expectations regarding commission." "You may speak," Wang Xiucheng replied, sitting on the sofa, observing Ma Xiucheng, whose expression still bore traces of sleepiness. Typically, agents in the league charge around 4 commission. However, I find that figure unappealing. "I prefer 3, Ma Xiucheng stated, glancing at Wang Xiucheng. He nodded in agreement, recognizing that this rate was quite reasonable. As a rookie agent, if she insisted on 4, he would have acquiesced. Ma Xiucheng continued. For commercial endorsement contracts, major agencies in the league typically take up to 20 commission. Yet they possess the connections to secure contracts for players that I lack that ability. But since I will be exclusively serving you, I require a 10 commission. What do you think?" "That works," Wang Xiucheng confirmed with a nod, as it aligned closely with his initial expectations. During this period, he had received several calls from prominent agencies eager to sign him, but he had declined their offers. He saw no reason to seek others when Ma Xiucheng was more than capable of handling the task. Moreover, she would have a better understanding of himself and the Chinese market, taking into account Wang Xiucheng's interests rather than merely chasing profit. "If there are no issues, please review this contract. Once you sign it, I will be your exclusive agent," Ma Xiucheng said, organizing the documents on the table and handing them to Wang Xiucheng, that he skimmed through them and signed his name in both Chinese and English. "I will now contact the Rockets and the league office to register my identity and phone number," Ma Xiucheng announced, rising with the documents in hand and heading upstairs. Within half an hour, Ma Xiucheng returned, dressed in professional attire and ready to leave the house. It seemed she had fully embraced her new role. On the evening of November 10, at the Toyota Center, the Rockets finally returned to Houston after 5 away games. With the recent firing of Silas and the swirling trade rumors surrounding Wang Xiucheng, the Rockets had momentarily become the focal point of the league. Naturally, teams like the Lakers, Nuggets, and Warriors swiftly denied any trade rumors. Asserting their intention to maintain the current team dynamics, at the pre-game press conference, Stone fervently assured that Wang Xiucheng was a vital part of the team's future. Ironically, the more he insisted, the more it fueled speculation that the Rockets were indeed contemplating trading Wang Xiucheng. Interestingly, Wood tweeted a somewhat cryptic message before the game. "I will share both fortune and adversity with the Rockets." Yet, there were also those who chose to stand in solidarity with Wang Xiucheng. Jalen Green arrived for the game wearing a Yao Ming Dynasty t-shirt. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the game between the Rockets and the Pistons commenced, as fans gradually filled the arena. They noticed an abundance of Chinese elements throughout the Toyota Center. The LED screens at the scorer's table displayed unfamiliar Chinese characters every few minutes, accompanied by a liquor advertisement. The protective padding on the basketball hoops also bore Chinese trademarks. Additionally, the walls of the player tunnel featured Chinese characters. And even the backs of each seat had small inscriptions in Chinese. This evoked a nostalgic feeling among Rockets fans, reminiscent of the Yao Ming era, when the Toyota Center looked much like this. Stone sat in the familiar yet foreign venue, his head lowered as he scrolled through his phone, occasionally shaking his head in disbelief at what he was seeing. What on earth is happening? Stone's phone displayed a tweet from O'Neal, revealing that O'Neal and Barkley had teamed up to offer a reward of $8,000 to any player who could successfully block Wang Xiucheng, in the Penguin live streaming room. A commentator expressed hope that the Rockets would secure a win today, noting that although the Pistons had a slightly better record, they were still a struggling team, presenting the Rockets with a significant opportunity. Wang Xiucheng chimed in, "Look at Stone. He's scrolling through his phone, as if he has the luxury of time to do so. 2 first-round picks. The Lakers are being unusually generous. Stone, you should agree," Wang Xiucheng quipped, his humor breaking the tension that as the game began. Host Wang Ming reminded the audience of the start. The Rockets maintained their lineup of Tate, Porter Jr., Wood, Green, and Tice without any changes that the center of attention. Wang Xiucheng sat comfortably on the bench, conversing quietly with Shun Jing, who was dressed casually. However, it was evident that Wang Xiucheng's presence overshadowed even the main protagonists of the game, the top draft pick Cade Cunningham and the second pick Jalen Green. The Pistons also fielded a youthful lineup, with Cunningham and last year's 7th overall pick Killian Hayes both in the starting five, the only veteran being the 27-year-old Grant. From the outset, the two teams exhibited starkly contrasting styles of play. Cunningham, embodying a dominant playmaker role reminiscent of Doncic, took charge for the Pistons. Regardless of his ability to direct teammates in positioning or his passing skills, he undeniably lives up to the stature of a first overall pick. Meanwhile, on the Rockets side, the entire team is intentionally granting Jalen Green more ball control and shooting opportunities. However, Green, whose explosive scoring ability is formidable, does not fit the mold of a primary focus. He prefers to be the assassin, the one who delivers a lethal blow to the opponent. The first quarter unwittingly progressed for 6 minutes. The game entered a timeout, with the Pistons leading 15-11 by 4 points. Green sat on the bench, gasping for breath, allowing sweat to trickle down. "Take a breather," he assumed Silas was addressing him, as it was only natural after scoring just 2 points from free throws in these few minutes. However, upon lifting his gaze, he discovered Wang Xiucheng rising and tucking his jersey into his shorts. Strangely, Green felt a sense of calmness wash over him. As the timeout concluded, the Rockets substituted out Porter Jr. and Wood, bringing in Wang Xiucheng and Martin. The moment Wang Xiucheng stepped onto the court, the fans erupted into fervent applause, startling Stone, who had been engrossed in his phone. Is it really that intense? When did this kid become so popular? Stone looked up, noticing not just the Chinese fans, but even American spectators applauding. American fans are notoriously discerning. Few international players earn their approval. Moreover, among the home crowd, a portion was already sporting jerseys emblazoned with a number 12 as Stone felt as though he had been absent for not merely half a month, but rather half a year, as the game resumed. Green deliberately positioned himself at the baseline to receive the inbound pass from Wang Xiucheng before sprinting forward. As Wang Xiucheng received the ball, Cunningham maintained a distance of over an arm's length. The entire league is now aware that to avoid falling for Wang Xiucheng's fakes, one must maintain a certain distance. Thus, Wang Xiucheng gradually advanced past half court, with Cunningham retreating cautiously, Stone furrowed his brow from the sidelines. Was Cunningham not going to attempt to steal? He allowed Wang Xiucheng to pass half-court without applying any pressure. Moreover, 8,000 is no trifling sum, especially for newcomers to the league, beyond the three-point line. Green executed a screen with Tice and swiftly broke free from his defender. With a sharp clap, Jalen Green, who had only recently stood in the corner, received Wang Xiucheng's pass. Before the opposing players could react, Green leaped and shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. Green intentionally jogged past Cunningham, tauntingly declaring, "Come on, first overall." Green is a player with a fierce competitive spirit, despite their long-standing acquaintance and their joint victories in nearly every age-level international championship. He has never considered himself inferior to Cunningham. Green believes he should have been the first overall pick, not due to a mere financial difference, but rather for the sake of pride. Today, Green aims to prove one thing: I am superior to you. Cunningham, however, did not regard Green. His attention was fixed on Wang Xiucheng, who was walking back. Such a seemingly casual pass. Yet it was perfectly timed. Had it come too early, Green would not have been in position. Had it been too late, the defender would have arrived at that moment. Stone nodded in approval. Though unlike Cunningham, his gaze remained on Green. Green's shot was both decisive and accurate, indicating that his earlier misses were merely a result of poor touch. A good player must possess the ability to adjust, much like Green, who swiftly returned to form that as the Pistons initiated their offense. Cunningham dribbled forward while Wang Xiucheng employed tight defense. Others may hesitate to pressure him, but he was unafraid to guard others closely. However, Cunningham, standing at 2 meters tall and weighing at least 200 pounds, had already brushed Wang Xiucheng aside multiple times with his shoulder. Claims that Cunningham is a template for Doncic hold some merit, especially in terms of height and weight. Approaching the three-point line, Cunningham turned his back to Wang Xiucheng, gradually backing in before suddenly passing to Grant. Grant, having set a screen on Tice, scored a two-pointer, drawing a foul from Tice in the process, but unfortunately missed the ensuing free throw. Tice secured the rebound and passed to Wang Xiucheng on the perimeter. This time, upon receiving the ball, Wang Xiucheng accelerated and launched a long-distance high lob from the backcourt. Cunningham instinctively reached out but failed to intercept, allowing the ball to soar into the frontcourt, landing perfectly next to a figure in red, Jalen Green. After taking a dribble, Green soared into the air, executing a spectacular windmill dunk. The crowd erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. As Cunningham slowly returned to receive the ball, he directed his teammates to reposition. Green once again sauntered past him, exuding a provocative demeanor. Upon reaching the front court, he executed a pick and roll with a teammate, allowing Cunningham to penetrate the paint and attempt a long two-pointer. Clang. It missed, and as Tyson Stewart vied for the rebound. The ball sailed toward the baseline. The referee deemed Stewart the last to touch it, granting possession to the Rockets. Tice applauded the referee's decision and then retrieved the ball, noticing Cunningham positioned in front of Wang Xiucheng. He opted to pass to Green on the opposite side. At that moment, Wang Xiucheng suddenly accelerated. Cunningham, who had initially been guarding him, turned just in time to see Wang Xiucheng already crossing half-court. Green, hardly pausing, received Tice's pass and immediately fed it to Wang Xiucheng. Facing Stewart, who stood beyond the three-point line, Wang Xiucheng maintained his speed, swiftly closing the gap before performing a between-the-legs dribble and spinning with the grace of a gusting wind. He then jumped, cradling the ball above his head, drawing back like a bow, and unleashed a ferocious dunk. Bam! The crowd rose once more in a frenzy of cheers and applause. This game was exhilarating to behold. Pistons head coach Dwayne Casey paced the sidelines, observing Cunningham's unflappable demeanor, ultimately deciding against calling a timeout. Wang Xiucheng's entrance had indeed transformed the Rockets, particularly enhancing their offensive capabilities. However, Casey doubted his ability to bolster their defense. As long as Cunningham remained on the court, the Pistons' offense would not falter. As Casey pondered this, the Pistons missed a three-pointer. Ty snagged another rebound under the basket. Pistons starting center Stewart stood at only 2.03 meters, and Tyson T faced a center of comparable height in quite some time. Seeing Wang Xiucheng calling for the ball, Ty secured possession, waiting for Wang Xiucheng to approach before making his advance. This time, Wang Xiucheng was unhurried, dribbling forward at a leisurely pace. Yet, Cunningham still refrained from attempting a steal. Despite his desire for the 8,000 prize, he felt he lacked the capability. Stone, seated in the stands, silently celebrated. Prior to the draft, the Rockets had indeed coveted Cunningham, even attempting to trade for the first overall pick, but the Pistons were unwilling to part with it. Now it seemed that Cunningham was rather ordinary, not significantly superior to the undrafted Wang Xiucheng that in fact, on the court, Wang Xiucheng appeared to be orchestrating the team as play more effectively. However, Stone still believed Porter Jr. was the superior option defensively. He had communicated with Silas about allowing Wang Xiucheng to play more minutes, but Porter Jr. remained the starter, a non-negotiable stance. Stone was confident that with adequate time for development, Porter Jr. would emerge as the team's first All-Star. Perhaps even a superstar. As he contemplated this, a sudden shift in the game unfolded, prompting Stone to instinctively rise from his seat. Wang Xiucheng had just crossed the mid-court line when, without warning, he launched the ball toward the paint. No one understood Wang Xiucheng's intentions. It seemed likely to be a turnover. The basketball soared high, seemingly destined to exit the baseline, leading everyone to abandon their attempts to intercept. Yet, peculiarly, the ball struck the shot clock perfectly. It then ricocheted back onto the court. By the time everyone realized they should contest for the rebound, they found the player clad in the 12 jersey had already leaped into the air, reaching for the basketball with one hand. Cunningham, feeling something amiss, recalled Wang Xiucheng's earlier coincidental passes and instinctively moved toward the paint. That moment, he found himself directly in front of Wang Xiucheng. Without a second thought, Cunningham leapt as well, extending one hand to snatch the basketball. A resounding clap echoed as both hands struck the ball simultaneously. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. All eyes were riveted on the scene. Everyone yearned to discover who would seize the ball. Cunningham exuded confidence, certain of his strength. He doubted that this individual, barely over 6 feet tall, could overpower him. This self-assurance stemmed from his rigorous 5-hour daily workouts at the gym. Yet in an instant, Cunningham's resolute gaze transformed. He observed Wang Xiucheng ascending higher and higher, surpassing him by a head. No, it wasn't that Wang Xiucheng had grown taller. It was he himself who was descending. Cunningham was already in freefall, while Wang Xiucheng lingered in midair. Impossible. Cunningham nearly shouted, unable to fathom that anyone could remain airborne for such an extended duration, as Cunningham's hand fell alongside his body. He lost any claim to the ball. In the air, Wang Xiucheng, with a single hand, swatted the ball over Cunningham and emphatically slammed it into the hoop. A thunderous crash echoed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Just then, amidst the uproar, the referee's whistle pierced the din. Cunningham was called for a foul, resulting in a free throw. The Fontaine Center was ablaze with excitement, as all the fans cheered and applauded this spectacular dunk. The comic boards brought in by the fans swayed wildly. Cunningham, hands on hips, shook his head, devoid of any inclination to defend himself. His mind was still frozen, replaying the image of Wang Xiucheng suspended in the air. It was utterly unscientific. Wang Xiucheng stood at the free throw line, received the basketball from the referee, spun it, and then shot. Clang. It missed. Wang Xiucheng too felt helpless. His free throw percentage was indeed rather low. He had attempted to improve it with a different technique. But the results had not been satisfactory. If it were not for his pride, Wang Xiucheng would have considered using a chamber pot. Instead, a Pistons steward secured the rebound. But out of nowhere, Martin swooped in and slapped the ball off Stewart's leg, sending it out of bounds. Only 6 seconds remained in the first quarter. Wang Xiucheng exclaimed, "Good play," while nodding, giving Martin a high five, then pulling Green aside to whisper a couple of words. After Green nodded, he dashed off. Stone furrowed his brow in contemplation. When had Wang Xiucheng become the leader of these rookies? Yes, a leader. Martin was one thing, but Green, a second overall pick, willingly followed Wang Xiucheng's commands. Such a scene had previously only been seen with Harden. Even Cunningham of the Pistons, within his own team, lacked such stature. Of course, the Pistons had veterans veterans. Was this the reason Silas allowed Wang Xiucheng and Green to play together? Wasn't it to create conditions for Wang Xiucheng to emerge as a leader? Then, why couldn't Green be that leader? No one in the team had ever declared who the cornerstone was, nor would anyone dare. Yet Wang Xiucheng had naturally risen to prominence. Stone scratched his head, increasingly convinced that leaving for half a month had been a mistake. That moment, Ty stood at the baseline to inbound the ball. Everyone sprang into action. Green and Wang Xiucheng sprinted toward the three-point line, with Green setting a screen for Wang Xiucheng, who suddenly found half a step of space. Tice launched the ball with great force, and Wang Xiucheng leaped to catch it, immediately accelerating past the three-point line before leaping with the ball. Cunningham angled in to block Wang Xiucheng's shot. Yet astonishingly, Wang Xiucheng passed the ball backward mid-air. Jalen Green appeared like a phantom, receiving the pass, jumping, and shooting. Swish! The three-pointer was good. The first quarter concluded. After Wang Xiucheng entered, the Rockets executed a 12-3 mini-run, leading the opponent 27-14 gazing at the score on the big screen. Stone inhaled sharply. Could Wang Xiucheng truly bring about such a significant transformation for the team? However, to be fair, in those last 12 points, Green alone contributed 8, making him the primary beneficiary. Yet curiously, why had Green failed to score at all in the first 6 minutes? Only managing 2 free throws? Where lay the issue? Stone had a hunch, but was reluctant to acknowledge it. That he pulled out his phone and sent a text, then tucked it away and glanced at the Rockets bench. The timeout had ended, and Green remained seated, presumably rested by Silas. Christopher had replaced Green, while Dilireba took over for Tice. Wang Xiucheng, Martin, and House remained on the court. The game resumed. After Green's substitution, it seemed no one could score efficiently for the Rockets. Yet, in truth, Martin and Christopher had both received ample opportunities and made contributions. Coupled with Wang Xiucheng's occasional jump shots, when the game reached the 6-minute mark, the Rockets led 37-26, prompting a timeout. Wang Xiucheng returned to the bench. Draping a towel over his head, Green extended his fist, bumping it with Wang Xiucheng, adjusting his jersey in preparation to re-enter the game. Meanwhile, Porter, Wood, and veteran Gordon were finally set to take the floor. Stone observed these players, noting the current score, that he simply couldn't believe that the main lineup was underperforming compared to Wang Xiucheng and the bench. Yet this was the reality, up by the time the first half concluded. The Rockets led by a narrow margin of 50-49. Yes, just a single point. This meant that after Wang Xiucheng left the court, the Rockets scored 13 points, while the Pistons amassed 23. Stone couldn't help but chuckle. What had he witnessed? The Rocket starters were responsible for conceding points while the bench scored. It was that the starters played poorly. Rather, Stone hesitated to admit it. But based on the first half, the bench had outperformed the starters. However, could Christopher, Dilireba, and Martin truly be superior to Wood, Gordon, and Porter? Absolutely not. The only explanation left was Wang Xiucheng. Another piece of evidence was Green. Green had scored 12 points in the first half, with 8 of those occurring while playing alongside Wang Xiucheng, all through Wang Xiucheng's direct assists. Conversely, when paired with Porter and the other starters, Green had actually taken more shots, but had only managed to score 2 points near the end. Didn't that speak volumes? Sitting in the stands, Stone recalled the offers from other team managers on the table. He also glanced at Christopher, pondering trades involving Wood and veteran Gordon. Nonsense. He felt infuriated. Wang Xiucheng's impact on the team was imperceptible on television. It could only be truly felt in person. Perhaps the Rockets had genuinely found a cornerstone? Stone dared not entertain such thoughts. Yet once they emerged, they lingered stubbornly. Maybe Porter could reach such heights in the future. Yes, indeed, Porter surely could. Stone's thoughts turned to his prized possession, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ultimately, Wang Xiucheng was not his selection, but rather the owner's. However, Porter was his own protege. The second half commenced swiftly. Silas's lineup mirrored that of the first half. Naturally, the results were similar. The starters trailed by 5 points over 6 minutes, which wasn't too shabby. As the rotation changed, Wang Xiucheng entered the fray, and Green, still nursing his knee, no longer seemed fatigued. He fist-bumped Wang Xiucheng, appearing rejuvenated. Wang Xiucheng didn't disappoint. As soon as he entered, he delivered a bounce pass to Green, who used his speed to breeze past Cunningham and executed a powerful dunk. After landing, Green roared at Cunningham, his words ringing defiantly. The referee promptly issued Green a technical foul. But he didn't contest it, celebrating with high fives alongside Wang Xiucheng and Martin. It felt exhilarating. That technical foul was an absolute thrill. Following the free throw, the game resumed. Wang Xiucheng and Cunningham both influenced their teams in their unique ways. However, Wang Xiucheng resembled a quintessential point guard. He preferred facilitating assists over scoring for himself. Yet, no one could doubt his three-point shooting ability. The previous game had already demonstrated to the entire league the folly of underestimating his defense. Conversely, Cunningham clearly prioritized scoring before passing, opting to distribute the ball only when scoring opportunities eluded him. There was no right or wrong between the two, nor any hierarchy. As Wang Xiucheng exited the court in the fourth quarter. The score stood at 93-91, with the Rockets leading by 2 points. The entire crowd rose to their feet, showering Wang Xiucheng with applause, fully aware that the next moments would be a showcase of talent. The Rocket starters were set to take the stage, heralding the true commencement of the game that in the Penguin Live broadcast. Wang Xiucheng played for 23 minutes, amassing 10 points, 11 assists, 2 rebounds, and 3 steals. At this point, Wang Ming had ceased watching the game, instead reporting on Wang Xiucheng's statistics. "Teachers, do you have any comments?" Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, remarking on Wang Xiucheng's game feel and control, which were indeed on an entirely different level compared to these novices. Effortlessly, he secured a double-double without much exertion. I recall his plus-minus rating was over +10, truly encapsulating the demeanor of a seasoned player. Take a look at Jalen Green. He constantly supported his knee while playing alongside Porter, leaving us uncertain whether he was genuinely fatigued or reluctant to engage with Porter. Yet, upon witnessing Wang Xiucheng take the court, Green's discomfort vanished. He could leap and soar, almost visibly elated. The question lingered between Cunningham, Green, and Wang Xiucheng, who truly deserved the title of the first overall pick. The game concluded with the Rockets falling to the Pistons, 104-112. Marking the end of their home game. In the final 2 minutes, the Rockets failed to score a single point, forcing the Pistons to accept the victory. The Pistons, also a rebuilding team, unfortunately encountered an even more shameless opponent. Otherwise, they would have comfortably collected a piece of the first overall pick. Cunningham scored 20 points with 4 rebounds and 3 assists, alongside 4 turnovers. The Rockets' second overall pick. Jalen Green tallied 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. Their performances were evenly matched, neither outshining the other. However, beyond the two, a new rookie emerged prominently. The undrafted Wang Xiucheng, in his 23 minutes on the court, garnered 10 points, 11 assists, 2 rebounds, and 3 steals, with a plus-minus of +17. This once again ignited discussions regarding the interest from several teams, including the Lakers and Nuggets, in Wang Xiucheng, as the live broadcast frequently directed its cameras toward Stone. Aside from the trio of rookies, the Rockets' Porter, if judged solely by statistics, performed reasonably well with 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, alongside an equal number of turnovers, which contributed 20 points and 9 rebounds, remaining the best-performing veteran on the Rockets. Indeed, at 26, what was already considered a veteran within the team, at the post-game press conference, Stone was also present. Consequently, reporters bombarded Stone with various inquiries. The first question came from a local Houston Chronicle reporter, straightforward in nature. "Manager Stone, does the Rockets have any intentions of trading Wang Xiucheng?" Stone exhibited no signs of displeasure. He had anticipated this question. The team was in the initial phase of rebuilding, and all young players represented the Rockets' assets. At this juncture, Dream Chow from Penguin Sports raised her hand to inquire. Numerous reporters, including WOJ and Shams, had previously leaked information indicating that teams like the Lakers had already made offers for Wang Xiucheng. "Is there any truth to this?" Stone shook his head. Feigning surprise, "I am unaware of where WOJ and others obtained their information. Their reports are not always accurate." Clearly, Stone's response did not satisfy Dream Chow, who wished to pose another question but was cut off by the event staff. The microphone was handed to a journalist from The Athletic nearby. "It seems that the team functions more smoothly when Wang Xiucheng is on the court. Is there a plan for him to play more minutes or even start?" Stone smiled and shook his head. "For now, Wang Xiucheng will not be playing more minutes. He is only 19 years old, strictly speaking. He will turn 19 at the end of next month. His body is still developing, and he changes almost daily. The team's priority will be to protect him, aiming for a longer-term goal. So, does that mean Porter will continue to start?" "Porter, he is a unique player. He may have made mistakes, but I believe he will not repeat them. There are rumors that Gordon may leave the team. Is there any truth to that? Gordon is still one of us. Young players need his experienced AS for the future. Who can say? The press conference concluded in under 10 minutes, with Silas and Stone departing the venue. Yet the reporters remained, diligently jotting down the proceedings to relay back to their news outlets or social media. As the game wrapped up, Wang Xiucheng took a quick shower before greeting his teammates and leaving the Toyota Center. Green was eager to invite Wang Xiucheng to a nightclub, believing that Wang Xiucheng's life outside basketball was far too mundane for a young man. He felt that young people should be out enjoying themselves, seeking companionship, and reveling in song and dance. That he had particularly enjoyed his performance today, especially the dunk over Cunningham. However, Wang Xiucheng unsurprisingly declined the invitation, leaving Martin and Christopher somewhat disappointed. Wang Xiucheng was commendable in many respects, yet he had yet to acclimate to the vibrant nightlife of America. Arriving at the parking lot, Wang Xiucheng drove his battered car. Following the GPS for half an hour before reaching a motel, it appeared that someone had heard the commotion outside, or perhaps someone had been observing from within. Wang Xiucheng stood before the door. It swung open, and a pair of fair arms pulled him inside. Jia, what brings you to Houston? I have an early flight to Yanjing tomorrow. I made a point to stop here just to see you before heading back. The next day, in the parking lot, Wang Xiucheng's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Ma Xiaoxian, prompting Wang Xiucheng to answer promptly. Stone mentioned he wants to discuss your contract today. Do you have any thoughts? Ma Xiaoxian's voice came through immediately. She did not inquire why Wang Xiucheng had not returned home the previous night. She was merely his agent, not his mother. Wang Xiucheng cracked open a window to let fresh air into the car. I'd like to hear your opinion first, he replied, tossing the question back to her. He wanted to gauge how much Ma Xiaoxian knew about him and the league, despite only a few days having passed. Wang Xiucheng had faith in Ma Xiaoxian. Harvard Law School. Not everyone can gain admission there. It's the birthplace of American presidents. Xiaoxian paused before responding. Reeves, another undrafted player, has already secured a 2-year minimum contract with the Lakers. So, will the Rockets offer me a 2-year contract? Wang Xiucheng inquired. I am unaware of what the Rockets will propose, but I believe you could command a 4-year, $60 million deal. Xiaoxian's tone remained devoid of emotion. That was simply her nature, and Wang Xiucheng understood that if an outsider were to hear this, they might assume she was joking. Wang Xiucheng seemed somewhat taken aback. $60 million. Yes, so many teams are vying for you. We can leverage this, Ma Xiaoxian stated. However, that pertains to next season. For this season, I advise you not to alter your contract. At most, convert it to a formal minimum contract that will address everything next summer. Why? Wang Xiucheng pressed. Next summer, you'll be a restricted free agent, subject to the arena's rule, but I'm confident many teams will offer you a 4-year, $60 million max deal, Ma Xiaoxian explained. Wang Xiucheng nodded internally. Ma Xiaoxian clearly possessed considerable knowledge. Then I'll leave it in your hands. Wang Xiucheng decided to entrust this matter entirely to Ma Xiaoxian. Just ensure your performance doesn't falter, she cautioned. Negotiations are a long-term affair, and your performance will influence the outcome. Additionally, I've selected a few endorsements. We can discuss them when you return home. All right, Wang Xiucheng agreed, opting to have Ma Xiaoxian represent him as his agent. In addition to the desire to repay Uncle Ma's family, there is also the fact that Ma Xiaoxian is of Chinese descent. With a vast Chinese market behind her, having an American as an agent might lead to a focus solely on profit. However, Ma Xiaoxian is different. Years of acquaintance have allowed Wang Xiucheng to understand that she and Uncle Ma's family hold deep feelings for China. She would take into account Wang Xiucheng's thoughts while also considering the perspectives of Chinese fans. Furthermore, Ma Xiaoxian is studying law, and she would undoubtedly find a way to ensure that Wang Xiucheng's endorsement contract is taxed in China rather than the United States. This is precisely why she was chosen as his agent. Starting the vehicle, Wang Xiucheng left the motel with Yang Mi. Having bought himself several outfits, as the sun rose, a new day began in America, and the NBA officially released its latest rookie rankings. Although the same faces remained, Wang Xiucheng's remarkable ascent into the top 3 took many by surprise. The newest rankings placed Mobley of the Cavaliers in first place, with this week's statistics reflecting an average of 18. 3 points, 8.3 rebounds, and 2.3 assists. Unexpectedly, the second-ranked rookie was not the first overall pick, nor the second, and not even the consistently outstanding Barnes, but rather the undrafted Wang Xiucheng from the Rockets, boasting an average of 12 points, 9.5 assists, and 2.1 steals. Barnes of the Raptors held the third position, averaging 11 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists this week. Meanwhile, the first overall pick, Cunningham, and the second, Jalen Green, occupied the 6th and 7th spots on this list. Seemingly unsatisfactory to many. In the Rockets office building, in Stone's managerial office, he examined a report compiled by the data department concerning the recent performances of rookies such as Jalen Green, Sengun, and Christopher, as per Stone's request. The report was divided into 2 sections. The first section detailed the performances of Jalen Green and his peers in the absence of Wang Xiucheng, encompassing shooting attempts, shooting percentages, and fouls. The second section presented the rookies' performances when Wang Xiucheng was on the court. Despite his premonition, Stone was still profoundly shocked upon viewing the data in the report. The difference in performance with and without Wang Xiucheng was stark. Taking Jalen Green as an example, his current three-point shooting percentage stands at an impressive 42, indicative of an elite shooter. However, when dissecting Green's games, the problem becomes apparent. When on the court with Wang Xiucheng, his three-point shooting percentage soars to 61, with three-point attempts constituting 35 of his shots. Conversely, without Wang Xiucheng, Green's three-point shooting percentage plummets to below 33, despite an increase in attempts to over 60. Similar trends were observed with Sengun, Christopher, and others. When playing alongside Wang Xiucheng, their three-point shooting percentages were high. Yet their attempts were fewer, suggesting that Wang Xiucheng was intentionally curbing Green's ineffective shots, thus transforming him into a more efficient shooter. Once Wang Xiucheng exited the game, Green reverted to his previous form, launching reckless shots, and the more he missed, the more attempts he took, with others encouraging him to shoot more. This explains why Green's percentage dropped from 61 to 40, although the sample size is still small. It speaks volumes that a top-tier point guard can subtly alter the manner in which teammates play. Consider Harden or Paul. They consistently find open teammates and deliver the ball swiftly and accurately. Has Wang Xiucheng already developed such capabilities? Have those cunning foxes like Pelinka already discerned this? Stone felt like a fool, manipulated by these seasoned veterans. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Stone organized the documents on his desk, placed them in a drawer, and then opened the door himself. He had scheduled a meeting with Wang Xiucheng's agent, and this must be her. However, upon seeing the young woman before him, seemingly around 25, Stone was momentarily taken aback. "Who are you?" "I am Wang Xiucheng's agent. You may call me Ma Xiaoxian or Selena." Stone asked again, "Are you really Wang Xiucheng's agent?" "All the documents are here, along with the league's receipt. If you wish, you may call the league office yourself to verify." Xiaoxian elegantly took a seat across the table, casually crossing her legs, exuding an air of confidence and composure. Her figure was graceful and upright, radiating an enchanting allure that not only showcased her refined demeanor, but also sparked endless imagination in those around her. As Stone absorbed her words, his initial surprise gradually morphed into a sense of delight. What could such a young woman possibly understand? After all, Wang Xiucheng was still a child, incapable of selecting an agent himself. "I cannot be blamed. I recommended several prominent agencies, but he declined." Stone cleared his throat, attempting to conceal his smugness, realizing he could save his boss some money. "I apologize. It's not that I don't believe you. I just didn't expect you to be so young." Stone smiled and retrieved a document from the table. "This is a draft of the new contract I prepared. Please take a look. If there are no issues, Wang Xiucheng can come and sign it." Ma Xiaoxian adeptly flipped to a particular page and inquired, "Is this a 2-year base salary? Are you certain?" Her voice bore no excitement, dissatisfaction, or fluctuation, leaving Stone uncertain about her true thoughts. After a brief pause, as he awaited her response, an awkward smile crept onto his face as he retracted the document. "I must have grabbed the wrong one. My apologies." He produced another document, placing it on the table and sliding it toward her. Ma Xiaoxian opened it once more, and Stone heard her seemingly sigh. "For years for $8 million, and the last year is a team option?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Stone asked, when Zhou Qi was with the Rockets. "He didn't even receive a contract of this value." A Xiaoxian fixed her gaze on Stone. "This offer is merely reflective of a late second-round draft picks contract. However, Wang Xiucheng's performance on the court positions him among the top 10 rookies this year. Ma Xiaoxian was not speaking without basis. Today, in the NBA rookie rankings, Wang Xiucheng had already secured the second position. For such a rookie, Stone had the audacity to propose a 4-year contract that was only slightly above the minimum salary. Ma Xiaoxian found this to be an insulting offer. Were it not for Wang Xiucheng standing within the team, she might have walked out in protest. Her purpose today was solely to gauge Stone's offer for Wang Xiucheng. She and Wang Xiucheng had already decided to maintain the status quo this year, deferring all discussions until the summer offseason. Stone explained that the Lakers had only offered Reeves, an undrafted player, a 2-year minimum salary contract, seemingly anticipating Ma Xiaoxian's reaction and having prepared a counterargument. Do you believe Reeves and Wang Xiucheng possess similar abilities? Ma Xiaoxian retorted with a cold smile. Then why did the Lakers offer Reeves plus 2 first-round picks for Wang Xiucheng? Stone fell silent, then chuckled. That was just a rumor. The Lakers have already refuted it. Haven T. I have many other matters to attend to, so I don't have much time to linger here. As she stood up, Ma Xiaoxian declared, if there is anything, please call me. After stating this, Ma Xiaoxian glanced at the time and elegantly departed, leaving Stone momentarily speechless, with a plethora of words still unspoken. Is she leaving just like that? Stone had not anticipated this woman's decisiveness. Even if you disagree, you should at least provide your own offer. What do you think Wang Xiucheng is worth? Stone inquired as Ma Xiaoxian reached for the doorknob. 4 years for $46 million. Xiaoxian paused but did not turn around. Stone was taken aback, laughing in disbelief. Not to mention his own teammate Green. Even this year's first overall pick Cunningham was only offered a 4-year. $45 million contract. Ma Xiaoxian's implication was that Wang Xiucheng's contract should exceed that of the first pick. Are you joking? Stone shook his head in disbelief. This time, Ma Xiaoxian chose not to respond and opened the door. Do you believe I want to secure a standard contract for Wang Xiucheng? Stone finally shouted, but the only response he received was the sound of Ma Xiaoxian closing the door. Ignored, Stone slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Outside, Ma Xiaoxian wore a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Stone was growing anxious. If your opponent becomes flustered in court, it often signifies that victory is within your grasp. Wang Xiucheng was under a mutual contract. And if Stone was willing to offer Wang a deal even larger than that of Cunningham, Ma Xiaoxian would undoubtedly persuade Wang to sign, as it would allow him to secure more money a year earlier. However, if the other party refused, it would be evident that Wang Xiucheng's value would not remain the same. Naturally, this entire scenario hinged on Wang Xiucheng maintaining his exceptional performance. He could not merely be a fleeting talent, akin to Lin Shuhai, who only shone for a brief moment but on the evening of the 12th. The Rockets faced off against the Trail Blazers at their home court. Rockets legends Olajuwon and McGrady were present, engaging in conversation with Stone on the sidelines. Occasionally, the trio pointed towards Sheng Jing on the court. It was rumored that during his illness, Sheng Jing had not been idle. He had been diligently learning footwork from Olajuwon. The kid is quite good, though a bit short. If he could grow a little more, that would be ideal, McGrady remarked, gesturing toward Wang Xiucheng, who was shooting 3-pointers from the perimeter. Upon hearing this, Stone seemed to recall Ma Xiaoxian, and a sudden pang of discomfort shot through him. That I have watched several Rockets games, and that boy's passing technique truly mirrors a young Magic Johnson, Olajuwon commented. While others might have compared Wang Xiucheng to Magic Johnson as mere flattery or exaggeration, when such words came from the mouth of Hall of Famer Olajuwon, they carried significant weight. Olajuwon had competed against Magic on the court for several years and was regarded as one of the best centers of all time. Throughout his career, Olajuwon had encountered countless point guards, but if he were to select the best, it would undoubtedly be Magic Johnson, without exception. Regrettably, due to physical limitations, Wang Xiucheng's defensive skills paled in comparison to Magic's. Olajuwon gazed wistfully at the youth in the distance, lamenting that such a gap might never be bridged by Wang Xiucheng. Magic stood at an impressive 206 centimeters with a wingspan of 210 centimeters, capable of defending all 5 positions in his EER 8. In contrast, Wang Xiucheng appeared to be barely 195 cm, limiting his defensive capabilities to guarding 2s. Against taller 3s like Durant or LeBron, he would be utterly outmatched. He is still not yet 19, Perhaps he could still grow a bit more, McGrady mused. He spoke from experience, having entered the league just over 18 and later growing by 3 centimeters. However, this was not the most astonishing transformation. Giannis Antetokounmpo had entered the league as a slender figure and developed into a muscular powerhouse, increasing his height from 204 centimeters to 211 centimeters, a truly enviable feat while the three conversed. In the front row not far away, Deng Ziki was capturing images of Wang Xiucheng on her phone. She snapped photos, she exclaimed, "So handsome." Wang Xiucheng could only shake his head in resignation. Fortunately, the Americans around her could not comprehend her words, allowing him to ignore her. A few days later, Deng Ziki was set to hold a concert at the home of the NFL's Houston Texans. To his surprise, she had arrived in Houston so early. Spotting Wang Xiucheng retrieving a ball, Deng Ziki seized it and pointed her phone at him, saying, "Smile." "I smiled," Wang Xiucheng replied, reaching for the ball. "You didn't smile." "Look, this is a smile," Deng Ziki retorted, pouting her lips and bursting into laughter. Amused, Wang Xiucheng patted her head, took the basketball from her hand, and returned to the court with an exasperated air. For Deng Ziki, it felt as if she had been electrified. A surge of unfamiliar emotions coursed through her, as if she had soared into the sky in that fleeting moment. The subtle feelings she had kept buried were now fully awakened, and once ignited, they proved impossible to suppress again. The way she gazed at Wang Xiucheng now held an indescribable quality, one that hinted at deeper emotions. The game soon commenced. The Rockets fielded a lineup of Porter Jr., Wood, Tice Tate, and Green. The Trailblazers, led by their cousin Lillard, featured Covington, Nurkic, McCollum, and Powell. Right from the start, the Trailblazers took the initiative, with Lillard sinking a three-pointer. He tapped his non-existent watch and retreated from the Rockets bench, pointing at Wang Xiucheng in a seemingly provocative manner. The camera immediately captured Wang Xiucheng on the bench, his chiseled profile beautifully displayed on the massive screen. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. His eyes sparkled with depth, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky, exuding an allure that was both mysterious and captivating. Countless female fans gazed at the screen, their eyes filled with unabashed longing, as if they wished to devour the young man before them. Deng Ziki's eyes glimmered with hearts as she looked at Wang Xiucheng, who was merely a few meters away. She felt an overwhelming urge to be with him, even in death. Wang Xiucheng seemed to notice the camera's focus on him, awkwardly shaking his head and draping a towel over his head. This only intensified the fans' excitement, with some female spectators already screaming in delight. The match continued, and when the referee called an official timeout, the Trailblazers had established a 20-13 lead. All fans were aware that Wang Xiucheng was about to enter the game, prompting dozens of large banners to be raised in anticipation. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, and at last, Wang Xiucheng stood up from the bench to AS in previous games. Green would play alongside Wang for the first quarter. Alongside them were the recently recovered Xinjing, Martin Jr., and Christopher. The Rockets bench was filled with youth, with 4 of them being this year's rookies. On the Trailblazers side, Lillard, feeling a sense of urgency, was the first to step onto the court. He had waited a long time for Wang Xiucheng. Throughout the entire Rockets team, his sole focus was on Wang Xiucheng. Wang's explosive performance of 20 points in a single quarter against the Warriors was a remarkable feat in the annals of the league. Lillard had once scored 26 points in a single quarter, so he understood what it was like to behold the view from the summit. Only those who had reached the peak could truly appreciate the monotony below. However, as the game progressed, Lillard noticed that Wang Xiucheng had changed. He had become less inclined to shoot, specifically shying away from three-pointers, opting instead to facilitate the team's offense through passing. Lillard believed Wang had entered a misguided phase. Passing should serve the purpose of offense. Basketball was all about offense, and more offense. The ultimate victory in a game was determined by who scored the most points. Why would one not want to shoot like sharpshooters such as Curry himself? If he could make the shot, why pass the ball to an uncertain teammate? As someone who had experienced this firsthand, Lillard felt compelled to offer Wang Xiucheng some advice. The Rockets began their offensive play. Wang Xiucheng dribbled past half court, with Lillard defending him closely. "Kid, are you daring enough to take the shot?" Lillard challenged. Wang Xiucheng responded with action. Green maneuvered around a defender to the corner. Wang's eyes were fixed on Lillard, yet he passed the ball. The basketball landed perfectly in Green's hands as he had just positioned himself. The rhythm was impeccable. Green, propelled by momentum, took the shot and, as he landed, immediately sprinted back. Swish! The ball went in just as Green's palm collided with Wang Xiucheng's. Green felt that when Wang Xiucheng was on the court, the game became remarkably simple. Lillard did not turn to look back. He remained fixated on Wang Xiucheng, questioning why he wouldn't take the shot himself. That I believe in my teammates. Wang Xiucheng replied with a smile. Lillard thought Wang was being overly naive. Teammates were unpredictable. But he was not. Lillard brought the ball across half court, called for a pick, and launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball went in. Lillard stood before Wang Xiucheng without retreating, stating, "I trust my teammates, but I trust myself even more." Wang Xiucheng shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, a player of Lillard's caliber undoubtedly has greater faith in himself. Wang Xiucheng received the ball and gradually advanced forward. After executing a pick-and-roll with Xiucheng, he delivered a bounce pass directly to him. Xiucheng sidestepped the defender with a deft maneuver and scored off the backboard. Flexing the muscles on his arms, Xiucheng high-fived Wang Xiucheng, who stood beyond the three-point line, and then deliberately ran past Olajuwon. Olajuwon, smiling, applauded and nodded, seemingly pleased with Xiucheng's footwork. Wang Xiucheng stood there, gazing at Lillard, stating, "I trust my teammates because I must believe in them." Lillard squinted his eyes, not quite comprehending Wang Xiucheng's words. He even wondered if Wang Xiucheng had mispronounced something in English, given that he was Chinese. Thus, during the next possession, after Lillard passed the ball to a teammate for a score, he inquired, "What do you mean?" Wang Xiucheng caught Xiucheng's pass, dribbled between his legs twice, and swiftly tossed the ball to Green, who had suddenly accelerated, leaving his defender behind. "I in my country. There are no Lillards, no Keys, no LeBron James, and not even another Yao Ming." Wang Xiucheng chuckled helplessly, "But they have me, so I must believe in them." Upon hearing this, Lillard's mind exploded with realization. He was indeed playing for his country. Furthermore, he was experimenting with these Rockets teammates. Or to put it more bluntly, he was leveling up with these teammates, including himself and the Trailblazers as adversaries, all regarded by Wang Xiucheng as experienced, that if he could elevate these disparate teammates, it would prove he had the ability to uplift his national team companions as well. The Trailblazers were on the offensive, but Lillard stood at midcourt, seemingly frozen as if the pause button had been pressed. The vision, Wang Xiucheng's vision, was astonishingly expansive. We're all Chinese people living for others. Wang Xiucheng slowly passed by Lillard, his voice clear as it reached Lillard's ears. "Does scoring 50 or 60 points guarantee a victory? You should recall that playoff game against the Nuggets back in June, right?" Wang Xiucheng continued. "In that match, you scored 55 points, shining as the brightest star on the court. The fans applauded you, and even Jokic acknowledged your brilliance. Yet the Trailblazers lost. Lost." Lillard was momentarily struck like lightning, feeling a slight tremor throughout his body. He remembered all too well. In that series, the Trailblazers lost to the Nuggets 2-4, particularly in that fifth game where he scored 55 points but lost in double overtime, which also crushed his spirit. Wang Xiucheng's words made Lillard feel as though his long-held beliefs were beginning to crumble. "But if I can ensure that all my teammates score at least 10 points each, then I believe no one could defeat us." Lillard felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was being schooled by a rookie barely out of his teens, and strangely enough, it seemed quite reasonable. Lillard had no recollection of how the first quarter concluded as he sat on the bench. Wang Xiucheng's words echoed in his mind. To the end of the first quarter, the Trailblazers led by 3 points, 30-27. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. Lillard remained on the bench to rest, while the Rockets' Jalen Green also took a breather on the court. Wang Xiucheng led the group of pure substitutes. Although they were second-string players, the quality of play was far from lacking. 5 rookies dashed about the court, running and jumping, leaving the not-so-aged Trailblazers veterans gasping for breath in under 5 minutes. The Rockets managed a small surge, scoring 14-8. Billups had no choice but to call a timeout. He looked towards Lillard and saw his eyes brimming with competitive spirit once more. Consequently, Billups substituted Lillard and several other starters back into the game. Billups was unaware of what Wang Xiucheng and Lillard had discussed, but Lillard sat on the bench for several minutes, his gaze vacant, as if his thoughts were far from the game. Fortunately, this state quickly passed. The game resumed with the Rockets maintaining their lineup under Wang Xiucheng's guidance. Lillard initiated an offensive play, using a screen and shooting a three-pointer from just a step beyond the arc. Swish! The ball went in. Lillard smirked, turning to Wang Xiucheng. Almost let you slip by. The game hasn't been won yet because my scoring isn't sufficient. 55 isn't enough. Let's go for 65. If that's insufficient, then 75. Let's all go for it. Haha. Wang Xiucheng laughed in response. Lillard was right that as a shooter, one should possess such ambition and mindset. Yet he also had his principles. Receiving a pass from Xiucheng, Wang Xiucheng advanced with the dribble. Faking out Lillard, who attempted to intercept the ball. Wang Xiucheng entered the paint and released a shot that McCollum leapt to block the shot, but Wang Xiucheng adeptly altered his motion mid-air, delivering a bounce pass to Christopher, who scored with a quick layup. Swish! The Rockets struggled to contain Lillard's scoring, while the Trailblazers found it equally challenging to thwart the Rockets' fluid play. The two teams were neck and neck until the Rockets substituted in their starters, allowing the Trailblazers to gradually gain an advantage. If one were to watch only the game highlights, it would be hard to discern the significant disparity between the two Rockets lineups. Meanwhile, the home crowd had grown accustomed to the routine. The starters were responsible for scoring, while the bench players focused on narrowing the gap. Just another day. Thus, by halftime, the Trailblazers led the Rockets by 10 points. 55-45. On the sidelines, McGrady and Olajuwon shook their heads in disbelief. They could understand the team's struggles, but was this method of tanking truly beneficial for these young players? As they observed the Rockets players heading down the court, McGrady unexpectedly stood up and jogged over to Wang Xiucheng on the bench. Wang Xiucheng was momentarily taken aback, wondering who had the audacity to approach him. "Hey T-Mac," Wang Xiucheng greeted upon recognizing McGrady. For many Chinese fans, McGrady's status during his time with the Rockets was second only to Yao Ming, even surpassing that of other superstars like Kobe. That McGrady had not disappointed Chinese fans. In the twilight of his career, he came to China, joining the Qingdao team and embarking on his retirement tour. The miraculous 13 points in 35 seconds became a cherished memory for countless fans in China. Gesturing for Wang Xiucheng to wait, McGrady approached Silas and exchanged a few words, after which Silas nodded with a smile and departed the bench along with the coaching staff. "I got Silas to grant you a 10-minute break," McGrady said, removing his jacket and tossing it onto the bench before retrieving a basketball from the scorer's table. Wang Xiucheng was puzzled but decided to follow along as the crowd was preparing to take a break and grab a snack. They curiously observed McGrady and Wang Xiucheng still on the court. In the Penguin Live broadcast studio, the hosts and guests, who had initially planned to take a break, surprisingly did not cut away from the live feed. Yang Yi remarked with curiosity, "McGrady has kept Wang Xiucheng on the court. He must have spoken to Silas about something." What could it be? The answer soon revealed itself. That McGrady stood at the free throw line, sank a shot, retrieved the ball, and tossed it to Wang Xiucheng. "Your free throw shooting is atrocious. Let's not even mention comparing it to Yao. It's barely at Shaquille O'Neal's level," McGrady shouted. During halftime, the arena was alive with energetic music. Unless one was very close, normal conversation was nearly inaudible. Wang Xiucheng awkwardly scratched his head. He had 5 free throw opportunities in the first half, but only converted 2. For a point guard. This was undeniably subpar. To Wang Xiucheng's surprise, McGrady was personally teaching him how to shoot free throws. Although a few minutes might not lead to a significant change, he appreciated the gesture, regardless of whether it stemmed from McGrady's own intentions or out of respect for Yao Ming. "Your shooting form is clearly flawed. That if your accuracy were decent, there would be no need for adjustment. But since your current accuracy is too low, perhaps a change could yield improvement. Show me your form with a free throw." Wang Xiucheng had heard that Xiucheng had been training his footwork with Olajuwon recently, and to be honest, he felt quite envious at this moment. Yang Yi gazed at the grand screen and casually remarked, "Seeing McGrady personally instructing Wang Xiucheng on free throws is quite something. McGrady is a cherished friend of the Chinese people, and I have had the pleasure of meeting him on several occasions. He is truly a wonderful person." Yang Yi and Wang Xipeng shared a light-hearted laugh. It seemed the training had not yet concluded, as both teams' players entered the court, prompting McGrady and Wang Xiucheng to reluctantly leave the arena. McGrady collected his belongings and returned to his spot, while Wang Xiucheng jogged back to the locker room, needing to attend to his personal necessities. The fans in attendance showered McGrady with enthusiastic applause, a testament to a legacy being passed down. Once the darling of this court, McGrady would likely see Wang Xiucheng inherit his mantle, becoming the next king of this realm. Indeed, although less than half the season had elapsed, Wang Xiucheng had already been recognized by Rockets fans as a cornerstone of Houston. Prior to the season, the Rockets official forum initiated a poll asking fans who they believed would be the cornerstone of the team. Initially, Green held a clear lead, but gradually, Wang Xiucheng's name ascended to the top, with the gap between him and the second-place Jalen Green widening. This poll would continue throughout the season, and perhaps the true cornerstone would eventually emerge, provided that Stone did not deceive them and trade Wang Xiucheng, that a member of the Rockets staff handed McGrady a towel and a drink, that McGrady stood and smiled in acknowledgement, by the time Wang Xiucheng returned. The game had already commenced for a few minutes. Lillard remained the explosive scorer he was known to be, occasionally passing to an open teammate. Meanwhile, the Rockets' Porter Jr. collaborated well with Wood, Gordon, and Tice, with 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Lillard sank another three-pointer, leading the Blazers to a 16-12 advantage over the Rockets for the quarter. The game paused, and Wang Xiucheng re-entered the court with his teammates. Lillard, however, took a break. The Rockets resumed their scoring chase, with Wang Xiucheng driving and passing, occasionally throwing up a floater, slowly narrowing the gap by the time Wang Xiucheng exited midway through the fourth quarter. The Rockets had cut the deficit to single digits. As he left the court to a round of applause, a modest Wang Xiucheng waved in acknowledgement that he played for 22 minutes, scoring 12 points, providing 12 assists, securing 2 steals, and committing 2 turnovers. He shot 4 of 8 from the free throw line, including 2 of 3 in the second half. Aware of the luck involved, Wang Xiucheng still managed to fist-bump McGrady and Olajuwon during a defensive stance before leaving the court in the Penguin livestream studio. Several hosts and guests had shifted their focus away from the game. Their commentary had become increasingly casual, almost negligent, yet no fan seemed to reprimand them, in fact, when their discussion strayed too far from the game. The chat would chime in with remarks like, "What's there to discuss about this lousy game? I just tuned in. Talk about Wang Xiucheng point 22 minutes, 12 points, 12 assists, 2 steals, 2 turnovers, plus-minus of 9, Wang Meng glanced down at the statistics. 2 esteemed gentlemen, Yang Yi seamlessly took over of a remarkably comprehensive performance. When Xiao Wang is on the court, he orchestrates the team with remarkable ease. He possesses a maturity that transcends his years. Wang Xiucheng interjected. The demeanor of a great general. Indeed, Yang Yi concurred. That is precisely the term. Pair him with Jalen Green, and I can enable him to soar and shoot threes. Pair him with Shungjun, and I can allow him to showcase his dazzling footwork. Absolutely delightful. Yang Yi concluded with a shake of his head. General MacArthur once said that happy times are always fleeting. The hosts engaged in lively conversation as the game concluded. The Blazers triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 104-92, handing the Rockets their 10th consecutive loss, thus earning the dubious honor of the longest losing streak of the season. Wang Meng provided a routine report on player statistics. Lillard scored 20 points with 6 rebounds and 7 assists. Today's assists were plentiful, with a commendable restraint in shot attempts, yet incredibly efficient. Porter Jr. contributed 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, demonstrating an impressive performance, particularly with only 1 turnover, exhibiting excellent control. Dream Chow was preparing for an interview on the scene, prompting Wang Meng to say, "Let's take a look." Initially assumed to be an interview with Wang Xiucheng, the screen instead revealed Lillard. Dream Chow quickly clarified, "Hello, the game just ended, and Wang Xiucheng was whisked away by McGrady for special training. So, I sought out Lillard in the distance." Wang Xiucheng was indeed practicing free throws with McGrady, while Lillard, with a towel draped around his neck and sweat glistening on his face, had evidently just finished playing. Dream Chow directly posed a question in English. "You know you have many fans in China, right? When will you visit China?" Lillard smiled and replied, "No plans yet, but I hope to go in the off-season next year." His response was quite official, and Dream Chow did not press further, instead asking, "How would you assess Wang Xiucheng's performance today? Do you believe he can become an all-star?" "Absolutely, without a doubt." Lillard nodded before continuing. "I believe he will definitely be an all-star in the future. Even," Lillard shrugged, "even stronger. Stronger than an all-star. Does that mean he could reach superstar status? Dream Chow's eyes sparkled, though she refrained from probing deeper. Instead, she inquired again, I noticed you and Wang Xiucheng were engaged in conversation on the court during the first half. Could you share what you discussed? Upon hearing this, Lillard's expression grew serious, that I know he scored 20 points in a single quarter against the Warriors. I believe he can take more shots. Yet he said that scoring a lot individually does not guarantee victory. However, if he can ensure that every teammate scores 10 points, then victory is assured. Lillard inhaled deeply and turned to glance at Wang Xiucheng behind him, saying, he mentioned that in my country, there are no Lillards, no Keys, no LeBrons, nor another Yao Ming. But they have me, so I must pass the ball to them. I must believe in them. Dream Chow, moved to tears, struggled to contain her emotions, thanked Lillard, and hurriedly translated his words before swiftly concluding the interview. She looked toward Wang Xiucheng, still practicing free throws, wishing she could embrace this young man. In the livestream studio, Yang Yi and the others needed no translation. They fully understood Lillard's words. They recognized Wang Xiucheng's aspirations to join the national team, yet remained unaware of the burdens he bore. This responsibility should not rest upon him. He was merely a 19-year-old boy, in the prime of his youth, yet he bore such weight with remarkable resolve. Was it arrogance? What gave him the right to assume such a role? Was it merely because he was the lone Chinese representative in the NBA? No, he embraced this responsibility as his goal. Yang Yi's voice trembled slightly. This young man, Xiao Wang, alone in America, is far too mature for his age. It tugs at my heartstrings. Wang Xipeng added, with the national team performing so poorly, the financial rewards are ever increasing, yet the outcomes grow worse. It's truly disheartening to see a child burdened with such worries. Lillard's interview resonated across countless households, stirring empathy among fans for Wang Xiucheng's tender age and profound thoughts. Following that empathy came anger and indignation, leading many fans to once again visit the National Anti-Corruption website, filing complaints against both the basketball and football associations. Consequently, the website, which had just been restored, soon crashed again. In an office at the Basketball Association, Yao Ming and Su Jiqing sat silently before a computer, contemplating for a considerable time. The basketball administration must undergo reform. Otherwise, young talents like Wang Xiucheng would never have the opportunity to join the national team, while those occupying positions without merit would only hinder its progress. Leaving me to shoulder the blame when the time comes. Yao Ming interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, speaking with a serious tone, since it is destined for me to bear the blame. Then let it be thorough. Su Jiqing nodded solemnly. What will you do? I will support you wholeheartedly. An hour after the match concluded, in a conference room at the Fengtian Center, Wang Xiucheng sat at the table. Lowering his head, he signed his name, then exchanged documents with the person beside him, signing once more before lifting his gaze to smile for the camera. Wang Xiucheng's expression appeared somewhat rigid, but fortunately, this was the final endorsement contract. Xiaoxian had selected a total of 9 endorsement contracts for Wang Xiucheng. Among them, the sneaker contract was signed with the domestic company Anta, amounting to $3.5 million for a 1-year term, a stipulation insisted upon by Ma Xiaoxian. She believed that by this time next year, Wang Xiucheng would no longer be priced at such a bargain rate. The offers from several domestic companies, in Ma Xiaoxian's eyes, amounted to mere peanuts. The highest bid came from 360 Degrees, offering Wang Xiucheng $15 million over 4 years for the international companies. Their offers could only be described as humiliating. Nike proposed $20 million over 7 years, while Adidas extended an offer of $25 million for the same duration, considering Cunningham's annual contracts of at least $10 million. These figures were indeed insulting in Ma Xiaoxian's mind. Wang Xiucheng was a rookie more formidable than Cunningham, backed by a market of over 1 billion people, making such pricing and terms utterly derisive. Ultimately, after negotiations with several domestic companies, they agreed to a 1-year contract, with Anta presenting the current offer. Although the price remained low, Ma Xiaoxian deemed it acceptable. It was reiterated. Everything would be reassessed once Wang Xiucheng concluded the season. In addition to the sneaker contract with Anta, Ma Xiaoxian also selected endorsements with brands such as Bright Dairy, Hahawa Pure Water, and Dami Mobile, all of which resonated with a younger demographic and aligned with Wang Xiucheng's youthful and healthy image. However, without exception, These were all short-term contracts lasting just 1 year. The total endorsement fee from the 9 contracts amounted to $16.5 million, surpassing the salaries of most NBA players. This reflected the immense value brought forth by the billion-strong market behind Wang Xiucheng, a testament to the prosperity of his nation. Though the signing process resembled an assembly line, the days ahead for Wang Xiucheng promised a flurry of advertising shoots. Once the contracts were finalized, Ma Xiaoxian personally escorted each representative out. Wang Xiucheng sat in his chair, stretching his neck, when suddenly Deng Ziqi entered the room. With so many endorsement contracts, "You owe me a meal," she remarked. This was Deng Ziqi's first experience witnessing the rapid-fire signing of contracts. She had been observing from outside, noting how Wang Xiucheng remained seated while representatives from various brands signed their contracts and promptly exited, only to be replaced by the next. Remarkably, the brand representatives expressed no complaints. In fact, she overheard several excitedly calling their bosses to announce they had secured a deal with Wang Xiucheng, triumphing over competitors. Is Wang Xiucheng really that appealing? Wang Xiucheng mused, scratching his nose. That, of course. Treating you to a meal is no problem, but thank you for bringing these brands. Deng Ziqi introduced him to a brand representative from a sports brand she endorsed, although they ultimately did not finalize a contract due to pricing and duration disagreements. Wang Xiucheng felt it necessary to express his gratitude. Deng Ziqi offered an awkward smile. Had she known so many brands would be lining up for Wang Xiucheng, she might not have volunteered her assistance. Half an hour later, in a Chinese restaurant, Wang Xiucheng and Deng Ziqi were relishing their meal. Although it was a Chinese establishment, the clientele was predominantly American. The dishes had been modified to better suit American palates. While Deng Ziqi was a well-known figure within the Chinese community, Wang Xiucheng had already become somewhat of a celebrity in Houston. Thus, it was common for patrons to approach him for photographs or autographs. While Deng Ziqi would occasionally receive attention from a few Chinese individuals, leaving her with a somewhat pouting demeanor, tinged with jealousy. This amused Wang Xiucheng. As the hour grew late, he offered, "Let me escort you back to your hotel." After finishing their meal, he glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. Suddenly, Deng Ziqi became aware of something, her neck flushing crimson. Fortunately, the red wine they had consumed masked her embarrassment. But a few minutes later, they stood before a hotel room door on the 33rd floor of the Four Seasons. Leaning against the door, Deng Ziqi stared, unblinking, at the tall, handsome man before her, biting her lip tightly, her hands unconsciously gripping her bag. Wang Xiucheng approached her, puzzled, and softly asked, "Why aren't you coming in?" Upon hearing his words, Deng Ziqi's face turned a deep shade of red, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her heart raced, and her breath quickened, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What did he mean? Did he want to come inside with her? Should she let him in? If they went inside, what would happen next? If things progressed, would her fans scold her mercilessly? What should she do? Should she invite him in? What if she refused, and he ignored her afterward? A flurry of questions raced through Deng Ziqi's mind. Wang Xiucheng furrowed his brow, placing a hand on her forehead. "That you're not running a fever." He wondered what was amiss with her, standing in a daze in the hallway. Feeling the warmth of Wang Xiucheng's hand on her forehead sent an electric jolt through Deng Ziqi, stirring something within her. The inner demon seemed to awaken, and with an unexpected surge of courage, she tossed her bag to the ground and wrapped her arms around Wang Xiucheng, startled by her boldness. Wang Xiucheng raised his eyebrows in surprise, but instinctively reciprocated. This was the hotel corridor. After all, someone might walk by at any moment. Though, from an American perspective, such displays were quite normal. After several minutes, just as Wang Xiucheng was about to feign a move to break free from her embrace, Deng Ziqi suddenly released him. Gasping for air, she hurriedly retrieved her bag, bent down to pick it up, and dashed into her room, slamming the door behind her with a loud bang. Wang Xiucheng stood dumbfounded, bewildered by her abrupt departure. What did that mean? A kiss, and then she vanished. No responsibility. He shook his head in resignation and left. A few minutes later, the door swung open once more. With a newfound determination, Deng Ziqi appeared at the threshold, only to find the man was gone. Letting out a disappointed sigh, she slapped her forehead, regretting her earlier decision, and forcefully closed the door. The news of Wang Xiucheng and Deng Ziqi dining at the Chinese restaurant quickly made its way to the trending topics in China. Speculations arose regarding whether the two were romantically involved, generating significant buzz. Not only in China, but also in Houston, local media outlets referenced photos shared by Chinese students, conjecturing that Wang Xiucheng had found a girlfriend. However, the identity of the woman remained unknown to them. In their eyes, lacking curves and a prominent figure, she hardly qualified as a beauty. Meanwhile, in New York, preparing for Fashion Week, Jeanne had just declined several invitations from friends to go clubbing. After returning to her hotel and taking a shower, she idly scrolled through her phone, only to stumble upon news of Wang Xiucheng dining with a woman. Normally, this wouldn't be surprising. She frequently searched for news about Wang Xiucheng, matches, endorsements, gossip. She read nearly every piece of information about him. Yet for reasons she couldn't quite articulate, she often felt that many women were vying for her man in the photo. Wang Xiucheng appeared to be enjoying himself with a Chinese singer named Deng Ziki. Both of them smiling. Unaccountably, jealousy surged within Jeanne. Whenever she closed her eyes, it felt as though that woman was climbing into Wang Xiucheng's bed in her absence. Unable to contain herself any longer, Jeanne promptly called Wang Xiucheng via video. Her dismay, he didn't answer the first time. Rising abruptly, she felt an overwhelming sense of being usurped, almost compelled to board a private jet to Houston. Fortunately, on the second attempt, Wang Xiucheng's languid voice emerged. "Who is it, calling at such a late hour? Can't a person get some sleep?" The voice of Wang Xiucheng, tinged with dissatisfaction, resonated through the telephone. Jeanne gazed at the man on the video call. His eyes closed and resting on the pillow, inexplicably moved to the brink of tears, as if he had endured some grievance. "Xiucheng, are you there?" Jeanne had taken the liberty to consult her Chinese model friend Luan, learning how to address her man, though she was still somewhat unpracticed. "I'm at home. What's the matter?" Wang Xiucheng slowly opened his eyes, using his phone's camera to survey the room. Jeanne exhaled in relief. Knowing that Wang Xiucheng had resided with a Chinese family for 4 years, thus, she found it hard to believe he would bring a woman back home. Jeanne had considered purchasing a house for Wang Xiucheng. Yet she understood that Chinese men often possess a strong sense of masculinity, making such acceptance unlikely. Most of her business partners catered to women, dealing with cosmetics and lingerie, and were unlikely to assist Wang Xiucheng. "Nothing much. I just miss you," Jeanne whispered softly. Wang Xiucheng felt a sense of helplessness. The assertive and opinionated Jeanne from the reality show was saying such sentimental words to a man. Who would believe it? "Aren't you supposed to be in New York for half a month?" "I'm heading to New York for a competition next week, and then I can accompany you." Wang Xiucheng reflected on the schedule and replied, "Great." Upon hearing this news, Jeanne felt a surge of happiness. She then began to share her experiences in New York, amusing anecdotes about her close friends, and tales of being pursued by a group of boys in her youth. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. Wang Xiucheng had long since fallen asleep, his snores audible through the phone, while Jeanne lay in bed, muttering to herself. She yearned to proclaim to the world that Wang Xiucheng was her man, yet feared the consequences he might bear, especially when considering her extremely passionate fans. The mere thought of a threat to Wang Xiucheng's safety extinguished that notion. She gently touched the new tattoo on her chest. Gradually succumbing to slumber at the Winfield Center, the Rockets were set to face the Suns in their second encounter of the season. With limited matches today, this game was under the watchful eye of the entire nation. O'Neal and Barkley were engaged in a discussion about the recently popular Wang Xiucheng in the broadcast studio. By the way, I have something to announce, Barkley declared with an air of pride. "The amount of my bet with O'Neal has now escalated to $10,000 per game." O'Neal seemed to shake his head. "I believe this matter has spiraled out of control and might be difficult to manage." Barkley, unabashed, elaborated. "Initially, O'Neal and I each wagered $1,000 per game as a reward for anyone who could intercept a pass from Wang Xiucheng. Unfortunately, it has accumulated to 10,000, and no one has succeeded yet." A few days ago, Wang Xiucheng signed several endorsement contracts, with 2 sponsors approaching us, each offering an additional $4,000 per game. This means that from now on, there's a $10,000 reward awaiting anyone who can intercept a pass from Wang Xiucheng. If no one manages to do so during this game, the prize will continue to accumulate. To be honest, the seasoned veterans may have initially viewed Wang Xiucheng as a rookie and hesitated to take action. However, with the stakes rising, I believe it 1 TB long before someone successfully intercepts him, O'Neal remarked, shaking his large head. Barkley did not counter him this time. As Wang Xiucheng's fame grew, the likelihood of such an event indeed became increasingly probable. The game commenced, and the Suns fielded a starting lineup of Booker, Bridges, Paul, McGee, and Crowder, with McGee replacing the injured Ayton. The Rockets, on the other hand, made a change at center, with Tice starting in place of Sengun. While Green, Porter, Wood, and Tate remained unchanged. Both teams seemed satisfied with their lineups, yet their circumstances were worlds apart. The Rockets had suffered 10 consecutive losses, and coach Silas faced rumors of dismissal daily. Conversely, the Suns were on a 7-game winning streak. And facing a struggling team like the Rockets, victory seemed inevitable. However, hidden beneath the surface of their success, team owner Sarver was under investigation by the league. According to some experts, the worst-case scenario could see the Suns being forced to sell. Thus, the players, especially those with lucrative contracts, were filled with uncertainty about their future, not knowing when a new owner would arrive or if they would still be part of the Suns. This uncertainty fueled their drive. Even if the Suns decided not to retain them, at least performing well would enable them to secure another substantial contract. As the game began, the Suns clearly held the upper hand, leading by 7 points within just 6 minutes. The Rockets were performing decently, with Porter increasingly finding his rhythm at the point guard position, effectively orchestrating the Rockets' offense. However, excessive turnovers allowed the opposing team to capitalize on 2 fast breaks, significantly contributing to the score disparity. As the game approached a timeout, the crowd suddenly erupted in applause that first-time spectators might have been bewildered, questioning the peculiarities of Houston fans. Wang Xiucheng stood up, adjusted his attire, and exchanged fist bumps with several teammates before leading the charge onto the court. Green followed closely behind, a fierce expression on his face, still fuming from having been dunked on by McGee moments earlier. Sengun, Christopher, and Martin were the last to take the floor, positioning themselves under the basket. In an instant, the Rockets' momentum shifted noticeably, prompting Paul, from a distance, to glance over. Paul noticed the young man at the forefront of the Rockets, craning his neck with an expectant look. Did he have an emotional connection to the Rockets? Paul himself was uncertain of the answer. His memories of the Rockets were far from pleasant, particularly regarding his departure for Westbrook, which felt like being discarded as worthless trash. Yet, witnessing the young talents of the Rockets stepping into leadership roles brought him a flicker of solace. Albeit a fleeting one. Chris, let me guard him, he instructed. Booker gently patted Paul's shoulder. Paul wanted to say something, but upon seeing Booker's resolute expression, he ultimately refrained from speaking as the game commenced. The Rockets initiated their offense. The moment Wang Xiucheng received the ball, Booker was right there, closely guarding him. Wang Xiucheng raised an eyebrow, for it had become increasingly rare for anyone to dare to defend him so closely. Booker seemed well prepared, his lower body pressing against Wang Xiucheng to restrict his movement, while his hands were poised on either side, ready to swipe the ball at any moment. Booker resembled a cage, ensnaring Wang Xiucheng within its confines. Shun Jing, having made a break, was about to return to set a screen for Wang Xiucheng. However, Wang Xiucheng had already made his move, and with it came the whistle. Beep! A defensive foul against Booker. At that moment, Wang Xiucheng appeared dissatisfied, approaching the referee, insisting, "That was a shooting foul. I deserve free throws. Pipe down, you're 800 meters away from the basket. Were you shooting?" The referee replied, shaking his head as he collected the basketball and moved to the sidelines. Paul stood at midcourt, witnessing the recently unfolded scene. Earlier, when Booker closely guarded Wang Xiucheng, even Paul assumed Wang Xiucheng would, as usual, outpace Booker or wait for Shun Jing to come set a screen. Instead, Wang Xiucheng executed a sudden spin, his arm striking Booker's ass in the process, and he attempted to launch the basketball in a manner reminiscent of a fish leaping from water. He was, in fact, attempting to draw a foul with a spin. Paul knew that this maneuver was highly effective against tight defense, but it required a vital precondition. One must receive the whistle. It could work for seasoned players like Harden, Durant, or James, but for a rookie to manage to draw a foul, was the referee showing excessive favoritism towards this newcomer? Was it merely because he was Chinese? Did Silver, in an effort to mend relations with China, openly favor Wang Xiucheng? Though he had indeed noticed the omnipresent Chinese advertisements on the sidelines, he still found it hard to believe Silver would be so brazen. As the Rockets prepared to inbound, Shun Jing set a screen for Wang Xiucheng, while Green swiftly passed the ball to Wang Xiucheng before racing ahead. This time, Booker was not overly aggressive, although his hands still loomed before Wang Xiucheng. He was prepared to retract them at a moment's notice. Wang Xiucheng exploded with speed, darting to the right, only for Booker to slide in front of him. Wang Xiucheng pulled the ball back between his legs and shifted to the left. With gritted teeth, Booker dug his shoes into the floor, seemingly generating smoke from the friction, and moved to block him on the left. Wang Xiucheng feigned to the right once more, yet Booker managed to adjust his position and intercept him. It seemed Booker had discovered a weakness in Wang Xiucheng's ball handling. Wang Xiucheng could not rely solely on feints to break through. Each change of direction required immense physical exertion. After 4 consecutive shifts, Wang Xiucheng was noticeably slower than at the outset. He had indeed lost his initial burst of speed, allowing Booker to keep pace with his feints. Wang Xiucheng continued with his deceptive maneuvers, seemingly intent on breaking through. As Booker prepared to follow Wang Xiucheng's feint, he reached out to attempt a steal just as he noticed a sudden swish sound behind him. Startled, Booker turned around half a second later to see the basketball bouncing beneath the hoop, while Jalen Green in the corner was retracting his hands and retreating. What had transpired? Confused, Booker cast a bewildered glance at Paul. Paul shook his head in resignation. Monty stepped onto the court, calling for a timeout. His brow furrowed tightly. He regarded Booker with incredulity. What was happening with Booker? Was this truly the same Booker? At that moment, Booker wore an expression of utter confusion, absorbing the fervent cheers from the crowd as he returned to the bench, where he glanced up at the large screen. Upon seeing the replay of the recent confrontation between Wang Xiucheng and himself, Booker's expression darkened. He hurled his towel to the ground in frustration. The screen displayed Wang Xiucheng executing a second feint, while simultaneously sending the ball to Green in the corner, effectively rendering his feints mere decoys. Yet Booker appeared to focus solely on Wang Xiucheng's upper body. Completely oblivious to the fact that the basketball had vanished from his possession, he looked foolish, attempting to thwart a player who no longer had the ball. Meanwhile, Wang Xiucheng convincingly mimicked ball-handling movements as if he still possessed it. Fuming, Booker shook his head vigorously, wishing he could strangle that Chinese player on the spot. He felt utterly foolish, outwitted by Wang Xiucheng. You focused too much on him, so you failed to see anything else, including the basketball, Paul remarked at this juncture. Paul was unaware of what had transpired with Booker, but it was evident that something was amiss with him today. Monty turned to Payne, instructing, "You're up. Remember what I said before the game." Payne nodded, shedding his jacket, and waited for the timeout to conclude before joining Paul and the others on the court. As the game resumed, fans noted that Booker had left the court for an early rest. The Suns pressed their offense, with Paul advancing the ball and tossing it over Wang Xiucheng's head into the paint for McGee. With his towering presence, McGee employed minimal footwork and no feints, simply bulldozing his way into the restricted area, where he easily shoved Shun Jing out of the way and dunked the basketball. Shun Jing clutched his chest, his expression one of iron-gray frustration. Green, passing by Shun Jing, quipped, "I was even worse off than you just now," eliciting a few chuckles from Shun Jing. Monty crossed his arms, observing the distant Rockets players. The young Rockets players on the court exhibited an excellent camaraderie. Even when opponents scored, they remained unperturbed, even joking amongst themselves. The previous 5 starters had not displayed such ease. They moved like automatons, with no communication among them, in contrast to the vibrant energy of the rookies. They appeared lifeless. Monty glanced over at Wang Xiucheng, who was engaged in conversation with Martin, that he realized that this player was the catalyst for the current atmosphere. Just a few days since their last meeting, had Wang Xiucheng already become the leader of these young players? They circled around him, as if his presence alone alleviated any sense of urgency. It was clear that Wang Xiucheng's presence transformed every issue into a non-issue. This could not be merely a result of coaching. It was something cultivated through numerous games and practice sessions. As a coach, Monty understood that while players could practice their physical skills and shooting techniques, an innate charisma could not be manufactured, that it had to be possessed. Monty made a decision in his heart. regardless of who became the owner of the Suns in the future, as long as he secured Wang Xiucheng. He could firmly maintain his position as head coach. The Suns led 27-23, a 4-point advantage. Thanks to Wang Xiucheng's buzzer beater, the Rockets bench managed to claw back 3 points. During the intermission, Monty did not devise any new strategy. This team had been together long enough, and they were already familiar with the necessary tactics. With Paul on the court, it was akin to having an additional coach. Monty did not address Booker. He believed that Booker, being seasoned and having recently secured an Olympic gold medal for the U.S. national team, would soon regain his composure after a moment of reflection. When he did, Booker would once again be the lethal player he was known to be. Meanwhile, on the Rockets bench, Silas was preoccupied with drawing something on his clipboard. Monty was curious to know what he was sketching, perhaps a symbol to ensure his players would continually lose. The pause has come to an end, and the second quarter is underway. Jalen Green of the Rockets has been substituted for a breather, while on the Suns' side, most of the starters have also been replaced. Both teams are now engaged in a contest of their pure bench strength. It has become evident that the Rockets' substitutes, bolstered by Wang Xiucheng, are performing better than those of the Suns. As the second quarter reached the 6-minute mark and entered a timeout, the score stood at a deadlock of 37-37. Monty expressed satisfaction with the performance of his bench players. Achieving such a result against the substitutes led by Wang Xiucheng was indeed commendable. Even the Sun starters struggled against Wang Xiucheng, making the bench's performance all the more impressive. The Suns are currently in a season of turmoil, with everyone from starters to substitutes, coaches to team doctors, feeling a sense of unease about an uncertain future. Some media outlets have even speculated that the Suns might be taken over by the Phoenix official agency, a scenario Monty finds difficult to fathom. Once the cheerleading performance concluded, the game resumed promptly with both teams fielding their starters. By the end of the first half, the Suns had established a 7-point lead at 51-44. This margin mirrored the score just before Wang Xiucheng took the floor after the first quarter timeout. As the players retreated to the locker room, Monty finally rose from his seat. He had noticed a peculiar habit of Wang Xiucheng. He always preferred to walk last, whether entering or exiting the court. Quite a few Rocket staff members would often find themselves walking ahead of him. This related to his personality or perhaps his position. Some point guards in the league indeed exhibit such a tendency, seemingly to maintain a constant awareness of their teammates' positions in their line of sight. This is not something that can be easily taught. It must be a personal preference of Wang Xiucheng. He is indeed always observing his teammates, as well as the opponents. At that moment, Monty noticed Wang Xiucheng walking slowly while nonchalantly raising his head to observe Paul and Booker, who were engaged in conversation. It was as if he could glean something from their postures and the rhythm of their movements. Curiosity piqued, Monty quickened his pace to approach Wang Xiucheng. "What have you discovered?" he inquired in a hushed tone, akin to an old friend. Wang Xiucheng jumped slightly upon realizing it was Monty and promptly greeted him with, "Coach Monty." Monty is highly respected within the league. His tenure as an assistant coach for the U.S. national team from 2013 to 2016, during which they secured both World Cup and Olympic gold medals, already grants him a stature surpassing that of many coaches. "What discovery are you referring to?" Wang Xiucheng asked, puzzled if you've been fixated on those two. "Could it be you have a crush on them?" Monty jested, gesturing toward Paul and Booker. Wang Xiucheng could only chuckle helplessly. He had indeed noticed something amiss, but was not entirely sure. "Is Paul's arm injured?" "The left one?" Wang Xiucheng asked quietly. Monty's eyes lit up at this remark. He was neither embarrassed nor angry at having his secret potentially exposed, for he too was unaware of this issue. "Why do you say that?" Monty inquired, intrigued. Paul is known for his ambidextrous skills, yet during the first half, he seldom used his left hand for shooting, and even when dribbling, he quickly switched back to his right hand. "I grew suspicious, so I decided to observe closely." "Look," Wang Xiucheng pointed out, "the amplitude of his left hand's movement differs from that of his right. It appears to be a joint issue, what we might refer to in Chinese medicine as joint restriction or arthritis." Monty was momentarily taken aback. The mention of the enigmatic realm of Chinese medicine compelled him to entertain the possibility. In the Penguin livestream, He was joking with Wang Xiucheng. One stolen ball means $10,000. Which translates to 50 or 60,000 Chinese yuan. Not a small sum. Yang Yi remarked with a teasing tone that it is not just the Americans. Even in China, the betting saga involving O'Neal and Barkley has become common knowledge. The adage that great rewards attract brave souls rings true, as Wang Xiucheng, in his limited time on the bench during the first half, had been the target of at least a dozen attempts to steal the ball from various players. However, the outcome was either Wang Xiucheng skillfully evading them with speed and feints, or the referees calling fouls against the aggressors. The closest attempt came when Bridges' large hand made contact with the basketball. But the ball ricocheted off Wang Xiucheng and struck Bridges' leg before going out of bounds. This left Yang Yi and his companions in shock, prompting an unfiltered exclamation of "damn" from him. Xiao Qi gasped in surprise, causing the live stream's chat to explode with activity. "What should I tell my mom when she asks what I'm watching?" One viewer pondered, "Is this something I can even listen to?" Another questioned. When his girlfriend asked why he was blushing, he replied, "The Rockets are about to win," and received a playful slap for his bravado. Naturally, those taken aback also included O'Neal and Barkley in America. O'Neal even posted a meme of himself sweating profusely on social media. Soon after, the second half commenced, with the Rockets and Suns continuing to field their starting lineups. Monty sat pensively in his seat, hands crossed in contemplation. During halftime, he had indeed inquired about Paul's condition, who admitted to some discomfort in his arm but firmly denied any injury. Monty gazed toward the Rockets bench, where Wang Xiucheng was obscured by other players. His resolve to win Wang Xiucheng's heart only intensified. The second half unfolded almost as a solo performance by Booker. He scored 9 points within the first 6 minutes of the third quarter, keeping the Rockets on a leash as they trailed throughout. Even when Wang Xiucheng entered the game, the score merely held steady. Monty seemed to deliberately stagger the playtime of Booker and Wang Xiucheng, ensuring they did not share the court again. The game concluded smoothly, with the Suns extending their winning streak, while the Rockets obtained a coveted piece of a top draft pick. Each side walked away with what they sought. After shaking hands with Silas, Monty unexpectedly patted Wang Xiucheng on the head, a gesture that conveyed familiarity. Monty now regarded Wang Xiucheng as if he were his own grandson. Ultimately, Paul is not the future of the Suns. They require a younger, more formidable point guard. Wang Xiucheng, while perhaps not matching Paul's scoring prowess, possesses organizational skills and game-reading capabilities that are at least on par with Paul's. Furthermore, Wang Xiucheng's youth is his greatest asset. Provided he avoids any debilitating injuries, he is poised to become one of the finest point guards in the league's future. In Monty's view, Wang Xiucheng's competition is not with the likes of LeBron, Curry, Durant, or Harden, as their time in the league is already waning. Once these players retire, the league will need to elevate new faces. Perhaps Silver is already preparing for this transition. Wang Xiucheng's true rivals are players like Doncic and Jokic. Yet, compared to them, he possesses a colossal inherent advantage: his identity as a Chinese national. Though the current market share of China in the NBA is not substantial, one must never underestimate the power of the Chinese consumer. Should Wang Xiucheng reach the stature to compete with players like Doncic for the league spotlight, one must reconsider the influence of the Chinese market. Their financial resources could easily inundate the NBA. If money can alter even the votes of the American president, what influence could it wield over an entertainment company like the NBA? When that time arrives, one can only speculate whom Silver, who has always prioritized profit, would prefer to see as the league's face. That it would be unwise to assume that money has no bearing on the NBA. Why do media outlets assert that the NBA suppresses non-Nike players? The answer lies precisely in this dynamic. Yet, when it comes to a Chinese player backed by a market of over 1 billion people, one must ask, who possesses the power to challenge that? Just after Wang Xiucheng finished a shower, his phone rang. It was a call from Huawei. Wang Xiucheng dressed quickly, grabbed his belongings, and exited the locker room, making his way to the players' parking lot outside the arena. Many fans were still gathered outside, seemingly reluctant to depart. Approaching a vehicle, Huawei immediately exited upon seeing Wang Xiucheng. "Brother, I brought you your things." Huawei opened the trunk and began to unload several packages. These bags contained Wang Xiucheng's change of clothes, along with a pair of Antas sneakers that had just been delivered to the house earlier that day, specifically requested by Wang Xiucheng for Huawei to bring. Ma Xiaoxian exited the passenger seat and approached Wang Xiucheng. adjusting his collar with a hint of dissatisfaction as she remarked, "I wonder what the league is thinking. Who organizes back-to-back games for home and away?" The Rockets were set to depart from Memphis today, with a game against the Grizzlies scheduled for the following day. After returning to Houston only a few days prior, the entire Rockets team would once again face the challenge of a 4-game road trip. Fortunately, Memphis was not far from Houston. A mere 2-hour flight would suffice. Wang Xiucheng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to her comment, instead directing his gaze toward Ma Wei, who was busy moving items. Was this rascal planning to forego school? Wang Xiucheng had seen Ma Wei almost daily in recent days, clearly indicating that this was not a vacation period. Let him speak for himself. Ma Xiucheng sighed in resignation. Typically embodying an Ice Queen persona, Ma Xiucheng rarely displayed such exasperation, especially concerning her younger brother. Wei retrieved the packages from the car and, to Wang Xiucheng's astonishment, produced a folding cart that was evidently not available in America, that he neatly stacked the packages on the cart and jogged adeptly toward a bus waiting at the parking lot entrance, loading the items inside. After completing this task, Ma Wei pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and engaged in conversation with the bus driver, resulting in bursts of laughter as they shared a smoke beneath the vehicle. 2 minutes later, Ma Wei returned, pushing the cart back. "Bro, I bought this cart in Chinatown. It's incredibly useful," he said, a sheen of sweat on his brow, yet his expression beamed with delight. "But aren't you going to school?" Wang Xiucheng inquired. "Of course, but not right now. You need me at this moment. How could I possibly leave?" Ma Wei replied earnestly, spouting nonsense in a moment of frustration. Ma Xiucheng slapped her brother playfully. "Ma Wei has been associating closely with some gang members at school recently, and our father is somewhat concerned about him." That was it. Having attended the University of Houston herself, she understood the dynamics involved. Uncle Ma was worried that Ma Wei might fall into bad company. So he decided it was best for Ma Wei to stay home for a while. Judging by Ma Wei's demeanor, it seemed he intended to accompany her. If that were the case, managing future dates could become a bit troublesome. "From now on, you can drive your sister. I'll give you $3,000 a month," Wang Xiucheng suggested thoughtfully. "Also, looking at getting a larger MPV. Call me once you select one. By the way, it's time to replace your father's old car. I'll transfer money to your sister." Since he couldn't have Ma Wei accompany him, he might as well pass him off to his sister. Wei's eyes lit up at this prospect, repeatedly calling out "bro" with enthusiasm. After chatting for a while longer, the Rocket staff began to load various pieces of luggage onto the bus. When Silas returned from his post-game press conference, Wang Xiucheng bid farewell to the two siblings and boarded the bus. Preparing to embark on their road trip, Memphis, with half an hour remaining before the game, the FedEx Forum was already filled to capacity. As the match had not yet commenced, the management was not overly strict. Consequently, numerous fans congregated close to the court, attempting to capture photographs of their idols in Memphis. The idol in question was undoubtedly Ja Morant. Within just 2 years, Morant had proven himself to be every bit as formidable as the first overall pick. Zion Williamson. Like Zion, Morant possessed explosive athleticism and remarkable physicality, particularly showcased by his impressive vertical leap exceeding 1 meter, allowing him to execute spectacular dunks. Beyond that, Morant was also an exceptionally creative point guard. His speed was astonishing, often requiring no feints. He could simply slice through the opponent's defense using sheer velocity. As Zion's fragility became increasingly evident, Morant was increasingly recognized as the best player of 2019. Coincidentally, the Rockets' opponent today, the Memphis Grizzlies, featured a similarly rapid player in their lineup, a rookie point guard as well. Moreover, like Morant, this player boasted a powerful dunking ability, notably executing a dunk from the free throw line during 2 separate games. Something even Morant admitted he could not replicate. Thus, days prior, this matchup had become one of the most anticipated contests among fans. The streaming platform, Penguin Live, had already scheduled their broadcast for today, in the Penguin live stream. Wang Meng was busy delivering sponsorship messages, a task that took several minutes to complete. Wang Xiucheng's performances had garnered increasing attention from Chinese fans, leading to a surge in sponsors for Penguin. The shoes Wang Xiucheng is wearing today are the latest Anta Clay KT series, in a striking red that complements the Rockets' uniforms splendidly. Wang Meng's voice escalated. "Morant is one of the league's most formidable young point guards. and his playing style bears some resemblance to Wang Xiucheng's, both being speed-oriented players. Today, we shall see how Wang Xiucheng measures up against the best point guards in the league. The director, true to form, decided to create a split screen featuring both Morant and Wang Xiucheng. While the likes of Porter Jr. received scant attention, it appeared that the struggling Rockets had only Wang Xiucheng to showcase. Finally, the game commenced, and the Rockets were still in disarray. The opening tip-off revealed that Memphis's Steven Adams towered over Tyson, decisively securing the rebound for his team. Dillon Brooks snatched the ball and passed it to Morant, who sprinted ahead. As he passed the Rockets bench, he cast a challenging glance at Wang Xiucheng, even turning back to maintain eye contact in a provocative manner. Wang Xiucheng shook his head in amusement. No wonder a media outlet had initiated a poll to identify the most disliked player in the NBA, with Dillon not only making the list, but ranking first, even surpassing Draymond Green. This guy was undeniably annoying, even though he would eventually be a member of the Rockets. Yet if such a player could become a teammate, he would be quite the asset. Few in the league dared to confront Draymond head-on, but Dillon was one of them. With Dillon around, the rookie Morant faced fewer underhanded tactics, maintaining a commendable attendance record. However, once Dillon departed, Morant's season ended prematurely after just a few games, a connection that was hard to ignore. Of course, that was a story for another time. Just as Wang Xiucheng was observing Dillon, Morant suddenly accelerated into the paint, with Adams effectively blocking Tyson. Morant soared like he was on a spring, executing a thunderous dunk. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for the Memphis star. As Morant sprinted back, he pointed at Wang Xiucheng, driving him nearly to madness. What was his issue? I'm just a backup. Why are you all targeting me? Am I eating your rice? The Rockets began their offensive play. However, with Dillon, Adams, and Jaren Jackson Jr. on the Grizzlies, their defensive prowess ranked among the league's elite, far surpassing the Rockets' limited offensive capabilities. After just 7 minutes, the Grizzlies led the Rockets 23-10, even with Silas calling a timeout 3 minutes into the game. Faced with an increasingly dire game, Silas reluctantly called for a second timeout. Porter Jr. plopped down on the bench, forcefully tossing his towel onto the ground. In just a few minutes, Porter Jr. had attempted 6 shots. Yet astonishingly, not a single ball found its way into the basket, which incited considerable fury within him. Silas had intended to wait until Xiaobote scored his first point before substituting him. However, the scoreline left no room for such indulgence. While it was acceptable to lose the game, it was intolerable to lose in this manner. Thus, Silas cast a glance towards Wang Xiucheng, as if to convey that it was now his turn to chase the score. As Wang Xiucheng stood up, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd, accompanied by a chorus of boos. Even Morant, from a distance on the home team's bench, leaned forward. Upon seeing Wang Xiucheng prepare to enter the court, Morant flung his towel aside, drained the last sip of water from his bottle, and rose to his feet. That moment, Morant was brimming with competitive spirit. He had awaited this moment for a lengthy duration, since the time Wang Xiucheng executed a free throw line dunk against the Lakers. He had been anticipating this encounter. He had never believed anyone could surpass him in dynamic talent. Even Zion, celebrated for his historic-level dynamic prowess, was merely comparable to himself. After all, he was just taller and more robust. No, not robust. He was simply overweight to the point of sluggishness, dozing off on the bench. Morant was convinced that had he possessed Zion's weight and height, he would have shattered the rim long ago. Yet in this season, an undrafted player had remarkably managed to dunk from the free throw line. Twice, Morant found it hard to believe, especially since this undrafted player was a person of Asian descent, typically associated with lackluster athleticism, which only compounded his disbelief. Nevertheless, the reality was undeniable. Those 2 dunks were feats that Morant himself could not replicate. However, this only fueled Morant's competitive drive. If I cannot achieve that dunk, then you certainly cannot accomplish what I can. And that was winning the game. And no matter how exceptional one individual may be, victory could not be claimed alone. Consequently, Morant circled the date of the match against the Rockets on his calendar, vowing to decimate them. Moreover, the wager between O'Neal and Barkley lingered on, with stakes escalating to a staggering 20,000, a sum not easily dismissed, even for Morant, who had been in the league for 2 years. At the very least, it could buy him a few decent firearms. If he were to win that amount, he would certainly commission a custom-made Glock 40 crafted entirely of gold, as Morant rose. The referee's whistle, signaling the end of the timeout, resonated. Both teams returned to the court. The Grizzlies made no substitutions, retaining their starting five, while the Rockets swapped out 4 players, leaving only Jalen Green on the floor. Newly substituted Sengun prepared to inbound the ball from the baseline, initially intending to pass to Wang Xiucheng. However, Morant was glued to Wang Xiucheng, preventing him from receiving the pass. Wang Xiucheng showed no inclination to shake off Morant. Instead, pointing towards the far end, Sengun, understanding the cue, passed the ball to Green, who had evaded Dylan Brooks, and then began to jog forward, positioning himself near midcourt. Without the ball, Wang Xiucheng, accompanied by Morant, circled around Sengun, creating an opening to receive Green's pass. Cradling the ball at his waist, Wang Xiucheng cast a glance towards Morant. If Wang Xiucheng was slender and diminutive, then Morant would require an additional more to describe him. Officially listed at 188 centimeters in shoes, Morant weighed merely 80 kg. However, his speed was renowned throughout the league. Upon seeing Wang Xiucheng catch the ball, Morant ceased his tight defense, mirroring the stance of the others by taking a step back. O'Neal and Barkley had remarked on their show that the faster a defender was, the easier it was for Wang Xiucheng to exploit their fakes. Morant firmly believed this, having experienced it himself. Suddenly, Wang Xiucheng exploded with the ball, darting to the left. Morant did not follow, but instead retreated a step. Thud! Wang Xiucheng did not pause. The basketball in his hand seemed to grow heavier with each thud against the floor. Resonating with a profound sound, in just 2 dribbles, Wang Xiucheng had reached the three-point line. Yet as he gathered the ball, before making any further movement, Morant had already closed in beside him, his hand raised before Wang Xiucheng's face. Such speed! Wang Xiucheng marveled internally. Morant did not react to Wang Xiucheng's movements. He awaited his actual launch before springing into pursuit. When Wang Xiucheng slowed to a stop, Morant was nearly at his side. Morant's speed was not merely about rapidity. It was characterized by his quick acceleration and abrupt braking. This was the first time Wang Xiucheng had encountered someone who could keep pace with him after a stop. However, keeping pace did not equate to being able to thwart him. Wang Xiucheng slipped under Morant's arm, taking a step to leap and release the ball. Swish! The basketball swished through the net, executing a step-back shot. Morant grinned, evidently amused. Receiving the inbounds pass from the baseline, he advanced slowly. Wang Xiucheng, in turn, also gave him space. Many had been deceived by Morant's moves. Wang Xiucheng had no intention of becoming the next victim. Utilizing the body of the player in front of him, Morant evaded Wang Xiucheng and penetrated the paint. Upon stepping inside the free throw line, Morant ascended, ball in hand. Sengun, who had initially intended to leap for a block, was a beat too late. Attempting to block now would only render him a mere backdrop. Boom! Morant slammed the ball into the hoop, casting a haughty, taunting expression at Sengun, who had barely managed to evade him at the last moment. Wang Xiucheng patted Sengun on the back, saying nothing to Sengun's expression transition from slight despondency to a burgeoning competitive spirit as he passed the ball to Wang Xiucheng. This time, Wang Xiucheng did not wait for Sengun to settle into position. He ignited his movement even before receiving the ball. The moment he caught it, Wang Xiucheng executed an under-the-leg crossover, instantly widening the gap between him and Morant. Evade Morant. Wang Xiucheng crossed the midline along the sideline. However, after crossing midcourt, he executed a near 90-degree turn, dribbling under his leg as he charged into the free throw area. The screech of his sneakers against the floor echoed, his non-dribbling hand nearly pressed to the ground to assist his body. Morant had just taken off in pursuit when he realized Wang Xiucheng had pivoted into the restricted area. What astonished Morant, leaving him bewildered, was Wang Xiucheng's sharp turn, which seemed to defy the laws of physics. As he hardly slowed down, it was akin to a race car navigating a curve. One must first decelerate, otherwise it would surely veer off course. But how was Wang Xiucheng able to make such a turn without compromising his speed? Did Newton grant him permission to defy these laws? Morant had no time to adjust his trajectory, helplessly watching as Wang Xiucheng broke through the Grizzlies' defense and approached the free throw line, preparing to leap. Atoms in the paint could not allow Wang Xiucheng to shoot from that position. Thus, without hesitation, he took a step and leapt, arms extended for a block that in midair, just as Wang Xiucheng intended to pass the ball to Sengun, who was stationed behind Adams. His wrist had already twisted halfway, nearly releasing the ball. But from the corner of his eye, Wang Xiucheng spotted another figure charging towards him. There was no time to ascertain who it was. However, the jersey color indicated it was a Grizzlies player. Thus, Wang Xiucheng altered his intention, reorienting his wrist and forcefully tossing the ball. Swish, clap. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net resonated, followed by the referee's whistle. As Wang Xiucheng lost control and crashed to the floor, he finally discerned who had struck his AR. That it was Dylan. At this moment, he wore an expression of innocence, raising his hands as if he had suffered some injustice. Green, Xiucheng, and a few others hurried over to investigate, while Christopher even hurled a couple of expletives, starting with the letter Fat Dylan. Dylan chuckled. It had been quite some time since a rookie had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He extended a hand, poised to push Christopher away, but was intercepted by Morant, who was passing by. Morant tapped his own head, signaling Dylan to think twice, then approached Wang Xiucheng, assisting Xiucheng in lifting him up. Only then did Dylan manage to regain a semblance of composure. He had already committed 2 fouls. With a mere minute remaining in the first quarter, Grizzlies head coach Taylor Jenkins stroked his beard, recalling the image of Draymond being knocked down by Wang Xiucheng, and promptly decided to substitute Dylan. Morant positioned himself beyond the three-point line, resting on his knees as he observed Wang Xiucheng at the free throw line. He had noticed the multiple movements of Wang Xiucheng's wrist while he was airborne moments ago. That Dylan's foul must have been related to this. It seemed Wang Xiucheng had suddenly changed his mind from assisting Xiucheng to opting for a solo play, resulting in Dylan's foul. In that fleeting half-second in the air, could Wang Xiucheng really conceive so much and act upon it? Morant wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly smiled. What an intriguing individual. What a formidable opponent. Swish. The free throw was successful. A three-pointer executed flawlessly. 25 to 1-5. As the Grizzlies initiated their offense, Morant received the inbounds pass from the baseline, glancing at the clock, which read 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining. Morant resolved to execute a fast break. He dribbled swiftly past half court, with Adams providing a screen. Morant maneuvered past Adams and took a shot. Swish. A three-pointer made. 28 to 15. Only 6 seconds had elapsed. Morant silently clenched his fist. This three-pointer had been exceptionally successful. Xiucheng inbound the ball from the baseline, while Wang Xiucheng positioned himself to block Morant, catching the ball with one hand and then maneuvering around Xiucheng. Just as Morant anticipated Wang Xiucheng would accelerate, Wang Xiucheng unexpectedly threw the ball toward Adams, who was still retreating on defense. Adams, unaware of the situation behind him, turned at Morant's instinctive shout. Thud! The basketball struck Adams squarely on the forehead and rebounded toward Morant. Morant's eyes lit up as he prepared to catch the ball, but a flash of red appeared, swiftly snatching the ball and charging into the paint, disregarding the obstruction posed by Jaren Jackson Jr. Ready to force a shot, it was Xiucheng. The diminutive Jaren Jackson Jr. was effortlessly brushed aside as Xiucheng pivoted with the ball and soared for a thunderous dunk. Upon landing, Xiucheng raised his arms, showcasing his biceps, while taunting Jaren Jackson Jr. with, "Come on, you weakling." The referee blew the whistle, halting the game, and issued Xiucheng a technical foul. Only then did Xiucheng cease his banter, exchanging high-fives with Wang Xiucheng and the others who had rushed over. Jaren Jackson Jr. wore a sullen expression, unable to accept being so easily outmaneuvered by Xiucheng. Seemingly affected by this, Jaren Jackson Jr. missed his free throw. 28 to 17, but thankfully, the Grizzlies retained possession. Morant glanced at the clock again. There were 57 seconds remaining. This meant the Rockets had executed their previous offensive play in merely 4 seconds. Remarkably, they had also performed a fast break with even less time consumed. Moreover, was Wang Xiucheng's pass merely a coincidence? Having watched Wang Xiucheng's highlights, Morant knew he was capable of delivering such fortuitous assists. Other players might occasionally experience similar situations where an apparent mishap transforms into a brilliant assist. Yet Wang Xiucheng's propensity for such fortunate plays was significantly greater than that of others. Was it possible that even Lady Luck was favoring this Chinese player? Shaking off these thoughts, Morant accelerated, shaking off Wang Xiucheng. Reaching the top of the three-point arc, Wang Xiucheng could similarly outpace Morant. Their speed was quite comparable. However, Wang Xiucheng possessed a unique ability to change pace and execute feints, which Morant found particularly daunting. With no defenders in front of him, Morant took a shot. Clang, it missed. Sheng Jing and Adams battled for position, while Jaren Jackson Jr. outmuscled Jalen Green to secure the rebound, swiftly tossing the ball to Morant on the perimeter. No. Just as the basketball left his fingertips, Jaren Jackson Jr. shouted at a flash of red suddenly appeared before Morant. Point 12. Jaren Jackson Jr. recognized that number IT was Wang Xiucheng. Morant also noticed the development and instinctively rushed forward, not to steal the ball, as that was no longer feasible, but to foul and halt Wang Xiucheng. As Wang Xiucheng caught the ball, he was in a half-turn, and with his ability to pivot without losing speed, Morant realized he could not catch up to Wang Xiucheng after turning. If he failed to impede Wang Xiucheng, it was likely another highlight play would unfold. However, upon receiving the ball, Wang Xiucheng retreated a half-step, then propelled himself into a jumping step, soaring past the outstretched arms of Morant. Morant's body was beyond his control. The arm he had extended to intercept the ball could no longer retract in time to catch Wang Xiucheng. Clearly, Wang Xiucheng had deliberately burst through on the side where Morant's arm extended. Morant's eyes were fixed on Wang Xiucheng, as if willing him to stop. But no one could halt Wang Xiucheng now. He charged toward the paint like a wild stallion unleashed, not toward the restricted area, but into an open expanse. The crowd erupted, rising to their feet, hastily whipping out their phones. Everyone knew what was about to transpire. All cameras were trained on Wang Xiucheng, and even the sideline referees instinctively moved a few steps closer to the baseline. Fans on the Grizzlies side held their phones high, turning to capture a frame with Wang Xiucheng. In an instant, Wang Xiucheng crossed half court, then suddenly gathered the ball at that spot, with both hands gripping the basketball. He took two great strides, planting one foot on the free throw line, and then leaped with tremendous force, soaring like a javelin. Wang Xiucheng's hands gripped the basketball tightly behind his head, his body leaning back as if his legs were ascending through clouds. His entire form resembled an inverted C, with his clothing tightly pressed against him by the rushing wind, accentuating the muscular lines of his physique. Countless flashes erupted at that moment, and the click of numerous cameras filled the air. With a thunderous crash, Wang Xiucheng seemed like a spring compressed to its limits, suddenly released, slamming the ball into the hoop. The immense inertia propelled him directly into the protective padding of the basketball hoop. The rim trembled, emitting several sounds before slowly descending with a creak. The arena was in an uproar. The basketball hoop had been damaged by Wang Xiucheng's dunk. All fans were recording this rare sight on their phones, and many in the front row were exuberantly shouting into their devices. Fans with Asian features were particularly vocal, screaming Wang Xiucheng's name in Chinese. That on the Grizzlies bench, Dylan and his teammates covered their faces in disbelief. At that moment, the entire basketball arena felt as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. A group of exuberant individuals from the team, led by Green Shinjing, rushed over to encircle Wang Xiucheng. Their excitement palpable. The referee halted the game, and the staff hurriedly approached to inspect the basketball hoop. The live stream was in a frenzy, with O'Neal pouring a bottle of water directly over Barkley's head. Barkley, brandishing a massive camera, was shaking it vigorously towards the basketball court outside the studio. O'Neal was undoubtedly an authority on this matter, having shattered no fewer than 8 backboards throughout his illustrious career. Yet the era he played in was markedly different. The backboards he destroyed were genuinely obliterated. In contrast, with today's advanced technology, the resilience of backboards is incomparable. Wang Xiucheng's dunk was clearly a result of a pre-game oversight by the staff, who failed to ensure the basketball hoop was properly secured, resulting in a malfunction when he made contact. Perhaps it had already been compromised by an earlier collision, waiting for the right moment to collapse. Surrounded by admirers, Wang Xiucheng returned to the bench. As he passed Morant, he heard a quiet, nice dunk. Wang Xiucheng felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. Was that merely a nice dunk? It was, in fact, an exceptionally impressive one. In the Pingwa livestream, he had nearly lost his voice from shouting, "Morant, aren't you the king of dunks? Show us what you've got. If you're capable, step up. Let's see who dares to call me Wang Chue after today." I am indeed Wang Xiucheng. And if you can pull off something like that, I can blow your trumpet too. Yang Yi's words seemed to resonate, prompting Wang Meng to deliver an advertisement for a sports protection brand. This abrupt shift dampened Yang Yi's spirits, making him feel exploited. Although he understood that the hoop's collapse was merely coincidental, the sheer force and hang time exhibited by Wang Xiucheng were undeniably impressive. At this moment, Wang Xiucheng remarked that, following a flurry of activity, the staff had swiftly repaired the hoop. While the incident stemmed from Wang Xiucheng's actions, the lack of a thorough pre-game inspection of the facilities might lead to criticism or even fines for the Grizzlies from a league. As the applause and anticipation of the audience crescendoed, the game resumed with only a few moments left in the first quarter. The Grizzlies opted to substitute all their starters, while the Rockets replaced Green, keeping Wang Xiucheng on the court alongside four teammates. The Grizzlies had fortuitously succeeded in their last two offensive plays, scoring both a three-pointer and a mid-range shot. Meanwhile, Wang Xiucheng seemed lost in the euphoria of his recent dunk, missing a shot of his own. Fortunately, he drew a foul from a Grizzlies player to the free throw line. He made one of two attempts, concluding the first quarter with the Grizzlies leading 33-20, a substantial margin. However, if one considered the performance since Wang Xiucheng had taken the floor, the game had been virtually even. Had it not been for the Grizzlies' fortunate final plays, the Rockets might have even led by a few points. Silas appeared dissatisfied with the score, his expression shadowed in contemplation. Jenkins clutched his tactical board, seizing every moment to discuss strategy. Amidst the cheerleaders' enthusiastic performance, Wang Xiucheng felt an odd sensation, as if the cheerleaders were gazing at him with an insatiable appetite. He hadn't enhanced his charm recently. The intermission soon concluded, and both teams re-emerged. The Grizzlies fielded a lineup of substitutes, including Kyle Anderson, while Wang Xiucheng remained on the court for the Rockets. Crouching on the floor, Wang Xiucheng adjusted the laces of his newly donned clay KT Series shoes. He then stood and looked across the court at a familiar face. "Hello, fellow countrymen." In contrast, the Rockets had merely substituted Green for his close friend. Christopher, Grizzlies head coach Jenkins, stroking his beard, observed the young Chinese player intently from his seat. He had never encountered such audacity, placing his starters on the bench only to unleash his star player against the opponent's substitutes. Was Silas employing the ancient strategies of Chinese military tactics simply because his team included a Chinese player? In Jenkins's eyes, Wang Xiucheng was that star player, albeit one still too youthful and uncertain. The game commenced, and Jenkins resolved to focus on the task at hand. The Rockets gained possession, and to everyone's surprise, Christopher received the ball and advanced past half-court, all eyes initially fixated on Wang Xiucheng, who remained stationary at the top of the three-point arc, hands on hips. This inaction caused the eager defender, Anderson, to hesitate. With one hand resting on Wang Xiucheng's waist, Anderson's gaze followed Christopher, convinced that Wang Xiucheng would inevitably seek the ball. Anderson was certain of this, that he believed Wang Xiucheng embodied the playmaking style of a core player like Jokic. Every offensive play necessitated the ball's passage through Wang Xiucheng's hands. That it wasn't that Wang Xiucheng demanded the ball every time, but rather that the Rockets rookies lacked his skill in ball handling. This was the conclusion Anderson reached after watching nearly every highlight of Wang Xiucheng's plays. Suddenly, Anderson felt a loss of contact with Wang Xiucheng, prompting him to turn around and search. But it was too late. Wang Xiucheng had already leaped towards the hoop, and Christopher's pass was perfectly timed, soaring toward him. Shun Jing effectively blocked the Grizzlies' backup center, Williams, even pushing him back half a meter with all his might. The ball was thrown a bit high, yet Wang Xiucheng's hang time allowed him to meet it at its apex, with a resounding thud. He seized the ball with one hand and forcefully dunked it into the hoop. Shun Jing embraced Wang Xiucheng midair before gently lowering him back to the ground, celebrating with a chest bump. Christopher joined in for a high five, casually stating, "Wang, I think I can play the point guard position too." Wang Xiucheng chuckled, "Of course, you possess that potential." Christopher's expression shifted, prompting him to quickly clarify, "I was just joking." "Haha, just kidding." Wang Xiucheng's ire would be detrimental if he decided not to pass to him in the future. Wang Xiucheng laughed heartily, playfully patting Christopher on the backside, which relieved Christopher greatly. Anderson observed Wang Xiucheng returning on defense, a smile involuntarily spreading across his lips. For a rookie to receive such support from teammates was no trivial matter. Having once been a rookie himself, he understood that if one's draft position was low, their standing within the team would inevitably be diminished, relegated to tasks like carrying shoes, ordering takeout, or serving as a chauffeur for veteran players. These truths were hardly secrets as the Grizzlies initiated their offense. The ball was not handed to point guard Tyus Jones, but rather passed to Kyle Anderson. Wang Xiucheng attempted to intercept the ball as Anderson approached, but his efforts were in vain. Anderson's height and long arms allowed him to maneuver the ball behind him while simultaneously blocking Wang Xiucheng at that moment. Tyus Jones set a screen, effectively obstructing Wang Xiucheng, allowing Anderson to drive into the paint. Preparing to shoot, Xiucheng abandoned his coverage of his man and lunged forward. However, Anderson sidestepped him, causing Xiucheng to miss his mark and land awkwardly. Just as Anderson released the ball, he had just taken a step beyond Xiucheng. Swish! The ball was pushed in. Wang Xiucheng observed his fellow townsman's actions and couldn't help but smile wryly. It was just too painfully slow to be why the time Xiucheng landed. He had only just released the ball. If Wang Xiucheng was known for his speed, dribbling fast, shooting quickly, and moving swiftly, then Kyle Anderson was the epitome of slowness, exuding a pace so deliberate that one might feel a sense of temporal dissonance when matched against him. It was unclear who had bestowed upon him the moniker of human sloth, but it seemed remarkably fitting as the Rockets launched their offense. Wang Xiucheng received the ball. When Kyle Anderson approached, he simply accelerated, effortlessly shaking him off. Wang Xiucheng found it perplexing why Anderson was even defending him, as he clearly could not keep pace. Crossing the three-point line, Wang Xiucheng flicked the ball outward just as Martin broke free from his defender to receive it. He leapt, shooting at the apex of his jump. Suddenly, a large hand came crashing down upon the basketball, swatting it away, where it fortuitously landed in Morant's hands on the bench. Wang Xiucheng turned to see it was Kyle Anderson. In that moment, Wang Xiucheng mentally replayed the potential scenarios that could have unfolded. After his drive, Anderson had not pursued him, opting instead to guard others. Among the 5 players on the court, aside from Christopher, who was tightly marked in the corner, only Martin had the range for a 3-pointer. It dawned on Wang Xiucheng. He immediately understood Anderson's strategy. It seemed as though he was defending him, but akin to Curry. He was allowing Wang Xiucheng to drive while guarding against his passes. However, unlike Curry, Anderson positioned himself out of Wang Xiucheng's sight, rendering it impossible for Wang Xiucheng to account for Anderson's whereabouts during his pass. The result was that Anderson preemptively moved and seized the opportunity to block Martin's shot. Wang Xiucheng patted Martin on the back and whispered a few words in his ear. Martin's eyes lit up as he dashed towards the baseline. Anderson squinted, seemingly lost in thought. Xiucheng inbounded the ball, and Wang Xiucheng received it, dribbling toward Martin's position. Anderson intentionally shifted slightly to the side. However, Wang Xiucheng suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble followed by a jump step. Entering the three-point line on Anderson's right, he then launched into a jump shot. Swish! The ball went in. Wang Xiucheng glanced back to confirm that indeed, Anderson stood beside Martin, seemingly guarding against a pass. Wang Xiucheng chuckled and shook his head. Seeing this expression on Wang Xiucheng's face, Anderson also broke into a smile. He realized he had been outsmarted. Wang Xiucheng had intentionally let him see something, though Anderson was unaware of the exact words exchanged between Wang Xiucheng and Martin. Nonetheless, Wang Xiucheng had clearly engineered the situation. Without any feints, he had left Anderson completely fooled. Impressive. Anderson had to concede that those who praised Wang Xiucheng had a point. Initially, Anderson worried that these ill-intentioned individuals intended to build Wang Xiucheng up only to bring him down. But now, it seemed, the praise was well-deserved. Anderson had guessed correctly. Wang Xiucheng had indeed meant for him to see it. What Wang Xiucheng had told Martin was, run to the baseline with a smile. Martin, uncertain of the rationale but complying nonetheless, soon found Anderson inexplicably following him, leading to Wang Xiucheng's successful shot. He couldn't fathom why Anderson had so foolishly trailed him. You big fool. Why are you following me? Can't you see who the real threat is? Martin had the urge to voice this to Anderson, but held his tongue. Anderson inbounded the ball as Tyus Jones advanced it. Slowly, Anderson jogged over to Wang Xiucheng and intentionally nudged him with a shoulder. Wang Xiucheng retaliated in kind, just as the referee contemplated calling a foul on the provocateur Anderson. Both players broke into silly smiles. There was no need for excessive dialogue. They could sense each other's uniqueness. This uniqueness was probably what one might call basketball IQ. The game proceeded smoothly without any timeouts called by the coach. Eventually, the referee had to call for a timeout himself. Wang Xiucheng and Anderson approached their respective benches. Their shoulders collided once more. In truth, it was merely Wang Xiucheng's shoulder making contact with Anderson's chest. Given their height difference, under Wang Xiucheng's orchestration, the Rockets displayed a semblance of order, with Martin and Christopher scoring consecutively from three-point range. Xiucheng also showcased a few newly learned dreamlike footwork moves. Wang Xiucheng's penetrating passes remained a significant threat, coupled with occasional jump shots, allowing the Rockets to amass 24 points in the first half of the second quarter alone. It was noteworthy that the Rockets had only scored 20 points in the entirety of the first quarter. The Grizzlies performed admirably in the second quarter as well. Though they didn't team-match the Rockets' scoring, their 20 points were enough to satisfy head coach Jenkins. Particularly, Anderson's prowess as a small forward posed a challenge for the Rockets, who had no one to effectively counter him. His ability to facilitate from the arc was indeed a headache for the opposition. The timeout concluded swiftly, and both team starters returned to the court. Upon re-entering, Morant's spirits dampened significantly upon seeing Wang Xiucheng seated on the bench. With the current players on the floor being rather lackluster, Morant felt little inclination to push through. Thus, he began facilitating plays, only opting to drive to the basket and deliver a dunk when the opportunity presented itself, providing the fans with a moment of excitement. As the first half concluded, the Grizzlies had scored 41 points in that quarter, while the Rockets managed 36. However, when observing the scores during the timeouts, the Rockets led 24-20 while the starters were on the floor. Once the starters returned, the score shifted to 21-12 in favor of the Grizzlies, giving them a 9-point advantage. In essence, the Rockets had effectively lost 13 points by the end of the first half. The Grizzlies led 74-56, a commanding 18-point margin, nearly rendering the game a formality. Silas wore a scowl that resembled coal. His usual composed demeanor vanished. During halftime, whatever strategic adjustment Silas proposed, Wang Xiucheng did not fully absorb. However, he did catch Silas mentioning changes in playing time. Silas demanded that the starting five play through the entirety of the third quarter. This meant that Wang Xiucheng would not see the court during that period for the fourth quarter's arrangements. Silas did not disclose, leaving the substitutes to refrain from speculation. Nonetheless, this shift in strategy sent ripples of anticipation through the locker room, felt by players, coaching staff, and even support personnel alike, as if a storm was brewing. The second half commenced swiftly. The fans quickly noted that the Rockets, who typically substituted in their reserves during the third quarter, had not done so this time. Wang Xiucheng remained seated on the bench, chewing on his nails, while Silas showed no intention of calling him into the game. Remarkably, the entire third quarter elapsed without a single substitution for the Rockets. The starting lineup faced off against the Grizzlies starters for a full 12 minutes. The quarter score revealed a staggering 31-15 in favor of the Grizzlies, leading by a full 16 points. The Grizzlies' scoring output was more than double that of the Rockets in comparison to the first quarter, where both starters had played a full 12 minutes. The Rockets had scored 5 points less. The difference lay in the fact that the Rockets bench had played for 5 minutes in the first quarter, but saw no time in the third. This left the overall score at 105-71, with the Grizzlies leading by 34 points. Silas clapped his hands, uncertain if his enthusiasm was genuine, and uttered a couple of good jobs. "Good job, my foot." All five starters hung their heads, with Porter even draping a towel over his head. Silas paid little mind to their dejection, brandishing a tactical board in front of Wang Xiucheng and sketching out strategies. Wang Xiucheng listened intently, as Silas spoke for a full minute before folding the board away. "That's it. Did you understand?" Wang Xiucheng nodded in acknowledgement. Silas spoke at length, yet his message was singular. "It's up to you." Whether it be screens or penetrating passes, Silas granted Wang Xiucheng the autonomy to make his own decisions. This bestowed upon Wang Xiucheng significant independence, a testament to the trust in his capabilities. However, Wang Xiucheng understood that this was also a test of his own mettle. Silas had concluded with a reminder to manage his stamina wisely, indicating he would need to play the final 12 minutes as the timeout concluded. Wang Xiucheng, Shun Jing, Xiao Martin, Christopher, and Gruber rose to take the court. To the untrained eye, it seemed the contest had lost its suspense. A casual observer might surmise that the Rockets had sent in their rookies for a practice session during garbage time. Yet, these 5 newcomers appeared brimming with determination, their expressions starkly contrasting the despondency of the starters as they exited. With a deficit of over 30 points, the Grizzlies starters had effectively concluded their involvement for the day. Even Kyle Anderson, a key substitute, remained comfortably seated, showing no intention of re-entering the game. The Grizzlies had substituted in purely bench players, nearly all of whom were recent draftees. The game resumed. A common flaw among rookies is their eagerness to showcase their talents. The Grizzlies' fresh faces exemplified this, lacking any semblance of teamwork as they opted for individualistic plays. Yet, remarkably, they found success in scoring. For instance, Aldama, a center who preferred to linger on the perimeter, forced Xinjiang to chase him relentlessly, resulting in a gaping hole in the Rockets' interior defense, confronted by the Grizzlies players who favored solitary drives. The Rockets found themselves at a loss momentarily. Fortunately, under Wang Xiucheng's orchestration, the Rockets' offense exhibited cohesion, yielding consistent rewards with each possession. The contrasting styles of play presented a vivid dichotomy. The Grizzlies embodied extreme individualism, with nearly every play showcasing personal prowess, while the Rockets epitomized team basketball, representing the other extreme. The two teams alternated leads throughout, remaining evenly matched, until the referee's final whistle. The fourth quarter concluded in a tie, with both teams scoring 31 points apiece. The overall score reflected a decisive Grizzlies victory at 136-102 over the visiting Rockets. In the moment the buzzer sounded, Morant leaped into the air, making his way to Wang Xiucheng. This prompted Kyle Anderson, who also wished to greet Wang, to first find others to engage with. Shaking hands with Wang Xiucheng, Morant, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "You played well. Your speed is impressive. Though I may not be able to stop you, you can't halt me either, can you?" "Indeed, I seldom encounter anyone as swift as myself," Wang Xiucheng replied, striving to maintain a sincere expression. Morant, evidently pleased by this acknowledgment, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "Do you like guns?" "Guns?" Wang Xiucheng instinctively reacted with surprise. Morant nodded, continuing, "I privately possess several rare firearms, including one that allegedly belonged to Shether. Interested in taking a look?" A cold sweat broke out on Wang Xiucheng as he recalled Morant's infamous moniker as the Gun King. Hastily shaking his head, Wang Xiucheng responded, "In my country, we cannot access such items. I have no interest in them, and moreover, I lack the time as we are departing Memphis for Oklahoma tonight." "What a pity," Morant expressed with a look of regret, as if Wang Xiucheng had missed out on the most exquisite treasures of the world. At that moment, Jalen Green approached to shake hands with Morant, providing Wang Xiucheng the opportunity to discreetly exit the conversation. Wang Xiucheng, a voice called from behind, uttering his Chinese name, albeit imperfectly. This was sufficient for Wang Xiucheng to identify the speaker. Turning around, he saw the tall figure of Kyle Anderson, who firmly clasped his hand, followed by a mutual chest bump, a gesture that indicated their mutual recognition, though their time on the court together was brief. Neither Anderson nor Wang Xiucheng mentioned the word China. They understood each other implicitly from the moment their shoulders first collided. In the realm of Chinese basketball, Anderson's search for his roots and Yao Ming's invitation for Anderson to naturalize were not secrets. "I am Li Kyrie," Anderson introduced himself in halting Chinese. "Wang Xiucheng," Wang replied, and then Li Kyrie continued, "Let me introduce you to my family." He led Wang Xiucheng to a corner of the court where a middle-aged woman, possessing some Asian features yet with a slightly darker complexion, stood with tears welling in her eyes from excitement. "My mother, Susanna," Li Kyrie introduced, still grappling with the language. Wang Xiucheng stepped over the railing and embraced Susanna. Feeling the strength of her hands upon him, a palpable connection of blood, "Why fiancé?" "Crystal Mary. You may call her Mary." Li Kyrie transitioned to English to introduce a beautiful woman beside him. Wang Xiucheng and Mary exchanged a gentle handshake before releasing. "You all head back now. I'll drive home later," Li Kyrie instructed. Then he and Wang Xiucheng strolled down the players' tunnel, arm in arm, appearing as though they were longtime friends. This scene was captured by several Chinese fans in attendance, who took photos of the moment. Moments later, in an SUV parked in the lot, Wang Xiucheng, who hadn't even returned to the locker room, conversed with Kyrie. Ever since Yao Ming spoke with my mother, she has wanted me to represent China in competitions, Kyrie said, retrieving 2 towels from his bag and tossing one to Wang Xiucheng. Is that so? Wang Xiucheng feigned surprise, wiping his brow as he inquired, "What are your thoughts on it?" "I have my reservations. You know, China's basketball performance is dismal, even with me on the team. It would be challenging to effect any substantial change," Kyrie replied. "Rather than risk disappointing the fans later, it might be better to not raise their hopes at all." Wang Xiucheng nodded, fully aware of the truth in Kyrie's words. He understood that Kyrie, living comfortably in America, had no compelling reason to play for China, unless it were for the faint connection to his heritage and his mother's aspirations, of course. One could argue it was for financial gain, yet merely acknowledging his Chinese lineage would attract sponsorships without any effort on his part, an enticing prospect indeed. However, after naturalization, the financial reward would increase, accompanied by exponentially greater pressure. Kyrie was well aware of the state of Chinese basketball. He could not have been swayed by Yao Ming's grand promises without careful consideration. If that were the case, he wouldn't be seeking out Wang Xiucheng for this conversation. Shifting his tone, Kyrie suddenly brightened. "But now that China has you, I believe our performance should improve significantly. Don't you think?" He looked at Wang Xiucheng, seemingly awaiting an affirmative response. However, Wang Xiucheng remained silent. He found himself unable to answer. He had yet to even make the national team, so how could he offer reassurance? Moreover, given the current roster, even with himself and Kyrie included, the outcome might remain unchanged. Furthermore, would he even see playing time if he were to join the national team? He had serious doubts about that, after several years of representing the national team. Enduring criticism, could he simply displace someone else? On what grounds? "I have a favor to ask of you, one that may prove difficult to fulfill." Wang Xiucheng suddenly broached his request, avoiding Kyrie's earlier question. Kyrie paused, puzzled about what Wang Xiucheng intended. Wang Xiucheng hesitated, seemingly gathering his thoughts, and after a full 2 minutes, he finally articulated his plan. Meanwhile, as Wang Xiucheng and Kyrie met in Memphis, significant developments were unfolding within China's basketball community. Earlier that morning, a cadre of prominent journalists and commentators, including Yang Yisu, broke the news that Yao Ming and Su Jiqing had resigned from their posts as president and vice president of the Basketball Association. They had also stepped down from their positions as chairman and board members of the CBA company, the Chinese Basketball Association Sports Limited. These reporters further revealed that Yao Ming and Su Jiqing's resignations stemmed from irreconcilable conflicts with the sports administration, particularly regarding talent selection and the separation of management and administration in the CBA. Significant divergences have long been apparent at this juncture. The Chinese men's basketball team is engaged in training, preparing for the first phase of the World Cup qualifiers against Japan at the end of the month. The resignation of Yao Ming at such a critical moment clearly indicates that the underlying conflicts have become irreparable. Yes, soon as the news broke, it ignited a firestorm throughout the sports community, with some even speculating whether it might be related to anti-corruption efforts. During this time, fans have been persistently filing complaints, seemingly capturing the attention of the relevant authorities. Naturally, a larger contingent stands in support of Yao Ming, vehemently condemning the bureaucratic inertia of the sports administration, which appears solely focused on superficial achievements, showing scant regard for the performance of the men's basketball team. Under the leadership of the sports administration, the men's basketball team's results have increasingly mirrored those of the men's football team. Consequently, numerous individuals have resumed their complaints, with some fans even organizing demonstrations at the Sports Bureau to their surprise. They garnered considerable support. What began with a handful of people gradually swelled to dozens, and eventually, several hundred fans congregated outside the General Administration of Sports. Media outlets swiftly responded, with nearly all sports journalists heading toward Yanjing. At that moment, the sports administration resembled ants on a hot stove as a dozen officials sat in the conference room, their expressions grim. The 2 resignation letters lay on the table. "We need to address this quickly. If this escalates, we'll be in trouble. What do we do? I've said before that this isn't a job for humans. I was quite content in my previous position. Now I'm here at 59 years old. Facing criticism just before retirement. Enough with the excuses. We need to act swiftly. It will be too late if higher-ups arrive. What should we do? We must bring Yao Ming back, whatever conditions he has. We should discuss them seriously. Why resign now, especially with the competition looming? Indeed, if we lose the match, we'll take the blame without Yao Ming. Are you all completely lost? A somewhat younger individual interjected. Yao Ming has been advocating for Wang Xiucheng to join the national team. And you opposed it. Now look where we are. Yao Ming has stepped down, and you're still preoccupied with retirement plans. Who? Wang what? What does he do? An elderly man with reading glasses inquired, puzzled. The younger man shook his head, letting out a sigh. If it weren't for the lucrative contract, he would have considered resigning himself, a group of inept individuals. Just then, the phone of the bespectacled man rang, and believing it to be Yao Ming, he quickly answered. Director, someone from CCTV Sports is here and wants to interview you. Interview? Haven T. I made it clear that I won't take interviews from anyone. Understood. Have we found Yao Ming? Let us get the Sports Bureau to help locate him. Is he at home? Understood. By the way, call the police and have them clear the crowd outside. This is the Sports Bureau. What are they doing here? Is this a rebellion? How utterly inappropriate. They were unaware of when the fans outside would disperse. However, by the time they left, the streets of Yinjing were no longer congested. They thought the fans had simply grown weary, unaware that at that moment, those fans were at home watching football. Chinese football fans share a notable trait. The overlap between basketball enthusiasts and football supporters is quite substantial. The national football team did not disappoint, drawing 1-1 with Australia, diminishing their chances of qualifying for the World Cup. The head coach began to shift blame after the match, inciting considerable anger among the fans. Consequently, these fans resumed their campaign of complaints and began gathering a larger contingent to demonstrate the following morning. Several days later, just 2 hours after the conclusion of the Rockets versus Thunder game, it came as no surprise that the Rockets suffered yet another defeat in Oklahoma City, marking their 15th consecutive loss while firmly securing their position at the bottom of the league. In an effort to shake off the gloom of defeat, the entire Rockets team decided against spending the night in Oklahoma City and instead flew directly to New York. Wang Xiucheng's performance that evening was among his poorest in recent memory. Facing aggressive fouls and constant physical contact from Gideon Alexander, he played 25 minutes, scoring only 8 points and providing 5 assists. The flight from Oklahoma to New York takes nearly 3 hours, during which Wang Xiucheng, donning headphones, dozed off. He was roused by someone shaking him and opened his eyes to see old Gordon watching him. What is up? Are we in New York? Wang Xiucheng inquired. Old Gordon, typically reserved and unsociable with the rookies, would often head home immediately after games, embodying the quintessential nice guy who avoids offending anyone. Not yet. We still have half the distance to cover. Old Gordon explained, by the way, Wang, are you considering buying a house? A house? Wang Xiucheng was taken aback. Has old Gordon ventured into real estate? But the next moment he understood the reason behind the inquiry. It was no secret that old Gordon intended to leave Houston, making the sale of his house a reasonable decision. Many teams in the league, when aiming to rebuild, trade away valuable veterans. They claim it's for the veterans' pursuit of a championship. But in reality, it's simply a polite way of saying they no longer need you. Old Gordon found himself in such a predicament. You won't be returning? Wang Xiucheng observed passengers in the aircraft either sleeping or scrolling through their phones and quietly asked. Not exactly. My family is settled in Houston, and my wife and kids have adapted well here. After I retire, I'll return to live here, old Gordon clarified. Realizing Wang Xiucheng had misunderstood, I own 2 properties and plan to sell one to invest in other ventures. Wang Xiucheng nodded in understanding. However, he had yet to contemplate purchasing a home for himself. He remained uncertain if he would still be in Houston next year, making it premature to consider buying property. The house I purchased when I first arrived in Houston is quite small and not expensive, situated in Sugar Land. Old Gordon continued, aware that Wang Xiucheng had recently signed several lucrative contracts. How much is not expensive? Wang Xiucheng inquired. I bought it for $1.75 million, spent $200,000 on renovations, and now it's valued at $2.2 million. If you're interested, how does $2 million sound? Wang Xiucheng inhaled sharply. $2 million? That's equivalent to over 10 million yuan. And you consider that not expensive? Then surely your own residence must be worth 4 or 5 million. I can't afford it, Wang Xiucheng replied decisively. Although he had recently secured several endorsements, totaling over $16 million after taxes, he was left with only half. Far from enough to afford such a property. That I know what you're thinking when you return to Houston. You can take a look first. If you truly like it, we can negotiate the price. Installment payments are an option. Old Gordon persisted, seemingly unwilling to relent until he sold the house to Wang Xiucheng. He even pulled out his phone to show Wang Xiucheng pictures of the property. Growing somewhat annoyed by the persistent persuasion, Wang Xiucheng temporarily acquiesced. Satisfied, Old Gordon returned to his seat. Wang Xiucheng, accustomed to trailing behind, stepped off the plane, only to be greeted by a gust of cold wind that swept into his coat collar. He carried only a gym bag containing 2 changes of clothes. His other belongings remained on the plane, as the Rockets equipment team would transport everything to the hotel booked by the team. Wang Xiucheng did not accompany the team to the hotel. In fact, very few players chose to do so. After all, this was New York, a splendid place for a short getaway with a girlfriend or spouse, or simply to explore rather than spending the night alone in a hotel watching pay-per-view channels. Snow was falling in New York that day. Although the flakes melted almost immediately upon touching the ground, the drifting snowflakes added a touch of romance to the city, standing amidst the night in New York. Wang Xiucheng soon spotted a white SUV in the corner, where a woman with an elegant figure stood amidst the snowflakes, gazing in his direction. As he walked over, he adjusted the collar of his coat and said, "Hiding here? Why didn't you call out to me? I just wanted to see how long it would take you to notice me." Zhang Mingming was smiling, yet in her eyes, Wang Xiucheng perceived a veil of mist. This woman, tossing the package onto the ground, Wang Xiucheng approached her. In the distance, Green and Christopher, who had just boarded their vehicle, were turning around. With keen eyesight, Christopher suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Wang? Who is that woman? Is she his girlfriend?" Green leaned forward to take a glance, just as Wang Xiucheng obstructed the woman's face, making it impossible to discern her features in the dim evening light. And no wonder he was reluctant to join us. Green chuckled lightly. He had always harbored a troubling thought, that Wang Xiucheng's tendency to pass him the ball was indicative of an attraction towards him. This notion had made him hesitant to fully trust Wang Xiucheng. While he held no prejudice against such individuals, it did not imply that he could accept them. Now, Green felt a sense of relief wash over him. The weight he had been carrying in his heart had finally lifted. "Come on, let's go say hello," he urged, patting the driver's shoulder. With a screech of brakes, the car veered towards Wang Xiucheng. Just as Wang Xiucheng was about to display his remarkable ambidextrous skills that even James would envy, Green's vehicle arrived at the scene. "Bro, no wonder you didn't want to hang out with us. Who is that? Care to introduce?" Green called out, his voice carefree. Wang Xiucheng was taken aback, and just as he turned to respond, Zhan fiercely clutched the collar of Wang Xiucheng's coat, burying her head into it. Wang Xiucheng understood her desire to remain unseen. He then turned to the particularly mischievous Green and asked, "Aren't you all going out? Why haven't you left yet?" We're on our way, Christopher chuckled. "Watch your back, don't get hurt during the game." Wang Xiucheng shook his head helplessly at the indiscreet fellow. Green whistled playfully, and their car made a turn out of the parking lot. Only then did Zhan emerge from her hiding place. She did not glance in Green's direction. She was indifferent to who he was. Raising her head slightly, she looked at the boy before her and teased, "Have you really hung out with him before?" Green's treating, so it wouldn't be polite not to go, especially since even old Gordon is attending. Wang Xiucheng replied with a light laugh, "You can't go anymore." Zhan was acutely aware of the kind of places these NBA players frequented, for she often accompanied them, not just with her girlfriends, but occasionally with male friends as well. Contemplating this, Zhan furrowed her brow, seemingly arriving at a decision. "That I won't go anymore. And you can't either," she said with a hint of dismay. Wang Xiucheng wrapped his arm around her, giving her a gentle pat before opening the car door and getting in. Jiang Yin bid farewell to the foreign friend who had accompanied her back and entered the hotel elevator. She had come to New York for a brand event, bringing along a female friend who had studied in New York for company. However, as soon as the event concluded, that friend had wandered off to meet others. Stepping into the elevator, just as she pressed the button for the 37th floor, Jiang Yin noticed a figure rushing in. This person was tall, donning a cap and a mask, leaving only their eyes visible. Instinctively, Jiang Yin stepped aside, a wave of anxiety washing over her. This was America, after all. She hesitantly inquired in her halting English about the floor the person was heading to point 37, came the reply. Also, 37? Jiang Yin thought it too coincidental. As she attempted to zip up her oversized down jacket, the zipper snagged. Judging by the exposed skin and eyes, the individual appeared to be of Asian descent. However, their jacket bore the Antab brand, a logo Jiang Yin recognized. Thus, this person must be Chinese. Was this an overzealous paparazzo, or perhaps an extreme fan? Jiang Yin discreetly glanced at the overhead camera and then asked in Chinese, "Are you Chinese?" "Yes," the person answered without turning around, responding in Chinese. This only heightened Jiang Yin's suspicion that she was indeed being followed by a paparazzo. "What do you want? What will you do when we reach the 37th floor?" "Do you dare follow me into my room?" Jiang Yin said, a hint of anger in her tone. These paparazzi were truly bothersome. She wasn't even a major celebrity, so what was the necessity of shadowing her in New York? The person remained silent. Jiang Yin's irritation grew, yet she understood she had to act to protect herself from potential danger. As the elevator approached the 30th floor, Jiang Yin suddenly leaped forward, yanking the man's mask and cap off. In a display of bravado, she seized his head with her hands, exposing his face completely to the camera. Simultaneously, she pressed the emergency button. "Let go of me! Are you insane?" Wang Xiucheng suddenly found himself ensnared by a pair of hands around his neck. Only managing to shout a couple of words, the assailant exerted all their strength to lift their head, deliberately pressing their fingers against their throat, leaving Wang Xiucheng gasping for breath. However, being a current player standing at nearly 2 meters tall, once he regained his composure, it was clear that this woman stood no chance against him. Wang Xiucheng did not resort to any extreme actions. He merely pinned her against the elevator wall to prevent further aggression. "You scoundrel, let go of me! The cameras are rolling. Get your filthy hands off me!" Jiang Yin shouted, scratching wildly at Wang Xiucheng's arms. The elevator soon came to a halt, and 4 or 5 security personnel armed with guns appeared outside. Jiang Yin immediately yelled, "Quick, catch him! He is a scoundrel, hurry!" In her panic, she shouted in Chinese. Wang Xiucheng shook his head. "Stop shouting, I live on the 37th floor." With that, he brandished his room key in front of Jiang Yin. She was taken aback. Was it really the 37th floor? Her expression soured as she noticed multiple cuts on his wrist, a hint of fear creeping in. This was America. If he decided to press charges, she would be in deep trouble. "Who are you?" "Wang from the Houston Rockets?" A few security personnel were momentarily confused, but one recognized Wang Xiucheng. "That's me," he replied, releasing Jiang Yin and turning to the security with a smile. "It's a misunderstanding. This is my girlfriend. She was just a bit upset, my apologies." The security glanced at Jiang Yin, who nodded vigorously and produced her room key to prove she was a guest at the hotel, prompting the security to leave with a sense of relief out of course. Before departing, they couldn't resist snapping a photo with Wang Xiucheng. As the button for the 37th floor was pressed again, Wang Xiucheng sighed. "Sister, not everyone is a bad person," Jiang Yin stammered, realizing she had misjudged Wang Xiucheng. And from the security's demeanor, she gathered that he was someone notable, a player perhaps. After all, this was America. Jiang Yin mumbled under her breath. As she observed Wang Xiucheng's undeniably handsome profile, her heart raced a little faster. She had never looked at him closely before, but now he appeared strikingly handsome, especially in profile, resembling a perfect sculpture. Remembering his earlier declaration of her being his girlfriend, her cheeks flushed slightly. The elevator doors opened, and Wang Xiucheng stepped out first, retrieving his room key to enter a room. Jiang Yin took a deep breath, fanning her seemingly feverish face, and hurriedly opened the door to a room diagonally across from his. Once inside and closing the door, she suddenly became acutely aware of her own rapid heartbeat. "Why is this taking so long?" Jean exclaimed upon seeing Wang Xiucheng finally enter the room, bouncing onto him. Wang Xiucheng and Jean had deliberately taken separate routes to avoid being seen by any paparazzi or onlookers. Unexpectedly, such an incident had occurred. Naturally, Wang Xiucheng wouldn't divulge the details, so he simply explained, "I ran into a few fans." Jean did not inquire why Mingming was still recognized despite providing you with a hat and mask. She currently lacks the disposition to ponder such matters. Her greatest adversary at this moment is none other than the attire adorning Wang Xiucheng. For the first time, she finds herself disliking winter, burdened by the excessive layers she must wear. However, her attention is abruptly captured when Jean notices the scars on Wang Xiucheng's wrist. "What are these wounds?" she inquires. "They're nothing, just some scratches from playing basketball," Wang Xiucheng responds, offering a feeble explanation. Jean furrows her brow. The wounds appear fresh, not like remnants from just a few hours prior. Dismissing the thought, she chooses to focus solely on her current adversary. "I got a Chinese character tattoo. Would you like to see it?" At 6 in the morning, Wang Xiucheng rises and ventures outside. Glancing at today's system tasks, there are no competitions scheduled. All that the system has assigned are training tasks. Task 1. Complete 60 minutes of training to earn 100 system points. This task is rather broad, allowing for aerobic exercises, basketball, or running. However, the rewards for non-competition days are minimal, often leading Wang Xiucheng to forego them. Having gained experience in managing the system, he opts to head to the hotel gym. Upon swiping his card to access the gym on the 5th floor, he discovers it to be eerily quiet, devoid of any patrons. He casually selects a chest press machine and begins his workout. With the system's enhancements, the efficacy of his training sessions in the gym cannot be deemed inadequate, yet it pales in comparison to the immediate benefits gained from directly investing points into specific attributes. Nonetheless, at times, he finds himself compelled to endure long hours in the gym to fulfill system obligations. Before long, beads of sweat begin to form on Wang Xiucheng's brow. Just then, the gym's door swings open, and a woman strides in. She sports a chic bob, with wispy strands brushing lightly against her fair cheeks, exuding an aura of both poise and individuality. Despite her oversized down jacket, her graceful figure remains striking, particularly accentuated by her alluring curves. Yet, as the short-haired woman takes a few steps, her gaze locks onto Wang Xiucheng from a few meters away. He, too, recognizes her, and both are momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yan's face flushes crimson, and she instinctively steps back, wishing to retreat, but in her fluster, she collides with the door. "Ouch!" she exclaims, nearly losing her balance. Wang Xiucheng quickly approaches, steadying her and guiding her to sit beside him. "Are you all right?" he asks. I'm fine. Jiang Yan stammers, unable to meet his gaze. After returning home last night, she had made it a point to research Wang Xiucheng's identity. Although not a sports enthusiast, she was familiar with the names of Yao Ming and the Houston Rockets, thus enabling her to easily uncover Wang Xiucheng's background through security channels. However, this discovery kept her awake throughout the night. At 35, with her forthright Northeastern personality, she has never been particularly sensitive to matters of the heart. Now, as she contemplates marriage, she realizes she may have surpassed her prime. She finds herself envying those like Yang Mi, who married early. Even if such unions end in divorce, at least they have children and companionship. Yes, she often feels a pang of loneliness at night. Despite participating in numerous variety shows where other actors have attempted to matchmake her with fellow entertainers, especially one singer from her home province, she finds herself disinterested in them. She is all too aware of the nature of the entertainment industry. Gradually, her expectations for marriage have diminished. She merely yearns for a child of her own. At T35, she worries that time is running out. Thus, Wang Xiucheng's appearance yesterday ignited a fervent desire within her. Tall, handsome, endowed with athletic genes, youthful vigor, and a pleasant temperament. He is simply perfection personified. That night, her thoughts spiraled, leaving her sleepless. As a Northeasterner, she is accustomed to rising early, often exercising to maintain her vitality, which is why she finds herself in the gym today. Feeling Wang Xiucheng's large hand gently ruffle her hair, Jiang Yan bites her lip, taking a deep breath. At her age, she feels there is no need for pretense, nor anything to hold back. Yet, just as she opens her mouth to speak, words fail her. She perceives herself as a shallow woman, merely lusting after his physique. The notion of wanting a child is merely a guise. She feels an urge to slap herself, and in a flurry of embarrassment, Jiang Yan scrambles out of the gym without looking back. Wang Xiucheng stands bewildered, momentarily dazed. What on earth just happened? Not even a word of thanks. An hour later, Wang Xiucheng completes his task for the day and returns to Zhang's room with his jacket in tow. Over the past few days, he has amassed over 5,000 system points, but has yet to utilize them. He had initially planned to save up to 10,000 points to elevate his predictive passing skill to a master level. But today he decides to make some enhancements. During yesterday's game against the Thunder, facing tall guards like Gideon Alexander proved to be a challenge for Wang Xiucheng. Especially Alexander, whose speed combined with his height of 198 centimeters and wingspan exceeding 210 centimeters made it feel as if he could block Wang Xiucheng with just half a step. It was Wang Xiucheng's first experience of being blocked 3 times in a single match. With a few adjustments, Wang Xiucheng's attributes have now been altered. Birthday: December 24, 2002, 18.9 years old. Height: 192 centimeters 0. Uksi centimetri, wingspan: 197 centimetria, 0,1 centimetria, weight, vertical junt, 90 centimetria, 0,1 centimetria, max junt, 100 centimetria, 0,1 centimetria, speed, 90, 0,1, strength, 80, 0,1, stamina, 70, 0,1, sam, 90, mola. 1. Remaining system points. 52 points. The changes are minimal. Wang Xiucheng spent 700 points to increase his height by 1 cm, his wingspan by 5 cm, and his weight by 1 kg. Such alterations are likely to go unnoticed. Furthermore, he realizes that changes in attributes such as height and wingspan do not manifest immediately, but rather increase gradually over a 24-hour period, making it difficult for even Wang Xiucheng himself to detect. Suddenly, a pair of long, fair arms envelop him, and Wang Xiucheng chuckles before shutting down the system. Oh, you like my new tattoo? Zhang's slightly languid voice drifts to him. It looks great, to his surprise. Zhang has tattooed the character Wang across her chest, which makes Wang Xiucheng feel a tad awkward, yet he must admit it indeed enhances her appeal. Hearing his response, Zhang leans closer and whispers sweetly in his ear. I also want to get a tattoo of the Chinese character for love. Another one. Where'd you like it? Wang Xiucheng instinctively inquired. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted it. He had already come to a realization. Sure enough, Zhang smiled faintly, grasping Wang Xiucheng's hand with a teasing demeanor. What do you think of this place? New York, renowned as the most bustling and fashionable city on this planet, hosts a myriad of themed showcases almost every night. Among its most celebrated events are the biannual Fashion Week and a year-end Carnival Showcase. Notably, the Victoria's Secret show, held in early December each year, constitutes a significant part of the carnival. Thus, during this period, models from around the globe and representatives of various fashion brands converge in New York. Naturally, many also flock to Madison Square Garden to witness a Knicks game. Today, MSG has welcomed a plethora of stunning supermodels. Besides the ever-present Spike Lee, nearly half of the front-row seats have been monopolized by these alluring models. However, not all supermodels can afford front-row seats. Many attend events and then purchase tickets to catch a game, ensuring their trip to New York is not in vain. In a corner of the second-tier seating, 2 women of Asian descent sit together. Their striking features and voluptuous figures suggest they are also models. Not far away, an Asian man approached them with a notebook. Bowing politely as he asked, "Miss Sean G. Kaiwa, could you please give me your autograph?" The woman, clad in a white down jacket and fitted jeans with long hair cascading down her back, immediately stood up, slightly bent forward, and signed her name. After dismissing the fan, Sean G. Kaiwa glanced at the large screen above. Puzzled and asked Sister Xiaoji, "Is that player also from Japan? I haven't heard you to mention any third Japanese player in the NBA besides him and Hakimura." The woman shook her head. Perhaps he's Chinese. The Houston Rockets often favor Chinese players. Nonetheless, he is quite handsome. You find him appealing? Me? Impossible. If he were Chinese, it would be even less likely, Sean G. Kaiwa vehemently denied. You seem off, the woman observed closely, noticing a faint blush on her sister's cheeks. With a population nearing 10 million, New York is touted as the largest city in the United States. Naturally, it is home to many Chinese residents. Today, numerous Chinese fans have entered the arena, some holding signs adorned with Wang Xiucheng's likeness. Although not an exact likeness, the number 12 makes it clear who they are supporting. Just a decade ago, in this very venue, These fans, especially the Chinese ones, witnessed how Lin Xiucheng became a phenomenon 10 years later. With Wang Xiucheng suddenly emerging, these fans eagerly anticipate him becoming the next player to captivate the entire nation. The live broadcast takes advantage of the players' warm-up period to showcase Lin Xiucheng's highlights from 10 years ago. The camera zooms in on Wang Xiucheng, who is practicing free throws. "Damn, missed again," Wang Xiucheng muttered. Unbeknownst to him, the camera captured this moment, and many Chinese fans recognized his lips moving and knew exactly what he had said, prompting a wave of knowing smiles. It had been quite some time since they had heard Chinese spoken in an NBA arena. Jiang Yin watched the players still struggling with free throws, feeling her face grow warm. "That seems to be a player from your country," remarked a foreign colleague beside her. "It appears so," Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. "But he is quite handsome. Oh, you know him? Could you introduce us?" The foreign model with flowing blonde hair gazed at Wang Xiucheng's close-up on the big screen, her eyes sparkling with unhidden admiration. "I don't know him." Jiang Yin quickly shook her head. The model looked slightly disappointed, but then exclaimed, "The game is about to start, and your compatriot isn't on the court." The match commenced shortly after. The Rockets' starting lineup remained the same, humorously dubbed the Five Oddities of Jiangnan by Yang. Meanwhile, the Knicks starters included Barrett, Randall, Mitchell Robinson, Fournier, and Kemba Walker. This season, the Knicks' prospects were not promising, with many league experts doubting their chances of making the playoffs. However, against a Rockets team aiming for the top draft pick, the Knicks, despite their lack of optimism, were viewed more favorably. Perhaps due to the winter chill, both teams struggled with cold hands. With 6 minutes remaining in the game, the Knicks found themselves trailing the Rockets 8-10 despite a fair number of attempts. Neither team could find the net, with the rim seemingly off-kilter. Both coaches called for timeouts, yet the situation remained unchanged. Spike Lee, clutching his head, wore an expression of disbelief. He had likely never witnessed such a low-scoring game. When Jalen Green missed a wide-open three-pointer, Silas could no longer contain himself and called up 4 players from the bench. Naturally, Wang Xiucheng was among them. The crowd erupted, with many fans rising to applaud and even whistle. The supermodels in the front row, initially posing, were startled, thinking it might be a tradition at Knicks home games. They began to clap along. Spike Lee clapped with fervor, even standing up with his hands raised high. Only he could pull off such antics in the front row of a Knicks game without being escorted out. Sitting at the technical table, Wang Xiucheng quickly glanced at his tasks for the game. Today, there were only 2 tasks, which could also be considered one. Simple and direct. Task 1. After the game, for each point added to his plus-minus, he would earn 20 reward points. Task 2. For a plus-minus of 10 or more, he would receive 40 points for each point in that range, seizing the opportunity during a dead ball. Wang Xiucheng and 3 teammates entered the game. Jalen Green, covered in sweat, wiped his forehead with his jersey and exhaled deeply, relieved to have endured the preceding moments. Wang Xiucheng stepped onto the court. The supermodel's eyes widened, their throats involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. Seasoned as they were, they immediately regarded the youthful, handsome boy before them as their next target. Consequently, they began posing, hoping to capture his attention. Wang Xiucheng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He was acutely aware of countless intense gazes fixated upon him, unabashed in their scrutiny. Although he had encountered such attention in other arenas, it had never felt so exposed, as if he were laid bare for all to see. As the game resumed, the Knicks initiated their offense. Kemba Walker, ball in hand, soon found Wang Xiucheng closely marking him. Kemba, though standing at only 183 cm, boasted impressive wingspan, extending at least 10 centimeters beyond his height. As he shielded one side of the basketball with his body, he believed it was impossible for Wang Xiucheng to intercept the ball. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Xiucheng suddenly lunged towards him. At that instant, Kemba Walker had just released the basketball, which was now bouncing towards the floor beyond his reach for retrieval. He immediately lowered his body, eager to reclaim the ball. However, with a sharp sound, Kemba Walker could only watch in disbelief as Wang Xiucheng's fingers made contact with the basketball before him. He then witnessed Wang Xiucheng, using one hand to support himself against the ground, almost crawling forward in a desperate dash. Within mere steps, Wang Xiucheng seized the ball and charged towards the basket. Jalen Green instantly followed suit, closing the distance to Wang Xiucheng by just a few meters. Although there were no defenders ahead, Jalen Green did not reduce his speed, knowing Wang Xiucheng would certainly notice his presence. But he was also aware that Wang Xiucheng understood the frustration he had endured during the previous minutes. Wang Xiucheng slightly slowed down, seemingly casting a glance with his peripheral vision. Before launching the basketball towards the backboard, he then swiftly pivoted, clearing the path. Jalen Green took a large stride into the free throw line. Leaping high, and at the apex of his jump, he met the rebounding basketball. In midair, Jalen Green grasped the ball with one hand, letting out a triumphant shout as he forcefully slammed it into the hoop. With a resounding thud, the basketball and Green landed almost simultaneously. After venting his excitement, Green quickly turned to locate Wang Xiucheng, finding him already positioned calmly. Green pointed at Wang Xiucheng, acknowledging the beauty of the pass. Wang Xiucheng raised his hand in response. The fans at the Knicks' home court generously applauded the Rockets' rookie. Kemba Walker glanced at Wang Xiucheng before jogging back to retrieve the ball. Something was amiss. Just moments ago, Wang Xiucheng should not have been able to intercept his ball. Based on the previous game footage, the distance was certainly within his reaction time. Yet, Wang Xiucheng had still managed to touch the ball. What could be the reason? Kemba Walker resolved to try again that he approached Wang Xiucheng once more, employing the same side-body protection technique. Wang Xiucheng attempted to steal the ball twice, but Kemba Walker swiftly retreated half a step each time, leaving Wang Xiucheng empty-handed. With time running short, Kemba Walker decided to take the shot himself. Utilizing his teammate's screen, he maneuvered to the other side, just as he was about to jump with the ball. Crack! Wang Xiucheng's fingers struck the basketball. The ball slipped from Kemba's grasp, and Jalen Green swiftly intercepted it, accelerating past the defenders behind him. Bam! Another thunderous dunk. Green roared once more, exhilarated. This was how basketball should be played. Kemba Walker stood frozen, glancing at his own hands. He had always excelled in this area, understanding the safe distances against various opponents. This was why, despite not being particularly tall or fast, he had managed to maintain his position in the league for so long. Yet today, he had faltered twice against Wang Xiucheng. Why? Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up Kemba Walker's eyes. He straightened up and stepped directly in front of Wang Xiucheng, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Wang Xiucheng noticed the scrutinizing look, his expression shifting. Surely, he wouldn't attempt to retaliate for the 2 balls he had lost, would he? However, in the next moment, Kemba Walker's voice broke the silence. Have you grown taller? Kemba took 2 steps back, extending his arm to gesture, as if to indicate that his own arms had also lengthened. Kemba wore a look of realization. He had never faced Wang Xiucheng directly. He had only analyzed footage of him alongside other players, such as Paul, to simulate Wang Xiucheng's height and wingspan. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Wang Xiucheng had grown taller in just a few days. Even if it were only by a centimeter, it made a significant difference. For a man, every centimeter can grant an edge over evenly matched opponents, especially in the NBA. Wang Xiucheng was astonished. How could this guy even notice that? His teammates hadn't even picked up on his growth spurt. Yet Kemba Walker, as an opponent, had discerned it in merely 2 possessions. What a remarkable observational skill. Kemba Walker returned to retrieve the ball. Though his eyes appeared somewhat vacant, as if he were lost in thought. Soon, Wang Xiucheng understood what he was contemplating. When Kemba Walker brought the ball back, Wang Xiucheng again attempted to steal it. But this time he fell just short, as if he were always a fraction away. If he were to exert all his effort to snatch the ball, perhaps he could succeed. However, there was a significant risk that he would only end up striking Kemba Walker's hand. Kemba always seemed to beckon him to attempt the steal, leading him to believe he could succeed. Yet when he truly committed to the endeavor, he found himself falling just short each time. Wang Xiucheng chuckled. The NBA was indeed a fascinating realm, filled with all manner of players. How intriguing. Crack. Kemba Walker, leveraging a screen, launched a 3-pointer, but it missed its mark. Sheng Jing, despite having one arm held, still fought valiantly to secure the rebound. It seemed the referee overlooked the commotion beneath the basket, so Sheng Jing tossed the ball to Wang Xiucheng. Without turning around, Wang Xiucheng received the ball and executed a swift pivot to shake off the pursuing Kemba Walker. Anticipating this move, Kemba had already positioned himself, ready to block Wang Xiucheng as soon as he detected movement in Wang Xiucheng's right shoulder. However, in the next moment, Kemba Walker realized that Wang Xiucheng's seemingly concealed shoulder movement was merely a feint. What appeared to be a turn to the right ultimately led to a turn to the left. As Wang Xiucheng advanced with the ball, Kemba Walker found himself 2 meters away, unable to intercept him. Wang Xiucheng swiftly accelerated past half-court before decelerating, delivering a casual bounce pass to the right side that a figure rushed over, catching Wang Xiucheng's bounce pass. With a light step, he launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball went in. Jalen Green pointed his finger, blowing a kiss towards the crowd, then tucked his hand into his side. The Rockets led 17-8 against the Knicks. The Rockets had scored 7 consecutive points. Thibodeau immediately called for a timeout in less than 3 minutes. The Rockets had successfully executed 3 consecutive offensive plays, all resulting in points for Jalen Green. But could this be attributed solely to Green's prowess? Thibodeau certainly did not think so. His gaze was fixed on the young Chinese player, scratching his head in contemplation. Just moments ago, Green had been scoreless. Yet with Wang Xiucheng on the court, he had received 3 passes, all of which he converted. This exemplified the role of a point guard. A number 1 who was younger than Doncic, possessed superior passing skills, and could better locate open teammates that Thibodeau's eyes, much like those of a model, revealed his unrestrained desire. If he could trade for this young talent, this year would surely lead his team to the playoffs, perhaps even further. Thibodeau glanced towards his bench, summoning a few substitutes to initiate a standard rotation. To Thibodeau, the skill levels of the starters and substitutes were relatively comparable. Thus, whether or not to rotate had little impact on their performance. If he had a few significantly stronger starters, the substitutes would scarcely see the court. As the game resumed, Wang Xiucheng noticed someone rise from the Knicks bench. It was the Rose kid. The Windy City Rose, Derrick Rose, caught sight of Wang Xiucheng in the distance. However, after just a fleeting glance, he redirected his attention and positioned himself near the baseline, ready to receive the pass as the Knicks initiated their play. Rose received the ball, and Wang Xiucheng, who had been stationed at midcourt, immediately closed in on him. The intensity of such defense was clearly unexpected for Rose, perhaps due to the extended period since he had faced a similar challenge. Receiving the ball to his side, Rose took a tentative step. Yet Wang Xiucheng remained immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Rose nudged Wang with his head, prompting him to retreat a half step. That mere half step was sufficient. Rose accelerated towards the right side. Although his speed was not overwhelming, Wang attempted to surpass him several times, only to be thwarted by Rose's body positioning. Reaching the front court, Rose utilized a screen to penetrate the paint, skillfully avoiding Xiucheng's block before executing a delicate layup. The New York Knicks had finally scored. Xiucheng, visibly frustrated, slapped his own hands in dismay, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Rose. Wang Xiucheng patted Xiucheng on the backside, urging him to inbound the ball. Gradually, Wang brought the ball up the court, his gaze sweeping across the positions of every player, even taking note of the referee's placements. Rose kept a watchful eye on Wang, creating space while extending his arms to broaden his defensive coverage. Xiucheng stood motionless beyond the three-point line as Wang Xiucheng nearly exhausted the 8-second count before crossing half-court. Rose made an attempt to poke the ball away, but Wang swiftly executed a behind-the-back dribble, gliding past Xiucheng as if propelled by the wind. Upon entering the key, Wang Xiucheng elevated with a powerful leap, his feet springing off the ground as if propelled by springs. Knicks backup center Noel had been drawn away by Xiucheng, leaving only Obi Toppin, who was positioned sideways to cover both the inside and outside. Without hesitation, Toppin abandoned his outer positioning and leapt into the air. Confident in his jumping ability, he felt unthreatened. Even by Wang Xiucheng, Wang's dunks from the free throw line had been tested in private, and he knew he could execute them flawlessly, though he had no intention of flaunting it like Levine did with videos. His aspirations were far greater. He aimed to claim victory in this year's slam dunk contest, believing that winning the championship would speak louder than any video. Obi Toppin soared high, his elbows nearly reaching the rim's height. Aware that Wang possessed superior hang time, Toppin made a concerted effort to jump higher, hoping to bridge the gap in their airborne durations. Yet, in an instant, Toppin was taken aback as Wang Xiucheng, now before him, folded in midair, cradling the ball against his chest. Toppin watched in disbelief as Wang glided past him, resembling a sphere skimming through the in the next moment. Wang, now alongside Toppin, seemed to spring forth like a taut bowstring, emphatically slamming the basketball into the hoop. With a resounding thud, Wang landed, raising a single finger with a thumbs-down gesture, defiantly pointing toward his own jersey bearing the number 12. The referee's whistle echoed, signaling a foul against Obi Toppin. Toppin, acknowledging the contact with Wang's head, offered no defense. The crowd erupted in applause, standing in unison, as several fans waved large signs adorned with Wang's likeness, their cheers reverberating through the arena. Spike Lee removed his hat, rising to applaud Wang Xiucheng, while models of various ethnicities and physiques gazed at Wang with fervent admiration, as though they wished to consume him with their eyes. Rose, hands on his hips, observed the indomitable Wang Xiucheng, his gaze reflecting the player he had been 13 years prior. Back then, he too played with such flair and could leap with such grace. Yet now, Rose shook his head, realizing that while he could only rely on footwork to score in the paint, Wang effortlessly executed acrobatic dunks over defenders. Approaching the free throw line, Wang inhaled deeply before receiving the ball from the referee. After a brief moment of preparation, he missed the shot. Rose chuckled softly, noting that this free throw was markedly inferior to his own. Obi Toppin leapt once more, securing the rebound. He had no intention of passing the ball out. With only 12 seconds remaining, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Turning with the ball, he placed it on the ground to gain momentum when a hand suddenly slapped the basketball, sending it skittering through his legs. Crash! Xiucheng seized the ball and executed a dunk, thrusting his legs forcefully. Toppin, ignoring Xiucheng behind him, focused on the ball now in Wang's possession. Was it a breakdown in communication or mere luck? With the score at 21-9, the Rockets continued to extend their lead. Thibodeau shouted why at Toppin, who shook his head. Chastened, he returned to the baseline to pass the ball to Rose, while Wang Xiucheng once again closed in. "I lack your speed. You need not defend me so closely," Rose remarked, cradling the ball. "No, in my heart, you remain the Windy City Rose," Wang replied, slightly bending his frame. "I must summon all my strength to defend you." Rose felt a pang of emotion. That damn Chinese player always managed to resonate with his inner self. Creating a sliver of space, Rose accelerated past half court, just as Wang sought to close in again. Passing to the open Obi Toppin, positioned beyond the arc, Toppin took the shot. Clank! The basketball struck the rim, but, rebounding, found its way through. Beep! The approaching Martin failed to halt in time, colliding with Toppin's hand. A three-pointer, plus an additional free throw. "I am no longer the Windy City Rose. As long as I can still play, I am content," Rose mused, bending forward with both hands pressing against his knees, revealing the prominent veins on the back of his hands to Wang. Wang gently tapped Rose on the back, saying softly, "I have not encountered the best version of you yet, but at least I have the chance to meet you now." In an instant, Rose's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He straightened up and, feigning a wipe of sweat, brushed the collar of his jersey across his eyes. Toppin completed the free throw. The score stood at 21-13 with 3 seconds remaining. Xiucheng heaved the ball directly to Wang from the baseline. Wang accelerated past Toppin, who attempted to impede him, then launched the basketball high from the midcourt line. The ball struck the backboard with a resounding thud before plummeting to the ground. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the first quarter. The Rockets had unexpectedly taken a commanding lead of 21-13 over the Knicks. Thibodeau shook his head in discontent, his arms crossed tightly. Rose, seated on the bench, took a towel and draped it over his head, replaying Wang Xiucheng's words in his mind. "I have not encountered the best version of you yet, but at least I have the chance to meet you now." It dawned on him that it was he who had yet to move on, that he was once hailed as the Rose of the Windy City and is regarded as the finest player for the Bulls since Jordan. As a point guard, Rose possesses astonishing speed and explosiveness. Relying solely on his swiftness, Rose can penetrate the defenses of his opponents. He is the youngest player to win the MVP award, which led to the creation of the Rose Rule. However, fate has played a cruel joke on him. Injuries have plagued Rose throughout his career, and he has changed teams 6 times. He has long accepted his destiny, as long as he can still run on the basketball court. He is content. Yet, he still harbors envy for the young players who share his former style of play. Even if given the chance to choose again, he would still play the same way. Thus, he never advises these young talents to alter their approach, knowing full well they would not heed his counsel. Just as he once ignored the advice of others, the second quarter quickly commenced. The Rockets substituted Green, bringing Wang Xiucheng onto the court with the bench players. The Knicks made slight adjustments, but Rose remained. The Rockets began with possession, after receiving an inbounds pass from Xiucheng. Wang Xiucheng dribbled past half court and paused momentarily. Xiucheng approached to set a screen, and Wang Xiucheng took a step, preparing to shoot a three-pointer. Just then, Toppin rushed over to contest the shot, and Wang Xiucheng, momentarily losing grip of the ball, drove into the paint and released a pass. Bang! The unguarded Martin soared, slamming the ball home with one hand. Toppin glanced at the referee, shrugging his shoulders in disbelief. Thibodeau repeatedly exclaimed "Why?" to the sideline referee, insisting the play was a clear violation. Despite his lack of decorum, he refrained from challenging the call, uncertain yet feeling compelled to pressure the officials. Wang Xiucheng and Martin exchanged high fives and retreated slowly. The previous play had indeed been legal, so Wang Xiucheng secretly hoped Thibodeau would have challenged the call for whether it was a violation in prior games. He had forgotten. Rose observed Wang Xiucheng. His eyes glinting with a flicker of intensity, he crouched down to tighten his shoelaces, then rose to receive the inbounds pass. Dribbling forward, Wang Xiucheng once again closed in on him. This time, Rose bent slightly at the waist, opting not to set a screen, but instead executing a crossover dribble that allowed him to glide past Wang Xiucheng. Subsequently, Rose, within Wang Xiucheng's line of sight, dribbled inward with his right hand, stepping out with his left foot, then twisting his wrist to dribble outward as he stepped out with his right foot. Following that, he took a significant step to the left, raising the ball high above his head with both hands. Then jumped, landing gracefully to release the ball. Crack! Xiucheng delivered a powerful block, sending the basketball flying and knocking Rose to the floor. Da-da! Xiucheng shouted triumphantly, flexing his biceps once more to that moment. Wang Xiucheng stood frozen on the court, bewildered. Did Rose just execute a reverse jump stop? His teammates helped him up as he reached down to touch his knee. Thibodeau gazed at Rose in shock, as though he were a stranger. Having been the Bulls' head coach from 2010 until his dismissal in 2015, he witnessed Rose's peak moments. Rose had won the MVP under his guidance, and Thibodeau recognized that the jump stop he had just performed was Rose's signature move. However, since Rose's injuries, he had seldom executed it. Oh, his astonishment. Rose had performed it again today. Thibodeau stood up, concerned. He understood the potential risks this move posed to Rose's ankles and knees, that it requires immense strength and explosiveness to master such a maneuver. Just as Thibodeau pondered whether to substitute Rose, the latter discreetly waved his hand while scratching his head. Thibodeau sat back down. This subtle gesture was a secret language between them, one that had existed since their time with the Bulls. Imperceptible to outsiders, Toppin prepared to inbounds from the baseline, and Rose evaded Wang Xiucheng, retreating to the corner. After receiving the pass from Toppin, he took a couple of steps backward before suddenly accelerating past Wang Xiucheng. Wang Xiucheng then witnessed Rose execute the same complex move again, albeit with a slight delay. Swish! This time, Rose's floater found the net. However, many fans in attendance wore expressions of bewilderment. The intricate maneuvers Rose had performed seemed unnecessary, as there had been no defenders in the paint. Only Xiucheng had rushed back to contest the shot. Rose could have easily laid it up or taken a straightforward shot, thus preventing Xiucheng from having the opportunity to block his attempt. His performance resembled that of a juggler, leaving many puzzled as to its significance. Completely incomprehensible, but Wang Xiucheng understood. He meticulously analyzed Rose's actions in his mind, quickly simulating the movements. Just as Xiucheng released the ball, Wang Xiucheng caught it with one hand and propelled himself past Rose. Entering the Knicks' paint, he found only Burks positioned at the free throw line. Wang Xiucheng dribbled with his left hand, stepping out with his left foot while quickly sinking the ball to the left, seemingly aiming to break through. Burks promptly shifted left to block Wang Xiucheng's new path. Yet with a flick of his wrist, Wang Xiucheng directed the ball to the right, stepping out with his right foot. Though the movement was subtle, it allowed Burks ample time to adjust and once again position himself in front of Wang Xiucheng. The gap between them had narrowed to just 1 meter. and it seemed Wang Xiucheng was about to collide with Burks to take a tee that moment. Wang Xiucheng lunged left, stepping past Burks, his hands now cradling the ball. Burks could no longer intercept Wang Xiucheng in time and could only retreat, hoping to contest the shot. Yet Wang Xiucheng, with the ball securely held to his chest, leaped again, effectively blocking Burks' hand from making contact. He then released the ball as Burks fouled him and sent him crashing to the floor. Swish! The first sound was the ball swishing through the net, while the second was the whistle signaling Burks' foul. Thibodeau sprang to his feet, glancing at Rose, who was leaning against his knee. He understood. He comprehended why Rose, despite the risk of injury, had chosen to execute his signature move not once, but twice. That he was teaching Wang Xiucheng. He was conducting a live demonstration. Thibodeau bore no resentment towards Rose. He recognized Rose's pride and understood that his intentions were unchangeable by anyone, even himself. What astonished him was the audacity of one to teach, while another dared to learn. In a matter of minutes, could Rose ensure that Wang Xiucheng would grasp the concept? Moreover, if Wang Xiucheng were to sustain an injury as a result, would he not hold Rose accountable for today's actions? Whom did he place his confidence in? Thibodeau called a timeout. Taking a deep breath, Rose walked toward the bench. As Wang Xiucheng passed by, he said nothing, merely nudging Rose with his shoulder, causing him to veer slightly off course. Wang Xiucheng did not utter a word of thanks. The proud Rose of the Windy City needed no such acknowledgement. Rose simply smiled faintly as he and Wang Xiucheng brushed past each other. I may not have encountered the best version of you, but at least I have had the fortune to meet you. Yet, do you realize that when you gaze upon the blooming rose, it is already in the process of wilting? Seated on the bench, Rose draped a towel over his head and closed his eyes. His actions were not particularly difficult to master. With a sound physique and ample practice, one could swiftly acquire the requisite skills. However, applying such techniques in the NBA presents certain constraints, which is why many can learn them yet refrain from employing them. The foremost requirement is formidable physical capability, a trait that many in the NBA, often heralded as a haven for prodigies, possess. Yet the subsequent factor is what deters many from utilizing these techniques: the necessity of having a certain level of star power. Dribbling maneuvers that involve wrist rotation and 2-foot jump steps carry the risk of being deemed illegal movements. Even slightly more stringent referees will invariably find grounds to penalize you. Wang Xiucheng perfectly aligned with Rose's expectations. It was only when he recalled witnessing Wang Xiucheng learn a one-leg shot from Curry that he pondered whether he could once again execute his reverse jump step, allowing Wang to learn as well. Rose, a proud individual, believed that any technique capable of enabling Wang Xiucheng to learn on-site must surely be a commendable one. If Curry's one-leg shot could be so effective, why could his reverse jump shot not be? He did not doubt it. Thus, he proceeded to demonstrate. It soon became evident that Wang Xiucheng had indeed learned and even adapted the move to better suit his style. What astonished Rose the most was that this all transpired within a matter of mere minutes. No wonder he had swiftly become the focal point of the league. Rose could not help but reflect that the league was on the cusp of entering a new era. The timeout concluded swiftly. Yet Thibodeau opted not to reinsert Rose. Meanwhile, Wang Xiucheng remained on the court, and as time progressed, his reverse jump step grew increasingly proficient. This was keenly felt by Burks and quickly of the Knicks. Rose's reverse jump step had been transformed into something almost mystical by Wang Xiucheng. When defenders followed Wang's movements, he would leap into open space for a shot. Conversely, if defenders failed to adjust, Wang could take flight for a thunderous dunk. If two defenders converged upon him, he could still find an open teammate. For a time, the Knicks found themselves at a loss for how to contain Wang Xiucheng. Reluctantly, Thibodeau summoned all his starters to the court. However, the results were far from satisfactory. They performed even worse than the bench players, who had at least acclimated to Wang Xiucheng's reverse jump step. As soon as the starters entered the game and encountered Wang Xiucheng's breakthrough and reverse jump step, they could only resort to fouls. Silas recognized the unfolding situation on the court, understanding that Wang Xiucheng had mastered yet another technique. Thus, he allowed Wang to remain on the floor to familiarize himself with his new skill that he only took the opportunity to substitute Jalen Green AS for Porter Jr., Old Gordon, and Wood. They could only sit on the bench. Nervously chewing their nails, it was not until there were 4 minutes left in the second quarter that Silas called a timeout, substituting in these bench players who were more effective than the starters. The Rockets led the Knicks 44-32, a 12-point advantage. Sweaty and exhausted, Wang Xiucheng and his teammates sat on the bench, gasping for breath, with no time to drink water. They had never played for such an extended period. Considering the 6 minutes of the first quarter, Wang Xiucheng, Shun Jing, and the others had effectively played for 14 consecutive minutes, totaling nearly 40 minutes when factoring in the halftime break and timeouts. Yet, despite their fatigue, smiles adorned their faces, for they were genuinely happy that it was not until halftime that Wang Xiucheng and his teammates began to recover. At this juncture, both teams had reached a stalemate at 47 points apiece. In the final 4 minutes, the Rockets scored a three-pointer. Wang Xiucheng and his teammates rose, joining the others as they made their way to the locker room. This time, Wang did not linger at the back. After such extended playtime, he naturally needed to hydrate more, which necessitated a trip to the restroom. Only those who consume without excreting are akin to a mythological creature. In the Penguin livestream, Wang Meng was reporting statistics. In the first half, Wang Xiucheng played for 14 minutes and 31 seconds, scoring 14 points and providing 6 assists, with a plus-minus of 1-0. As soon as Wang Meng finished speaking, Yang interjected, Wang Xiucheng possesses a terrifying ability to learn. As we witnessed during the Rockets matchup against the Warriors, today, he has once again mastered Rose's signature move. Stone's assertions held true. Wang Xiucheng seemed to progress almost daily, making it impossible to predict what he would be like in a week, a month, or even a year. Thus, both Wang Meng and Wang Xiucheng turned to Yang. Yang, he paused momentarily. Thus, Lakers, it's time for you to sweeten the deal. Otherwise, the Rockets won't release him. It was evident that Yang, he still hoped for Wang Xiucheng to depart from the Rockets. Sensing that Yang Yi's opinion was somewhat biased, Wang Meng quickly shifted gears, launching into a promotional spiel for a sports protection brand. Yang Yi fell silent, but the live chat exploded at that moment. Fans of the Lakers and Warriors suddenly clashed in the Rockets livestream chatroom. The reason, of course, was Wang Xiucheng. It seemed that the fans believed they determined his destination, even as the third quarter commenced. The chatter did not abate. In fact, as fans returned from halftime, the barrage of comments intensified. Even when Wang Xiucheng took the court in the third quarter, it did not disrupt the fans' enthusiasm. It appeared that the Rockets' tactical adjustments during halftime had borne fruit. As Porter Jr., Wood, and Old Gordon managed to hold their ground against the Knicks, by the time Wang Xiucheng entered the game, the Rockets were trailing by a mere 2 points upon his arrival. The Rockets exhibited an entirely different style of play. The 5 young players seemed to possess boundless energy, catching the Knicks, who had adapted to the starters' pace, off guard. Wang Xiucheng delivered passes to 4 different players, all of whom scored, leading to a stunning 10-0 run that left the Knicks dazed. Thibodeau, incensed, promptly substituted all his starters. It was only when 5 fresh substitutes took the floor that they managed to keep pace with the Rockets' rhythm. Burke's consecutive 3-pointers ignited a surge for the Knicks, resulting in a 9-0 run before the close of the third quarter, allowing them to end the period trailing by just 1 point at 72-73. Thibodeau and Silas spent the intermission fervently sketching strategies on the whiteboard, indifferent to whether their players absorbed the information, concluding with a question. Understood? As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams remained neck and neck. Wang Xiucheng continued to blend drives with assists, keeping the Rockets consistently scoring. Burke seemed to be on fire in the second half, making shots effortlessly as he relentlessly pursued the score. The game flowed smoothly. And when the referee called a timeout, Wang Xiucheng and several key players completed their assignments and returned to the bench. The ensuing gameplay settled into a more regular rhythm, with the Knicks gradually gaining the upper hand under the hot shooting of Burks. When the final whistle blew, the Knicks triumphed with a score of 106-99, extending the Rockets' losing streak to an uncertain duration. As both teams exchanged pleasantries, Wang Xiucheng approached Rose and embraced him, saying, "When you visit China, I'll treat you to a grand feast." Rose chuckled, recalling that it seemed to be a common phrase among the Chinese to say, "I'll treat you to a meal." "All right," Rose replied. Before making his way to shake hands with others, he did not wish to linger too long with Wang Xiucheng, fearful that the young man might utter something that could unsettle his emotions. He was a rose, and even in withering, still bore thorns. How could he allow others to see the tears hidden within his petals? Finally seizing the opportunity, Thibodeau grasped Wang Xiucheng's arm. Startled, Wang Xiucheng recognized Thibodeau and respectfully greeted. Coach Thibodeau, aware of his past as an assistant coach during Yao Ming's tenure with the Rockets, Wang refrained from jest. "How is your stamina?" Thibodeau inquired eagerly, gripping Wang Xiucheng's arm firmly and occasionally patting his waist. This startled Wang Xiucheng significantly. What was this old man up to? "Coach Thibodeau, what do you mean?" Wang Xiucheng's expression shifted. "How is your stamina? Can you play a bit longer?" Thibodeau's face brimmed with anticipation. Wang Xiucheng was puzzled. How much longer is a bit? The question of whether one can exert oneself further in competitions is likely of little concern to the old man. Can you endure playing a full 48 minutes in a single match? Thibodeau inquired. Playing 48 minutes in a single game. Even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't manage that, Wang Xiucheng thought, breaking into a cold sweat, silently mourning for Thibodeau's players for a moment. "Do you like New York?" Thibodeau suddenly asked in a hushed tone, covering his mouth. Wang Xiucheng was taken aback. Was he being recruited directly on the court? Such an audacious question left him speechless. If this were to be caught on camera, the league would surely impose heavy penalties on the Knicks at least others conducted their recruitment discreetly. Thibodeau was brazenly doing so right in the midst of a game. Did he presume the league office was blind? "Wang, allow me to introduce you to my girlfriend." That moment, Jalen Green's voice resonated from behind, with the confirmation that Wang Xiucheng had a girlfriend. Green felt at ease that he brought Wang Xiucheng over to a girl standing nearby in the corridor, wrapping an arm around her as he said, "Bro, this is my girlfriend, Hicks." Wang Xiucheng offered a gentle handshake. Hicks likely possessed some African heritage, though it was not as pronounced as Green's. Yet, her physique was undoubtedly the kind adored by NBA stars. Remarkably striking. "Tomorrow night, why don't you bring your girlfriend and join us for dinner at New York's finest restaurant?" Green suggested, seemingly fearing that Wang Xiucheng might decline as he had in the past. Just the four of us that it appeared Green believed his friend preferred quieter gatherings, hence his absence from their usual outings to nightclubs. However, with fewer people in the presence of his partner, perhaps Wang Xiucheng would be more inclined to accept. Yet, this invitation placed Wang Xiucheng in a quandary. He had been reluctant to let others know about his encounter with Green in the parking lot. How could he refuse Green in front of his girlfriend? Such a rejection would be seen as extremely impolite in American culture. Ultimately, he resolved to say he was unable to attend due to his girlfriend's prior commitments. "All right, send me the details later," Wang Xiucheng conceded. As Wang Xiucheng and Green approached the corridor, a crowd of fans began to gather. Though this was the Knicks' home ground, Green had been a prominent figure in high school. Garnering immense popularity, Wang Xiucheng's identity as a Chinese national further attracted a multitude of Chinese fans in America. Numerous fans held posters, caps, jerseys, or notebooks, seeking autographs from the models in the front row soon started to get involved as well. Initially, it was just a few, but gradually Wang Xiucheng noticed that the request for his signature came not only from Chinese fans, but also from a number of blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties. Dark-haired sirens and other Asian models resembling him. As the crowd grew, Jiang Yan, observing from several dozen meters away, felt a surge of envy towards the foreign women. They were bold, aware of their desires, and unafraid to act upon them. She wished to emulate their confidence, but found herself lacking the courage. Awkwardly, she passed her belongings to a nearby staff member, and Wang Xiucheng hurried into the players' tunnel. Inside the locker room, Silas concluded his address and took Jalen Green to the post-game press conference. While the rest dispersed, the Rockets were set to face the Celtics in 2 days. In comparison to Boston, the vibrant allure of New York was far more enticing. Thus, the entire team had planned to remain in New York until their noon flight to Boston 2 days later. After disembarking, they would head straight to the arena, play, and then return to the airport to fly home, concluding their away game journey without even needing to book a hotel, having politely declined several friends' invitations. Wang Xiucheng made his way to the players' parking lot and drove away from the arena. The following morning, he rose early once more. Upon accessing the system, he checked the completion notification for yesterday's game tasks. His plus-minus rating had reached an impressive 19, yielding a modest 580 system points. While the reward was not insignificant, it was hardly generous. Today's task was once again a gym training regimen. Hence, Wang Xiucheng changed into his athletic attire and donned a jacket before leaving his room. Though his earnings were meager, every bit counted. Standing before the elevator, he pressed the button for it to descend. Before the doors opened, he sensed someone exiting a nearby room. Not accustomed to having someone behind him, he stepped aside to allow entry into the elevator and glanced back. "Good morning. Heading to the gym?" He greeted upon seeing Jiang Yin. Her short hair framing her face, he noted with curiosity that her cheeks appeared unusually flushed. Jiang Yin did not respond, leaving Wang Xiucheng feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head and turned his gaze toward the elevator doors. If she was unwilling to engage, it was best not to impose. Despite this, he couldn't help but feel a certain attraction to her short-haired charm. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Wang Xiucheng stepped inside. Pressing the 5, suddenly, just as he was about to retract his hand from the button panel, a delicate, fragile hand grasped his dot. "I just arrived in America. Could you teach me some English?" Jiang Yan's shy voice trembled from outside the elevator. Her head bowed. Her hand felt cool, and Wang Xiucheng could sense her nervousness. "Then you'll have to speak only English today, not if you utter a single Chinese word." "I will." Before he could finish, Jiang Yan, unable to contain herself, pulled Wang Xiucheng and dashed toward her room. Almost as soon as the door clicked shut behind them, the door across the hall swung open. Clad in pajamas with tousled hair, Jean stood at the threshold, her half-open eyes glancing at the elevator's 5 display before she groggily shut the door and returned to sleep. She knew Wang Xiucheng was likely off to the gym, and though she desired to join him, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Reward system points: 5,000 points and 1 lottery card. Reward system points: 100,000 points and 1 skill selection card. Whether it was Jiang Yan's strong, subconscious desire or something else. The cycle continued. The rewards remain exceedingly generous, and in comparison to Jean, the difference is merely slight. Wang Xiucheng occasionally ponders whether he is too inept. Yet, when he considers the potential of these rewards to transform the Chinese men's basketball team, he can only grit his teeth, shut his eyes, and make a sacrifice for the greater good. When the opportunity presents itself, how can one refrain from seizing it? Suddenly, with an additional 100,000 in rewards, Wang Xiucheng cannot help but feel a surge of joy. Adhering to the philosophy that one must spend money wisely, he promptly activates the lottery card. The lottery concludes swiftly, yielding 5,000 system points, which is quite satisfactory. He then shifts his focus to the skill selection card. During his previous exploration, he had already scrutinized the available skills and ultimately opted for the skill card that enhances 3-point shooting accuracy. At that time, he had hesitated over another skill card, but it was ultimately discarded due to its applicability solely to himself and its inherent gamble. However, he has not forgotten that card. Today, Jiang Yin has presented him with that very skill card. Upon opening the selection card, Wang Xiucheng quickly makes his choice. Skill card. Guaranteed 3-point shot, apprentice level. When this skill card is equipped in the shooting module, the first 3-point shot attempted by the host in the final minute of the game will be guaranteed to succeed. For a cost of 30,000 points, it can be upgraded to guaranteed 3-point shot, expert level. Wang Xiucheng had previously refrained from selecting this skill card due to his uncertainty regarding its upgrade effects, which posed a risk. Moreover, making just 1 3-point shot ultimately feels insufficient. The flat fee of 30,000 points for an upgrade also did not seem trivial. Thus, he opted for the card that improves 3-point shooting percentage. However, this time, Wang Xiucheng chooses to take a gamble, trusting in Jiang Yin and his own luck, for after all, fortune favors the bold. Taking a deep breath, he opts to upgrade the card in an instant. A radiant glow envelopes the skill card, signaling the completion of the upgrade, and the description transforms entirely. Skill card. Guaranteed 3-point shot, expert level. When this skill card is equipped in the shooting module, the first 3-point shot attempted by the host in the last minute of both halves will be guaranteed to succeed. For a cost of 100,000 points, it can be further upgraded to guaranteed 3-point shot, master level. Wang Xiucheng's eyes gleam with excitement. The first 3-point shot in the final minute of both halves is now assured.